Chapter 1. The First Encounter with Captain America. Damn the American government. Emerging from the municipal building in New York City, Xin Ran cursed incessantly. He was an authentic citizen of China, but after offending a high-ranking official with ties to organized crime, he was kidnapped, rendered unconscious, and thrown into the furnace of a steel mill. Yet he did not perish instead. He found himself transported into the Marvel Universe, within the timeline of Captain America, in a world rife with conflict and societal turmoil. Xin Ran felt utterly lost. Just as despair began to envelop him, the X system awakened within him. IT bestowed upon him a fraction of Magneto's powers, the ability to manipulate the state of metallic substances within a 5-meter radius. Simultaneously, it issued its first task, to assist Steve Rogers, who was being assaulted by a burly white man, before Bucky arrived. Upon completion of his task, Xin Ran's fusion with Magneto's abilities increased to 5%, lifting the restrictions on controlling metallic states. Additionally, he was rewarded with a spatial ring, a ton of gold, and blueprints for the Desert Eagle. The system provided an explanation regarding Magneto's powers. As the host's fusion level increased, greater strength would be conferred upon him. Magnetic fields, levitation, electromagnetic vision, super reflexes, enhanced physique, superhuman strength. In essence, by fulfilling the system's tasks and advancing the fusion progress of Magneto's abilities, Xin Ran would grow increasingly formidable. Once the fusion level reached 100%, he would possess the power to annihilate multiple planets with a mere gesture. He could even harness his own strength to obliterate the 6 Infinity Stones. The system's revelations nearly left Xin Ran in a state of euphoric faintness. The notion of destroying multiple planets with a flick of his wrist or annihilating the Infinity Stones through sheer force was beyond his wildest imaginings. The system's generous rewards, particularly the ton of gold, were immensely practical and enticing for Xin Ran in his current predicament. However, the ensuing issue of his identity weighed heavily on him. Without any form of identification, he was treated as a foreign vagrant. This predicament left him in a dire state, struggling to secure even basic sustenance. With his survival needs unmet, the prospect of completing any task seemed utterly unattainable. Thus, Xin Ran resorted to showcasing his meager control over metal in the streets, performing acrobatics and magic. His astonishingly flawless performances garnered the admiration of passers-by, who exclaimed in awe. Through the generosity of onlookers, Xin Ran earned his first fortune in the Marvel Universe. The first order of business upon earning money was to obtain identification from the municipal building. Initially, he believed the process would require little expense. To his dismay, the municipal staff demanded exorbitant fees. Left with no choice, Xin Ran sacrificed all his hard-earned savings from several weeks of labor to secure a legitimate identity. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. With identification in hand, Xin Ran was no longer constrained in his movements and began his search for the key figure to complete his mission. The future Captain America, Steve Rogers. Though New York is a vast city, his whereabouts were not exceedingly difficult to trace. Xin Ran reflected on the storyline, spending several days traversing various enlistment centers scattered throughout New York. At last, he located Steve Rogers at one of these centers to fulfill his mission. Xin Ran restrained his impulse to approach and engage in conversation, opting instead to observe quietly from the shadows. Despite Steve's gaunt, malnourished appearance, his eyes radiated an unwavering determination that was rare among ordinary individuals. After failing the military physical examination, Steve sought solace in a film, hoping to alleviate his feelings of frustration and despair. In the cinema, the prolonged promotional feature for American soldiers delayed the animated film, provoking discontent from a burly white man seated in the front row, who made his displeasure known vocally. Concerned for his country and filled with a sense of justice, Steve intervened verbally to admonish the man's behavior. This, however, led to his own troubles. In the alley behind the cinema, Steve was struck to the ground by the burly man, crashing against an iron barrel in the corner. Yet true to his resolute character, Steve would not easily yield or abandon his resistance. After rising again, he was knocked down once more, but seized the iron lid from the barrel beside him to shield himself. The burly man snatched the lid away and delivered another punch, sending Steve back to the ground. "You just refuse to submit, don't you?" Staggering to his feet, Steve's eyes burned with determination. "I could withstand you all day." From the shadows, Xin Ran witnessed this scene, his heart filled with poignant reflections. "Hey, is it amusing to bully someone weaker than yourself?" At that moment, Xin Ran stepped forth from the alley and called out loudly. The burly man turned to the sound, momentarily releasing Steve, and directed his ire toward Xin Ran. "Hey, I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just a damned yellow-skinned pig. Do you believe he'll stew you up for dinner? I am your ancestor." Xin Ran replied nonchalantly, provoking him further. "Fuck, you're asking for it." This single remark incensed the burly man. He grabbed a nearby iron barrel and hurled it at Xin Ran. Seeing this, Xin Ran smiled slightly, unperturbed as he toyed with 2 steel balls in his hand. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. As the burly man closed the distance to 3 or 4 meters, the steel balls in Xin Ran's grasp sprang into action. The iron barrel in the man's hand was also set in motion. With a resounding clang, the barrel broke free and struck him squarely on the head. The tremendous force caused the burly man to see stars, staggering in the alley. Simultaneously, the 2 steel balls struck his ankle joints, producing 2 sharp cracks of dislocated bones, before soaring back into Xin Ran's hands. The burly man emitted a pig-like groan, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The entire encounter transpired in less than 10 seconds, leaving even Steve bewildered as to how Xin Ran had executed his maneuver. The burly man lay defeated, utterly devoid of combat capability. If you hadn't been so reckless, seeking to wield an iron barrel as a weapon, perhaps you wouldn't have been struck down. Xin Ran gazed at the fallen Caucasian giant before him, and sighed. The range of his metal manipulation was limited. He had originally intended to strike at the vital points only when the man approached. He had not anticipated that this brute would wield an iron barrel as a weapon from 10 meters away. It was akin to lifting a stone only to strike one's own footnote. Perhaps it was more akin to the head. "Hey, buddy, well done. Thank you for saving him," Bucky remarked, having arrived on the scene and observing the unconscious figure on the ground. At that moment, Steve emerged from the shadows, his saintly disposition surfacing. "Buddy, you shouldn't have injured him. He's unconscious now. We can't just leave him." "No, Steve, if he can strike you, then others cannot retaliate against him," Bucky replied, exuding a sense of resignation as he listened to Steve. Steve gazed uneasily at the prostrate giant. Noticing this, Xin Ran smiled and reassured. "All right, gentlemen, he will be fine." He then approached and forcefully tugged at the man's legs. With a couple of unsettling cracks, the dislocated bones swiftly realigned, and the pain of the adjustment roused the giant from his stupor. "What the hell happened to my legs? You filthy yellow-skinned pig. What have you done to me? Just wait, I will have my revenge. I will kill you," he bellowed, fury emanating from him. Bucky, who was not one for idle threats, swiftly delivered a punch, rendering the man unconscious once more. "All right, Steve, he's fine now, he's just fainted. Let's move on." With that, Steve felt reassured and turned to Xin Ran, saying, "Buddy, while I could have defeated him without you, I still appreciate your help." Xin Ran waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "No need for thanks. It is our tradition as citizens of Huagua to assist those in need." No sooner had he spoken than the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 2. New Mission Ding. Host mission completed. Magneto's ability fusion degree increased to 5. Rewards have been issued. Immediately, a ring, crafted from an unknown material, appeared on Xin Ran's thumb. The ring, entirely cloaked in a deep black hue, was inscribed with enigmatic runes, exuding an air of ancient grandeur. When worn, it felt as though it melded seamlessly with his being, causing no discomfort whatsoever. Xin Ran was acutely aware that within this ring lay a space of 50 cubic meters, which he could manipulate through the power of Magneto. A ton of gold had also been neatly arranged within the ring in the form of gold bars. In comparison, the blueprint for the Desert Eagle appeared rather mundane beside the resplendent gold. With a mere thought, a 500-gram gold bar manifested in Xin Ran's hand, only to vanish once more, returning to the confines of the ring. Relishing the sensation of being able to command the metallic elements around him at will, Xin Ran felt elated. At long last, he had acquired the means to protect himself in this perilous Marvel universe, along with a considerable financial resource. With a smile, Xin Ran addressed his companions, "Gentlemen, our meeting is serendipitous. Shall we find a place to sit and enjoy a drink?" Bucky chuckled. "That sounds perfect." Thus, Xin Ran found himself entwined in the camaraderie between Captain America and Bucky. Steve was aware that Bucky had successfully enlisted in the 107th Infantry Regiment and was set to depart the following day, leaving him somewhat disheartened. "I should join as well." Xin Ran quickly reassured him. "Don't be downcast, my friend. Perhaps we can try again together." Xin Ran's words touched Steve deeply, prompting him to share more about himself and Bucky. Steve learned that Xin Ran had only recently arrived in New York and warmly invited him to his place. Bucky chimed in. "Steve's place is a fine destination, but your rent must be settled." Seeing Bucky immediately mention rent, Steve hastily declined. "Come on, Bucky, among friends, let's not bring up money so readily." Xin Ran chuckled. "Even among brothers, one must keep accounts clear. Rent is essential." As the three enjoyed their drinks, they gradually grew more familiar with one another. "Come on, gentlemen. On my last night before enlisting, let me help you both with some new attire." After finishing their drinks, Bucky invited Steve and Xin Ran to the Tomorrow World Expo that evening. According to the storyline, Howard Stark, Iron Man's father, would be present at the exposition. Sounds great, Bucky. I'm all in, Xin Ran readily agreed. Ding, there is a new mission for the host to accept. Accept. Mission details, invest in Stark Industries. Mission completion reward. Magneto's ability fusion degree increased to 10. Ability to control the form of metals. Rewards, superhuman physique and strength. This mission was neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple, and Xin Ran had already formulated a rough strategy in his mind. After accepting the mission, he glanced at Steve, noticing that his enthusiasm seemed somewhat subdued. Come, my friend. This is my last night in New York. Are you certain you will not accompany me? That evening, Bucky arrived at the expo with 2 companions. Upon their arrival, a young lady called out to Bucky from a distance. Beside her stood another woman. Bucky turned to Steve and said, "Hey, buddy, here's your chance with your date. The rest is up to you." He then cast a mischievous glance at Steve's trousers. Turning back to Xin Ran, Bucky continued, "I truly apologize, Xin Ran. I had no idea I would encounter you today. Therefore, I did not." Xin Ran, observing Bucky's sheepish expression, replied with a smile, "No worries, my friend." The trio approached the 2 ladies, and Bucky naturally wrapped his arm around the waist of the one who had called his name, subsequently introducing Steve to the other. Xin Ran's thoughts were elsewhere. He greeted the 2 women and gestured toward the Stark Industries booth. "It appears there is an exhibit over there. I shall take a look." With that, Xin Ran made his way toward the Stark Industries display. At the booth stood a crimson automobile, flanked by several striking American beauties. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Howard Stark." As the host's words faded, Howard emerged from backstage clad in a sleek black suit, embracing and kissing the host. Due to the immense fame of Stark Industries in America, a crowd had gathered around the booth, including Bucky and his companion. Xin Ran stood in the corner, observing Howard's performance. "Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few short years, your automobiles will no longer need to touch the ground," he proclaimed. With the assistance of several beautiful aides, he began to remove the tires from the red car on display. This act sparked curiosity among the audience, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Amidst the spectators' incredulous gazes, Howard introduced the anti-gravity device while manipulating the lever. The car gradually ascended from the ground, and the audience watched in disbelief. Suddenly, a spark of electricity flickered from the anti-gravity device, and with a crackling sound, the car came crashing down onto the platform. "I did mention it would be a few more years, did I not?" Howard deftly salvaged the situation. Even though the demonstration had faltered, the audience remained captivated, offering Howard Stark enthusiastic applause. As the Stark Industries presentation concluded, the crowd began to disperse, to bid farewell to the soldiers about to leave their homeland for battle. The U.S. Army Recruitment Center hosted a grand send-off ball at the expo. Bucky insisted on taking Steve there, eager for Xin Ran to join as well, claiming that the farewell party would be filled with beautiful women, wanting to compensate for not having prepared a companion for him that evening. Xin Ran declined firmly, for his heart had already been captivated by the key figure capable of accomplishing the mission, Howard Stark. Upon encountering Howard, who was somewhat despondently smoking backstage, Xin Ran approached him. "That is quite an impressive skill." Howard glanced at Xin Ran and replied, "Thank you, my friend, but no matter how remarkable it is, it can still lead to failure." Xin Ran sighed. "Did you not say it yourself? It will take a few more years. With your capabilities, Howard Stark, surely you can overcome such trivial challenges?" Listening to Xin Ran's words brightened Howard's mood considerably. "Indeed, my friend, you are absolutely correct." With his understanding of Howard Stark, Xin Ran found their conversation increasingly harmonious, almost leading them to become blood brothers on the spot. Sensing the atmosphere was just right, Xin Ran spoke up. "Hey, Howard, there's something I wish to discuss with you." "Go ahead, Xin Ran, I am all ears," Howard urged. After a brief pause, Xin Ran slowly began, "I am interested in acquiring shares in Stark Industries." Howard discarded his cigarette, staring at Xin Ran in astonishment. "What?" Chapter 3. Discussing business with Howard. "Are you considering investing in Stark Industries?" No, why would you think that? It's entirely impossible for you." Seeing Howard's astonished expression, Xin Ran chuckled and replied, "Impossible for me? Old Howard, why would you say such a thing?" Suddenly, Xin Ran had a thought. With a flick of his mind, he retrieved the manufacturing blueprint of the Desert Eagle from his spatial ring. Stark Industries was, in essence, a weapons manufacturing company, and this Desert Eagle pistol was a creation from nearly 4 to 5 decades hence. Thus, Xin Ran intended to use this blueprint to entice Howard Stark. Since receiving this blueprint as a reward from the system, Xin Ran had kept it tucked away, never taking a moment to examine it. Now, holding it in his hands, he marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship. The paper felt as smooth and luxurious as mutton-fat jade, and its composition was a mystery. At the center of the page was a detailed depiction of the Desert Eagle, appearing almost lifelike. Surrounding it were illustrations and text explaining the manufacturing process, the methods involved, and the materials required. "Old Howard, take a look at this." I am confident it will persuade you to consider my investment. With that, Xin Ran handed the blueprint to him. Howard took the blueprint with a look of skepticism, glancing at it casually. Yet, that brief glance ensnared him completely. Oh my God, Xin Ran, did you design this? This gun, if produced, would undoubtedly surpass all existing handguns in every conceivable aspect. Its power could even rival that of some rifles. After scrutinizing the blueprint for a full 5 minutes, Howard exclaimed in disbelief. Old Howard, if you agree to my investment, this blueprint will be yours. I believe it can generate immense value for you. Seeing the effect the blueprint had, Xin Ran continued. To his surprise, Howard pondered for a moment before returning the blueprint. Xin Ran, while this gun is incredibly enticing and I am eager to see it manufactured, you must understand that I am a businessman, relying solely on that. I don't think you can become a shareholder in Stark Industries. Xin Ran smiled, fully comprehending Howard's implication. Calmly, he responded, the United States is at war, and there are numerous arms suppliers domestically. Stark Industries is no longer the sole powerhouse. Old Howard, in comparison to the technology of this gun, what you truly need right now is capital, am I correct? Xin Ran's words struck a chord with Howard. You are right, Xin Ran. Stark Industries is indeed in greater need of funds. However, Howard's observation of Xin Ran's attire led him to conclude that he did not appear to be a wealthy individual. This was why he believed that investing in Stark Industries was an impossibility for him, even with the advanced blueprint in hand. Howard remained unconvinced of Xin Ran's financial capacity to acquire shares in Stark Industries. Xin Ran came to a sudden realization. Upon completing the initial task of the system, despite having acquired wealth, I had yet to procure a fitting wardrobe for myself. Presently, I still don the attire I wore during my street performances in New York just days ago. It is no wonder that Howard seemed hesitant. With a wave of my hand, I feigned profundity and remarked, Old Howard, there is a saying in our homeland, one must not judge by appearances, just as the vastness of the sea cannot be measured by mere pails. I then inquired, do you have any idea how much of Stark's shares could be acquired with 250 kilograms of gold at market value? After a moment's contemplation, Howard replied, approximately 15%. Then I shall offer double the price to acquire 20% of Stark Industries. What? Xin Ran, did I hear you correctly? Calm down, Howard. Allow me to finish. Furthermore, I will not interfere with the management of Stark Industries, nor will I seek to acquire additional shares to exert control over the company. You may stipulate my words in the contract. Listening to my conditions, Howard was intrigued. Xin Ran, if you can indeed procure such a sum, this could be a rather lucrative endeavor. Very well. I shall visit the Stark Industries building tomorrow and inform your subordinates in advance. Do not have me arrive only to find you unavailable. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, Xin Ran, that will not happen. Although Howard still harbored doubts about my ability to amass such a fortune to purchase shares in his company, my earlier assertion about appearances and the flawless weapon schematics I readily produced altered his perspective. He resolved to take a chance. Old Howard, I entrust you with the manufacturing blueprint of this Desert Eagle. After all, I will become your shareholder tomorrow. By handing it over to you, I can profit alongside you. Can I not? I returned the blueprint Howard had given back to me, smiling as I did so. Seeing my generosity, Howard was even more eager for our meeting the next day. Thank you, my brother. You are indeed correct. I will be awaiting you in the office of the building. Then it is settled. Agreed. The reason I chose to meet Howard tomorrow was that 500 kilograms of gold, both in quantity and volume, would be far too conspicuous. I could not possibly extract such a sum from my spatial ring in his presence. After concluding my conversation with Howard, I turned to find Steve and Bucky. As the narrative unfolded, Steve paused in front of a wall adorned with numerous soldiers, the foremost of whom was depicted with a small mirror for a face. Standing on the platform before the wall, even on tiptoe, Steve could not see his own reflection in the mirror, which left him quite disheartened. At that moment, Bucky approached, playfully nudging Steve and urging him to take the girl for a dance. Subsequently, the two engaged in a dialogue before the wall, which happened to catch the attention of Dr. Erskine, leaving him with a notably favorable impression of Steve. Hey, Xin Ran, I'm about to head home. Would you care to join me? Steve inquired as he noticed Xin Ran approaching. Of course, I have no desire to continue sleeping on the streets. Xin Ran replied with a playful tone. What's the matter? Not going out dancing with your female companion? Steve retorted, casting a glance at the wall behind him. Honestly, Xin Ran, I'm not interested in that at the moment. Soon, Xin Ran followed Steve to his residence in the Brooklyn neighborhood. The house was charming. A modest 3-story building with a private yard, truly emblematic of a bourgeois lifestyle. Xin Ran, that room is yours. I reside on the 2nd floor. Make sure to rest well, Steve said as he arranged accommodations for her and prepared to ascend the stairs. Hey, Steve, when they draft again in New York in a few days, shall we try our luck and enlist together? Upon hearing Xin Ran broach the subject of military enlistment, Steve nodded and smiled. Of course, Xin Ran. I hope we find success this time. Reflecting on his previous enlistment experiences left him somewhat disheartened. Don't worry, Steve. There's a saying in our culture, heaven does not forsake the diligent. After darkness comes light. Perhaps we will end up in the same unit. Oh, Xin Ran. Although I do not comprehend the meaning of your words, I appreciate your consolation. I am not easily defeated. With that, Steve retreated upstairs to sleep, relieved that he would not have to endure another night on the streets. After Xin Ran finished her evening routine, she entered her room. Gazing at the spacious bed with a sense of wonder, she enjoyed a restful slumber. The following morning, she set out for the Stark Tower located in Manhattan's bustling heart. Chapter 4. Investing in Stark. On his journey to seek out Howard, Xin Ran made several preparations. First, he retrieved a gold bar from his spatial ring and exchanged it for U.S. dollars at a bank. Next, he visited an upscale clothing store to acquire a suitable outfit. Finally, he purchased a small truck and set off toward Stark Tower, naturally placing the 500 kilograms of gold in the vehicle's cargo area. Unaccustomed to driving a vehicle from this era, Xin Ran navigated awkwardly, swerving and jolting along the way. After a while, he resorted to using his abilities to control the vehicle, reclining in the driver's seat as if it were on autopilot. This made the journey considerably easier. Had he not been so discreet, he could have effortlessly levitated the vehicle, creating the hovering car Stark had mentioned. Although he lacked a navigation system, the Stark Tower, being a landmark in the heart of New York City, was easy for Xin Ran to locate. Upon parking, he approached the building. Hello, you've reached Stark Industries. How may I assist you? Before he could take more than a few steps, a security guard blocked his path. I am Xin Ran, here to see your boss, Howard Stark. Do you have an appointment? The guard inquired. Hearing this, Xin Ran felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Didn't Howard notify you? He said someone would be coming to see him today. Forget it, you have a phone there. Call him and let him know Xin Ran is here. The guard, noticing the young man's opulent attire and his direct mention of their CEO, dared not be dismissive. After a brief call to Howard, the guard hurried back, standing before Xin Ran with a respectful demeanor. Mr. Xin Ran, please wait a moment. Mr. Stark will be down shortly. Approximately 3 minutes later, Howard appeared, flanked by 2 attractive secretaries. Hey, Xin Ran, it's you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come down myself. The new secretaries are quite efficient. I was just busy in the office. You know how it is. He concluded with a mischievous grin directed at Xin Ran. Old Howard, you truly live a charmed life. You delegate your tasks to secretaries when there's work, and to them again when there's none, Xin Ran teased. Oh, Xin Ran, that's a splendid remark. It's tailor-made for me, Howard replied, chuckling. Xin Ran rolled his eyes at Howard before gesturing towards the truck parked nearby. Old Howard, I've brought the money. You should go take a look. Howard's gaze fell upon the truck. Good heavens, you Haven T actually brought me an entire truckload of gold, have you? The two approached the rear of the truck, and Xin Ran activated his abilities, causing the lock to fly into his hand as the tailgate swung open automatically. Oh, Xin Ran, you possess supernatural powers. This is extraordinary. Though surprised by Xin Ran's display of power, Howard accepted it with ease. After all, in the Marvel Universe, all manner of beings existed. Furthermore, Howard had been involved in Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum research, so he was well aware of the existence of individuals with extraordinary abilities. Before Howard lay a vast trove of gold, gleaming brilliantly under the sun's rays. He swallowed hard, pausing for a moment before exclaiming, Xin Ran, do not tell me that you pilfered this gold from the Fort Knox vault using your supernatural abilities. Fort Knox, renowned as one of the most secure places in the world, was established during Roosevelt's presidency. Its level of security surpassed the wildest imaginations, comparable only to that of the White House. At that moment, Xin Ran's powers had not yet reached a magnitude sufficient to breach such a fortress. The compartment was filled with gold bars, and even Howard, a millionaire, had never encountered such an abundance of gold. Old Howard, I lack the capability to rob Fort Knox. You see, I am a citizen of Huagua. This gold represents my wealth from the East, and you may use it with confidence. Upon hearing Xin Ran's explanation, Howard felt a wave of relief wash over him. My esteemed magnate, if your gold is assured, then I am at ease. After speaking, Howard relayed a few instructions to his beautiful secretary, and the 2 assistants entered the building. Shortly thereafter, 2 stunning women clad in Stark work attire emerged to inspect the gold. The results of their examination brought great satisfaction to Howard. In this era, gold was far more valuable than dollars, a tangible asset. Subsequently, Howard beckoned to his subordinates, and the truck was driven away by the women. Tell me, old Howard, do you not have many male employees? Xin Ran, aware of Howard's character, recognized that he was quite similar to his son, Tony. The continual presence of women was indeed an eye-opener for Xin Ran. Such was the peculiar joy of the affluent. Of course there are. Though the number of women is somewhat higher, Howard replied with a sudden mischievous grin. Would you like me to arrange something for you? All right, I'll take 2. Xin Ran responded without hesitation. Oh, Xin Ran, It seems we are kindred spirits. Those two secretaries were quite impressive. Shall I set something up for you tonight? Get lost. I have no interest in your leftovers. Xin Ran shot Howard a glare, exasperated. After the gold was secured, Howard escorted Xin Ran to the penthouse office of Stark Tower, where he uncorked a long-preserved bottle of fine red wine for Xin Ran to savor. Xin Ran, had I known you were so wealthy and agreeable, I should have proposed 5 yesterday. Surely you would have purchased 10 of the shares at double the price. Howard jested, clinking his glass with Xin Ran's. Oh, if you had said that, who knows? At that moment, Xin Ran had merely been focused on fulfilling the system's task, not considering the implications. However, reflecting upon it later, acquiring the shares would indeed be beneficial. After all, it remained uncertain when he might return to the real world or how long he would be in the Marvel Universe, with so many plots awaiting his participation. Tony Stark, as Howard's sole heir, was intricately connected to the unfolding narrative. In this timeline, having ties to Iron Man's father has piqued Xin Ran's curiosity about the unfolding narrative. Upon hearing Xin Ran's response, Howard's expression darkened, and he lamented, Xin Ran, I believe I have made a regrettable decision. Could we possibly amend your shareholding to 10%? To the unabashed Howard, Xin Ran retorted with a single word, scram. Subsequently, Howard instructed his lawyer to draft a contract, transferring 20% of Stark Industries' original shares to Xin Ran. This contract was to remain in effect indefinitely. After savoring the fine wine in his glass, Xin Ran signed the document and placed his fingerprint upon it. Once everything was in order, he casually tossed the contract into his spatial ring. Oh my goodness, Xin Ran, where did the contract go? How did you manage that? Howard exclaimed, astonished as the document vanished into thin air. Xin Ran did not conceal the truth, revealing the ring on his thumb. It's contained within here. Is this a form of spatial technology? Might I examine it? Howard inquired. That may not be feasible, old Howard. To be candid, even if I were to give you this ring, you would be unable to utilize it. Once separated from me, it would be no different from an ordinary ring. Xin Ran's words extinguished any burgeoning thoughts in Howard's mind. Indeed, this appears to be your unique ability. You could interpret it that way. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in Xin Ran's mind. The rewards from the system had arrived. Chapter 5. A challenge at the carnival. Beep. Post-task completed. Magneto's ability fusion degree increased to 10. Super physique. Super strength fusion in progress. Beep. Fusion successful. Xin Ran now possesses not only the ability to manipulate the movement of surrounding metallic objects, but also to alter their forms, if he so desires. He can transform metal into any shape his imagination conjures. He has thus attained a capability akin to that of Eric from the X-Men, albeit without the enhancements bestowed by Apocalypse, savoring the rewards of enhanced physique and strength from the system. Xin Ran feels an overwhelming urge to engage in an arm wrestling match with the Hulk. Xin Ran, upon my return yesterday, I toiled until the wee hours and crafted a Desert Eagle. Would you care to join me for a demonstration? Xin Ran was taken aback by Howard's rapid progress. Of course. Soon, Howard led Xin Ran to his laboratory. Grasping the Desert Eagle, he aimed at a target on the opposite wall and fired a shot. The sound of gunfire resonated, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl in the target. Xin Ran, did you see that? The power of this gun is simply astounding. It is undoubtedly the most formidable handgun in the world. Howard unleashed a flurry of bullets, and after emptying the magazine, he toyed with the weapon in his hand. Once conditions are ripe, I plan to mass-produce it. I am convinced this gun will dominate the military-industrial market. Howard appeared exuberant. By the way, Xin Ran, what is your supernatural ability? May I witness it? Upon hearing Howard's inquiry, Xin Ran chuckled. Why not shoot me with it and see? Did I hear you correctly? You want me to shoot you with the Desert Eagle? Yes, shoot me. Howard paused for 2 seconds, then grabbed a magazine filled with bullets and replaced the one in the gun. He pulled the trigger, firing a shot at Xin Ran. After the gunfire, Xin Ran patted the area that had been struck and said nonchalantly, this Desert Eagle certainly packs a punch. It feels quite impactful. Old Howard, you owe me a new shirt. Howard looked as if he had seen a ghost. Oh my goodness, Xin Ran, are you even human? Is this your supernatural ability? Are you a living embodiment of King Kong? Howard's quick wit caught Xin Ran off guard. How did he equate himself with King Kong? Wasn't King Kong just a gorilla? What King Kong? This is called a super physique. But Xin Ran, I witnessed you controlling locks and compartments downstairs. So shoot me again. This time, Howard did not hesitate. He raised his hand and fired another shot. With a resounding bang, the bullet fired from the Desert Eagle hung suspended in midair, surrounded by visible waves of heat. This was the result of Xin Ran using his ability to forcibly control the high-speed projectile. With a swift whoosh, the suspended bullet suddenly shot forth, striking the target on the wall with precision, its power surpassing even that of the Desert Eagle. Is this telekinesis? Howard's voice trembled slightly. Telekinesis? One might interpret it that way. This is simply astonishing. After testing the firearm, the two returned to the office. Old Howard. I am preparing to enlist. Just as Howard raised his glass for a sip, he nearly spat it out at Xin Ran's words. Are you joking? You are a billionaire. A major shareholder of Stark Industries. And you wish to join the military? Howard found it hard to believe. Xin Ran took a sip of red wine, savoring it before saying, as your friend and shareholder, I merely wanted to inform you of my enlistment. The rest is none of your concern. However, there is indeed a matter I require your assistance with. Upon hearing that Xin Ran needed his help, Howard chuckled. If you have something to say, just say it. Why beat around the bush with me? I have a friend named Steve Rogers from Brooklyn. If all goes as expected, he will undoubtedly be selected by Erskine for enlistment. You are acquainted with Erskine, and I hope you can use your connections to assign me to his unit. I trust this will not pose a challenge for you. It should be a simple matter. Howard opened his mouth to ask something, but hesitated. No problem, Xin Ran, leave it to me. After finalizing everything, Howard organized a grand celebration to honor Xin Ran's status as a major shareholder of Stark Industries. Such affairs were second nature to Howard, a super-rich playboy. He handled them with effortless charm, winning the hearts of many. That evening, the revelry was filled with women, with Howard and Xin Ran as the only men. A sleepless night passed. In the morning, he felt remarkably refreshed. He changed into Howard's clothes from the wardrobe. Due to their similar builds, the outfit fit Xin Ran quite well. Seeing that Howard had not yet awakened, Xin Ran briefed his secretary. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the secretary's gaze. Had he forgotten to close the door last night? And did she overhear? Did she have her own thoughts? Xin Ran shook his head, unwilling to pursue that line of thought. Fearing that if he continued, he would have to bring the secretary back with him. No, just alone, to catch up on sleep. Before leaving, Xin Ran also took Howard's luxury sports car. After a while, Howard Stark awoke. Stepping out of his bedroom, he noticed that Xin Ran's door remained closed. A knowing smile crept across his face as he murmured, looks like this guy is reluctant to rise. Upon seeing Howard emerge, the beautiful secretary approached to report, Boss, Mr. Xin has just left. He took your red sports car with him. What? That car is my favorite. Why didn't you offer him a different one? The secretary, however, did not respond to that but continued, last night, Mr. Xin was quite the charmer, just like you, and forgot to close the door. It was past 4 in the morning when he finally finished. How do you know that? I have been eavesdropping next door, and it appears that Mr. Xin is far more formidable than the boss. As the conversation unfolded, the beautiful secretary covered her mouth and giggled, her face adorned with a charming blush. How audacious of her to mock her employer. Just wait until I deal with you. Howard swiftly lifted the secretary and returned to indulge in a leisurely nap. Chapter 6. Enlistment Training Buddy. Your car looks magnificent, truly eye-catching. Steve was exercising in the yard, preparing for the upcoming draft. Upon seeing Xin Ran return in a red sports car, he couldn't help but compliment him. If you wish to drive, feel free to ask me for the keys. After exchanging a few words, they each returned to their own activities. Steve refrained from inquiring about Xin Ran's absence the previous night. After all, in America, freedom is esteemed. And Xin Ran was merely his friend and tenant. More than a week passed, and a new round of enlistment began in New York. Xin Ran drove Steve to the recruitment center. Initially, Steve was supposed to drive, but his diminutive stature rendered him unable to reach the accelerator, and his view was obstructed by the dashboard. Upon arrival, Xin Ran smoothly passed the medical examination, and his enlistment file was stamped with the prestigious 1A designation, the highest rating for military enlistment in the United States. In a separate booth, after answering several questions posed by Dr. Erskine, Steve also received the 1A stamp. This filled him with hope and gratitude towards Dr. Abraham Erskine. Remarkably, the transition from enlistment to active duty took merely 3 days. Due to the covert machinations of Howard Stark, Xin Ran and Steve were assigned to the same unit. The Strategic Scientific Reserve, which would later be renamed the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics, commonly known as SHIELD. On the first day of training, Xin Ran encountered one of the founders of SHIELD, Agent Carter. Howard Stark was also a founder, which facilitated Xin Ran's placement in this unit. At first glance, her military uniform accentuated her impressive figure. However, upon closer inspection, her makeup was overly dramatic, and her face had a rather square appearance. After Agent Carter deftly knocked down the strongest and most arrogant member of their group, Gilmore Hodge, Steve developed a slight infatuation for the instructor before him. The small team of Xin Ran and Steve consisted of only a dozen individuals. Yet, Xin Ran was aware that the ultimate candidates for the Super Soldier program would be selected from among them. At that moment, a voice resonated in Xin Ran's mind. Ding! A new task is available for the host to accept. Task details. Obtain the Super Soldier Serum. Task completion reward. Magneto's ability fusion rate increased to 15. Gain electromagnetic induction capability. Reward. Perfect Super Soldier Serum. Available for direct injection. System. What is the electromagnetic induction capability? Xin Ran pondered, somewhat perplexed by the notion. The host will be able to sense objects based on surrounding magnetic fields. Can I sense everything? Xin Ran continued to inquire. As long as there is a magnetic field or electromagnetic presence, it is possible. The host must understand that electromagnetic force, as the fundamental power of the universe, is omnipresent. Understood. This task and its rewards brought great joy to Xin Ran, despite possessing a superhuman physique and extraordinary strength. Rendering him nearly immune to aging and ailments, Xin Ran still yearned to experience the power of the super soldier serum. When he first watched the film, who wouldn't he desire a dose of that serum for themselves? Otherwise, given Xin Ran's current status as a major shareholder in Stark Industries, he would not have accompanied Steve into the military. The mission issued by the system perfectly aligned with his aspirations. Following Colonel Phillips' address, the training commenced in earnest. Leveraging his formidable strength and occasionally utilizing Magneto's abilities to gain an advantage, Xin Ran quickly distinguished himself as the most proficient member of their squad. In contrast, the frail and diminutive Steve often faced mockery and bullying from his peers, though Xin Ran stood up for him. Hodges, who consistently trailed behind Xin Ran in training performance, harbored resentment towards him, as he held a deep-seated disdain for the yellow-skinned outsider. He believed that despite Xin Ran's superior training results, he was inferior in every other respect. Consequently, he frequently mocked Steve's physique and Xin Ran's complexion. During a training exercise that required the team to crawl through a barbed wire obstacle, Xin Ran, undeterred by the potential for his clothing to be torn, effortlessly completed the task. However, misfortune befell Steve, who was the last to attempt the obstacle. After Hodges cleared the barbed wire, he carelessly kicked over a wooden stake, causing the falling wire to entangle Steve. Recognizing that revealing his abilities was not prudent at this moment, Xin Ran subtly manipulated the barbed wire to lift slightly off Steve's body, preventing further injury. He then summoned several soldiers to extricate Steve. Although Xin Ran acted swiftly, Steve's uniform was still torn by the wire, leaving visible bloodstains on his back. Xin Ran cast a cold glare at Hodges, who was spectating nearby, and approached him menacingly, demanding, "Are you looking for trouble?" Hodges, towering over Xin Ran by nearly a head, dismissed his words with contempt, retorting, "Yellow pig, stinky shorty, get out of my way. No matter how well you train, you'll still get beaten by my fists." In response to Hodges' taunts, Xin Ran emulated the quiet ferocity of Bucky and the loquacious toughness of Pelican, delivering a punch directly to Hodges' face. Had Xin Ran not tempered his strength, that blow alone could have been devastating. After Hodges fell to the ground, Xin Ran stepped on his face, sneering, "Come on, get up and hit me. Let me see how you plan to fight me." Hodges, beneath Xin Ran's foot, roared in fury, but no amount of struggling could free him from Xin Ran's grip. "If you don't seek trouble, you won't find it. How about you keep the peace from now on?" Just as Xin Ran prepared to deliver a lesson in humility, a commanding voice rang out from behind him. "Soldier, what are you doing?" As Xin Ran turned around, he noticed Peggy Carter, Phillips, and Dr. Erskine approaching them. He lifted his foot and released Hodge. "Everyone, assemble," Carter commanded. "That new recruit," Phillips exclaimed, pointing at Xin Ran, "engaging in a brawl with a comrade within the barracks. If you lack a reasonable explanation, pack your belongings and leave at once." Phillips stepped in front of Xin Ran, glaring fiercely at him. Hodge was not only cunning and ruthless, but also physically robust. Phillips regarded him as an exemplary candidate for military service, someone with great potential. In Phillips' eyes, Hodge was the ideal choice for the super soldier serum, and he held high hopes for him. Therefore, when he witnessed Xin Ran pinning Hodge to the ground, he was filled with fury. "Report, sir, this is not Xin Ran's fault." At that moment, Steve stepped forward and addressed Phillips. Chapter 7. The Power of Capital. Phillips felt a deep disdain as he witnessed Steve standing up to defend Xin Ran. He found it utterly perplexing that Dr. Erskine had chosen such a physically frail individual who seemed incapable of even harming a chicken. Moreover, Xin Ran had failed to meet the standards of training. "Silence! You have no place to speak here," Phillips exclaimed. The malicious destruction of training equipment by Hodges, resulting in injuries to comrades, how could that be justified? As he listened to Xin Ran, Phillips shook his head dismissively. "New recruit, tell me, who was injured? Which training equipment was damaged?" "Sir, it was I." Steve revealed the visible bloodstains on his back. However, Phillips, seemingly indifferent, responded aggressively, "Injuries during training are commonplace. The training dummies are old. You cannot blame Hodges for that. New recruit, your reasoning is insufficient." Xin Ran retorted with a cold smile. "Colonel Phillips, you have done splendidly. I have changed my mind. I shall sue you and Gilmore Hodges on the grounds of racial discrimination and violation of military regulations." The mention of racial discrimination elicited contempt from Phillips. In America, aside from politicians who occasionally made token gestures against it during speeches, where in society was racial discrimination not evident. As for military regulations, weren't they determined by the military itself? In this realm, Phillips was the authority. Regulations meant little to him. Kid, who do you think you are? What power do you possess? On what grounds do you intend to sue me and my soldiers? Xin Ran stepped forward, casting a penetrating gaze at Phillips. What power? On what grounds? Because I am a major shareholder of Stark Industries. Colonel Phillips, do you believe the legal team of Stark Industries lacks the capability? Phillips was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Dr. Erskine. The doctor, an old acquaintance of Howard, was somewhat aware of Sinan's status as a shareholder. He nodded at Phillips, indicating the truth in Sinan's assertion. Phillips found himself at a loss for words, feeling overwhelmed. Had Sinan simply been an ordinary Asian soldier, it would have been easy to dismiss him. The mere act of assaulting a comrade would have sufficed for expulsion. However, he had not anticipated that this Asian soldier was a significant shareholder of Stark Industries. A wealthy individual, a magnate. Stark Industries was a primary arms supplier to the U.S. military, even though Phillips held the rank of colonel. He could not afford to provoke such immense capital. Hodges, tell me, is what Sinan said true? You had better not deceive me. The consequences could be severe. Phillips was left with no choice but to take the step offered by Hodges. Realizing that Phillips was genuinely concerned, Hodges understood that Sinan was not someone to be trifled with. In the face of capital, even the courts would not treat him favorably, especially since Sinan was a significant financial force. Report, sir, it was my error. Sinan is indeed correct. Upon hearing Hodge's words, Phillips turned pale with rage and bellowed. Recruit Hodge, your 50-kilometer weighted run begins now. If you fail to complete it, you shall forego your meal today. With that, Hodge steeled himself and left the ranks to undertake his arduous task. Although Phillips harbored a desire to expel this Asian recruit from the barracks, he felt compelled to relent due to Xin Ran's esteemed position. He could not dismiss the notion that Xin Ran possessed the capability to leverage racial discrimination to his advantage. Moreover, he was aware that Xin Ran had the resources to sway major media outlets with sensational headlines. Should the situation escalate to such extremes, this colonel would find himself stripped of his military garb, reduced to the status of a pawn of capital. Despite his awareness of Xin Ran's influence, Phillips, as a military colonel, found it challenging to concede before so many recruits. He took a few steps forward and whispered to Xin Ran, "Let us consider this matter settled. Allow me to owe you a favor." Xin Ran smiled and nodded in agreement. Feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, Phillips stepped back and called out, "Recruits, this matter is resolved. Hodge has already been reprimanded, so do me a favor and return to your ranks." Xin Ran graciously complied, rejoining the formation. "Everyone, continue with your training." Phillips then departed with Erskine. Unexpectedly, Carter approached Xin Ran, standing beside him and softly inquiring, "Are you free tonight? I would like to invite you out for a drink." Witnessing this, Steve felt a pang of sadness, his eyes dimming. Xin Ran cast Steve a reassuring glance, conveying a silent promise of loyalty. He then addressed Carter, "I apologize, but I am allergic to alcohol." Taken aback by Xin Ran's outright rejection, Carter left with a sullen expression, confident in both his physique and appearance. He was shocked by the decisiveness of Xin Ran's refusal, even beginning to question whether Xin Ran might be gay. Observing Xin Ran's unwavering camaraderie, Steve's hope was rekindled. In truth, Xin Ran held no interest in Carter. His angular features and heavy makeup were far from appealing. The following day, Carter was seated in a military vehicle, leading the group in physical training. When they reached a flagpole, the male instructor announced, "This flag signifies that you have only completed half of your run. The first to reach the flag will get to ride with Agent Carter. Move quickly." With that, everyone surged toward the flagpole, except for Xin Ran, who remained still. If he wished, he could effortlessly uproot the flagpole with a mere finger, or even bend it to his will. Additionally, Xin Ran desired to continue his run, having covered several kilometers without breaking a sweat. Carter, perched in the vehicle, turned back with keen interest, observing the unfolding scene. The male instructor, observing that none of the recruits could even ascend halfway up the pole, bellowed, "Is this all the ability you possess? It appears this unit is doomed." The only one who exhibited a glimmer of hope, Hodges, managed to climb a considerable distance before sliding back down. For 17 years, no one had succeeded in retrieving that flag. "Hurry, return and form ranks." "Return." The instructor commanded the recruits to regroup. At that moment, the lagging Steve approached the flagpole, scrutinizing it from various angles. "Rogers, I said to line up." The instructor's dissatisfaction with Steve's actions was palpable. He held little faith in the frail young man's capacity to retrieve the flag. Ignoring the instructor, Steve bent down and extracted the iron pin from the base of the flagpole, which then crashed to the ground. He grasped the flag and presented it to the instructor. "Thank you, sir," he said, and then, to the astonishment of onlookers, took a seat in the rear of the military vehicle. Steve's remarkable performance earned him newfound respect from Carter. Several days later, Xin Ran once again encountered Colonel Phillips and Dr. Erskine. Chapter 8. A kickback. Are you truly considering selecting Rogers? Not just considering. I have resolutely decided to choose him, as it is indeed a judicious choice. When you brought that feeble, asthmatic cat weighing 90 pounds into my regiment, I did not object, thinking perhaps you merely regarded him as a test subject. I never anticipated you would choose him. Phillips expressed his discontent regarding Dr. Erskine's choice. Observing Steve, who was training, he remarked, "Look at this boy with his slender arms and legs. He seems on the verge of tears from the training." Dr. Erskine retorted, "I prioritize character over physique. Do you have any idea how much effort we have invested in this project? The countless hours and energy expended? Do you comprehend how difficult it is to persuade those insufferable members of Congress? I have had to humble myself before them." Dr. Erskine appeared exasperated as he continued, "Yes, I am aware of the extent of your dedication, then I expect some return on that investment." Phillips interjected sternly, "Hodges has passed every test. He is robust, agile, and obedient. He is undoubtedly the best candidate. He is a bully." Dr. Erskine bluntly exposed Hodges' true nature, addressing Phillips without a hint of politeness. At that moment, Phillips produced a grenade, declaring to Dr. Erskine, "Victory cannot be achieved through kindness, doctor. It requires courage." He then pulled the pin and hurled the grenade into the midst of the training group, shouting, "Grenade!" The trainees scattered in an instant, each fleeing in different directions. Hodges, in particular, was the swiftest, seeking refuge behind a jeep. Only Steve, Carter, and Xin Ran remained. "Xin Ran, get away!" Just as Xin Ran prepared to kick the grenade back at Phillips, Steve shouted at the top of his lungs, pushing Xin Ran aside. He then dove onto the grenade, shouting, "Run! Take cover!" After a lengthy pause, the grenade beneath Steve did not detonate. The fleeing individuals sensed something was amiss, questioning whether it was a dud. "It's a dummy grenade. Stand down and regroup," Phillips murmured. Steve sat on the ground, utterly bewildered, asking, "Was this a test?" Dr. Erskine glanced at Xin Ran, who had been shoved aside by Steve, then at Steve himself, nodding in satisfaction. "Colonel, it seems Xin Ran was also ready to step forward. I recall his training results surpassed those of Hodges, correct?" "My dear doctor, Xin Ran is fundamentally of foreign descent. The Department of Defense would never permit this experimental success to be utilized on someone from another ethnicity." "Then let it be Steve," Phillips remarked. "He remains too frail." After the training session concluded, Xin Ran and Steve returned to their dormitory to rest. "Xin Ran, you displayed remarkable courage. I saw you prepare to dive for that grenade," Steve commented as he sat on the bed. Although Xin Ran felt an inexplicable discomfort at the words, the sincerity in Steve's gaze convinced him that the compliment was genuine. At that moment, Dr. Erskine entered the room, first offering Xin Ran a warm, motherly smile before addressing Steve. "Steve, commendable work. Your bravery deserves our utmost respect." Steve, modest and unassuming, immediately stood up, saying, "Doctor, I believe if it were Xin Ran, he would have acted similarly. Wouldn't you agree, Xin Ran?" Taken aback for a moment, Xin Ran rose with conviction, responding, "Indeed, doctor. Given the opportunity, I would unhesitatingly charge forward." Dr. Erskine nodded approvingly at the two. "Very well, Xin Ran, you have done excellently." He then produced a special pass and handed it to Xin Ran. "As a reward for your commendable yet unfulfilled valor, take this and enjoy yourself. I need to discuss some matters with Steve." "Thank you, doctor. With this, I must go out and have some fun," Xin Ran exclaimed before stepping out of the room. Simultaneously, he formulated a corresponding plan to acquire the super soldier serum. "Out for fun, are we? I shall ensure you have a grand time." Xin Ran, endowed with a physique and strength rivaling that of the Hulk, coupled with recent rigorous training, had become more adept than a top-tier agent. Clad in black attire, he began to navigate the corners of the camp with agility, transforming vehicles belonging to officers of the rank of major and above, as well as metallic items within the dormitory, into scrap. The following day, Carter escorted Steve into a black sedan, bound for the secret laboratory in Brooklyn, New York City. However, the driver in the front seat struggled to start the engine. Upon inspection, they discovered that all the internal metal components of the vehicle had been damaged, and there were no signs of tampering. This was not an isolated incident. Other officers' vehicles in the military district faced the same fate. Upon learning of this, Phillips's first suspicion fell upon German Nazi spies. He immediately ordered heightened security measures within the camp. Unfortunately, to maintain secrecy, they could not use military vehicles and had to summon a black sedan from outside the camp. As Carter and Steve sped away in the car, Xin Ran maneuvered a peculiar contraption soaring high above. This device was crafted from two iron gates Xin Ran had infiltrated from the camp's warehouse the previous night. For the first time, he emulated Eric's mastery of metal flight, merging the two gates using his ability to control metallic forms, ensuring he would not plummet from the sky. Then, standing in the center, he deftly maneuvered the remaining metal to fold around him, creating a semi-enclosed, solid barrier. After completing this task, he stowed it away in his spatial ring. Just as in the narrative, Carter led Steve into the quaint antique shop in Brooklyn. Xin Ran too skillfully guided the enigmatic creature beneath him to gradually descend onto the rooftop opposite the antique store. Chapter 9. The Serum in Hand on the Surface. That shop appeared to be an ordinary antique store. However, beneath it lay a clandestine research facility of the Strategic Science Corps of the United States Department of Defense. It was here that the latest super soldier program was set to unfold. During the wait, Xin Ran detached 4 small iron nuggets from the peculiar object. With a mere thought, her abilities activated. An invisible force began to compress the 4 iron pieces, transforming their shapes continuously. Gradually, the nuggets shrank and thinned, ultimately becoming 4 small iron plates, nearly the size of an adult's middle finger. They shimmered like silver under the sunlight, as thin as paper. Xin Ran waited on the rooftop for over 2 hours, while below, Steve had just reclined into the humanoid pod. Suddenly, the light bulbs along the street flickered ominously. Xin Ran knew that Steve was on the verge of success. About an hour later, the sounds of gunfire erupted from downstairs. Peering over the edge, Xin Ran observed a Caucasian man burst from the shop, brandishing a submachine gun. Upon seeing him, Xin Ran's spirits soared. The 4 small iron plates in her hand darted from the rooftop into the man's 4 pockets in an instant. Subsequently, Xin Ran manipulated the peculiar object to follow the man, lying in wait for the opportune moment. The man ran a short distance from the shop and entered a waiting vehicle. Carter swiftly neutralized the spy in the driver's seat with a single shot. The man was forced out of the car and commandeered a civilian vehicle on the street. Seeing this, Carter continued to fire at the man, but none of his shots found their mark. Just as the man's car was about to collide with Carter, Xin Ran subtly stretched out her hand, controlling the vehicle to decelerate. At that moment, a muscular Steve burst from the shop. He leaped and tackled Carter aside, then sprang to pursue the yellow sedan. An intense chase unfolded through the streets of Brooklyn. Meanwhile, Xin Ran utilized the peculiar object beneath her feet to dart across rooftops, silently following the yellow car. As Steve gradually acclimated to the formidable power surging within him, he skillfully navigated the street, leaping from one vehicle to another, drawing ever closer to the yellow sedan. With a powerful push, he launched himself onto the roof of the yellow car, gripping it tightly to prevent himself from falling off. The German spy fired several rounds at him, but failed to hit his target. Ultimately, the spy, distracted, collided with a truck. The yellow sedan spun several times before coming to a halt. By this time, they had reached a small dock in Brooklyn. The injured spy crawled out of the vehicle, seizing a small child as a hostage, and fired several shots at Steve. Although Steve used the car door to shield himself from the bullets, one grazed his side, leaving a bloody mark. The man successfully increased the distance between himself and Steve. Finally, when his gun was empty, he approached the edge of the dock and threw the boy into the deep water. Steve gazed at the blossoms of his homeland sinking into the water, compelled to plunge in for a rescue. Unexpectedly, a young boy shouted, "Go fetch him. I can swim." As the man sprinted, he pressed the remote in his hand, and a pre-prepared submarine surfaced. He successfully boarded the vessel, steering it out toward the harbor. However, he was ultimately apprehended by Steve, now transformed into a super soldier, who hurled him ashore. Upon emerging from the water, Steve engaged in combat with the man. After narrowly evading a strike, he executed a flying kick that sent the spy crashing to the ground. A vial of blue serum tumbled from the man's body. At that moment, for nearly imperceptible metal shards shot from the man's clothing, swiftly encasing the airborne blue serum before it plummeted to the ground, rolling rapidly into the water. The blue serum then darted through the seawater. In an uninhabited stretch of ocean, Xin Ran guided the encased serum to his hand. The entire sequence, from the serum's fall to its capture by Xin Ran, transpired in mere seconds. Steve remained oblivious to the almost transparent shards. After subduing the man, he began to interrogate him about his identity. To Steve's astonishment, the man concealed poison in his mouth and, right before Steve's eyes, committed suicide by poisoning himself. When the military arrived, they initiated a search within a 5-kilometer radius of the fight, yet found nothing. Everyone presumed the blue serum had been carried away by the ocean. Upon acquiring the serum, Xin Ran immediately placed it within his spatial ring. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, host task completed. Magneto ability fusion rate increased to 15. Rewards have been issued. Subsequently, Xin Ran sensed a transformation in the serum within the spatial ring. Its color deepened, exuding an air of mystery. Should I inject it? Xin Ran contemplated testing the serum's potency, but considering his own superhuman physique and strength, he inquired of the system. The system did not respond immediately, remaining silent for a while before stating, "The serum, enhanced by the system, is now in a perfect state and will have profound effects on all Blue Star inhabitants. However, since the host already possesses the superhuman physique and strength awarded by the system, injecting the serum would be akin to injecting plain water." With the system's explanation, Xin Ran abandoned the notion of injecting the serum. At that moment, he became aware of the shifting magnetic fields around him. The people and objects nearby were reflected in his mind through electromagnetic induction. Expanding his electromagnetic perception, Xin Ran pinpointed Steve, clearly observing him being escorted by Carter into a laboratory for a blood draw. Sensing the submarine 500 meters away, he activated his ability. The submerged submarine was instantaneously crushed by an invisible force, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. With his electromagnetic perception, Xin Ran found that he could not only control visible metallic substances, he could still manipulate the sensed metallic substances. Upon completing his mission, Xin Ran deftly piloted the peculiar vehicle back to the camp. With the aid of electromagnetic sensing, Xin Ran reclined within the vehicle, eyes closed, guiding it effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around the dormitory, he stealthily descended and slipped back inside. Meanwhile, in New York, Dr. Erskine fell victim to a gunshot from a German Nazi spy. The vital research notes and serum data he had amassed were also destroyed by the Nazi agents. The United States, eager to continue its pursuit of the super soldier serum, found itself compelled to turn to Steve for assistance. Following the completion of Dr. Erskine's research, Steve's squad was disbanded, with its members reassigned to various departments within the Strategic Scientific Reserve. They underwent further specialized training, preparing to be dispatched to the battlefield. A week later, Steve returned from New York. As he entered the dormitory, Xin Ran feigned unfamiliarity and remarked, "Hey there, are you in the wrong room?" Steve looked at Xin Ran, his expression tinged with melancholy and sorrow, as he weakly replied, "Xin Ran, it's me, Steve. My goodness, how have you changed? What has happened?" In response to his dear friend's inquiry, Steve took a seat on his bunk and recounted his experiences in Brooklyn, New York. After sharing everything, he expressed his sadness once more, saying, "Xin Ran, I have returned to gather my belongings in preparation for departure." "Why, Steve? You've grown stronger. You could fight on the battlefield against the Nazis. Why must you leave? The super soldier program has only one success, me. I've been featured in the newspapers, and the societal impact is immense. The authorities at the Department of Defense have asked me to become an actor." Chapter 10, Major of the U.S. Military. Xin Ran accompanied Steve through his final day in the military camp. Early the next morning, he was taken by officials from the Department of Defense to embark on a tour across major cities like New York and Washington. The authorities, leveraging the persona of Captain America, enlisted Steve Rogers to promote various capital enterprises in the military-industrial complex. As stock prices surged in the hands of capitalists, a portion of the profits was funneled back to the front lines, ensuring a steady supply for the U.S. military. As one of the earliest entries in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Captain America occupies a unique timeline, prompting Xin Ran to exercise caution. A minor misstep could result in narrative inconsistencies, potentially throwing the Marvel multiverse into chaos. Xin Ran initially contemplated delivering the perfected super soldier serum from the spatial ring to Howard for research, hoping to explore the possibility of mass production. However, upon reflecting on the ramifications of such a success, he dismissed the idea. Should Howard succeed in producing the serum at scale and sell it at a premium to the U.S., the combat prowess of the military would ascend to the pinnacle globally. Coupled with advanced technological weaponry, U.S. dominance over the world would merely be a matter of time. As a citizen of China, Xin Ran could not permit such a scenario to unfold. Either Howard lacked the capability to mass-produce the serum, or, through reverse engineering the perfected super soldier serum, combined with his own participation in the super soldier project, Howard, possessing a high intellect, might ultimately develop a serum with similar effects, injecting it into himself and significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. This raises the question of whether Tony Stark would ever come into existence. Without Tony Stark, there would be no Iron Man, leading to an uncertain future for subsequent events. This posed a considerable disadvantage for Xin Ran, who still needed to navigate the Marvel Universe. As of now, Magneto's power integration was only at 15. Hydra's weaponry, derived from the Tesseract, could easily overpower Xin Ran. Not to mention formidable figures such as Scarlet Witch, Thor, Loki, Odin, Thanos, and the Ancient One. At his current strength, he would be unable to contend with any of them, though he possessed the advantage of a system. Without reaching a certain level of prowess, he still needed to bide his time and develop his abilities cautiously. Currently, Xin Ran remained within the Strategic Scientific Reserve of the Department of Defense, training while awaiting the issuance of new missions from the system. With exemplary performance across all subjects, he was assigned to the 1st Assault Team under Phillips, with Carter as the captain and Xin Ran as the vice captain. During their free time, Carter extended multiple invitations to Xin Ran for dinner to discuss life and other topics. However, Xin Ran consistently declined, questioning the necessity of her company when he had Howard's extravagant parties to attend. After a few rejections, Carter eventually came to terms with his decision. Meanwhile, Steve had risen to the status of a national celebrity. The name of Captain America is known far and wide within the military camp where Xin Ran is stationed. Posters of Steve are prominently displayed. This phenomenon is a result of capital maneuvering. In truth, the soldiers in the camp regard Captain America as little more than a jester. 2 months later, Xin Ran's unit was dispatched to the front lines, embarking on the European battlefield. The assault team, led by Phillips, serves as the primary force of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, primarily engaging in covert operations behind enemy lines. Xin Ran has distinguished himself in numerous secret missions and has now attained the rank of major, becoming the first Chinese-American officer in the history of the U.S. military. During a period of rest for the troops, Xin Ran encountered Steve. As the celebrated Captain America, Steve was present to represent the U.S. Department of Defense, aiming to reward the military and boost morale. However, his eloquent speech failed to resonate with the soldiers. After months without female companionship, the soldiers preferred the company of dancers clad in short skirts, revealing their legs. At the performance, Lieutenant Hodge led the jeering. One soldier even removed his trousers, requesting Steve to sign his backside. Faced with such a scene, Xin Ran rose and bellowed, "Everyone, shut the hell up. Whoever makes another sound will answer to me." Major Xin Ran is quite well known in the military, having repeatedly infiltrated enemy territory and returned unscathed. He has procured invaluable intelligence for the front lines, significantly reducing troop casualties. Moreover, it is said that he is exceptionally fierce. When provoked, even officers from the Department of Defense are not spared. The raucous Lieutenant Hodge, who instigated the commotion, emerged from the front lines unscathed, yet he provoked Xin Ran in the barracks and ended up bedridden for over half a month. Colonel Phillips, too, has risen to the rank of general thanks to the accomplishments of the assault team. He turns a blind eye to Xin Ran's behavior, especially since he is a major shareholder in Stark Industries. His own promotion to general is also owed to the victories attributed to Xin Ran. With Xin Ran's reprimand, the atmosphere swiftly quieted. Hodge, pale with fear, awkwardly chuckled, "Please, Major Xin, we were just joking. Don't be angry, everyone. Let us continue enjoying the performance." After offering Xin Ran a grateful glance, Steve retreated from the stage. Subsequently, dozens of alluring dancers took to the stage, igniting a fervor among the audience, creating quite a spectacle. As the performance concluded, rain began to pour from the heavens. Xin Ran approached Steve, who was engaged in conversation with Carter. "Hey, Steve. Long time no see. I hope I'm not interrupting," Xin Ran said with a mischievous grin. "You're such a jerk," Carter retorted. Though her feelings for Xin Ran had waned, his wicked smile still compelled her to respond. Steve warmly embraced Xin Ran, expressing, "Thank you for helping me out back there." "We are brothers. No need for thanks," Xin Ran replied, giving Steve a hearty pat on the shoulder. Observing Xin Ran's military rank, Steve suddenly expressed a sense of despondency, stating, "I had come to terms with my identity, believing myself to truly be Captain America, a hero. Yet, upon arriving at the front lines, I realized I am merely a jester." He continued, "Xin Ran, you know I yearn to step onto the battlefield and vanquish the Nazis. Steve, you must have faith in yourself. You are destined to be a hero. A hero does not succumb to despair." Shihan's words, however, failed to uplift Steve's spirits. Carter, noticing his distress, added, "What you are doing now also contributes to the war effort. Do you realize, Steve? Your performances have garnered substantial resources for the military. Your contributions far surpass those of many, for you possess a greater mission." At that moment, an ambulance within the camp blared its horn frantically. Upon hearing the commotion, Steve turned to see numerous wounded soldiers being carried from the vehicle. They appeared to have just emerged from a fierce battle. Carter remarked, "Schmidt dispatched a unit of 200 soldiers to engage in combat. Fewer than 50 have returned. The rest have either been killed or captured." "Those are the men from the 107th Infantry Regiment." Steve gasped in shock. "The 107th Infantry Regiment? What has occurred?" Xin Ran sighed. "Our friend Bucky is also with the 107th Infantry Regiment." Before Xin Ran could finish his sentence, Steve abruptly stood up and sprinted towards the command center. Chapter 11. The peculiar task. Isn't this the man adorned with stars on his chest, harboring grand aspirations? What do you intend to accomplish today? Phillips, engrossed in devising a military strategy at the command table, remarked with a tone of mockery upon seeing Steve. "Colonel Xin, you've arrived just in time. There's a battle plan I need to discuss with you," Phillips continued. Ignoring Phillips' derision, Steve, with a grave expression, stated, "I require the casualty list from the Battle of Bolzano." Noting Steve's commanding tone, Phillips displayed visible impatience. "You have no authority to issue orders to me. General, a friend of mine, Bucky, served in the 107th Infantry Regiment. I wish to ascertain whether his name appears on the casualty list," Xin interjected. With a glare directed at Steve, Phillips responded curtly, "Bucky? James Barnes, the rank of sergeant." Xin elaborated, "Yes, that's him." Rising from his seat, Phillips slowly remarked while holding a stack of documents. Today I have signed numerous letters of condolence, and the names are a blur. However, I do recall the name James Barnes. I am deeply sorry. Steve's expression fell. What about the others? Are you preparing to rescue them? Phillips scoffed, gesturing towards the operational map behind him. I must prioritize the greater good. They are 30 miles behind enemy lines, in one of the most heavily guarded areas of Europe. Attempting a rescue would only result in further losses. I do not expect you to grasp this. Given that you are merely a dancing clown, I believe I can comprehend. Steve retorted defiantly. Yet, Phillips had lost interest in further discourse. Then perhaps you should seek understanding elsewhere. If memory serves, you have a performance to attend in 30 minutes. With that, he turned his attention back to the intelligence reports. As he prepared to discuss the next steps for operations behind enemy lines with Xin, he turned to find that Xin, Steve, and Carter had all vanished. Steve returned to the tent, packing his belongings. Beside him, Xin feigned ignorance, asking, Steve, what do you plan to do? I intend to save Bucky. Xin. He is my brother, and I hope you will not impede me. As soon as Steve finished speaking, a voice resonated within Shin's mind. Beep. A new task is available for the host to accept. Task details. Subdue the Soviet operative Natasha Romanoff, who is currently executing a mission in the Hydra camp. Completion reward. Magneto ability integration increased to 20. Gain the ability to create an electromagnetic shield. Upon acquiring the electromagnetic shield ability, the host can harness surrounding magnetic fields to form a protective barrier against incoming attacks. The electromagnetic shield does not block psychic or magical assaults. Faced with this peculiar task, Shin found himself at a loss for words. Subduing Natasha? How is he to accomplish that? Although Natasha is undeniably more alluring than Carter, there is no choice but for Xin Ran to reluctantly fulfill the mission in order to acquire the 20% fusion of Magneto's powers. In the present day, while ordinary firearms pose no threat to Xin Ran, he harbors a certain trepidation towards the energy weapons crafted by Hydra utilizing the cosmic cube, which can instantaneously obliterate a person. The electromagnetic shield he possesses perfectly compensates for the lack of security in this regard. As for mental or magical assaults, they are currently not a concern. One must trust that a path will reveal itself when the time comes. For now, such worries can be set aside. After receiving the task, Xin Ran addressed Steve, stating, I shall not impede you, Steve. Bucky is also my friend, and I wish to accompany you. While capturing Natasha at the Hydra camp, he could also do a favor by rescuing Bucky. It would be a mutually beneficial endeavor, and one would be remiss not to pursue it. Xin Ran reminisced about the events of Captain America, the first Avenger, recalling that he did not remember Natasha appearing in this timeline. Nevertheless, the system had declared it, so it must be accurate. Steve, listening to Xin Ran's words, broke into a long-awaited smile. Good brother. At that moment, Carter entered and inquired, what plans do you have? Are you heading to Austria? You heard General Phillips. Your friends may already be dead. Furthermore, formulating a battle strategy requires time. Steve exclaimed, by the time the plan is ready, it will already be too late. With that, he gathered his belongings and exited the tent. He placed his luggage and the theatrical shield into the jeep and beckoned Xin Ran to join him. Turning back to Carter, he asked, you said I could achieve far more than this. Is that true? Indeed, it is, Carter replied earnestly. Then let us proceed. With that, Steve and Xin Ran exchanged a nod and prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, Carter stepped forward to halt the jeep, declaring, I can do more than just this. Subsequently, she contacted Howard, who promptly flew in from New York in the company plane. That evening, the trio flew towards the Hydra camp aboard the aircraft piloted by Howard. With you by his side, I believe Steve's chances of success will greatly increase, Xin Ran assured Peggy. Rest easy, Peggy, Steve will be fine. If you are not in such a hurry, I would suggest we indulge in some cheese fondue later. Upon hearing Howard's words, Xin Ran noticed a hint of embarrassment on Carter's face, indicating a romantic connection between them. Meanwhile, Steve appeared visibly perturbed. Shut your mouth, old Howard. Oh, Xin Ran. Why such a temper? Were the ladies I arranged for you at the last gala unsatisfactory? Xin Ran was left speechless. As they neared their destination, Steve began to organize his gear, while Xin Ran realized he had brought nothing at all. In his hands, he idly toyed with 2 steel balls, each the size of a thumb. Carter, standing nearby, elaborated on the enemy's troop distribution. At that moment, the enemy detected the aircraft. Anti-aircraft fire relentlessly bombarded the fuselage. Siren, sensing the bullets outside the cabin, activated his abilities, redirecting them back along their original path. Siren, we must go? With that, Steve opened the plane's hatch and leapt out without hesitation. Siren exchanged a few words with Howard and Carter before following suit. Upon landing, the two swiftly navigated through the jungle, advancing towards the Hydra encampment, which was essentially the Hydra factory, as previously indicated by Carter. Just then, a convoy appeared in the distance, clearly heading towards the Hydra facility. Xin Ran pointed towards the convoy, and Steve instantly understood. They concealed themselves in the dense underbrush, waiting for the last military vehicle to pass. In a flash, Steve darted out and swiftly climbed into the truck. Xin Ran followed closely behind, already sensing the presence of Hydra soldiers within the vehicle. The steel balls in his hand flew out in a blur. As Steve entered the truck, he heard several muffled thuds. To his astonishment, the chests of the Nazi soldiers displayed glaring bullet wounds. Those muffled sounds were the result of Xin Ran's oversized steel balls. Enhanced. Steve clearly recognized that those wounds were inflicted by Xin Ran's projectiles. Without uttering a word, he simply gazed at Xin Ran in astonishment. Xin Ran smiled back at Steve and gave a slight nod. The unspoken understanding between the men lay within that glance and nod. Steve readily accepted Xin Ran's display of extraordinary abilities. After all, he himself had transformed into what he was now. What was there not to accept? Following the convoy, the two successfully infiltrated the Hydra factory. Once inside, Xin Ran whispered, "Let us split up to search for Bucky." Understood. After Steve departed, Xin Ran's electromagnetic sensing expanded instantly, quickly locating Natasha's position. Chapter 12, Capturing Natasha, Part 1, with determination. Xin Ran stealthily approached his target, arriving at a dimly lit corridor. On either side of the corridor were several small rooms, each secured with iron doors. Through electromagnetic sensing, Xin Ran was acutely aware that Natasha resided in the second room on the left. As he approached the door, he tentatively pushed against it, only to find that it was locked from within. Channeling his abilities, he skillfully dismantled the lock, gently opening the door. Peering through the crack, he discovered a storage room filled with rows of filing cabinets. Once Xin Ran entered the room, the lock restored itself, and the door closed and secured automatically. The dark chamber exuded an eerie stillness, devoid of any signs of life, prompting Xin Ran to smile. "Natasha, are you not coming out to see me?" No sooner had he spoken than a glint of cold steel flashed through the air. A sharp dagger was swiftly aimed at Xin Ran's neck. The strike was both rapid and precise, undeniably professional. Xin Ran did not flinch, allowing the dagger to graze his throat. The blade passed by, leaving him unscathed. Such ferocity. I admire that. Natasha, however, paid no heed to his words. With a deft twist of her wrist, she lunged the dagger toward Xin Ran's ribs. A successful thrust would have pierced the liver, resulting in instant death. Unfortunately for her, she was targeting Xin Ran. Grasping Natasha's wrist with one hand while subduing her with the other, he pressed her against the wall. Gazing at the alluring figure before him, Xin Ran brazenly declared, "I shall inevitably become your man. Do not resist. Surrender to me willingly, lest you suffer further pain." Natasha looked at Xin Ran in confusion, astonished by his formidable abilities while pondering the meaning behind his declaration. "Let me go at once. Otherwise, you shall not escape unscathed." Natasha struggled fiercely in Xin Ran's grip, but her efforts proved futile. At that moment, Xin Ran began to speak cryptically. "Natasha Romanoff, codenamed Black Widow. Trained from a young age by the Soviet Union to become a spy, your body has been enhanced by the Soviet government, significantly slowing your aging process while bolstering your immune system and resilience." Am I mistaken? Taken aback by Xin Ran's knowledge, Natasha exclaimed, "How do you know all this?" With that, she launched a kick aimed at his groin. Xin Ran swiftly clamped his legs together, effectively restraining her long limb. "I know everything about you. Stand down. I am not your enemy." "Very well, I shall refrain from attacking." Natasha, demonstrating her sincerity, promptly discarded her dagger onto the floor and ceased her struggle. Xin Ran, in turn, released her and stepped back. However, just then, Natasha suddenly kicked out again. With a quick touch to her lower back, another dagger appeared in her hand. "Why do my words have no effect?" Xin Ran remarked, deftly evading Natasha's kick. In an instant, the two steel beads in his hand split into four, transforming into a pair of handcuffs that ensnared her hands and feet, securing her firmly to the wall. "What is this ability? Who exactly are you? If you want me to act, I will. Or should I just handcuff you to the wall to cool off? I will certainly kill you." Natasha glared at Xin Ran, venomously declaring, "Kill me? Do you truly believe you can?" Xin Ran retorted without hesitation, advancing towards her under Natasha's astonished gaze. He continued until her emotions began to settle. Before long, Natasha started to cooperate. Xin Ran deftly maneuvered the dagger in Natasha's grasp to fly aside, releasing her restraints, and the two embraced tenderly. As Xin Ran finally released Natasha, the fiery female agent was left breathless, her complexion flushed, her gaze and tone softened. "Who are you, really?" "I am from the U.S. military, here to rescue my captured comrades," he replied. "Why do you say you are my man? How do you know my background?" "These are top secrets of the Soviet Union." Xin Ran paused momentarily. "Natasha, you must have realized I possess extraordinary abilities." With that, he guided the dagger on the ground to slowly hover beside her. As his power activated, the suspended dagger morphed repeatedly, ultimately transforming into an iron rose. In the midst of Natasha's astonishment, Xin Ran presented the iron rose to her, continuing his ruse. In addition to controlling metal, I possess a gift akin to divination. I have foreseen that my future girlfriend is you, Natasha. Thus, my visit is not solely to rescue my comrades, but also for you. While Xin Ran maintained a calm facade, his heart raced tumultuously. Though he had often fought alongside Howard and was a seasoned warrior, he felt as if a young stag were thumping wildly within him. Could it be that even without the system assigning this mission, he might end up with Natasha? How else could he be experiencing such exhilarating emotions? Natasha's heart was equally tumultuous. Trained by an espionage organization since childhood, she had received instruction on matters of intimacy, yet had never experienced them herself. Moreover, the kiss she had just shared was her first. Xin Ran's assertive kiss had surprisingly stirred feelings within her. As a female agent, such emotions were strictly forbidden. Initially, this mission to infiltrate Hydra's factory was the final evaluation for her promotion to a senior operative. Success would prove her worthiness for the title, after which the organization would render her incapable of bearing children, thus preventing any emotional impulses from arising. Unexpectedly, she encountered a superhuman who claimed to be her future husband. And in that moment, she felt her heart flutter. Just as she was on the cusp of becoming a qualified agent, Natasha faltered. Despite the fluttering of her heart, a surge of resentment coursed through her. "You scoundrel, why should I trust you?" Upon finishing his words, he threw a punch toward Xin Ran. Xin Ran swiftly grasped Natasha's arm. "What are you doing? How dare you treat your man this way? Just watch as I deal with you." Natasha, however, refused to submit easily. She suddenly stomped forcefully on Xin Ran's foot, her small mouth shouting, "You will die. I will trample you." Xin Ran smirked wickedly, leaning down to press closer. Soon, their figures were once again intimately entwined. Not long after, Natasha in his embrace began to respond with fervor. Here, 100,000 words are omitted. Hearing the sounds of gunfire from outside, he realized that Steve had already taken action. After the encounter, upon noticing a hint of red, he looked at Natasha with a hint of surprise. He had not expected that as an agent, she still retained such a precious treasure. Chapter 13. Capturing Natasha, Part 2. Let today's events be forgotten. Henceforth, we shall remain strangers to one another. Natasha's delicate features turned icy as she spoke coldly. Observing Xin Ran's astonished expression. "No," Xin Ran replied, pulling her into his embrace. "You belong to me now. You shall not return to the Soviet Union." His tone was authoritative. To subdue a woman as formidable as Natasha, one must exhibit an even greater strength. After struggling momentarily, Natasha relented, resting her head against Xin Ran's shoulder as she murmured, "Alas, there is a slow-acting toxin within me. If I do not return within the stipulated time, it will cost me my life. If I betray the organization, even if I do not succumb to the poison, I will face relentless pursuit." With that, Natasha began to adjust her attire. Xin Ran dressed swiftly and then seized Natasha's arm as she prepared to leave. "These concerns are unfounded, Natasha. I recall the perfect super soldier serum from the spatial ring. I shall resolve the toxin within you. With me around, no one will dare to hunt you down. Trust me." Touched, Natasha shook her head. She wrapped her arms around Xin Ran's neck and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. "I do not wish to bring you into danger." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the very walls of their room to tremble. "Our allies are commencing their assault. We must join them and fight our way out. Once it's over, I will take you to America," Xin Ran declared. "Are you certain? If I endanger you and invite their pursuit, will you not be afraid?" Natasha inquired earnestly, searching Xin Ran's gaze. With a determined scoff, Xin Ran replied, "I shall slay one if they send one, and if they send a pair, I shall slay both." Natasha sighed, but soon smiled. "Having traveled such a distance for this assessment, I did not anticipate that I would end up being the one tested." As Xin Ran led Natasha out of the archives, chaos engulfed the factory. The moment they turned a corner, a squad of Hydra soldiers appeared before them. Startled, Natasha grabbed Xin Ran's arm, attempting to evade. Yet, he clasped her waist firmly, standing resolutely. The Hydra soldiers, merciless, pulled their triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets toward the pair. With a grin, Xin Ran met Natasha's gaze and pointed decisively. Instantly, dozens of bullets were suspended mid-air by an invisible force. The Hydra soldiers, wide-eyed with terror, fired again. But the outcome remained unchanged. Their projectiles halted in place, unable to advance. "Here is a gift for you." With that, the suspended bullets swiftly reversed course, striking true into the foreheads of the Hydra soldiers. One by one, they fell lifeless. Though Natasha was aware of Xin Ran's capabilities, she was nonetheless astonished by the extent of his strength. To know that the control of a stationary metal dagger had already astonished her, let alone bullets fired at high speed. Natasha began to slowly embrace the words spoken by Xin Ran just moments ago. With such abilities, what fear did a man have of being pursued? With this thought, Natasha's mood brightened. She lifted her beautiful gaze and softly inquired, "What is your name?" "Xin Ran." looking down at the docile beauty in his arms, replied with a smile, "I am Xin Ran." They both chuckled simultaneously. Ding. Post-mission accomplished. Magneto's ability fusion rate increased to 20. This newfound power instilled a profound sense of security within Xin Ran. In this timeline, unless the Ancient One from Kamartaj sought him out, no one else could pose a threat to him. The two ambled leisurely towards the factory exit. Along the way, any Hydra soldiers they encountered were swiftly dispatched by the two steel balls in Xin Ran's hand before they could even react. Natasha, cradled in Xin Ran's arms, observed his effortless lethality and teased, "Xin Ran, are you the Grim Reaper? If anyone comes to pursue you, I shall collect their souls." Natasha's sense of safety grew stronger, and she found herself utterly enamored with this man she had just met. At that moment, they encountered Steve and Bucky, who were fleeing from the top floor, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. A steel beam, propelled by the blast, hurtled towards them. With a swift motion, Xin Ran redirected the beam, sending it crashing into a squad of Hydra soldiers. "Xin Ran, we must hurry. Schmidt has activated the self-destruct sequence. This place is about to blow." The four of them made their way out of the factory. Outside, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Many American prisoners of war had seized advanced Hydra weaponry and were gradually gaining the upper hand in the conflict. Just then, four Hydra soldiers spotted Bucky and prepared to strike. Bucky, not one to be easily intimidated, was about to take action when he noticed the girl beside Xin Ran firing 3 shots in quick succession, taking down the assailants. On the 4th shot, the handgun clicked empty. "Leave it to me," Bucky shouted, just as he noticed a Hydra soldier aiming an energy weapon at them. Bucky and Natasha dove, evading the imminent threat. With a hum, a white beam shot between them, striking a nearby American prisoner of war. Blue energy enveloped the soldier, and within half a second, he was reduced to mere dust. Xin Ran was momentarily stunned. Could his body withstand such a blow? As he stood in shock for 2 seconds, another white beam shot directly towards him. Reacting swiftly, Xin Ran summoned an electromagnetic shield before him, which formed instantaneously. The beam struck the invisible barrier, nullifying the attack. He then fired a steel ball, swiftly ending the life of the Hydra soldier. "Cool," Bucky exclaimed, giving Xin Ran a thumbs up, impressed by the display of his abilities. A wave of joy surged within Natasha as she realized that the stronger Xin Ran became, the more secure she felt. After Xin Ran swiftly dispatched several Hydra soldiers armed with energy weapons, the remaining troops, overwhelmed by the multitude of captives, either perished or fled in disarray, resulting in a calamitous defeat for them. The American prisoners of war emerged victorious. Once the battle concluded, Xin Ran took Natasha's hand and approached Steve and Bucky. With a smile, Bucky remarked, "Hey, Xin Ran, it's been a while. I never expected you and Steve would come. And who is this lovely lady beside you?" He glanced at Natasha with intrigue. Xin Ran introduced them, saying, "This is Natasha Romanoff, my girlfriend." Chapter 14. The Enigma of Disappearance. Regrettably, Congressman Brand has informed you that Captain Steve Rogers has gone missing in enemy Sector 3. Accompanying him was our Major, Siren. Following a reconnaissance team search, I am saddened to announce that Captain Rogers and Major Siren have perished in action. In the barracks, General Phillips was reporting on the circumstances of Steve and Siren to the higher-ups. Due to Carter's contact with Howard, Siren and Steve had been sent into enemy territory. Phillips was exceedingly displeased with her actions. "I cannot take anything against Stark. He is a wealthy man and the military's largest arms benefactor, while you are nothing. With all due respect, sir, I do not regret my actions, and I believe Captain Rogers and Major Siren would not regret it either. Do you think I care about your opinion? Now, the nation's golden boy and the finest agent are dead. All because of your fondness for him, is that it?" Phillips retorted, his irritation palpable. "No, it is due to conviction." Carter responded with righteous indignation. "Well, when this department is shut down, I hope that conviction provides you some solace." Phillips referred to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, for which Carter was directly responsible. As the argument continued, a commotion erupted from outside the tents. Phillips noticed numerous soldiers rushing toward the camp's exit, and Carter recognized the anomaly. They set aside their dispute and hurried outside to investigate. The camp's gates had been encircled by soldiers, and a grand procession approached the military base. At the forefront walked Steve and Bucky side by side. Though the returning American prisoners of war appeared somewhat disheveled, they exuded a sense of triumph. They had not only been rescued, but had also achieved a resounding victory, confiscating a plethora of advanced enemy weaponry and dismantling the Hydra camp. As the soldiers in the camp witnessed the return of their comrades, they spontaneously cleared a path for the liberated fighters to enter the base. Applause gradually filled the air, elevating the atmosphere. Steve saluted General Phillips as he approached, reporting, "Some brothers are injured and require treatment. I volunteer for punishment." General Phillips surveyed the returning soldiers. His demeanor towards Steve significantly softened. He shook his head. There is no need for that anymore. After scanning the crowd, he inquired, "Where is Major Siren?" Please do not tell me he has sacrificed himself. If that is the case, I must retract my earlier statement. At that moment, Xin Ran emerged from the throng, embracing Natasha as he made his way forward. General Phillips, here I am. What is this? Am I dead, and thus no one can execute your operational orders? Xin Ran's jest did not amuse Phillips, who responded sternly, Major, you have abandoned your post, jeopardizing military operations. Expect a reprimand from the Department of Defense. Xin Ran merely shook his head, unfazed by the prospect of any reprimand or commendation. Phillips cast a glance at Natasha, who stood beside Sinan. Who is she? I don't recall any female soldiers in my camp, he mused. Sinan smiled and replied, Sir, this is my girlfriend. No sooner had he spoken than the system's task notification arrived. Ding. A new task is available for the host to accept. Task details. Depart from the military promptly and proceed to the depths of the Arctic Ocean to undergo freezing. Completion reward. Magneto's ability fusion rate increases to 40. Gain the powers of magnetic flight and magnetic force field. Upon hearing the task details, Sinan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Steve. If all went as expected, Steve would be frozen for 70 years. Why should he accompany him now? However, the system's explanation brought a measure of equilibrium to Sinan's thoughts. The issuance of this task stemmed from the current complexities of the timeline. Sinan's continued involvement could jeopardize the delicate balance of the Marvel Universe. Should this balance be disrupted, both Sinan and the system would face obliteration by the overarching laws beyond the Marvel realm. Thus, the system had issued this task for its own preservation. Sinan recognized the gravity of the situation. In previous tasks, his ability fusion rate had increased by 5% each time. Yet this time, it would surge by 20%. Having accepted the task, Sinan felt a newfound clarity and, in alignment with Philip's earlier words, stated, General, there is something I must discuss with you. I intend to resign from my position here. I wish to take her back to America. Steve, under the impression that Sinan was resigning due to being reprimanded by Phillips because of him, quickly interjected, No, Sinan, please calm down. General Phillips, listen to me. Are you serious? You intend to be a deserter? Phillips interrupted, his gaze stern as he regarded Sinan. Sinan, do not act impulsively. Carter also stepped forward. Seeing this, Sinan chuckled and reassured them, Do not misunderstand. As you know, I am a major shareholder in Stark Industries. I aspire to return to the defense industry, where I believe I can make a more significant impact. Phillips pondered this for a moment and concluded that Sinan was indeed correct. A person of his caliber could contribute immensely, even from the rear. After a brief silence, he nodded and said, If you have orders from above, I have no objections. With that, Phillips departed. Carter, glancing at Natasha, disdainfully remarked to Sinan, Major Sinan, your taste seems rather lacking. Natasha, not one to be outdone, retorted, I recall that elderly gentleman mentioning that his camp has no female soldiers. Pray tell, what is the gender of this soldier? I believe there are no cross-dressers in America. Are there? At Natasha's words, Sinan couldn't help but laugh. Her wit was indeed sharp. Carter, incensed, pulled Steve close and kissed him in a fit of frustration. Buck, with his background in the atmosphere of camaraderie, shouted exuberantly, Let us cheer for our Captain America. The atmosphere was charged as all the soldiers gathered around, encircling Steve and Carter at the center. Witnessing the tender kiss shared between the two, applause and whistles erupted in succession. From that moment forth, the title of Captain America was truly bestowed upon Steve. Through Howard's connections, Xin Ran and Natasha were also placed under the auspices of the special department he was preparing to establish. His efforts ensured that Major Xin Ran retained his military rank and identity, allowing him to serve as a nominal leader within the department, while Natasha was designated as a combat operative. Regarding the toxins within Natasha, Howard conducted a thorough examination, concluding that, given the current level of technology, there was no feasible solution. Xin Ran then produced the perfect super soldier serum from his dimensional ring and administered it to Natasha on the spot. Subsequently, Natasha rushed to the restroom to expel. Upon Howard's re-examination with his instruments, he was astonished to discover that all toxins had been eradicated from Natasha's body. Not only that, but her bodily functions had also significantly improved, rendering her physically stronger than Steve. Observing this, Howard began to coax Xin Ran into providing him with the serum. However, despite Howard's offer to organize a grand celebration with thousands of attendees, Xin Ran could not produce a second vial. After resolving Natasha's predicament, Xin Ran purchased a seaside villa in New York as a love nest for the two. The villa was even grander than Howard's. Xin Ran and Natasha leisurely embraced the life of ordinary affluent individuals. The villa boasted a kitchen, bathroom, balcony, swimming pool, private cinema, and billiards room. Yet, even with Natasha's serum-enhanced physique, she struggled to withstand Xin Ran's relentless pursuits. One evening, after a meeting, Xin Ran held Natasha close and revealed his impending journey to the Arctic. Natasha, untroubled by the thought of her extraordinarily capable partner facing danger in the Arctic, found it difficult to accept the prospect of 5 or 6 decades apart. "Darling, must you go?" Natasha asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though reluctant, Xin Ran nodded resolutely. "Little Natasha, I must go. I trust you understand. Only then can I gain the strength to protect you even more fiercely." Ultimately, after a heartfelt discourse, Natasha begrudgingly accepted this reality. Once everything was settled, Xin Ran boarded Howard's private plane and soared over the Arctic. To Howard's astonishment, Xin Ran leaped from the aircraft, plunging into the depths of the sea, shrouded in impenetrable ice. Soon after, the system induced a slumber within Xin Ran, isolating him from the surrounding waters with an invisible electromagnetic force. Following Xin Ran's instructions, Natasha, on the day after his departure, proceeded to the Department of Defense to report his mysterious disappearance. Howard, in turn, cooperated with Natasha in this charade. From that moment on, Xin Ran's whereabouts became a mystery, vanishing completely. Chapter 15. 63 years. The return of Xin Ran in 1945, Xin Ran journeyed to the Arctic to complete his frozen mission. Apart from Howard and Natasha, who were aware of his whereabouts, the rest believed Xin Ran had vanished. His files were sealed as the highest secret of the United States. In 1946, during the pursuit of Dr. Zola, Steve and Bucky encountered a tragic event where Barnes fell from a cliff, leaving his fate uncertain, while Dr. Zola was ultimately apprehended. That same year, Steve led a charge into the Hydra headquarters, engaging in a fierce aerial battle against the Red Skull. Clutching the Tesseract, the Red Skull was transported into the cosmos, his fate unknown. The Tesseract melted through the aircraft's deck, plunging into the depths of the ocean. To avert a catastrophic collision with New York, Steve chose to plunge the bomb-laden plane into the ice, disappearing without a trace. In 1947, Howard Stark successfully retrieved the Tesseract and continued his search for Steve. By 1949, shortly after the conclusion of the war, Howard Stark restructured the special department under his purview, joining forces with Peggy Carter to establish the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, which would later become known as SHIELD. That same year, the United States initiated Operation Paperclip, inviting the captured former Hydra scientist, Dr. Zola, to join SHIELD under the guise of SHIELD. Hydra resurfaced on the historical stage, becoming a clandestine force within the organization. In 1953, a married Peggy Carter reflected on the past of Captain America, Steve Rogers, during an interview. By 1954, Dr. Zola, during his time with SHIELD, located the missing Bucky and transformed him into the Winter Soldier. Bucky subsequently assisted Hydra in carrying out over 20 assassination missions. In 1963, Anton Vanko, a Soviet defector who had previously worked at Stark Industries, arrived in the United States and began collaborating with Howard Stark on reactor research. By 1967, Howard Stark's reactor research made significant strides. However, Vanko sought to profit from it, leading to a clash with Howard. Subsequently, Vanko covertly initiated related operations, and upon discovery, he was expelled from the country for espionage. In 1969, Tony Stark was born. In 1974, Howard Stark hosted the Stark World Expo, themed around future cities. During this event, he recorded a speech and had already discovered a new element, yet was unable to manufacture it due to technological limitations. By 1980, Meredith, the mother of Star-Lord, fell in love with the extraterrestrial Ego, Star-Lord's father, who had come to Earth. In 1987, Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, embarked on a mission to the Soviet Union with his wife Janet, the original Wasp. In an attempt to dismantle a missile, the Wasp reduced herself to a molecular state and subsequently went missing after the mission was completed. In 1988, Peter Quill's mother, Meredith, passed away, leaving Star-Lord heartbroken as he fled to the wilderness, only to be abducted by a spacecraft. In 1989, Hank Pym, grieving the loss of his wife, renounced his role as Ant-Man and ceased his research into Ant-Man technology. That same year, a woman named Carol Danvers officially became a pilot in the United States Air Force, reporting directly to Dr. Wendy Lawson, one of the primary overseers of the Pegasus program. The primary objective of the Pegasus initiative was to develop and utilize the Tesseract. During a test of the experimental engine with Dr. Lawson, they were shot down by the Kree, resulting in the Tesseract's disappearance. Lawson revealed that she was not of Earth, but rather a Kree named Marvel, who had been assisting Skrull refugees persecuted by the Kree. The Kree subsequently killed Marvel, while Carol destroyed the engine, unleashing an energy explosion that granted her profound energy manipulation abilities. Yanrog, commander of the Kree Star Force, abducted Carol and took her to the Kree capital of Hala, where she underwent brainwashing, erasing her memories of Earth and transforming her into a Kree soldier. In December 1991, Xin Ran's old friend Howard Stark and his wife tragically perished in a car accident. However, it was revealed that the couple fell victim to the hands of Bucky, the Winter Soldier, under the control of Hydra. In 1992, Alexander Pierce, the then director of SHIELD, was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, an honor he declined to accept. In the same year, Nick Fury, the director of a regional SHIELD bureau, rescued Pierce's daughter from the clutches of insurgents, resulting in Fury's promotion. Later that year, Jobu, exiled from Wakanda, conspired with Ulysses Klaue to steal a quantity of vibranium. King T'Chaka traveled to California and ultimately ended Jobu's life. By 1995, the brainwashed Carol had been living on the Kree homeworld for 6 years. During this time, the Kree's persistent indoctrination had cast the Skrulls in an unspeakably villainous light. While engaged in combat against the Skrulls alongside an interstellar team, she was captured, and the spacecraft inadvertently crashed on Earth. No sooner had Carol arrived on Earth than she was pursued by the Skrulls. In a frantic chase on the subway, she lost track of one of the Skrulls. Subsequently, Carol encountered Nick Fury from SHIELD, and together they sought the truth. In the archives of Project Pegasus, Carol stumbled upon photographs of her past life on Earth, prompting her to reconnect with her old friend, pilot Maria Rambeau. At Maria's home, Carol solidified her earthly identity and regained all her lost memories. The Skrulls were revealed not to be the villains, but rather victims of Kree persecution. They sought an energy core to traverse the cosmos at light speed and find a new home. Carol resolved to assist the Skrulls and ventured to the secret Marvel laboratory in space. Just as she was preparing to embark on a quest for a new homeland alongside the Skrulls, she was captured by the Kree. During her captivity and subsequent brainwashing, she broke free from the Kree's constraints and awakened her formidable powers, unleashing her wrath upon her captors. Her combat prowess was unparalleled, even overpowering the Kree Empire's supreme accuser, Ronan. With the Kree temporarily vanquished, Carol set out to find a new home for the Skrull refugees, a journey that would span over 2 decades. Before her departure, she entrusted Nick Fury with an upgraded pager intended for significant emergencies. In commemoration of her fallen mentor, Mar-Vell, Carol's codename became Captain Marvel. That same year, inspired by this event, Nick Fury renamed the previously designated Guardians Initiative to the Avengers Initiative. Thus, the concept of the Avengers began to take shape. In 1998, Thanos adopted Gamora as his daughter and gradually trained her to become a formidable warrior with exceptional combat skills. By 1999, Tony Stark celebrated the new year in Bern, Switzerland. Aldrich Killian sought Tony's support for his advanced artificial intelligence project, but was met with cruel mockery and ultimately cast aside. In retaliation, Killian collaborated with Hansen to enhance the extremist virus, harboring resentment towards Tony for his ridicule. In 2003, Dr. Bruce Banner was exposed to gamma radiation, transforming him into the Hulk, which set him on a path of perpetual flight. By 2006, after a final unsuccessful attempt to contact his girlfriend, Banner vanished without a trace. In 2008, Tony Stark demonstrated the Jericho missile to the U.S. military in Afghanistan. Subsequently, he was kidnapped by the terrorist organization known as the Ten Rings, led by a figure who demanded Stark create missiles for them. With the assistance of Ensign, Stark designed a prototype Mark I Iron Man suit and successfully escaped. In the same year, Sinister completed his system mission, resulting in Magneto's power integration reaching 40%. After being frozen for 63 years, Sinister returned. Chapter 16, Tony. I am your uncle. In the profound depths of the Arctic seas, temperatures plummet to a frigid 70 degrees below zero year-round. Here, one encounters naught but a vast expanse of white and endless ice, with scarcely any signs of life. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the night. Xin Ran emerged from the depths of the ocean, breaking through the ice and suspending himself in midair, empowered by a 40 fusion of Magneto's abilities. Magnetic flight. This ability allows him to soar through the omnipresent electromagnetic fields of the universe, with his speed increasing as his powers become more refined. Now, Xin Ran's velocity has reached the speed of sound. Magnetic field. He can create a field using electromagnetic forces, concealing or shielding individuals and vast areas within it. Moreover, this ability enables him to navigate through space. Surrounded by an infinite darkness, Xin Ran found it difficult to discern direction. With a swift motion, he shot upwards. A magnetic field enveloped him, protecting him from the extreme cold of the atmosphere and keeping him hidden from satellites. As he ascended higher, he soon glimpsed the twinkling lights of countless homes and flew towards that direction. This was a small town on the northern border of Russia. Upon discerning the current year and time, Xin Ran lingered not. Following the directions provided by locals, he soared directly to Moscow. In the heart of Moscow, he purchased a Stark Industries smartphone. Guided by the phone's navigation, he set off for New York. The seaside villa Xin Ran had acquired 60 years ago now appeared even more splendid compared to the modern skyscrapers surrounding it. The furnishings within the villa remained unchanged since his departure, albeit marked by the passage of time and adorned with contemporary amenities. The house was immaculate, yet Natasha was absent. Xin Ran returned home and waited until the deep hours of the night, but Natasha was still nowhere to be found. He felt no concern for her safety, for in this timeline, no one posed a threat to her. Skillfully, he powered on his computer and logged into his account at a New York bank. Gazing at the astronomical sum of assets, Xin Ran nodded in satisfaction. These were the dividends accrued from Stark Industries over the past 60 years. The following day, Xin Ran turned on the television to watch a Stark Industries press conference. Observing Obadiah seated beside Tony, he felt a strange familiarity. After much contemplation, he finally matched the face to a memory, the young security guard from over 60 years ago at the base of Stark Tower. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. That young guard had now grown gray, and Howard's son was in his 30s. Yet Xin Ran remained unchanged, as youthful as he had been 6 decades prior. If he were to proclaim himself a centenarian today, who would believe it? Thus, he resolved to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately. As Tony uttered this declaration, a frenzy erupted among the assembled reporters. Witnessing the chaos, Xin Ran turned off the television, preparing to meet his grandnephew. Upon leaving the villa, Xin Ran made his way to a nearby 4S dealership, where he claimed the latest model of the R8 sports car. In comparison to the one that emerged from Howard's garage 60 years prior, this vehicle represented a significant leap forward. After all, at his core, Xin Ran belonged to the year 2022, and modern innovations were far more suited to his sensibilities. Instead of heading to Stark Tower, he followed the navigation directions towards Stark Industries. Upon nearing the factory, electromagnetic sensing activated, swiftly locating the positions of Tony and Obadiah. Subsequently, Xin Ran concealed the R8 within a spatial ring, immediately activating his powers to generate a magnetic force field. By manipulating the fluctuations within the magnetic field, he rendered himself invisible, boldly striding into the factory towards the edifice housing the arc reactor. Before the arc reactor, Obadiah and Tony were embroiled in a heated argument. "How much do you think the stock price will drop tomorrow?" Obadiah questioned, a cigar clamped between his teeth. Optimistically, about 40%, Tony replied nonchalantly. "That's the bare minimum." "Tony, we're in the arms business." "Obadiah, I refuse to profit solely from the dead. But that is our core business. We are arms dealers. This company is mine, and I have the final say. Everything we do is to maintain world order. What I witnessed there did not reflect that. We have not done enough and can improve. We need to explore other avenues." Tony recalled his captivity, remembering Ethan, who sacrificed his life for Tony's escape. "For instance, shall we manufacture baby bottles?" Obadiah retorted aggressively. "I believe the arc reactor technology warrants consideration." "Huh. The arc reactor is merely for show. Tony, don't be absurd. The purpose of creating this is to silence the Good Samaritans." Just as Tony prepared to respond, the solid tempered glass door nearby emitted a sound and opened automatically. Instantly, both Obadiah and Tony became alert, fixating their gaze on the door that required an electromagnetic card to open. Then, Xin Ran withdrew his magnetic force field, his form gradually becoming visible to the two men. Obadiah, startled by Xin Ran's sudden appearance, immediately drew a Desert Eagle from his waist and fired a shot. Xin Ran smiled slightly, halting the bullet midair before it clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. The Desert Eagle slipped from Obadiah's grasp, soaring directly to Xin Ran's side, its barrel pivoting to aim at Obadiah. "What's the matter? Don't recognize me? You dare shoot at me without a greeting?" Xin Ran teased, gazing at Obadiah. Taken aback by Xin Ran's words, Obadiah stumbled back a few paces, his voice trembling. You are Mr. Xin Ran? Has Howard not allowed you to continue guarding the door?" Xin Ran inquired, prompting Obadiah to become even more certain of Xin Ran's identity. It was during his youth, while serving as a security guard at Stark Tower, that he first encountered Mr. Xin. "Mr. Xin," he jested, "have you forgotten that on several occasions, the extravagant parties you attended with Mr. Stark were orchestrated by none other than myself? Amidst a sea of beautiful women, who could possibly pay attention to you? Yet, I do seem to recall a faint impression. What's this? Have you now become a shareholder of Stark Industries?" Puffing on a cigar, you certainly cut a striking figure. As the antagonist in the first Iron Man film, Obadiah Stane was well aware of Xion's character, thus he spared no effort in withholding any semblance of respect. "Mr. Xion. You jest. The exchange left Tony Stark in a state of bewilderment. How could a man in his 60s bow down to someone who appeared to be barely 30? At the same time, Tony was secretly astonished by the prowess displayed by Xion. Bullets couldn't even graze him. Was he even human? "Hey, let us not forget there's another person here," Tony interjected. "Obi, Could you enlighten me as to who this Mr. Xin is? He waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Obadiah was so frightened that he could hardly muster the courage to speak. Hey, Obi, what is going on? Who is this Mr. Xin? Can you tell me? Seeing Obadiah rendered speechless by his own fear, Xin smiled and said, Tony, I am your uncle. Chapter 17, Generational Legacy. What? No matter how you look at it, you are younger than I am. Do you truly believe I would fall for your nonsense, my friend? Pray, tell me, who exactly are you? Tony remained skeptical of Xin Ran's words. Tony, he truly is your uncle. Obi weakly chimed in from the side, yet Tony's disbelief persisted. I am a friend and collaborator of your father, Howard Stark. Here, take a look at this contract. With that, Xin Ran produced the contract signed in Howard's office years ago from his spatial ring and handed it to Tony. You are the mysterious shareholder of Stark Industries? Tony exclaimed, astonished as he examined the document. He was well aware of the stakes involved in Stark Industries. Each year, 20% of the original shares were deposited into a mysterious account at a New York bank, a practice that had persisted for nearly 60 years. The account's owner, aside from his father Howard, was known to no one else. Returning the contract to Xin Ran, Tony remained in a state of confusion. Are you truly the Xin Ran mentioned in this contract? With a smile, Xin Ran replied, if you doubt me, you may inquire with Obi. When I first met him, he was merely a junior security guard under your father's employ. Tony turned to Obi, who promptly nodded in affirmation. Recalling Obi's earlier demeanor towards Xin Ran, he sighed and conceded. Very well, I believe you are indeed that Xin Ran. Assuming a paternal tone, Xin Ran admonished, what Xin Ran? You should address me as uncle. Tony hesitated, his expression reflecting his inner turmoil. UNC. Oh, for heaven's sake. With a face younger than mine, I simply cannot bring myself to say it. They both chuckled, sidestepping the awkwardness of the moment. At that juncture, Obi timidly interjected, Mr. Xin, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. You and Tony may converse at your leisure. Wait, Xin Ran interjected, aside from visiting my dear nephew, I have another matter concerning you. Upon hearing this, Obi shivered involuntarily. Mr. Xin, what can I do for you? Please, do not hesitate to ask. Nothing much, merely a reminder that you may proceed with your endeavors. But do not regret your actions. Pausing, he added, you may choose to abandon your course, but rest assured, I shall not interfere, regardless of your decision. Obi was momentarily taken aback. Did he possess an awareness of his schemes? But knowing this mattered little, if he would not intervene, then there was nothing to fear. Mr. Xin, I shall heed your words, Obi replied hastily before making his exit. Even Xin Ran was left pondering why Obi harbored such dread towards him. Was it possible he had some inkling of the events from 60 years ago? Mr. Xin, I am curious as to what brings you to seek my company today. Are you also here to persuade me not to shut down the weapons division? Tony inquired, gazing at Xin Ran. It's nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to see Howard Stark's son. As for that weapons division, you may do as you please. I have no time to concern myself with your affairs. Logically speaking, as my nephew, you ought to pay me a visit. Upon hearing Xin Ran's words, Tony chuckled awkwardly. Well, you were correct. Had I known someone of your stature was around, I would have certainly made time to pay my respects. After all, you are not only a major shareholder of Stark Industries but also a friend of my father. After a brief pause, he continued, however, esteemed shareholder, I currently have pressing matters that require my attention at home. Considering your seniority, I can make an exception and take you back to my residence. Provided you genuinely wish to go. Xin Ran was aware of the urgent matter Tony referenced and calmly replied, as your elder, I shall offer you a parting gift. I can extract the shrapnel lodged in your chest right now. What? Are you joking? Tony thought to himself, knowing that, given the current level of technology and medicine, those shards were irretrievable, and he could only rely on the arc reactor to keep him alive. Remove the arc reactor from your chest, Xin Ran commanded. Not indulging in further discussion. Fine, I'll trust you this once. But I must warn you, once removed, I can only last 3 minutes, Tony stated, seizing the opportunity. After all, the individual before him was not only a friend of his father, but also a peculiar figure, likely possessing remarkable abilities. He unfastened his buttons and removed the arc reactor from his chest. Xin Ran remained vigilant, channeling his electromagnetic abilities towards Tony. Upon detecting the metallic shards, he activated his power. One by one, the fragments soared from the gaping wound in Tony's chest. It took nearly 2 minutes for the last shard to emerge. All right, my dear nephew. You may reattach your device now. For Tony, those 2 minutes felt like a century. From the moment Xin Ran extracted the first shard, he held his breath. The exhilaration and astonishment nearly overwhelmed him. Those shards were like a knife suspended over his neck, poised to claim his life at any moment. And he was utterly powerless against it. This seemingly younger uncle, with his extraordinary ability, effortlessly liberated him from the perilous shrapnel within his chest, effectively saving his life. I must say, your ability is quite impressive. Thank you for saving me, Xin. Uncle. Tony expressed, albeit reluctantly, addressing him as uncle to convey his gratitude. That is more like it. Had you called me uncle sooner, I could have helped you earlier, Xin Ran replied. Tony, smiling helplessly, looked at the floating shards and asked, Uncle, is that your superpower? This is quite extraordinary. Are you an extraterrestrial? Extraterrestrial? I am your uncle, a bona fide earthling from Huagua. Where have you been all these years? In my recollection, I have never encountered you, and my father has never mentioned you. Upon hearing Tony pose this question, Xin Ran felt a quiet astonishment within. It was unexpected that Howard had maintained such secrecy. He did not divulge even a hint of his own existence and whereabouts to his biological son. I have not been on Earth for many years, and I only returned to New York just yesterday. I had no idea that 63 years had elapsed since my departure. Everything feels as though it transpired just yesterday, Xin Ran expressed with heartfelt nostalgia. Observing Xin Ran's enigmatic demeanor and expression, coupled with the fact that he had retrieved the bullet fragments for him, Tony naturally began to trust his words. Very well, Uncle Xin. I believe we should host a grand celebration to commemorate our first meeting as uncle and nephew, and also to express my gratitude for your significant assistance. Indeed, they are truly father and son. Tony's behavior mirrors Howard's to an uncanny degree. This celebration signifies the passing of the torch from father to son, a cherished legacy. Xin Ran mused. However, no. Celebration is one thing, and gratitude is another. They must be held on separate occasions. Oh, my Uncle Xin, that poses no issue at all. You may host as many as you desire. Tony was equally surprised to find that this uncle shared his fondness for revelry. As per tradition, I shall request 2 American-style noodles and 2 Japanese-style noodles. If they are not aesthetically pleasing, I shall simply return these bullet fragments to you. After 63 years of inactivity, I intend to make the most of tonight while Natasha is absent. Listening to Xin Ran's words, Tony's jaw dropped, and he stood there, momentarily stunned. Chapter 18. Go back and inform Nick Fury. My name is Xin Ran. Xin Ran indulged himself throughout the night, managing to release a significant portion of the pin-up aggression within him. Of course, a small fraction was reserved for Natasha. The following day, Xin Ran briefed Tony with a few words before departing. He urged Tony to follow his heart. Given Tony's intellect, he would undoubtedly grasp the profound significance of those 4 words. Thus, as soon as Xin Ran departed, Tony returned to his coastal mansion in Los Angeles to immerse himself in the study of his Iron Man suit. Meanwhile, Xin Ran returned to his seaside villa in New York, awaiting Natasha's return while also anticipating the system to issue a new task. A few days later, Tony called Xin Ran. Uncle, there's a gala tonight. Would you like to attend? Since the last time he announced the closure of the Stark Weapons Development Department, he had not made a public appearance. The media and journalists seemed to believe he had vanished from existence. If he failed to show his face soon, he was quite certain they would declare him deceased in the newspapers. Xin Ran chuckled. Well, who could blame you for your frequent escapades with those starlets? The media would surely starve if you remained in hiding. It would be astonishing if they didn't generate some gossip about you. Uncle, I merely wish to help you unwind. Shall I arrange for a few starlets to accompany you tonight? Tony's affectionate term of uncle had become increasingly natural. All right, come and pick me up at my place this evening. Absolutely. That night, Tony arrived in an R8, identical to Xin Ran's, and took him to the gala. Upon arrival at the venue, Tony's presence quickly attracted attention. Xin Ran, accompanying him, was perceived merely as Tony's youthful sidekick due to his considerably younger appearance. Soon, Tony found himself surrounded by a throng of women. Hey, Tony, do you remember me? A stunning young woman approached, attempting to strike up a conversation. Only your beauty. Tony replied dismissively, unwilling to revisit past flings. He approached Obadiah Stane, saying, if the host isn't here, what are the guests doing at this gala? Obadiah, surprised to see Tony, remarked, look at you. I truly didn't expect you to show up. Just as he was about to continue, Xin Ran approached, prompting Obadiah to bow deeply. Mr. Xin, you two have arrived. Please, step inside. Xin Ran chose to ignore Obadiah, were it not for the troubles Obadiah caused, which he believed could help his nephew grow wiser and more mature. Xin Ran would have long since uprooted him and his associates. As they made their way to the gala hall, numerous beautiful women approached Tony to converse, leaving Xin Ran feeling somewhat neglected. Tony smirked at Xin Ran. Uncle, what can I say? Perhaps my charm is simply too overwhelming. Xin Ran shot him a sideways glance. Do you truly believe those individuals are drawn to you or your wealth? Surely you must know the answer. Oh, my dear uncle, it is undoubtedly because of my striking looks and remarkable talent. Wealth is merely a trifling matter. 2 individuals approached the bar at the banquet, ordering 2 glasses of wine as they engaged in conversation. At that moment, a young Caucasian man initiated a dialogue with Tony. Xin Ran recognized him immediately as Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Stark, may I ask who you are? Tony, accustomed to interacting primarily with women, found himself at a loss regarding Coulson's identity. Agent Coulson, came the straightforward reply. Tony decided to play along. Oh, right you are. What was it? Oh yes. Tony struggled to recall who Coulson was. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Upon hearing this, Tony took a sip of his drink and chuckled. Goodness. You really ought to change that name. Yes, I hear that quite often, Coulson continued. I understand that this period has been quite taxing for you. But we need you to prepare a report for us. There are numerous questions we still have, and some details may fade from your memory over time. How about we finalize this? Let us meet at Stark Industries on the 24th at 7 p.m.? Tony, however, was only half listening, distracted by the sight of the stunning pepper pods amidst the crowd. Once Coulson finished speaking, Tony nonchalantly replied, Sounds good, Agent Coulson. I agree with everything you've said. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to find my assistant to finalize this matter. He then turned to Xin Ran, saying, Uncle, I have something to attend to. Enjoy yourself here. If you find a lovely lady, let me know later. Having a few options is no issue. I'll arrange it for you. With that, he weaved through the crowd in search of Pepper. Xin Ran took a seat on a high stool, observing the myriad of beauties at the banquet. As he contemplated which ones to favor, Agent Coulson approached him. Hello, sir. Might I inquire about your relationship with Mr. Stark? Xin Ran smiled at Coulson. Technically, Coulson should refer to him as a venerable ancestor. For 60 years ago, Xin Ran had been a top-notch major agent in the United States and a founding figure of S.H.I.E.L.D., although it seemed that the agency had not yet adopted the name S.H.I.E.L.D. I am his uncle. Xin Ran replied candidly. Do not jest, sir. You hardly appear to be of the uncle generation. Seeing Coulson's disbelief, Xin Ran chose not to elaborate further, sipping his drink while surveying the lovely ladies around him. Coulson, undeterred, pressed on. Sir, may I know your name? I am Xin Ran. Mr. Xin Ran, allow me to introduce myself. I am Cowl. Suddenly, Xin Ran recalled something and interrupted. I know you, Agent Coulson. I overheard your conversation with Tony earlier. However, I am still curious. Where is your department's base located? A few days ago, upon my return, I had a desire to visit, yet I found nothing at all. As if it had vanished into thin air, the navigation on my phone yielded no results. Furthermore, is Natasha Romanoff not employed with you? I implored you to show some semblance of humanity. I have been back for several days, yet I have not caught even a glimpse of Natasha. Does your organization not observe any days off? Are there no holidays? Xin Ran's words were as startling as thunder, causing Coulson to involuntarily shudder, his heart tumultuous like raging seas. However, he soon regained his composure and inquired, Who exactly are you? This astonished reaction was precisely what Xin Ran sought. With the icebound mission completed and the most peculiar timeline behind him, Xin Ran had no intention of concealing his identity any longer. Return and inform Nick Fury that I am Xin Ran. Convey that it is my directive to immediately terminate whatever mission Natasha is undertaking and have her return to New York. Agent Coulson, do you comprehend? As he uttered these words, Xin Ran exuded an authoritative presence, reminiscent of the commanding tone used on the front lines 60 years ago. Understood, sir. Coulson replied sharply, only to quickly realize he had momentarily lost his composure. Mr. Xian, I must take my leave. Your message will be delivered, and I trust we shall meet again soon. Coulson, recognizing the uniqueness of Xin Ran's identity, hurriedly departed from the banquet. Chapter 19. Obi, you stubborn boy, you never heed advice. 2 vodka martinis, not sweet, with extra olives, and make haste. Tony hurriedly descended from the balcony, taking a seat beside Xin Ran and ordering a drink from the bartender. Tony, why is it that when a kiss is in order, you withdraw? This is quite uncharacteristic of you, Xin Ran remarked with a smile as he observed Tony. Hey, uncle, how could you see that from such a distance? Do you believe I possess X-ray vision? Before Xin Ran could finish, Tony hastily covered his lap. Uncle, such a power should not be trifled with. I was merely jesting, boy. Even if I could see through, why would I bother with that? Xin Ran took a sip of his drink, continuing to admire the enchanting dancers. At that moment, a striking blonde woman approached, her elegance undeniable. Wow, Tony Stark. What a rare sight. Tony pondered for a moment before inquiring, Carly? It's Christine. Unfazed by the misnomer, she feigned seriousness. I remember now. After exchanging a few words, Christine presented Tony with several photographs. This town is called Gemera. Have you heard of it? Tony scrutinized the images, realizing Stark Industries' weapons had fallen into the hands of terrorists. His expression darkened progressively. When were these taken? Yesterday. I did not authorize any shipment. Your company did. Company approval does not equate to my consent. With that, Tony turned to seek Obi. At that moment, Xin Ran grasped his arm. Tony, sit down and have a drink. Do not act impulsively. As Xin Ran spoke, Tony took a sip of vodka, his gaze fixated on the photographs. Tony, may I ask who this is? Christine inquired, glancing at Xin Ran. Hello, beautiful miss, I am Xin Ran. a shareholder of Stark Industries. Xin Ran introduced himself, extending his hand. Upon learning Xin Ran's affiliation with Stark, Christine's eyes lit up. "Hello, Mr. Xin, I'm Christine, a journalist." Curious, Xin Ran asked, "Did you take these photographs?" "Indeed, sir. It was no easy feat, thank you, Mr. Xin. As a journalist, it is my duty." Xin Ran smiled, took another sip of his drink, and spoke earnestly. "Miss Christine, given the gravity of this situation, I bear significant responsibility as a shareholder of Stark. To address this matter and prevent its recurrence, I would like to invite you to discuss it further tonight. I believe your insights will expedite a resolution. Don't you agree, Tony?" Xin Ran shot Tony a knowing glance, and Tony quickly affirmed, "Oh yes, indeed. Mr. Xin is right, as the second largest shareholder." His words carry weight. Christine lowered her head and smiled softly, glancing at Xin Ran, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Mr. Xin, I find your words to be quite persuasive. I believe we can address this issue together." With that, Christine approached and linked her arm with Xin Ran's, exuding an air of carefree allure. Xin Ran felt a secret thrill. Indeed, the identity of a Stark Industries shareholder proved advantageous. This maneuver was reminiscent of Tony's style. With a beautiful companion by his side, Xin Ran lost interest in lingering at the gathering. He stood up, patted Tony on the shoulder, and said, "Tony, as always, follow your heart. Pursue what you truly desire." Subsequently, Xin Ran departed the banquet with Christine. In public, he summoned his R8 sports car from a spatial ring, causing Christine to exclaim in wonder. Xin Ran drove at exhilarating speed towards New York's most luxurious hotel, where he reserved the grandest presidential suite to discuss pertinent matters with Christine. Upon returning home, Tony watched news reports of terrorists oppressing the populace, his heart seething with anger. He was acutely aware that the weapons wielded by those terrorists had originated from his own company. That night, he relentlessly tested the capabilities of his Iron Man suit. The following morning, Tony donned his armor and flew directly to the town of Gamera. Upon arrival, he swiftly eliminated all terrorists and destroyed their weaponry. On the return journey, Tony had intended to tease a military aircraft but lost control, resulting in the destruction of one, though fortunately, the pilot survived. Meanwhile, Xin Ran was engaged in morning exercises. That evening, Obadiah acquired the original components and blueprints of Mark I from the Ten Rings gang. Through studying the remnants of Mark I, Obadiah fashioned his own suit of armor. However, due to the limited capabilities of his subordinates, they were unable to construct a reactor to power the armor. That night, Christine called upon her close friend to join Xin Ran. The next day, Tony instructed Pepper to copy Obadiah's shipping orders from his computer. Through the information found on Obadiah's computer, Pepper discovered that he was the mastermind behind Tony's earlier kidnapping. However, by the time she intended to inform Tony, it was too late. Obadiah launched a surprise attack at Tony's home and stole the reactor from his chest. Tony fell into peril, and Pepper found herself in a grave predicament. Meanwhile, Xin Ran continued to indulge himself. Luckily, Pepper encountered Agent Coulson, who had come to Stark Tower in search of Xin Ran. Coulson promptly summoned several agents from SHIELD to protect Pepper. Pepper managed to reach Rhodey by phone, informing him of Tony's distress and urging him to hurry to Tony's residence. Due to Xin Ran's assistance in extracting the shrapnel from Tony's chest, the removal of the reactor did not immediately endanger his life. However, his mind was affected by Obadiah's device, causing him excruciating pain that rendered him nearly incapacitated. Yet, thinking of Pepper's dire situation, he struggled to crawl to his laboratory, where he retrieved the first-generation reactor and reinserted it into his chest. After completing all of this, Tony sank to the ground in agony. Initially, he had intended for Pepper to discard this old relic, yet surprisingly, she had chosen to preserve it, and now it proved to be fortuitously useful. Had it not been for Xin Ran's intervention, Pepper's actions would have saved not only Tony but herself as well. At that moment, Rhodey arrived. But Tony had nearly regained his strength. With Rhodey's assistance, Tony rose from the ground and donned the iron armor. Under Rhodey's envious gaze, Tony soared into the sky, crashing through the ceiling to rescue Pepper. Observing the unfinished armor nearby, Rhodey exclaimed, "Next time you come, you must wear it." In the basement of Stark Tower, Obadiah had already activated his suit using Tony's reactor. Obadiah commanded the suit to launch an assault on Pepper and the agents of SHIELD. With Coulson providing cover, the two managed to escape to the surface. With a thunderous roar, the iron monstrosity erupted from the ground, weapon raised, poised to take Pepper's life. At that moment, Tony descended from the sky, colliding with Obadiah and sending him flying 40 to 50 meters, crashing onto the road. Pepper was saved. The two, clad in their respective suits of armor, engaged in a fierce battle on the street. However, Tony's reactor was running low on energy, rendering him unable to overpower Obadiah. Thus, Tony concentrated all his energy and ascended into the high skies, intending to lure Obadiah into the stratosphere and exploit the superior technology of his suit, which prevented ice formation. To defeat him, to his astonishment, Obadiah fell from the heights unscathed. Meanwhile, Tony's suit was nearly depleted of energy, and just as despair began to set in, Xin Ran's voice echoed from above. Obadiah, I see you are utterly resistant to reason. Chapter 20. The Unreliable Elder. The location of the altercation between Tony and Obi was merely a street away from the hotel where Xin Ran resided. At that moment, Xin Ran was engaged in physical exercise when a sudden cacophony erupted outside, disrupting his focus and enthusiasm. Through electromagnetic induction, he caught sight of Tony poised to launch Obi into the sky. With no time to waste, Xin Ran hastily completed his workout. After donning his attire and informing Christine and her friends of his need to step out, he promptly opened the hotel window and leapt down. Xin Ran's presidential suite was situated on the 20th floor of the hotel. His audacious leap elicited a chorus of shrieks from Christine and her companions, nearly causing them to faint from shock. It was only when they observed Xin Ran hovering outside the window, waving at them, that their fears were allayed. Christine gazed at the extraordinary man outside, her expression one of enchantment, as she urged him to return swiftly. Ascending into the sky, Xin Ran soared towards Tony's location. Upon arrival, he recognized the spot where he had first encountered Tony and Obi. Previously, he had cautioned Obi, believing he would heed the warning and retreat in time. However, the events unfolded as predicted, leading to this confrontation. Obi looked up at Xin Ran, and despite donning his iron armor, instinctively took a few steps back. Tony lifted his visor, a frown creasing his brow as he lamented, "Where have you been, dear uncle? I was nearly finished with this fight by the time you arrived. I must say, you are quite the unreliable elder." Now, Tony, can you truly say I am late?" Xin Ran replied with a grin, observing Tony's flustered demeanor. Seeing such a formidable Iron Man before him, Obi felt his anger surge. He could no longer tolerate being ignored by the two. Xin Ran, do not think I fear you now. As Obi hesitated to make a move, merely posturing, Tony seized the opportunity to taunt. "Obi, I remember the first time you met Uncle Xin. You nearly soiled your trousers. Are you not afraid anymore? Is it that suit you're wearing that grants you courage?" Obi scoffed. "Tony, you know nothing of Xin Ran. Do you understand why I feared him? He was once an elite agent on the front lines of the U.S. military. Your father even disclosed to me that he could manipulate the trajectory of bullets. I had assumed he was long gone after all these years, and I was set to acquire that 20% of original shares. Yet, there he was, appearing out of thin air. His presence disrupted my entire plan. That shot I fired not only failed to kill him, but he seized the moment to assert himself, warning me against pursuing his shares. My fear is not of him, but of the power he wields and the influence of his equity." Xin Ran listened, taken aback by Obi's revelations. His earlier warnings had been vague, intended to address Obi's arms trafficking and schemes against Tony. He had not anticipated that Obi would also target him. This old man's ambitions were far more substantial than he had imagined. Tony, too, was astonished to discover that his seemingly simple uncle had such a legendary background. An elite agent? He remained utterly oblivious, akin to a notorious lecher. Xin Ran shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. "Obi, I believe you may have misunderstood. What do you mean by controlling the trajectory of projectiles?" Xin Ran, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. You can still fly, can't you? I want to see if you can truly manipulate the path of a rocket. With that, Obi launched several rockets, whistling through the air as they hurtled towards Xin Ran. "Old man, I can only say you are entirely ignorant of my abilities." Xin Ran, suspended in midair, spat disdainfully while simultaneously activating his power to control metal. Before Obi could react, the rockets that were aimed at Xin Ran reversed course and detonated upon impact with Obi himself. "Obi, I said I wouldn't intervene, and today, I shall deal with you without lifting a finger." After stating this, Xin Ran placed his hands behind his back, floating in the air with an air of enigmatic profundity. "Uncle, you truly know how to put on a show. Why don't you come and try?" Tony interjected. "If you can control the trajectory of rockets, then I am eager to see if you can handle me." With that, Obi directed his armor towards Xin Ran, throwing a punch at him. Xin Ran remained unmoved, and Obi's fist halted midair, unable to progress further. Despite Obi's attempts to exert more force from within his armored suit, he remained immobile. "Go away," Xin Ran declared. And an unseen force acted upon Obi's armor, slamming it down onto the ground with great force. Xin Ran then descended slowly from the air, extending a hand. He repaired the damaged areas of Tony's armor in an instant. He then maneuvered Obi's armor to hover in front of Tony. Shattered. A cacophony of metal scraping echoed as the colossal suit fell to the ground, revealing a bewildered Obi. This was not the end, soon. All the remnants of the armor swiftly fused together, forming a large iron ball that rolled towards Tony. Tony, I dare say this heap of scrap metal could fetch a few $100s. Ignoring the despair in Obi's eyes, Xin Ran approached Tony and patted him on the shoulder. That old fellow is now your responsibility. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, Xin Ran soared into the sky, heading straight for the 20th floor of the hotel. After such a strenuous encounter, he felt he deserved a well-earned reward. Having gone through such a life-and-death ordeal, Tony had matured significantly. As for Obi, Tony gathered the last remnants of energy from his armor and raised his hand to fire a shot. Obi would never grasp the extent of Xin Ran's superhuman abilities. Hadn't T. Howard mentioned that he could only control the trajectory of bullets? From the moment Xin Ran left the hotel to the resolution of Obi, a mere 10 minutes had elapsed. As he flew back through the window, he elicited a chorus of screams from the women present. To express her admiration, Christine summoned several of her stunningly beautiful friends. Fortunately, the bed in the presidential suite was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, after Tony eliminated Obadiah, the New York police arrived belatedly, surrounding the scene. However, it wasn't long before Coulson appeared with agents from SHIELD, dismissing the officers and taking control of the situation. That evening, videos of the battle between the two Iron Men, one large and one small, frenziedly circulated online. Simultaneously, clips showcasing the smaller Iron Man bravely enduring the assault of the larger one in a desperate attempt to save others garnered an overwhelming number of likes and shares from netizens. The citizens of New York were well aware of the connection between the smaller Iron Man and Stark Industries. This incident created quite a stir across the United States. Had it not been for the intervention of Xin Ran, the arc reactor would have been detonated by Tony, resulting in consequences far beyond mere sensationalism. The following day, Colonel Rhodes represented the U.S. authorities at a press conference, attributing the incident to a robotic malfunction. In the background, Coulson handed a prepared statement to Tony. At that moment, you were on your yacht. I prepared customs documents stating that you had been on Avalon Island all day and night, and I secured testimonies from 50 witnesses. All you need to do is read it word for word. Tony readily agreed to Coulson's instructions. What about Uncle Xin? Upon hearing Tony mention Xin Ran, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Coulson's eyes. Rest assured, Tony, no one will know that Major Xin Ran was present at the time. This is not my first encounter with such matters, Mr. Stark. As long as you adhere to the statement, this will soon blow over. Once Pepper helped Tony adjust his attire, he stepped onto the stage for the press conference. Christine sat in the front row, and Tony flashed her an understanding smile, causing her to blush. Xin Ran was completely unconcerned about any potential trouble Christine might cause, as she had tasted unprecedented pleasure and acquired a fortune that would last a lifetime. Having already succumbed to Xin Ran's formidable presence, after a barrage of questions from the reporters, Tony discarded the script in his hand. With a resounding declaration of "I am Iron Man," he ignited the crowd. That day, major media outlets profited immensely from Tony's proclamation. That evening, upon returning to his seaside villa, Tony was greeted by an unexpected visitor. "I am Iron Man. You presume you are the only superhero in the world? Mr. Stark, there are many like you. You simply remain unaware of them," Nick Fury cryptically stated. Tony stared at the one-eyed man, utterly bewildered. "Who are you?" "Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. I seek an audience with your enigmatic uncle to discuss the establishment of the Avengers." Chapter 21. Nick Fury's humbling experience. Nick Fury recounted the Avengers' initiative to Tony, yet Tony displayed a distinct lack of interest. He was rather displeased with Fury's audacious intrusion into his residence. "Director, should you wish to discuss matters in the future, kindly arrange an appointment with my assistant beforehand. It is rather discourteous to appear unannounced at my home. Do you not agree? I may have to contemplate upgrading my security system," he remarked. Fury offered a slight smile. "Even with upgrades, I shall still find a way in. You agents can be quite bothersome." Tony waved his hand in resignation, acknowledging the truth in Fury's words. After all, the extensive legacy of SHIELD, spanning over 50 years, is not to be dismissed lightly. "Now, Director, do you intend to spend the night here?" "I must inform you in advance that I do not have accommodations for men," Tony stated, noticing Fury's reluctance to depart. He proceeded to issue an eviction notice. "Fear not, Tony. Since you are disinterested in joining the Avengers, I shall speak with your uncle instead," Fury replied as he rose to leave. "By all means, Director. If you can persuade my Uncle Xin, I might reconsider," Tony said with a mischievous grin. Knowing Xin Ran as he did, Tony was certain that his uncle would not be swayed without a grand spectacle. After departing from Tony's opulent estate, Nick Fury drove his exclusive vehicle towards Xin Ran's seaside villa. 60 years ago, Xin Ran's identity files had been classified and sealed by the Department of Defense. As the director of SHIELD, Fury possessed a certain familiarity with those legendary figures from the past. A few days prior, Coulson had rushed back to headquarters from a mission in New York to report on an enigmatic individual encountered at a soiree. Upon hearing the name Xin Ran, Fury felt a jolt of surprise. The legendary figure from World War II, Steve Rogers, had eluded S.H.I.E.L.D. for years, and now, it seemed another legend from the same era had materialized. Coulson's description revealed that Xin Ran bore an uncanny resemblance to the photograph from the classified files dating back 60 years. S.H.I.E.L.D. had detected Shinran's flight capabilities, as well as the formidable combat prowess of the armored Obi without the need for physical confrontation. Immediately, Fury placed Xin Ran on the roster for the Avengers. However, due to the unique nature of his identity, he opted to approach Tony first, only to find the outcome less than favorable. Parking his vehicle on the beach, he made his way towards the vintage villa. As he took a few steps, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Noticing that the front gate was closed yet the lights inside were aglow, Fury's heart leapt with anticipation as he took a few running steps and gracefully vaulted over the side entrance. Upon landing, Nick Fury spotted Xin Ran in the courtyard, tending to a fire and fiddling with something. Observing the youthful visage of the young man before him, seemingly in his 20s, Fury immediately assumed the authoritative demeanor befitting the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and approached Xin Ran, intending to assert his position. After all, no matter the circumstances, he had once been merely a major. Although he had held a nominal position within S.H.I.E.L.D., he could never compare to the stature of the director. "What are you concocting over there?" "I could smell it the moment I stepped outside," Fury remarked bluntly, taking a seat on a nearby stool without ceremony, facing Xin Ran. "Your left eye was clawed by a creature, but the right one is intact, I presume? Are you unfamiliar with seafood?" Xin Ran continued to manipulate the grilled fish without raising his gaze. "How do you know my eye was?" Fury hesitated, feeling as though Xin Ran had just detonated a bomb within his mind. Very few were privy to the reason behind his single-eyed appearance. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the king of Level 10 agents. The Avengers initiative you're holding in your hands was altered after Carol left Earth, wasn't he it? What was it called before? The Guardians Initiative? Are you here to recruit me? Fury was taken aback. He had intended to wax poetic about Xin Ran's experiences, showcasing the might of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the brilliance of his own leadership. However, Xin Ran had preempted him, leaving him utterly astonished and at a loss for words. Yet, being a man who had weathered many storms in the cosmos, Fury quickly regained his composure and took a hearty bite of the grilled squid from the barbecue. "Major, since you seem well informed, I shall not keep you in suspense. Would you be interested in joining the—" "No," Xin Ran interrupted decisively. He then lifted his gaze to meet Fury's one-eyed stare, speaking coldly. "My front door is unlocked, yet you choose to scale the wall. Do you think your status as a level 10 agent is impressive? Did I invite you to sit? You presume to eat my grilled squid without so much as a greeting? Where is your decorum?" Fury was taken aback by Xin Ran's forthrightness, realizing that every word he uttered was unassailable. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. "Stand at attention," Xin Ran commanded, exuding an undeniable authority. Fury instinctively set down the grilled fish and quickly rose to his feet. "I am a person who responds better to soft persuasion than hard demands. My apologies, esteemed one. Given your vast knowledge, you surely comprehend the significance of this plan. I earnestly request your participation. Rest assured, you will face no constraints from any individual or department." Fury lowered his tone, addressing Xin Ran with newfound respect. "How many people are currently involved in your plan?" After savoring a grilled oyster, Xin Ran mischievously regarded the upright Nick Fury. Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words, as thus far, no one had joined. Ding. A new task is available for the host. Task details: join the Avengers Initiative and assume the role of leader. Completion reward: Magneto's ability fusion level increased to 45. Gain the ability to emit electromagnetic pulses. Electromagnetic pulse: the host can harness surrounding electromagnetic forces, transforming them into energy for attacks. The longer the charge time, the greater the power of the release. Xin Ran had intended to tease Nick Fury a bit longer, but unexpectedly, the system dispatched such a task. Wasn't this akin to a gift? If no one had joined, just say it outright. Stuttering like this is quite absurd. At that moment, Nick Fury resembled a chastised child before Xin Ran, presenting a rather comical sight. "As for your plan, I am willing to join, but I have two conditions." Nick Fury's eye gleamed with anticipation as he quickly responded, "Please, go ahead. Firstly, you must promptly retrieve Natasha for me, regardless of her current mission. Secondly, once the alliance is established, I must be the leader. All operations requiring my intervention must adhere to my command. If you cannot fulfill these 2 points, then you may leave immediately." "Absolutely no problem." Initially expecting Nick Fury to deliberate thoughtfully, Xin Ran was taken aback when he immediately acquiesced after her statement. There's a document in the vehicle. I will fetch it for you to sign, and you can officially join. He began to prepare to vault over the wall. Come back. Nick Fury looked at Xin Ran with a face full of grievance. Could it be that this esteemed individual was about to change her mind? Return and stand at attention. Xin Ran gestured with one hand, and as Nick Fury gazed at her perplexed action, the vehicle on the beach slowly descended from the air behind him. Go ahead. Suppressing his astonishment, he retrieved a document from the car. Senior, you just need to sign here. Xin Ran guided the pen he handed her, inscribing her name on the document. Observing her actions, Nick Fury's eyelids twitched. Senior, is this considered your autograph? What? Am I not allowed to run away? Upon signing, the system's reward was promptly credited. Fury, is your vehicle impervious to artillery fire? Indeed, Senior, the safety rating of this vehicle is second only to that of the White House. Xin Ran smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, she concentrated a slight amount of surrounding electromagnetic energy into her palm and directed it towards the vehicle. With a resounding boom, Nick Fury was startled, turning to see that his car's body had caved in. You were indeed correct, Fury. The security level is exceedingly high. I exerted merely 1% of my strength, yet it proved futile against it. Observing Fury's pallid expression, Xin Ran chuckled. Do not be vexed, young Fury. Your complexion is already dark. A deeper hue only accentuates it. With a flick of her hand, the dented car body instantaneously returned to its former state. The vehicle then ascended gracefully, landing back on the original beach. Senior, should there be any matters to discuss, I shall send someone to contact you. Please continue with your grilling. I must take my leave. With that, she seized a roasted oyster and consumed it before turning to retrace her steps. Make your exit through the front, acting like a king of spies, yet resembling a thief. Fury remarked, somewhat exasperated. Chapter 22 Reunion. After joining the Avengers, the system did not issue any tasks, and Xin Ran began to relish a life akin to that of an ordinary individual. Each day, he would drive his luxurious car to procure groceries, return home to prepare meals, and indulge in delightful evening barbecues. Having consumed an abundance of oysters, the fiery passion within him surged, prompting him to occasionally summon Christine to their accustomed spot for exercise. Each time, Christine astutely brought along a different group of her close friends for Xin Ran's enjoyment. A week later, Nick Fury personally drove Natasha back. Upon seeing the man she had known for over 60 years, tears welled up in Natasha's eyes. Xin Ran, feeling a pang of compassion, embraced Natasha and kissed her tenderly in front of Nick Fury. As their passionate kiss deepened, they made their way toward the bedroom, leaving Nick Fury to close the villa's door with a sigh, settling down unhappily in the yard. 2 hours later, Natasha lay contentedly in Xin Ran's embrace, playfully thumping his chest as she feigned anger. It's been 63 years. If you hadn't returned, I would have sought another man. Xin Ran caressed her back gently, chuckling. I would like to see who could possibly tame you apart from me. Hearing his words, Natasha blushed and playfully protested. The two nestled together, recounting their long years of yearning. My dear, please do not leave me for such prolonged periods again, Natasha said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fear not, little Natasha. Such a situation shall never arise again, trust me. As she gazed into his steadfast eyes, the weight in Natasha's heart began to lift. Over the years, both psychologically and physiologically, she had constantly thought of Xin Ran. After his departure, the Black Widow truly became a widow. While missions provided a distraction, it was during the nights, lying alone in bed, that Natasha found herself restless, unable to sleep as Xin Ran's image haunted her thoughts. Thankfully, her body had been enhanced by the perfect super soldier serum. Otherwise, the mere sleeplessness would have taken a toll on her. At that moment, Xin Ran sensed Nick Fury still lingering in the yard and softly remarked, Little Natasha, Fury is still outside. Natasha giggled. What? I thought he had left long ago. Shall we go out, and then continue later? Let us hold off for now, and keep him waiting, Xin Ran said, playfully pinning her beneath him and whispering mischievously in her ear. Subsequently, the two indulged in another round of passion. Nick Fury waited in the yard for over 4 hours before they finally emerged from the villa. You two, in broad daylight, for so long. Nick Fury scratched his head sheepishly. What? Did we keep you, the esteemed director, waiting? After 63 years apart, without you, would we have emerged so swiftly? Xin Ran retorted with a hint of annoyance. Nick Fury listened to Xin Ran's candid remarks, feeling a twinge of embarrassment and at a loss for words, resorting only to a forced smile. Dear, Director Fury has always treated me well, so please do not make things difficult for him. Natasha observed Nick Fury's discomfort with amusement, yet feigned a supportive stance, as he was, after all, her superior. All right, Fury, having waited here for so long, what is the matter? Xin Ran settled on the sofa in the living room, wrapping an arm around Natasha as he posed the question. Senior, I am here primarily to return Agent Natasha to you. Additionally, there is another matter. Please, have a seat and speak. I noticed your previous lack of courtesy and thought it necessary to remind you. I consider myself quite easygoing. Upon hearing Xin Ran's words, Nick Fury exhaled deeply and hastily took a seat on the adjacent sofa, though his posture remained somewhat stiff. I am here, firstly, to return Agent Natasha to you. Secondly, the authorities wish for you to persuade your nephew, Tony Stark, to join the Avengers and, simultaneously, to relinquish the Iron Man technology to the Department of Defense. Xin Ran, crossing his legs, scoffed, Fury, have you lost your mind? Or is it the folks at the White House who have? Convincing Tony to join the Avengers is one thing, but demanding he surrender his technology? Why not just appoint him as the Secretary of Defense while you're at it? Is it the case that anything the U.S. government desires must be surrendered? Am I next on the list to be eliminated for research purposes? Nick Fury inhaled sharply. Senior, that was never the intention. If you are unwilling to pursue this matter, then so be it. I shall inform the White House that I do not take orders from anyone, and they should not expect me to engage in such thievery. Understood. I shall convey your sentiments. With that, Nick Fury left in a dejected state. Having faced humiliation in Xin Ran's villa before, he resolved to avoid unnecessary dealings with him in the future. After Tony publicly acknowledged himself as Iron Man, he indulged in a life of excess. On the very day Natasha returned, Tony hosted a Grand Stark Expo in New York, his fame reaching new heights. Following the expo, a former officer, who had once engaged in athletic pursuits with Tony, approached him, not to profess affection, but to serve him a subpoena. Tony was ordered to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee at 9 o'clock the following morning. That evening, he sped off in the latest sports car to his villa in Washington. The next morning, he arrived punctually for the military committee meeting. Although he adhered to the required schedule, Tony did not treat the meeting with any seriousness. Mr. Stark, shall we continue with our previous discussion? Mr. Stark, please. Mr. Stark, could you please concentrate on what I'm saying? Under the persuasion of Pepper Potts, Tony adopted a slightly more serious demeanor. Very well, please proceed. The senator seated at the podium immediately inquired about the Iron Man suit. Do you possess a special weapon? Tony responded with unwavering conviction, I do not. It depends on your definition of a weapon. Iron Man is indeed a weapon, but my invention is not. The senator pressed further, then pray tell, what is it? How would you describe it? It is what it is, Senator. And what is that? It is a high-tech prosthesis. That is the most fitting description I can provide. Thus commenced a spirited debate between Tony and the senator in the middle of the podium. Unable to best Tony in argument, the senator resorted to appeals to patriotism. We must prioritize delivering Iron Man, this weapon, to the American people. Tony retorted, not a chance. I am Iron Man. I am one with the armor. To surrender Iron Man is to surrender myself, and that would be akin to servitude or indentured labor. I cannot give it to you. The senator was left speechless. I am not an expert. Not an expert on indentured labor? Of course not. You are a senator, for goodness sake. The senator, at a loss for words, then called upon Tony's business rival, arms dealer Justin Hammer, to debate him. Justin Hammer asserted that the world in which the American people live is fraught with danger, claiming that if Tony relinquished the suit, it would ensure better security for both the United States and global peace. Unfazed by Hammer's accusations, Tony remained unperturbed. However, his friend Colonel Rhodes was also present at the hearing, and under the senator's unreasonable demands, he was compelled to read his unfavorable testimony against Tony. The senator deemed this insufficient and played videos and documents indicating that other nations were also researching, imitating, and preparing to mass-produce Iron Man suits. Tony was well aware of the research status in other countries. He hacked into the congressional computer system, revealing the concealed truth. The Iron Man suits developed by other nations were vastly inferior to his own and were fraught with accidents and failures. Furthermore, it was disclosed that Hammer Industries was secretly developing Iron Man suits as well, which Tony mockingly derided. Amidst the banter and scorn, both the senator and Hammer were left in disarray. Ultimately, Tony emerged triumphant from the hearing, leaving the senator furiously cursing. Meanwhile, Pepper embraced Natasha as they watched the live broadcast on television. Truly, he is Howard's son. He possesses remarkable resolve, Natasha praised Tony. Indeed, his audacity surpasses that of his father by far. What event are you referring to? The charity gala. After watching the broadcast, they turned off the television and resumed their activities on the sofa in the living room. Chapter 23. Defeating Roddy in years past, Anton Vanko, a Soviet defector, fled to the United States, where he leveraged his exceptional talents to join Stark Industries. Collaborating with Howard Stark, he delved into the realm of reactor technology. However, as progress was made in their research, Vanko sought to profit from their advancements, only to be met with Howard's staunch opposition. Undeterred, Vanko clandestinely pursued his ambitions, leading to his expulsion upon Howard's discovery. This expulsion felt profoundly unjust to Vanko, for he had played a pivotal role in Stark Industries' success. Upon his return to the Soviet Union, he was not recognized as a valuable technical asset. Instead, he was treated like a spy and exiled to the frigid expanse of Siberia. Tony Stark's admission of being Iron Man did not escape Vanko's notice. He harbored a deep-seated resentment. At that moment, he stood on the brink of death. In his final hours, the Elder summoned his son, Ivan Vanko, to his bedside, urging him to reclaim what had been lost from Tony. Ivan, inheriting his father's intellectual prowess and expertise in physics and electronics, unearthed the blueprints left behind by his father. He resolved to construct an arc reactor and combat gear, setting his sights on vengeance against Tony. Tony was in high spirits following a resounding victory in Congress, returning home to admire his suit, filled with a sense of fulfillment. Although Xin Ran had earlier removed the shrapnel from his chest, alleviating a critical threat, the reactor that powered his suit posed a grave dilemma. The issue of blood toxicity remained a secret from Pepper Potts. Tony had consulted Xin Ran, yet found him powerless to assist. Ultimately, Xin Ran understood that the resolution lay within Tony himself. To navigate his remaining time with greater ease, Tony decided to delegate responsibilities, appointing Pepper as the CEO of Stark Industries. Meanwhile, SHIELD dispatched a female agent to infiltrate Tony's life and gather intelligence on Iron Man. Due to Xin Ran's presence, the agent sent was not Natasha. Natasha was Xin Ran's partner, and given that Xin Ran was Tony's uncle, Nick Fury lacked the audacity to have her seduce her own nephew. At a racing event in Monaco, Tony encountered Hammer once more, subjecting him to a round of mockery. Seeking a thrill, Tony entered the racetrack, dismissing his Team S driver to take the wheel himself. During the race, Tony faced an assault from Ivan, armed with weaponry crafted from decades-old cold fusion technology. Although this energy source was considered outdated, Stark Industries remained the sole possessor of such technology. Consequently, Tony reached out to Xin Ran for clarification. Upon returning from Monaco, Tony hosted a birthday celebration at his villa, naturally inviting his unreliable uncle. He dialed Xin Ran, who had just finished exercising with Natasha. "Uncle, tomorrow is my birthday, and there will be a soiree in the evening. You must attend. I've arranged for 6 exquisite ladies to accompany you." In her embrace, Natasha tightened her grip and threatened, "What is he saying? Huh, uncle, why is there a woman's voice? What are you up to in broad daylight?" "No problem, Tony, but I'll have to bring your aunt along." "All right, understood, uncle." After hanging up, Tony pondered for quite a while, unable to comprehend why that uncle suddenly mentioned an aunt. Could it be that he, like himself, had found peace? Due to this phone call, Xin Ran's lengthy explanations to Natasha proved futile. Ultimately, after another round of conversation, Natasha was left too exhausted to argue any further. The following evening, the two arrived at Tony's residence as planned. James Rhodey Rhodes, one of Tony's few friends, was also invited. However, apart from attending the gathering, he had another mission: to persuade Tony to serve the military and provide them with iron suits. At the party, Tony donned his armor, indulging in drinks, and engaged in playful antics with a group of scantily clad women, firing energy blasts. Rhodey, unable to tolerate Tony's reckless behavior, impulsively ventured into the underground lab and donned a suit of armor for himself. Upon entering the party, not only did he frighten away all the women, but he also pointed an accusatory finger at Tony, exclaiming, "You do not deserve to wear that armor. Take it off." "And you do?" Xin Ran remarked, swirling his glass of red wine, observing the scene with a detached demeanor. Rhodey turned his head, noticing 2 others present, and barked, "You too, leave this place at once." Tony waved his hand dismissively at Xin Ran. "Uncle, don't intervene. I'll teach this guy a lesson." Soon, the two began to brawl, and the once pristine villa was left in utter disarray. Guests on other floors scattered due to the commotion, leaving only Xin Ran and his wife, along with Pepper Potts, seated on the sofa, watching the spectacle. Noticing Xin Ran was accompanied by a woman, Pepper hurried over, urging, "Mr. Xin, you two should leave quickly. It's too dangerous here." Xin Ran smiled. "No worries, Pepper. I find this scene quite entertaining. It's rather lively, wouldn't you agree?" Natasha beside him nodded in agreement. As their fight intensified, with guests having departed, Tony raised his hand, ready to unleash an energy blast. Rhodey, undeterred, gathered energy for his own blast, threatening Tony to lower his weapon. At that moment, Xin Ran leisurely approached the two, holding his wine glass. "All right, Rhodey, first lower your hand, then take off the armor and leave." Rhodey, unfamiliar with Xin Ran, dismissed him. "Get lost, who are you? If you die here, it won't be my responsibility." Xin Ran, unfazed, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. The force reverberated through the armor, leaving Rhodey's head ringing. "Who are you?" Rhodey exclaimed, astonished. Tony's armor had never harmed him, yet this stranger's casual slap held such power. Xin Ran did not respond, instead delivering another swift slap. With 2 swift slaps, Rhodey was utterly terrified. Flames ignited beneath his feet as he turned to flee, intending to bring the suit of armor back to the military. However, just as he was about to escape the villa, he found himself immobilized. "I warned you to remove the armor before you leave." Rhodey, undeterred, intensified the force beneath his feet and in his palms, yet remained unable to budge. It was absurd. How could a suit of steel escape from someone like Xin Ran, who could manipulate all forms of metal? Xin Ran commanded the armor to soar beside him, positioning Rhodey upside down. He delivered a kick to Rhodey's face and then seized his calf, swinging him about with abandon. "If I perish, you bear no responsibility, but should you die, am I to be held accountable? What nonsense." Tony was not the least surprised by Xin Ran's actions and contemplated whether he should create a suit of armor to counter him. At that moment, Xin Ran released his grip, letting the armor hover in midair. "Uncle, he won't be dead, will he?" Tony exclaimed, seeing the armor's limbs droop lifelessly. "Jarvis, assess Rhodey's vital signs." "Sir, he is merely in a brief state of unconsciousness." Relieved to learn Rhodey was unharmed, Tony exhaled deeply. He splashed some of his drink onto Rhodey's face, rousing him from his stupor. Upon awakening and seeing Xin Ran, Rhodey instinctively prepared to flee. Xin Ran reached out, and the armor fell away from Rhodey in an instant. "Come on, try to kill me. I assure you, if I die, you won't be held accountable," Xin Ran teased. "You're holding a glass of wine while I'm clad in a suit of steel, and you can easily overpower me. How could I possibly kill you?" Rhodey thought to himself, but dared not voice it, gripped by fear. Noticing Rhodey's terror, Tony quickly stepped forward to introduce, "Rhodey, this is my uncle Xin Ran. You should greet him." Confused yet frightened, Rhodey stiffly opened his mouth. "Uncle." "Hello." Xin Ran took a sip of his drink. "You may leave, but the armor stays." "Who taught you to just take things without asking?" Rhodey hesitated. "Uncle, this is a task assigned to me by someone at the White House. I have no choice." A glint of coldness flashed in Xin Ran's eyes. "The White House? If it's unfeasible, simply replace him. That position can be filled by anyone. Placing a compliant puppet in power is certainly an option." Rhodey gasped in shock. This man was incredibly audacious. Xin Ran wasn't incorrect. Though the presidency in America is elected, it is essentially a contest among powerful factions. Our Stark Industries is more than capable of entering the race for the presidency, Tony concurred. Rhodey felt despair. These two were far too domineering. Since when did a disagreement warrant a presidential replacement? "However, uncle, it's just a suit of armor. There's no need to go through the trouble and expense of changing a president over it. Although I am not particularly fond of their actions, Roddy is nonetheless my friend. It would be perfectly acceptable for me to present this suit of armor to him as a gift. I will also instruct Jarvis to set a restriction such that only Roddy may don this armor. What do you think?" After a moment, Tony added. Sinan nodded in agreement. "That works too." At that moment, Natasha hurriedly approached from the hall. "Darling, a town in Mexico is experiencing supernatural phenomena, and Director Fury is waiting for us in the yard. But the gates are locked. How could he have gotten into the yard? It seems he climbed over." Chapter 24. A serendipitous encounter in the skies during this period. There were undeniable supernatural occurrences, and Xin Ran was certain that Thor, the god of thunder, along with his hammer, Mjolnir, had descended upon Earth. In the post-credit scene of Iron Man 2, a fleeting glimpse of that very hammer was presented, albeit for just a few seconds. Gazing at Tony before her, Xin Ran spoke. "Tony, today is your birthday, and your uncle hasn't prepared any gifts for you. Could you design a suit of armor in the lab tailored for your aunt and deliver it to me once completed?" Tony took a couple of hearty swigs from his drink. "Uncle, are you serious?" Beside them, Natasha was amused by Xin Ran's cryptic remarks. "I've kept in mind the matter of your palladium poisoning from the arc reactor, my dear nephew. Shall I offer you some guidance?" Tony's heart leaped with excitement. "Uncle, that would be splendid. But what about Aunt's armor?" "Jarvis, scan Aunt Natasha's entire body and record the relevant information. Tomorrow morning, I shall arrange the armor for her." Tony exclaimed. Xin Ran smiled with satisfaction. "That's the spirit." She continued. "Do you recall the director of SHIELD, who visited you last time?" Tony nodded earnestly. Xin Ran reclined on the sofa, seemingly lost in profound reminiscence. "Your father, Howard, and Agent Peggy Carter once collaborated to establish the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, now known as SHIELD. Tony was taken aback, astonished to learn of his father's remarkable legacy. "I had to retire from the battlefield for specific reasons, as you might have heard from Obadiah previously. After my retirement, your father positioned me in a nominal role under SHIELD, while your Aunt Natasha was enlisted as a combat operative. To put it plainly, I am one of the founding members of SHIELD. At this point, Rhodey could no longer contain his excitement and stood up. You are that good friend of Captain America, the mysterious figure who disappeared alongside him? Xin Ran cast a sidelong glance at Rhodey, disregarding his interruption, and continued. While it may seem that my words bear no relevance to your palladium poisoning, Tony, as your father was a founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., some of his belongings remain within the agency. I believe that retrieving those items could lead to new revelations regarding your predicament. Tony appeared puzzled. Uncle, your words are rather vague. Where exactly is the guidance you offer? I don't see it. Is it not clear enough? Let me be direct. You must have a serious discussion with Nick Fury and reclaim the case that Howard left behind at S.H.I.E.L.D. The contents of that case hold the key to alleviating your poisoning. Initially, Xin Ran intended to provide only a hint and allow Tony to deduce the rest on his own. However, he seemed incapable of grasping the subtleties of their discourse. With little patience remaining, Xin Ran opted for an unambiguous approach, knowing that even if she withheld this information, Fury would eventually come knocking to deliver the case. However, the discovery of new elements relies solely on Tony himself. If stated more clearly, it might inadvertently influence his judgment. This statement is indeed much clearer, Uncle. However, I have not seen that one-eyed director since his last visit. Rest assured, he has long since arranged for surveillance around you. That new assistant of yours is no ordinary person. It won't be long before he comes to seek you out. As she spoke, Xin Ran unconsciously glanced at Natasha. Tony, what poison? Why have you never mentioned it? Pepper inquired, her eyes brimming with tears. Rhodey seemed to have grasped something, lowering his head in embarrassment. All right, Tony, I leave the remaining matters in your hands. Do not forget your aunt's armor. Xin Ran pointed at Rhodey. Remember, this suit was a gift from Tony. When you return it, ensure no one alters or experiments with it recklessly. At this moment, Rhodey had roughly deduced Xin Ran's identity and treated her words as orders, standing at attention and saluting vigorously, declaring, Yes, sir. You must be out of your mind. You are Tony's friend. Just call me uncle, he replied. Yes, sir. Subsequently, Xin Ran scooped up Natasha and soared into the sky. Simultaneously, a magnetic force field activated, forming a protective barrier around them to shield against the turbulence generated by their high-speed flight. Presently, Xin Ran's ability fusion had reached 45%, doubling her flight speed to twice the speed of sound. The sudden ascent left Rhodey utterly astonished. Flying solely by her own power. Was she even human? Natasha, cradled in his arms, had never experienced anything like this before. My dear, when did you learn to fly? This sensation is exhilarating. Xin Ran grinned mischievously. Would you like something even more thrilling? The magnetic force field subtly shifted, concealing their forms. Given Xin Ran's current flight speed, the journey from Tony's residence to her own would take merely 2 to 3 minutes. 3 hours later, the two gradually descended into the villa courtyard, where they were met with a resigned expression from Nick Fury. Natasha shot Xin Ran a reproachful, yet bashful glance. Director Fury, we were delayed by some matters on the way. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Natasha greeted Fury with a smile. Delayed by matters? You two clearly descended from the sky. What could possibly have delayed you? Did you collide with a bird midair? Fury thought, feeling quite foolish, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. Let us discuss it inside, Fury. The three entered and settled onto the living room sofa. Senior, the situation is as follows. A hammer has been discovered in a small town in Mexico, Xin Ran stated directly. Well, it seems nothing escapes your notice, Fury replied. Originally, it was intended to dispatch Agent Hawkeye to handle this matter. However, given the supernatural nature of the phenomenon, it would be far simpler for you to intervene. Would you be interested in taking a look? Fury cautiously inquired of Xin Ran's intentions. New mission alert. Please accept the task. Host, task details. Extract Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and acquire the power of lightning. Completion reward. Magneto's ability fusion rate increased to 50. Gain the ability to create electromagnetic portals. Electromagnetic portal. The host can utilize electromagnetic forces to create portals, reaching any location previously visited or desired. The electromagnetic portal functions similarly to the spatial portals of Camartage, with the sole distinction being that Camartage's portals rely on the use of the sling ring as a medium, whereas the electromagnetic portals do not require such. Xin Ran sensed that this task would not be easily accomplished. Mjolnir is forged from the crystallized essence of a planet, fundamentally a form of metal within the universe. As long as it is metal, Xin Ran can manipulate it. However, that hammer is also under a divine enchantment from Odin, the All-Father, signifying that only those worthy may wield the power of the God of Thunder. This indicates that extracting the hammer would not be a simple feat currently. Thor has yet to mature, relying entirely on that hammer to embody the God of Thunder. Without it, he is nothing. Odin's intention was to cultivate Thor through this challenge. If one were to exploit Odin's enchantment to prematurely extract the hammer, it would amount to usurping Thor's destiny, which would be utterly unjustifiable. Should that occur, one could only speculate whether Odin would not exact a severe punishment upon Xin Ran. Nevertheless, failure to complete the task would prevent the increase of Magneto's ability fusion rate, which in turn would hinder Xin Ran's capacity to confront the threats beyond Earth. Extracting the hammer would not only grant the power of lightning, but also enhance Magneto's abilities, a win-win situation that Xin Ran felt compelled to pursue. Furthermore, he harbored doubts that Thor would cease to be the god of thunder without his hammer. Odin would surely not remain indifferent. Xin Ran was curious to witness how Odin would handle Thor in such a scenario. Fury, even if you do not mention it, I intend to go. That hammer is not trivial, and I must handle it personally, Xin Ran asserted resolutely to Fury. This delighted Fury immensely, with such a formidable ally stepping in. He could rest easy. He promptly produced a set of credentials and handed them to Xin Ran. Level 0 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury, if I recall. You were a level 10, correct? Xin Ran queried, examining the credentials in his hand. Senior, do not misunderstand. Level 0 is equivalent to unclassified. Given your strength, even assigning you a level 100 would be insufficient, so level 0 is the most fitting designation, adding an air of mystery. Moreover, you are the head of the Avengers, so this credential serves merely as a disguise, Nick Fury explained. Very well, for this mission, I intend to operate alone. Natasha has only recently returned, and I would prefer she rest at home. Do you have any objections? Senior, the decision rests with you. Agent Natasha has now been officially integrated into the ranks of the Avengers. She has acquiesced to Chiron's arrangements, allowing her the opportunity to rest at home, thus sparing her from being relentlessly occupied by him day and night. Senior, Coulson has already arrived in Mexico. Once you reach your destination, he will fully cooperate with your endeavors. Understood, I shall depart tomorrow. Very well, Senior, I shall not intrude upon the two of you any longer. With that, Nick Fury prepared to take his leave. Wait, just a few steps away, Chiron called out to him. Please find an opportunity to give Howard's belongings to Tony and discuss matters regarding the Avengers with him. Nick Fury chuckled. You think similarly to me, Senior. After Fury's departure, it was already past midnight. Little Natasha, I am leaving tomorrow and may not return for some time. Tonight, I must make it up to you, Chiron exclaimed as he embraced Natasha, whispering mischievously in her ear. Natasha's body softened at his touch. My dear, shall we ascend to the skies? Without hesitation, Chiron lifted Natasha and soared into the heights, taking in the breathtaking nightscape of New York. Chapter 25. Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. New York and Mexico. One situated in the east and the other in the west. Despite Xin Ran's flight speed nearing twice the speed of sound, he opted for the most unpretentious mode of travel. The following noon, Xin Ran bid farewell to Natasha and boarded the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. At an exceedingly clandestine military airport in Mexico, Coulson awaited Xin Ran's arrival, accompanied by numerous agents. Upon witnessing Xin Ran descend from the plane, Coulson approached him with palpable enthusiasm. Director, welcome to the state of Mexico. Xin Ran smiled. Agent Coulson, it is a pleasure to see you again. Coulson, shaking Xin Ran's hand, appeared somewhat exhilarated. Director, may we take a photograph together? A photograph? Xin Ran queried, perplexed. What would two grown men need a photo for? To be candid, Captain Rogers is my idol, and since you are his close companion, I thought. At this revelation, Xin Ran recalled that Coulson had always been an ardent admirer of Steve. No problem, let us do it. Coulson produced his phone, beaming as he wrapped an arm around Xin and S' shoulder for a selfie. Thank you, Director. The vehicle is parked over there. Allow me to escort you to the scene of the incident. Xin Ran nodded and followed Coulson to the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle. The remaining agents divided into two teams, each commandeering a black SUV. One team positioned itself at the rear while the other took the lead, effectively safeguarding the vehicle in which Xin Ran was seated. Coulson, is this how you always conduct your receptions? Xin Ran observed the ostentatious display around him, likening it to a mob boss making an appearance. Noticing Xin Ran's inquiry, Coulson, seated in the driver's seat, hastily clarified through the rearview mirror, Director, the conditions here are limited, and we lack personnel. Please bear with us. Xin Ran found himself at a loss for words. It must be said, the stability of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vehicle was remarkably commendable. Navigating through the undulating desert dunes, the ride was notably smooth. Gazing out at the desolate expanse of the Gobi, Xin Ran began to ponder the matter of Mjolnir. Suddenly, he noticed Coulson, who was casting a rather suggestive glance at him through the rearview mirror. Coulson, focus on driving. What are you doing? Xin Ran murmured. Yes, Director. A short while later, Xin Ran discovered that Coulson was still stealing glances at him intermittently. Coulson, if there is something on your mind, just say it. I am not a woman. What is with the suggestive looks? Let me be clear. I have no interest in men. If that is your preference, I do not oppose it, but I must warn you, do not attempt that with me. Xin Ran felt a wave of discomfort, As a man of stature, he could withstand the flirtatious gazes of women, but could not permit such behavior from a man. Listening to Xin Ran's words, Coulson promptly responded, "Director, I believe you have misunderstood me. However, it is not an issue. Just as long as you keep your thoughts to yourself, I hold no prejudice against your inclinations." Xin Ran, with an air of indifference, left Coulson both amused and perplexed. "Sir, you and Captain Rogers are contemporaries. Yet after all these years, you appear younger than I do. I must admit, I am rather curious. And by the way, I have a girlfriend now." "Oh, is that so?" Xin Ran responded, momentarily at a loss for words. "Could you share some tales about Captain Rogers from back in the day?" Coulson inquired cautiously. Having formed a favorable impression of Coulson, polite and humble, Xin Ran began recounting stories of Steve from the past. "The first time I encountered Steve was in an alley behind a cinema in Brooklyn, back when he was." Thus, Xin Ran narrated his experiences with Steve for over 2 hours. Eventually, Coulson halted the vehicle. "Sir, we have arrived." "Coulson, there's no need for such formality. You may simply call me by my name. A casual sir now and then is acceptable, but your constant use of sir feels rather awkward." Xin Ran remarked as they exited the car and walked a short distance to a large circular pit. It was hard to fathom that such a vast cavity had been created by a mere hammer strike. Observing the civilian vehicles arriving in droves, Coulson explained, "They are coming to investigate after hearing the commotion. Order the area to be sealed off," Xin Ran commanded. Upon receiving the order, Coulson swiftly organized the operation. In no time, over 30 military helicopters appeared overhead, while military trucks rolled in from the ground. SHIELD agents quickly cordoned off the extensive area. A few unruly Japanese individuals refused to leave, even engaging in physical altercations with several agents. In response, Xin Ran issued a direct order for them to be neutralized. He leaned down to scrutinize the hammer firmly embedded in the ground. Apart from its ancient, mysterious engravings on either side, it bore little resemblance to an ordinary hammer. What on earth could this be? Coulson, astonished, found it difficult to comprehend how such a hammer could have created such a significant pit. "It is indeed a hammer," he replied, somewhat at a loss for words, nodding in agreement. Xin Ran then approached, gripping the hammer's handle with all his might, yet it remained unmoved. Coulson attempted a similar feat, only to achieve the same result. "Bring in Group 1, 2, and 3, have the helicopters equipped with steel cables," Coulson commanded over the radio, refusing to yield to superstition. Could 3 helicopters manage to lift it? However, the cables snapped under the strain, proving futile. Had Xin Ran not promptly restrained the fraying cables, Coulson might have met his end. Xin Ran applied his abilities to Thor's hammer, resulting in only a slight movement. Yet this moment ignited a flicker of hope within Xin Ran. The mere ability to move indicated that the hammer was undeniably composed of metal. And if it was metal, then it rightfully fell under the dominion of him. The master of magnetism. "Xin Ran, it seems you possess some knowledge regarding the origins of this hammer," Coulson remarked suddenly from the side. "Why do you say that?" Xin Ran inquired. "Because your gaze reveals something amiss. Truly, the keen observation skills of a level 8 agent from SHIELD were commendable." Coulson chuckled. "I still have a long way to go compared to you. After all, you are A-level 0. Without reservation, Xin Ran responded, "Indeed, I am familiar with it." "Really? What is the true nature of this hammer?" Initially uncertain, Coulson's excitement grew upon Xin Ran's affirmation. Taking another glance at the hammer, Xin Ran slowly spoke. "This hammer is known as Mjolnir, the very hammer described in Norse mythology as belonging to the god of thunder. Is what you say truly credible, Xin Ran?" Coulson asked, his face a mask of astonishment. "Do you believe I would jest with you?" At that moment, an agent rushed over. "Report, esteemed officers. A astrophysicist in the nearby town has documented the supernatural phenomena accompanying the hammer's appearance." Xin Ran recognized that the astrophysicist was none other than Jane Foster, the future girlfriend of Thor, a brilliant and captivating woman. However, Xin Ran held no interest in her. Instead, he found himself intrigued by her in turn, Daisy Louise. Let us proceed at once. Chapter 26. Going with the flow. Coulson immediately issued orders, leading a group of agents towards the small town. Upon arriving at Jane Foster's residence, they found it devoid of occupants. With a wave of his hand, the agents began to transfer the equipment onto SHIELD vehicles. Xin Ran leaned against the car, observing the agents at work. Shortly thereafter, 2 women approached, exclaiming loudly, "Hey, that's my equipment. What on earth is happening here?" Noticing the commotion, Coulson stepped forward and introduced himself. "Miss Foster, I am Agent Coulson from SHIELD. What does that matter? I don't care which agency you represent. You cannot do this." Jane retorted angrily, dismissing his authority. Eric Selvig, sensing the tension, leaned in to whisper to Jane, "Jane, this situation may be more serious than you realize. Let them proceed." Ironically, this only fueled Jane's ire further. "Let them proceed?" This is my life. Curson, observing the irate woman, continued to explain. Miss Foster, we are investigating a security threat and need to access your records and atmospheric observation data. Access. You might as well say steal. Jane shot back. Curson, frustrated, retrieved a check from his pocket. Here, this should compensate for the inconvenience caused. Jane snatched the check and crumpled it into a ball. Let me tell you, you cannot find replacement equipment in a digital store. Most of these devices I constructed myself. I trust you can create new ones, Curson replied, and thus ensued a back-and-forth exchange of arguments between them. Daisy, wishing to support Jane, felt at a loss for words. Her large, expressive eyes revealing her anxiety. Watching the innocent and pure beauty of Daisy stirred something within Xin Ran. I am on the verge of uncovering answers to some extraordinary phenomena. All my research findings are either in this laboratory or within this notebook. You cannot take them. Jane's voice quivered as she neared tears. Curson, feeling helpless, signaled for his subordinates to expedite their departure. One agent, understanding the unspoken command, approached Jane with forceful intentions. Daisy and Eric, witnessing this, rushed forward to shield Jane. Once all the equipment was loaded and ready for departure, Xin Ran interjected, Curson, hold on. As he spoke, all agents ceased their activities. Xin Ran stepped forward, fixing his gaze intently on Daisy, who felt a mixture of embarrassment and courage. Gathering her resolve, she quietly implored Xin Ran, Sir, could you please speak on my behalf and ask them to return my teacheress equipment? Those items are genuinely vital to her. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she bit her lip, leaving Xin Ran feeling a pang of desire yet managing to restrain himself. He extended his hand and said, Hello, Mississippi. My name is Xin Ran. Daisy weakly shook Xin Ran's hand and replied, Hello, Mr. Xin. I am Daisy Louise. She then introduced two other individuals, saying, This is Jane Foster, my internship supervisor, and this is Professor Eric Selvig. Xin Ran nodded in acknowledgement to both of them. Miss Foster, would you be interested in joining us? H-I-E-L-D. Not interested. Jane's irritation had yet to dissipate, and she held no favorable impression of Xin Ran, especially since he had been eyeing her in turn rather lasciviously upon his arrival. All of your instruments will be sent to the S-H-I-E-L-D laboratory and will be returned to you after use. However, if you join us, I will assign you this project, and you will have command over S-H-I-E-L-D's experimental equipment and personnel. You can also participate in the ongoing supernatural phenomena. Upon hearing this, Jane felt a flicker of temptation. Xin Ran, this is against the regulations. Coulson appeared somewhat troubled. Whose regulations are we discussing? S-H-I-E-L-D-S or Nick Fury's? Both are not compliant. Fine. I declare that what I just said constitutes a new regulation. Now, Jane Foster meets my criteria. Agent Coulson, do you have any objections? Coulson was taken aback. All right. Xin Ran, no issues on my end. Jane and Daisy were taken aback by the weight of his words. Xin Ran smiled gently at Daisy and continued to address Jane. Miss Foster, will you reconsider? No need for consideration. I will join. Regardless, my efforts will be taken away. By joining them, I can continue my research while gaining a clearer understanding of the truth. Seeing the issue resolved, Daisy offered Xin Ran a grateful glance and, taking Jane's hand, said, Teacher, Mr. Xin has mentioned that there are many professionals in S-H-I-E-L-D-S lab. As a liberal arts student, I probably won't be of much help, so I plan to see if there are any suitable jobs for me in New York. Xin Ran felt a surge of joy. This was perfect. He quickly interjected, Daisy, I happen to need an assistant. I have a 20% stake in Stark Industries that is currently unmonitored. Would you be interested? What? Mr. Xin, are you serious? Daisy could hardly believe that such a fortunate opportunity could fall into her lap. Stark Industries was immensely wealthy, and 20% of the original stock must be worth a fortune. Mr. Xin, I worry that I may not be capable of fulfilling this role. Xin Ran chuckled. Don't worry, Daisy. It's merely a position. You won't have to do much. I believe in your potential. After a long moment of hesitation, Daisy nodded in agreement to Xin Ran's offer. Coulson, arrange transportation for Miss Foster and Professor Selvig to return them to the camp. Understood, sir. Subsequently, Curson personally drove the two individuals towards the camp established near Thor's Hammer, with vehicles laden with instruments trailing behind. The scene was left with only Xin Ran and Daisy. Can you drive, Daisy? Xin Ran inquired. Yes, I can. I obtained my driver's license while in college, she replied. Upon hearing this, Xin Ran, in front of Daisy, conjured an R8 from his spatial ring. Wow, Mr. Xin, how did you manage that? This sports car is amazing, Daisy exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden appearance of the vehicle. Ha ha, there are many things I can do. Let's drop the Mr. Xin, we're of similar age. So just call me Xin Ran, Daisy. If Tony were to hear this, he would undoubtedly choke on his own blood. Of similar age? You certainly have the audacity to say that. Hee. Got it, Xin Ran, Daisy giggled. This car is a gift for you. Huh. Seeing Daisy in a daze, Xin Ran added. As my assistant, you ought to have a means of transportation, right? Consider it a necessity for work. If it gets damaged, I shall replace it. To think that before even starting her job, her boss gifted her a sports car as a means of transport. What an incredible stroke of luck. Overwhelmed with excitement, Daisy threw her arms around Xin Ran and pecked him on the cheek, wrapping her arms around his neck as she said, "Thank you, Xin Ran." The fragrance of the young girl wafted into Xin Ran's nostrils, overwhelming him with desire. Unable to contain himself any longer, he embraced Daisy and lowered his lips toward hers. Daisy's body softened, collapsing into his embrace. She initially intended to resist, but found herself devoid of strength. Having never experienced such affection from a boy before, she soon found herself reciprocating the kiss. As their kiss deepened, Xin Ran activated the car's capabilities, causing the door to open automatically and the passenger seat to recline to its lowest position. Gently, he placed Daisy in the seat, and a magnetic field enveloped the vehicle. Chapter 27. Thor's infiltration. Xin Ran, we have only just met, and you already. Daisy lay atop Xin Ran, breathlessly chiding him. Who told you to kiss me just now? With such a stunning beauty, I couldn't help myself. He held Daisy tightly in his embrace, whispering mischievously in her ear. Alas, it seems that the cultural differences between Huami are quite pronounced. My kiss was born of excitement, a token of my gratitude. And you? Humph. Daisy weakly smacked Xin Ran's chest. It was my first time. You must take responsibility for me. Upon hearing her words, Xin Ran readily agreed. Daisy, I must be honest with you, apart from you, there is another woman. Xin Ran disclosed Natasha's existence candidly. Daisy sighed. Xin Ran, a man like you could never be satisfied with just one woman. I can accept that. As long as you treat me well enough, and with sincerity, I don't mind. Her words struck a chord deep within Xin Ran. He cupped Daisy's delicate face and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips. Rest assured, my dear. Humph. You wanted me to be your assistant just to do this kind of thing, didn't you? You lecherous scoundrel. Daisy teased. What do you mean by lecherous? This is called love at first sight. Allow this rogue to properly attend to you. With that, he silenced Daisy with another kiss. More than 2 hours later, Daisy sat in the driver's seat, a bashful expression gracing her features as she looked at Xin Ran. I really can't stand you. Xin Ran grinned. Can't stand me, or can't stand me. You seemed to enjoy it quite a bit earlier. You're insufferable, Daisy playfully retorted as she started the car, flooring the accelerator towards the direction of Thor. Centered around Mjolnir, S-H-I-E-L-D, had established a vast research camp. Upon their arrival, Jane and Coulson were in the temporary laboratory above the hammer, observing relevant data. Jane had also learned from Coulson about Xin Ran's identity. Mr. Xian, Daisy, you have arrived. Jane greeted, glancing at Xin Ran. How is the equipment treating you, Miss Foster? Xin Ran asked amiably. Quite well, Mr. Xian. I apologize for my earlier emotional outburst at home, Jane said, lowering her head in slight embarrassment. Not at all. S-H-I-E-L-D is fortunate to have someone of your caliber, Xin Ran reassured her. After exchanging a few more words, they grew increasingly familiar and moved closer to observe the data concerning Mjolnir. Xin Ran, what exactly is this thing? Could it be that all supernatural phenomena are caused by this hammer? Is everything Thor said true? Jane pondered silently. Did Thor not inform you? How do you know Thor? Jane asked, surprised. Xin Ran smiled, but did not respond. Upon hearing Xin Ran mention Thor, Coulson also began to connect the dots. He took out the walkie-talkie and commanded, Number 1. The information I asked you to collect should be delivered to me immediately. Shortly thereafter, an agent from Coulson's team presented him with a laptop filled with records concerning Thor, the god of thunder, and his mighty hammer, Mjolnir. Is that truly the hammer of the god of thunder? Despite Xin Ran's previous assertions, Coulson remained skeptical. The hammer from Norse mythology is renowned for its grandeur, heralded by thunder and lightning upon its arrival. Yet this hammer appeared rather unremarkable, adorned with mere patterns on either side, lacking any extraordinary features. Daisy had consistently dismissed Thor's claims as the ramblings of a madman. To her astonishment, her own partner asserted that this was indeed Mjolnir. Could it be that Thor was genuinely the god of thunder? Coulson, are you doubting my words? Xin Ran challenged. No, Xin Ran. If this is Mjolnir, then where is the god of thunder? Coulson handed the laptop to Xin Ran. Look here. It is recorded that the god of thunder and his hammer are inseparable. Wherever the hammer resides, there too shall be the god. Likewise, where the god exists, so must his hammer. It is not that I do not believe you, but this does not make sense. Xin Ran deftly retrieved the laptop back into Coulson's hands with a flick of her wrist. This display left both Jane and Shavig in awe. However, Daisy remained largely unfazed. After all, She had witnessed her partner summon an R8 sports car from thin air, so this seemed trivial in comparison. The more powerful her partner became, the greater her own benefits. Due to the punishment imposed by Odin, the All-Father, the hammer was now ostensibly without a master. Whoever could lift it would become the new god of thunder. Coulson gasped in disbelief. How could that be, Xin Ran? Whoever lifts it gains divine power. This is utterly absurd. Jane was entirely unconvinced by Xin Ran's claims. Xin Ran smiled, levitating a large iron box off the ground, and remarked, "Had someone told you that before meeting me, I could manipulate the movement of objects, would you have believed it? Would you not have found that rather ludicrous? Some phenomena, though unexplainable by science, do not imply their non-existence. Humanity has advanced technologically for years, yet has not discovered extraterrestrial civilizations beyond Earth. Does that mean they do not exist? Do you think ants are aware of the sun's existence? Earth is but a speck of dust in the vast cosmos, and there is an abundance of that which we do not know and cannot access." Xin Ran's words left Jane speechless, while Coulson wore a wry smile. If the matter of Injay was absurd, what could one say about the abilities possessed by Xin Ran? As night descended, Jane and the SHIELD researchers organized the instruments and materials brought from her laboratory. Daisy was there assisting Jane, having interned under her supervision. Though a humanities major, she was quite familiar with the arrangement of the equipment. Xin Ran remained, partly to keep Daisy company. Secondly, we awaited the arrival of the god Thor. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility of the night. A spectacle of flashing lightning and resounding thunder materialized above the encampment. Coulson hurriedly approached Xin Ran, clutching a computer device. Eager to report, "Xin Ran, look. This extraordinary phenomenon has only manifested within a few miles near Mjolnir. The surrounding towns remain unaffected." Xin Ran, manipulating the computer that hovered before him, observed the satellite imagery, which indeed mirrored Coulson's account. As electromagnetic waves radiated outward, Xin Ran was astonished to discover that the information transmitted to him was shrouded in ambiguity. It appeared that the fluctuations from Thor's hammer had disrupted the electromagnetic field of this area. "Xin Ran, the laboratory instruments have been incapacitated by this magnetic explosion," Jane exclaimed, her anxiety palpable, for these were the fruits of her labor. "It's all right, Jane," Xin Ran reassured her. He activated the magnetic force field, enveloping the entire laboratory. All computer screens and instrument indicators flickered momentarily before returning to normalcy. Yet, outside the laboratory, the data from Thor's hammer was no longer detectable. "Xin Ran, can you manipulate the magnetic field?" Jane and Shavik gasped, realizing that the magnetic explosion had been entirely contained outside the laboratory. Who else present, aside from Xin Ran, possessed such an ability? Xin Ran shook his head. "If only I could manipulate the magnetic field. This should be considered utilization. Each enhancement in the fusion of Magneto's abilities yields new capabilities. The system has always referred to the utilization of electromagnetic forces, never the manipulation of them. I have speculated that such an ability would require a fusion level of at least 70% or more, as electromagnetic power is among the most potent forces governing the universe. Furthermore, each new capability acquired is not limited solely to Earth." With this thought, he suddenly gained a renewed understanding and insight regarding the wielding of Mjolnir. At that moment, Coulson's walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Commander, the perimeter has been breached. Intruders have entered. All personnel, mobilize and investigate." A short while later, the walkie-talkie buzzed again. "Commander, our special forces have been incapacitated." Coulson's expression darkened. "Investigate immediately. We must apprehend this individual." Xin Ran realized it was Thor who had arrived. With his presence, a torrential downpour commenced from the heavens. The agents also detected him through their surveillance. Coulson, accompanied by Xin Ran and others, rushed to the scene. Witnessing his agents being subdued one by the imposing figure before him, Coulson felt a burning embarrassment, especially when he caught sight of Xin Ran's amused expression. "Everyone, do not approach recklessly. Authorization to use firearms is granted." Coulson issued a final ultimatum over the walkie-talkie. Following his command, numerous agents drew their Desert Eagles, encircling Thor. "It's Thor. Coulson, do not shoot. I know him." Jane's voice rang out just as the others prepared to pull the trigger. Chapter 28. The Thunder God, Xin Ran, Part 1. Upon hearing Jane's words, Coulson instinctively glanced at Xin Ran. "Everyone, put your weapons away," he commanded, receiving a nod of affirmation from Xin Ran. Thor shot an indignant glare toward Coulson's direction before continuing to grapple with a group of SHIELD agents. Although lacking in martial arts finesse, the agents were unable to subdue him due to his formidable physical strength. At that moment, a towering African-American man loomed over Thor, delivering a thunderous punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Seated on the earth, Thor looked up at the giant with a mocking expression and remarked, "You are quite the behemoth, but I have seen larger." Rising to his feet, he retaliated with a fist to the man's face. Enraged, The giant responded with a punch to Thor's abdomen. Thus began a mindless brawl between the two muscle-bound brutes, exchanging blows in a chaotic display of strength. Xin Ran stood in disbelief. Is this truly Thor, the god of thunder? Coulson's skepticism was evident. How could the illustrious thunder god engage in such a trivial scuffle? Xin Ran retorted, Coulson, this is your agent's prowess. Daisy, Jane, and Professor Selvig shared doubts regarding Thor's previous proclamations about the Bifrost, Mjolnir, and his divine status. If he were truly a god, why not summon a thunderstorm upon his adversaries? This resembled a child's play fight. Thor and the giant wrestled their way into the muddy terrain outside the camp, exerting considerable effort before finally knocking the giant unconscious. Approaching Mjolnir, Thor wore a triumphant smile, believing he was on the cusp of reclaiming his powers. With a victorious demeanor, he grasped the hammer's handle with one hand, only to find it unyielding, as if it did not recognize him. Unwilling to concede defeat, he employed all his might, hands and feet alike, yet Mjolnir remained steadfast, unshaken. Despair washed over him. How could he not lift his old companion? Thor's heart sank as he bellowed toward the heavens. Had he truly been forsaken by Asgard and his father, Odin? Coulson paid no heed to Thor's sorrow, issuing orders for his capture. However, Xin Ran intervened. Subsequently, Xin Ran soared from the laboratory on the second floor, hovering beside Thor. As the electromagnetic shield activated, it repelled the rain, creating a protective barrier around them. Daisy watched in astonishment and delight. Not only was her partner incredibly powerful, but his abilities were also extraordinary. How do I sense that this man is the true thunder god? After all, he can manipulate the rain and soar through the skies. She mused, alongside Jane and Professor Selvig, who shook his head in bewilderment. Thor! Xin Ran called out. Thor, lost in his sorrowful tears, had failed to notice the new presence before him. Observing the ungrounded and rain-dodging Xin Ran, Thor coldly inquired, You are not an ordinary person. Who are you? How do you know who I am? Hearing this mindless inquiry from the imposing figure, Xin Ran chuckled and replied, Do not be anxious, Thor. My name is Xin Ran, and I am a human from Earth, harboring no ill will towards you. Which earthling possesses abilities like yours? Stop beating around the bush and speak plainly, Thor exclaimed, rising with an air of fearlessness. Xin Ran smiled softly. Very well, Thor. To be direct, I desire your hammer. Utterly delusional. No one but me can wield Mjolnir. Thor retorted with indignation. Then take it now. If you cannot, I shall claim it for myself. Do not blame me for not warning you. Harbor resentment at your own peril. Xin Ran stepped back a few meters, clearing a path for Thor to retrieve his hammer. Provoked by Xin Ran's taunts, Thor was incensed. The noble son of Asgard, looked down upon by an earthling. He leaped forward, launching a powerful punch at Xin Ran. Yet, Xin Ran did not evade. He allowed the blow to land, considering it an achievement if Thor could breach his electromagnetic shield. Thor's fist struck an invisible barrier, unable to make contact with Xin Ran, ultimately causing pain to himself. Have you had your fill, brother? Allow me to take your hammer as compensation for your medical expenses, Xin Ran jested. Thor was left speechless, bewildered by such shamelessness. Fine. If you possess the capability, take it. If you can lift it, I, Thor, will concede. You said it yourself. So I shall not hold back. Xin Ran descended to the ground and approached Mjolnir with fervor in his eyes. He sought to test a newfound idea that might enable him to extract the hammer. Thor, however, was entirely unconcerned, as he did not believe Xin Ran could truly lift Mjolnir. Standing before the hammer, Xin Ran closed his eyes, retracting his electromagnetic shield and allowing the rain to drench him. The electromagnetic induction spread out fully. This time, he did not sense anything else but the flow of magnetic fields and electromagnetic forces within a radius of several dozen miles. 500 meters away, he levitated a car into the air, causing subtle changes in the electromagnetic currents within that magnetic field. A rusted rebar 1,000 meters away twisted into a hoop under his control, the magnetic force responding in kind. Electromagnetic power. The primal force. Suddenly, Xin Ran grasped a profound realization. He concentrated the electromagnetic induction solely within the vicinity of Mjolnir. Subsequently, he activated the magnetic force field, applying it to the electromagnetic induction. The range of electromagnetic induction narrowed, enveloping only Mjolnir and himself. With both abilities acting concurrently, Xin Ran sensed a unique electromagnetic force perpetually directed downward near Mjolnir. It could be described as divine power or perhaps the curse of Odin. At that moment, Xin Ran had transformed everything into the cosmic primal force of electromagnetic energy, reflecting it within his consciousness. Gently bending down, he grasped the handle of Mjolnir. The ability to manipulate the state of metals activated, causing a slight disturbance in the electromagnetic field surrounding the hammer, which quickly returned to its original state. In the next moment, the lightning in the sky intensified, and the sound of thunder resonated from above, as if approaching Xin Ran. Unfazed, Xin Ran activated his ability to control the metallic form. In an instant, He transferred his power to the electromagnetic force enveloping the hammer, causing it to sway even more. Beyond Earth, within the celestial palace of Asgard, Odin, feigning a severe illness, could no longer remain still. With a flick of his finger, a faint divine power was unleashed. Above Xin Ran's head, several dark purple bolts of lightning converged, striking down upon him without hesitation. Xin Ran barely had time to react, let alone activate his electromagnetic shield, as the bolts, each the size of a bowl, struck him directly. Upon contact, they emitted a blinding white light. Xin Ran, Daisy cried out in despair. Jane covered her mouth in shock, while Shavik shook his head in disbelief. Coulson hurriedly ordered his subordinates to evacuate everyone. Yet Daisy refused to leave, clinging to hope, determined to wait for Xin Ran, even if it meant waiting for mere bones. Seeing this, Jane also chose to stay. As the blinding light dissipated, Xin Ran emerged charred and blackened, his clothing reduced to dust. Had it not been for the reward of a superhuman physique from the system, those bolts of lightning sent by Odin could have easily ushered him to the realm of the Earth God. Lift me, Xin Ran roared. At that moment, more bolts of lightning prepared to strike down. The electromagnetic shield and field activated simultaneously, yet Odin's lightning was repelled. In the next moment, the god of thunder's hammer, Mjolnir, began to rise from the ground, slowly being lifted by Xin Ran. Thor sank into despair, collapsing into the muddy ground. Moments earlier, Xin Ran had felt the electromagnetic force around Mjolnir, the divine spell laid down by Odin. He had intended to leverage Magneto's powers to control Mjolnir, gradually influencing this unique electromagnetic force until he could assimilate it and wield it entirely for himself. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a similarly unique electromagnetic force manifested in the lightning above, striking down upon him, catching him entirely off guard. The moment it struck him, the electromagnetic energy within the lightning collided with the unique electromagnetic force surrounding Mjolnir, resulting in a depletion of energy. Seizing the opportunity, Xin Ran amplified Magneto's output, ultimately exhausting the electromagnetic force enveloping Mjolnir. With the disappearance of that unique energy, Odin's divine spell faded as well. However, the weight of the hammer proved challenging for even the super-strong Xin Ran to lift. Had it not been essential to raise it above his head using sheer physical strength, Xin Ran could have effortlessly controlled the hammer with his powers. Now, he had already lifted Mjolnir above his waist. Within the celestial palace, it seems that Odin is poised to make a new move. Mother, I believe I have sensed a surge of divine power. Has Father awakened? At that moment, a voice resounded, bringing him back to silence. Xin Ran exerted force with both hands. At last, the hammer was raised above his head. The instant it was lifted, countless white lightning bolts descended from the heavens, striking towards Xin Ran. The ferocity of the white lightning surpassed that of the earlier purple strike. However, this time, the bolts struck the Mjolnir that rested atop Xin Ran's head. Chapter 29, The Thunder God, Xin Ran, Part 2. Countless bolts of lightning surged through Mjolnir, coursing into Xin Ran's body, purifying his sinews and cells. With his already formidable physique, Xin Ran, now endowed with the power of the Thunder God, transformed into an even more terrifying entity. At that moment, a suit of silver armor materialized upon his form, shimmering brilliantly amidst the lightning, while a crimson cape billowed gracefully behind him. The hammer atop his head suddenly felt as light as paper. Xin Ran distinctly sensed that even without invoking the powers of Magneto, he could perceive its location and control it at will. Furthermore, as he grasped the hammer, a gentle surge of lightning energy nourished his corporeal being. This sensation was utterly marvelous. Ding, host task completed. Fusion degree of Magneto's abilities raised to 50. The capability of the electromagnetic portal proved exceedingly practical, granting access to virtually any destination desired. With the fusion degree of Magneto's abilities reaching 50%, Xin Ran's flight velocity soared to 50 times the speed of sound. As the thunder dissipated, the ominous clouds above vanished, revealing a resplendent starry sky. Xin Ran materialized before the onlookers. Xin Ran, you terrified me. Upon witnessing Xin Ran's safety, Daisy, her tear-streaked face brightening with a sweet smile, exclaimed. He placed the hammer into the spatial ring, shed his armor, and flew to Daisy's side. Suddenly, a sharp scream erupted from Jian's lips, startling even Xin Ran. Daisy embraced the man before her. Xin Ran, those lightning strikes completely obliterated your clothing. Upon glancing down, Xin Ran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. With a swift gesture, he conjured a portal leading to his home in New York. Inside the bedroom, Natasha was preparing for slumber when an unexpected black portal materialized. On the other side stood the entirely naked Xin Ran. He stepped through, and the portal closed behind him in an instant. My dear, what on earth are you doing? Why are you not dressed? She inquired, her gaze falling upon him. Without answering her question, he lunged forward. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Afterward, Xin and changed into fresh attire from the wardrobe. tossing several of Natasha's alluring nightgowns into the spatial ring. Given that Xin Ran had been struck by lightning and had vanished into thin air, Daisy's eyes were already swollen from crying. The black portal reappeared before the group, and Xin Ran emerged from within. Seeing Daisy, now a weeping mess, he approached, cradled her face, wiped away her tears, and gently embraced her, whispering, "I'm sorry for worrying you." At that moment, Thor lay with his eyes closed in the mud, his heart heavy with despair. Xin Ran harbored no fear of retribution from the Asgardians regarding this incident. Unless Odin himself intervened, Xin Ran's current strength ensured that no one else could challenge him. Moreover, Thor had himself stated earlier that if Xin Ran could lift the hammer, he would accept it. Should a god not uphold their word? Xin Ran, what on earth is happening? The recent scene was truly astonishing, and it took Kurson a while to find his voice. Did I not mention that whoever can lift the hammer shall be endowed with the power of Thor and become the god of thunder? Xin Ran waved his hand nonchalantly. Then where were you for so long? Of changing clothes? Kurson inquired. Do I need to report every little thing I do to you? Xin Ran retorted. Kurson fell silent. So, does this mean you have ascended to divinity, Xin Ran? Daisy asked, her tears halted, glancing downward. Xin Ran leaned closer to Daisy's ear and mischievously whispered, "Would you like to experience the power of a god?" "You're insufferable," Daisy exclaimed, pinching Xin Ran's arm, her face flushed with embarrassment. Observing their playful banter, Kurson coughed theatrically and then asked, "Xin Ran, you claim to have become Thor. What about the original god of thunder, Thor, from Norse mythology? The one lying below is Thor. He previously told us he was the god of thunder, along with tales of the Rainbow Bridge and Mjolnir," Kurson remarked. "Indeed, he is the former god of thunder." "Thor," Xin Ran confirmed with a nod. Kurson scratched his head, losing several strands of hair, still perplexed. "Xin Ran, I sense you possess a comprehensive understanding of this matter. Could you elaborate?" I remained somewhat bewildered by the entire situation. Noticing the others shared Kurson's confusion, Xin Ran smiled. Thor was stripped of his godly powers by King Odin due to his transgressions and was imprisoned within the hammer Mjolnir. Both he and the hammer were then banished from Asgard to Earth, and a divine decree was issued in Odin's name. Whoever can lift Mjolnir shall inherit the power of Thor. Logically, the only person on Earth capable of lifting that hammer would be Thor himself. Xin Ran, then why did Thor fail to move the hammer earlier? Kurson questioned. Perhaps he has yet to pass the trials set by his father and is thus unworthy, Xin Ran replied. Since you have lifted the hammer, does that mean Thor has lost his powers? And considering Odin is Thor's father, will he retaliate against you and strip you of your divine abilities? Daisy, grasping the implications of Xin Ran's words, began to worry again. Xin Ran gently patted Daisy's head, reassuring her, "Worry not, dear. Even if Odin resents it, it is too late. The decree upon the hammer was issued in the name of his many ancestors, and even Odin cannot retract it." "All right, I understand," Daisy nodded, though somewhat incomprehensively. "Xin Ran, do you have an informant in Asgard? Is there someone close to Odin who is aligned with you?" Kurson's question left Xin Ran momentarily stunned. "What do you mean? Otherwise, how could you possibly know so much?" Xin Ran, disinterested in engaging with this fool, continued. "Daisy, neither Thor nor Odin is as fearsome as you might imagine. The tales of Norse mythology have exaggerated their portrayals. Compared to humans, they are merely a group of extraterrestrial beings endowed with more formidable abilities and longevity." With this explanation, the others found it easier to comprehend. "Xin Ran, how should we handle the one below?" "Kurson, could you refrain from asking me about everything? You are here to assist me, not to create complications. If you require me to articulate every detail, you might as well return home." "Understood," Kurson replied with a wry smile before issuing the command. Team 3, detain the intruder. Before long, a dozen agents hoisted Thor away. At that moment, Thor had lost all hope and had no desire to resist. "Xin Ran, may I use that hammer? There is still a wealth of data to be collected," Jane inquired. "Of course, no problem." Xin Ran summoned Mjolnir from the spatial ring and tossed it casually. Under his control, the hammer landed precisely in its original position. Now that Mjolnir had a new master, the divine enchantment cast by Odin had completely vanished. The electromagnetic pulses emanating from the hammer also subsided, facilitating Jane and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s work significantly. Once the hammer was in place, Jane and the S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers immediately sprang into action. "Xin Ran, I must ask. Since he is from the realm of the gods, we cannot possibly keep him here indefinitely, can we? After all, his father is Odin." Kurson remained undecided about how to deal with Thor. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Ran acknowledged the validity of Kurson's statement. "Very well, once this matter concludes, we shall release Thor. He may do as he pleases, the Asgardians will certainly not." Before he could finish, Xin Ran suddenly sensed a surge of divine energy. As the electromagnetic sensation unfolded, he discovered an unexpected guest in the room where Thor was detained. "It seems we have a visitor," Xin Ran remarked. Coulson, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and grabbed the intercom, commanding, "All personnel, enter level 1 alert. All personnel, enter level 1 alert." With a slightly grave expression, Xin Ran acknowledged that. After all, the visitor was a being of divine power. Coulson, ensure Daisy's safety. I will confront this individual. After entrusting Daisy's protection to Coulson, Xin Ran strode towards the room where Thor was confined. Chapter 30. Loki's discontent. Loki, what brings you here? In the dimly lit chamber where Thor was confined, Loki suddenly materialized before him. Thor felt a surge of excitement upon seeing his brother, initially believing he had come to aid him. However, upon noticing Loki's troubled expression, a sense of dread washed over him. What has transpired, Loki? Memories of his past mistakes and his experiences on Earth flooded his mind, leaving him feeling helpless. Tell me, is it Jotunheim? Let me explain to Father. Thor sounded like a child who had erred. Father is dead, Loki stated, his face devoid of emotion. What? Thor could hardly fathom it. His father was Odin, the All-Father, a deity of unparalleled might. How could he possibly be dead? Yet, the thought of Loki journeying all the way from Asgard to Earth for mere jest seemed implausible. Even if he was the god of mischief, Thor could not believe his brother would weave a web of deceit against him. Thus, he found himself believing Loki's words to a significant degree. Your exile and the looming threat of war have become too much for him to bear. As Thor's sorrow deepened, Loki continued to strike at his heart. Do not blame yourself. I know you loved him. I wished to convey that to him, yet he refused to listen, knowing you could no longer wield the hammer. Yet leaving it within your reach was truly cruel. Thor absorbed Loki's words, feeling as though there was nothing left in this world worth cherishing. He was at a loss for words. The burden of the throne now rests upon my shoulders. Thor held no resentment or regret regarding Loki's ascension to the throne. Instead, he pitifully inquired, "May I return home?" Those 5 simple words were laden with profound sorrow. A once mighty prince now found himself treated as a prisoner on Earth, stripped of his divine powers, which had been usurped by a mere mortal. Loki persisted with his deception. A truce with Jotunheim hinges upon your exile, and Mother has forbidden your return. I have come to bid you farewell, brother. I am truly sorry. Mentioning their mother shattered Thor's already fragile defenses. I should be the one apologizing. Thor's voice was heavy with anguish. Farewell, brother. Witnessing how easily he had manipulated the large figure before him, Loki turned away, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Since you are here, do not be in haste to leave. Just as Loki prepared to depart, a voice interrupted the moment. Who? Loki recognized the words were directed at him. The notion that someone on this diminutive planet could perceive his presence stirred something within him. The door to the chamber creaked open, revealing Xin Ran, who smiled gently at Loki. Seeing Xin Ran, Thor fell silent. Can you see me? Why else would I ask? Do villains always indulge in meaningless chatter? Xin Ran waved his hand dismissively, his face betraying no fear. What villain? Loki's stern visage was laced with curiosity. Loki, the adopted son of Odin, the god of mischief, fire, and trickery, among so many titles. Which suits you best? Xin Ran unceremoniously exposed Loki's secrets, then gazed at him with a teasing glint in his eyes. Young man, knowing these things is hardly remarkable. Loki paid no heed to Xin Ran's words. As a prominent figure in Asgard, his reputation was well known throughout the cosmos. Such information was an open book. Farewell, my brother. After uttering his last words to Thor, he vanished from the room. Goodness. Xin Ran was taken aback. Loki certainly did not play by the rules. I revealed your identity the moment I arrived, and you couldn't at least muster a response. I was all set for a confrontation, and you simply slip away. However, it wasn't long before Xin Ran sensed Loki's presence again, in the face of the mighty Thor's power. Even Loki's cautiousness would be rendered moot the moment he exerted his divine abilities, setting aside the use of Thor's power through mere electromagnetic induction. As long as Loki remained on Earth, Xin Ran could still detect him. A black portal materialized where Thor's hammer lay, and Xin Ran stepped through. Loki was gripping the handle of Mjolnir, yet he found himself unable to budge it. Xin Ran emerged from the portal behind him, unnoticed. Loki, you just ignored me, and that displeases me. What? Hearing that voice again from behind him, Loki turned with an expression of irritation. Speak your mind, or let it be. I have no time for games. As Loki spoke, his wicked smile made Xin Ran yearn to rush forward and deliver a couple of punches. Coulson, Daisy, and others stood before the computer screens in the lab, watching Xin Ran converse with seemingly thin air, filled with confusion. Daisy, what on earth is Xin Ran doing? Has he lost his mind? Gemma couldn't help but ask Daisy. Gemma, has there been any change in Mjolnir's data? Coulson sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. There hasn't been. Gemma shook her head after glancing at her tablet. Decades of experience as an agent told Coulson that Xin Ran was not merely conversing with the air. With firm resolve, he produced his walkie-talkie. All security personnel, check your weaponry and secure the area around the hammer. The S.H.I.E.L. Agents acted swiftly. Within 2 minutes of receiving the order, dozens of fully armed operatives surrounded Xin Ran. Loki surveyed the ominous muzzles of the guns around him with disdain. You think you can converse with me armed with these? With a single wave of his hand, a surge of divine power erupted, sending the agents flying to the ground. Had you not revealed yourself earlier, they wouldn't even be aware of your presence. I must ask, is your intelligence lacking? Loki was momentarily taken aback, as if he found some truth in the words spoken. At that moment, the few individuals before the surveillance monitor finally discerned Loki's true visage. Young man, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as those unfortunate souls, Loki threatened with a menacing glare. With that, he turned to retrieve Mjolnir once more. Hey, Loki, if you cannot lift it, then perhaps it is best to accept that it is not yours to claim, came the retort. Neither Loki nor Xin Ran chose to resort to violence against one another. After expending considerable effort, the hammer remained immobile. What is fated to be will ultimately come to pass. What is not fated must not be forced, Xin Ran continued to taunt, eager to witness how long Loki could endure such ridicule. Young man, what exactly do you intend to achieve? With a calculated glance, Loki resumed. I have discerned that you are no ordinary individual. Since you are aware of my identity, I shall extend to you a proposition. Submit to me. Serving me would bring you unparalleled glory in the 9 realms. Xin Ran chuckled softly. How about this? I shall also offer you a path. Become my subordinate. Observing the sinister smile lingering on Loki's face, Xin Ran added, however, there is a condition. Your scepter must be offered to me as tribute. It seems you have not brought it with you. Very well. I shall grant you 2 hours to return to Asgard and retrieve it. Otherwise, do not even dream of being my subordinate. The smile on Loki's face gradually faded, his expression darkening. He, who prided himself on being a god king, could scarcely tolerate such an affront from a mere mortal. You wretched human, you court death. A potent sphere of divine energy coalesced in his hand, hurtling towards Xin Ran with alarming speed. At that moment, he had lost all desire to subdue Xin Ran. His only wish was to eliminate this earthling with a single strike. When Xin Ran witnessed Loki finally take action, excitement surged within him. This was his first encounter in combat with a god. Loki's strike was thwarted by an electromagnetic shield, while a pulse of electromagnetic energy emanated from Xin Ran's palm, which Loki deftly evaded. The time from their exchange of words to Loki's assault had been a mere few seconds, and the gathered electromagnetic power was not particularly formidable. Is this all you can do? Loki mocked. Sighing, Xin Ran shook his head in disappointment. With a single gesture, Mjolnir soared towards him. Silver armor and a red cloak adorned Xin Ran as if by magic. Visible arcs of lightning danced around him. Upon seeing this, Loki's pupils dilated in astonishment. Come, Loki, let us engage in battle. Before Xin Ran could finish his proclamation, Loki vanished into thin air. The aura of divine power surrounding him dissipated from the earth, suggesting he had returned to Asgard. Xin Ran felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. He was not pleased at all. Loki had fled before the battle even commenced, and yet he still aspired to the title of God King. Chapter 31. Strong in body, but simple in mind, as Xin Ran unleashed an electromagnetic pulse. Loki sensed the presence of an individual capable of harnessing the primordial forces of the universe. Although still feeble, the pain inflicted by such a force would be far from trivial if he chose not to evade it. When Xin Ran summoned Mjolnir, Loki was thoroughly intimidated. A being imbued with the essence of the cosmos, coupled with the might of the god of thunder, was an adversary he could neither confront nor provoke. The god of mischief, adept at both retreat and strategy, understood that discretion was the better part of valor. He promptly summoned the Bifrost Ant with a swift motion, transported himself to Jotunheim. After concluding his business with the frost giants, he returned to Asgard. Upon his return, he encountered Heimdall, who wore a troubled expression. What vexes you? Loki inquired, somewhat displeased by Heimdall's demeanor. I have observed your every move in Jotunheim, yet I could neither hear nor see you. Your presence was obscured from me. Much like the frost giants entering this realm, Heimdall remarked, subtly alluding to Loki's actions. However, Loki dismissed the insinuation. Perhaps it was due to his lengthy service that Heimdall felt he had grown obsolete, or perhaps someone had devised a means to elude his watchful gaze. The two exchanged sharp words, with Loki circling Heimdall. You possess formidable strength, Heimdall. Why then do you not pay closer attention to that fellow Thor? His power has been usurped by a mere mortal. Heimdall sighed. The All-Father has decreed that since he has the ability to wield Mjolnir, I am bound by oath not to interfere, for it is the will of the All-Father, and I swear to obey him. Loki smirked. He was once your king. Yet now you must pledge your allegiance to me, is that not so? After a moment of silence, Heimdall finally acquiesced. Very well. Emboldened by the authority of a king, Loki issued a command. You shall not open the Bifrost to anyone until I rectify the havoc wrought by my brother. Despite Xin Ran's possession of Mjolnir and the powers of Thor, Loki remained apprehensive about Thor's potential influence. If the Bifrost were to remain closed, Thor would be condemned to live as a mere mortal on Earth indefinitely. Once Loki departed, Xin Ran casually established a portal and arrived at the chamber where Thor was imprisoned. Coulson and Daisy soon joined him. Upon seeing Xin Ran again, Thor remained silent, his demeanor reflecting his despondence. Even as Xin Ran demonstrated his spatial abilities, Thor refrained from uttering a single word until Jane approached. "Jane, what brings you here?" Thor asked, his voice tinged with vulnerability. Seeing Thor's disheveled state pained Jane's heart. "Thor, I now work here. How have you been?" At her words, Thor bowed his head in shame. "You may have seen what transpired earlier. I have failed you, Jane. Mjolnir is lost, my powers have vanished, and I cannot return to Asgard. My mother has abandoned me, and my father is no more." At that moment, upon seeing Jane, the floodgates of emotion opened for Thor, and he began to weep sorrowfully. The others, witnessing this muscular man in anguish, were at a loss for words. "Enough, Thor, cease your tears," exclaimed Xin Ran. "A man does not shed tears lightly. You have lived for millennia. Surely you understand this?" Thor pondered her words and realized they held merit. He had fought against frost giants without shedding a tear. Why weep now, especially with Jane by his side? He quickly wiped his eyes, straightened his back, and declared resolutely, "Xin Ran, thank you. You are right. A man does not weep lightly, and I must gather myself. Even if my father were alive, he would not wish to see me in this state." Seeing Thor's rapid transformation, Xin Ran was left speechless. "Thor, are you easily swayed? Or is it that all Asgardians are so easily influenced?" "What?" Thor was perplexed by Xin Ran's insinuation. A moment ago, Loki's words had left him bewildered, and he had believed everything Loki said. Now, with just one statement, Xin Ran had pulled him back from his despondency. Xin Ran began to question if Thor's intellect was fully developed. Fortuitously, Thor had been raised well. Had he grown up on Earth, he would surely have been duped into begging on the streets. "Thor, I ask you, did you believe everything Loki said just now?" Thor contemplated for a long while. "I have no reason not to believe him." Xin Ran replied, "Did you not consider that he might be deceiving you?" Thor thought again. "He is my brother, although he was not born of my mother. I have always regarded him as my own. Why would he deceive me?" Xin Ran was truly at a loss for words. The phrase intellectually advanced, but physically simple, seemed tailor-made for Thor. "Thor, I wielded Mjolnir and obtained the power of the Thunder God. Do you hold that against me?" Xin Ran probed. With the mention of this matter, Thor sighed, his expression turning bitter. "Your ability to lift Mjolnir is a testament to your skill. Even if I feel a twinge of envy, what can I do about it?" "I was quite despondent, Xin Ran, but your words have awakened me, and I am grateful." Xin Ran nodded, appreciating Thor's straightforwardness. His naivety was quite endearing. "Very well, Thor, you are free now. Coulson, please arrange a suitable identity for Thor and release him." Coulson hesitated, struggling to respond. "Is there an issue, Coulson? If you cannot manage it, let Nick Fury handle it." Understood. No problem, he replied. Suddenly, Xin Ran remembered something. "If it proves to be a challenge, you may as well grant him a nominal position within the Avengers. Inform Fury of Thor's identity. I believe he would gladly comply." "Very well, Xin Ran, I shall attend to this matter at once." With that, Coulson departed from the scene. "Thank you, Xin Ran." Thor expressed his gratitude, leaving Xin Ran feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had usurped the power of the God of Thunder and had yet to utter a word of thanks. Well, Thor, in truth, what Loki just stated was entirely fabricated. "What? Your father Odin is not deceased, and your mother never forbade you from returning to Asgard." Loki's words were merely a deception. Thor fell into silence once more. Why would Loki, my brother, deceive me? Consider this. If he were unable to return to Asgard, what benefit would he derive? Thor scratched his head, pondering for quite some time. Could it be the throne? Precisely. At last, a glimmer of understanding dawned upon Xin Ran, filling him with relief. "Yet, I do not care. If he desires it, I would willingly relinquish it to him even while in Asgard." "How reassuring. Your indifference does not guarantee that others share your sentiment. As far as I am aware, Loki's intentions extend far beyond simply misleading you and preventing your return. What else could there be?" Thor was equally curious about what his brother truly sought. "He conspired with the frost giants to assassinate your father, to overthrow the realm of the gods, even the 9 realms." Thor gasped in shock. "This is utterly preposterous, Xin Ran. Father raised him from childhood. How could he possibly? Reflect on this. Why did you venture into Jotunheim to instigate conflict? What did Loki convey to you?" Xin Ran's words plunged him into deep contemplation and reminiscence. The once calm Thor's breathing quickened, culminating in a powerful punch that shattered the tempered glass before him. The immense force pierced through a thickness of over an inch of glass. After a lengthy pause, Thor finally regained his composure. "Xin Ran, thank you for sharing this with me. I will certainly teach that rascal Loki a lesson. There's no need for thanks, Thor. If you manage to return to Asgard, you may bring me along, provided you require my assistance. Xin Ran too yearned to witness the legendary realm of the gods and broaden his horizons. Thank you, Xin Ran. Thor felt a wave of emotion upon hearing Xin Ran's words. Although this individual had seized the power that rightfully belonged to him, he was still quite admirable. Very well, Thor. We are friends now, are we not? No need to keep expressing your gratitude. Thor nodded. Indeed, we are friends. You may remain here for now or venture elsewhere. However, regarding the current task, I suggest you handle it yourself. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Xin Ran wrapped his arm around Daisy's waist and effortlessly opened a portal. In an instant, the two traversed thousands of kilometers, appearing in the most luxurious hotel in New York. Chapter 32. Visitors from Asgard. Daisy donned Natasha's attire, elevating Sinan's combat prowess to its zenith. My dear, you are simply splendid. I nearly fainted just now. Sinan thoroughly relished the sensation of being praised by his beloved. It seemed prudent to allow Natasha and Daisy to exchange their nightwear in the future, a notion he quietly entertained. Meanwhile, in Mexico, Thor and Jane were making strides in their relationship. Jane found herself quite taken with this earnest giant. While Thor was equally enchanted by Jane's kindness and beauty, they confided in one another, deepening their understanding of each other. Thor even sketched a map of the 9 realms, elucidating the wonders beyond Earth to Jane. When she inquired about the power of the Thunder God, Thor generously shared his insights, explaining that divine power and science were, in essence, intertwined. Yet, as a scientist, Jane remained skeptical. The extraordinary abilities exhibited by Sinan defied scientific explanation. As days passed, their bond grew increasingly intimate, and they soon established a romantic relationship. Jane was quite pleased with Thor's robust physique, and their affection blossomed with time. Oblivious to the world, Thor immersed himself in his love life on Earth, while in Asgard, the 3 valiant warriors, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun, along with the warrior Sif, who harbored feelings for Thor, conspired to retrieve him from Earth. They had discerned Loki's sinister machinations, realizing that only by bringing Thor back could they save Asgard. The sole means of traversing to Earth was via the Bifrost. However, the guardian Heimdall was reluctant to contravene the edicts of the All-Father and his own oaths. Despite sharing the sentiments of Sif and the 3 warriors, ultimately Heimdall succumbed to his own desires, deliberately retaining the key to the Bifrost and permitting the quartet to journey to Earth. With Jane's involvement, Shield began to unravel the mysteries behind the recent supernatural occurrences. Everything was attributed to Thor and the Thunder God's hammer, Mjolnir. Aside from the demise of a disobedient Japanese man, there were no significant casualties, and Mjolnir had returned to Sinan. The pertinent data had been collected, and Coulson's mission in Mexico was nearing its conclusion. Jane and Professor Selvig, leveraging their expertise, had made a name for themselves within SHIELD's Astrophysics Research Division. Just as it seemed all matters were drawing to a close, a surge of formidable supernatural energy manifested in Mexico. SHIELD's instruments swiftly detected this energy, triggering a series of alarms. Coulson, this is strikingly similar to the events of a few days ago, Jane affirmed as she scrutinized the data displayed on the instrument's screen. Previously, Thor and Mjolnir's arrival had incited supernatural phenomena. What could this new occurrence signify? Could it be more visitors from Asgard? Coulson immediately dispatched his subordinates to summon Thor. Thor, I suspect Asgardians have arrived on Earth. Take a look at this. Coulson gestured towards the data on the screen. Thor, an extraterrestrial being, found it perplexing to comprehend human technology. Coulson, I am utterly bewildered by what all of this signifies. I have lost my divine powers, and even if those fluctuations are indeed of celestial origin, I cannot perceive them. Coulson, stroking his chin, appeared to be in a state of distress and helplessness. He had anticipated a period of respite, yet troubles continued to arise. Unlike Xin Ran, he did not possess a robust constitution, and his continuous exertion left him both physically and mentally exhausted. Moreover, it had been quite some time since he last saw his girlfriend. Coulson, perhaps you should consult Xin Ran. If Asgardians have indeed arrived, you should be able to sense it, Thor suggested. I cannot reach him. Jane, standing nearby, suddenly chuckled as a thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushing as she glanced at Thor. All right, Coulson, do not fret. I can contact him. With that, Jane retrieved her phone and dialed Daisy's number. Well, Coulson, I was unable to get through to Daisy. I wonder what she is up to, Jane sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. Never mind. That location is not far from here. I will send some personnel to investigate. Subsequently, Coulson produced a walkie-talkie and, with a hint of fatigue, spoke. Everyone, there is a new development. Expedite the organization of the prepared materials and prepare for the new assignment. Team 1, there has been a new occurrence. Proceed to the designated location as per the coordinates I have sent you. Upon receiving the command, S-H-I-E-L-D, agents swiftly arrived at the scene. However, this time, there were no hammers or shovels present. Instead, a mysterious rune imprint marked the site. Thor, take a look at this. Do you recognize it? Coulson inquired, handing his tablet to Thor. Upon seeing the familiar design, a sense of belonging surged within Thor, and he exclaimed with excitement, Coulson, this is the imprint left by the Bifrost after teleportation. The Bifrost? Coulson asked, perplexed. The gods of Asgard traversed the 9 realms utilizing the Bifrost. You may regard it as a highly efficient means of transportation, Jane explained. And how do you know this? Jane turned to Thor. What do you think? Are you two together? Coulson felt as if he were merely a decorative figure, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. Coulson, since it involves Asgardians, you need not worry. Regardless of who comes to Earth, I assure you they are here because of me. They will most likely arrive here after sensing my presence, Thor reassured him. Listening to Thor's words, Coulson nodded gravely. He had intended to issue a warning, but considering they were gods, he realized that even a warning would be of little consequence. As Thor mentioned, the 3 valiant warriors from Asgard, along with Sif, sensed Thor's presence upon their arrival on Earth and hastened towards his location. Meanwhile, Xin Ran concluded yet another round of battle. Daisy, feeling both exhausted and content, reclined in Xin Ran's embrace and retrieved her phone to dial Jane's number. Jane, what is it that you need? Daisy, are you all right? You seem a bit weakened. Jane, upon hearing Daisy's tone, sensed something amiss. Could it be that she was not with Xin Ran? Jane, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Daisy sat up and spoke in a normal tone. All right, Daisy. There have been reports of supernatural occurrences in Mexico, and I have been unable to reach Xin Ran. I assumed he was with you, hence my inquiry. Okay, Jane. I will relay the message to Xin Ran. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now. Dear, while on the phone, why did you hang up so abruptly? If it weren't for Xin Ran's unwarranted advances, Daisy would never have been so rude as to terminate Jane's call. I heard you, Daisy. Let's reconvene after this matter is settled. The alluring tone of Daisy's playful chiding rang out once more. Commander, there are 4 oddly dressed individuals approaching the camp. Bring up the surveillance feed. As soon as the footage was displayed, Thor gasped in astonishment. Oh my goodness, what are they doing here? Thor, who are they? My dear friends. Coulson sighed. Since they were Thor's companions, they likely posed no threat. He subsequently ordered the entry of the 3 warriors from Asgard and Sif. Just as Thor was about to embrace them upon their meeting, a dark portal suddenly manifested before them. Xin Ran emerged from the portal, holding Daisy's hand. Sif, the warrior enamored with Thor, sensed something was amiss and immediately raised her weapon, her expression one of suspicion. Why do you carry the aura of the god of thunder? Chapter 33, The Arrival of the Destroyer. Sif, do not misunderstand. He is my friend, Thor hastily clarified as he noticed her readiness for confrontation. I ask you once more. Why do you carry the essence of the god of thunder? Sif ignored him completely, prompting Thor to shrug, his expression tinged with embarrassment. It was then that Xin Ran comprehended why Thor exhibited no interest in this warrior. Isn't that a redundant inquiry? Who else, apart from the god of thunder, could possess such a presence? With that, Xin Ran extended his hand, summoning a hammer from several meters away into his grasp. My lady, do you have any further inquiries? He jested, tapping Mjolnir. Sif, known for her fiery temperament, wasted no time and lunged at Xin Ran with her weapon drawn. Sif, Thor attempted to intervene, but it was too late. With a swift gesture, Xin Ran unleashed an invisible force upon the shield in Sif's hand. The tremendous backlash sent her hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground. My lady, such a temper is ill-fated, he remarked. Undeterred, Sif picked up her shield and rose once more, declaring fiercely, a warrior of Asgard does not yield easily. Xin Ran smirked. Oh, is that so? He reached out, and in an instant, Sif's shield morphed into a formless lump, devoid of its weaponry appearance. Sif was taken aback. She was well aware that her weapon was forged from Asgardian uru, renowned for its unparalleled hardness. How could this earth dweller? Though Xin Ran was oblivious to the specific material of the shield, he discerned its metallic nature. Even the rarest metals in the universe fell under his control. Regardless of the weapon, as long as it was metallic, it became his domain. The Asgardian warrior displayed a distinct lack of courtesy. Did she not hear Thor declare me his friend? She resorted to violence immediately. With Sif momentarily subdued, Xin Ran remarked coldly, Have you nothing to say? I shall never concede. She retorted, charging forward unarmed. I am truly astounded by your reckless bravado, Xin Ran scoffed, curling his fingers. The shield, now a lump of iron, transformed into chains that swiftly ensnared Sif. What? Do you wish to join her? He inquired, observing the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace poised for action. With an overwhelming surge of divine energy, the armor of the god of thunder enveloped Xin Ran. He levitated above the ground, his eyes flickering with arcs of lightning. By the gods! A fellow traveler from another world might exclaim at such a sight. Come at me. All three of you. A commanding presence radiated from Xin Ran, compelling the celestial warriors to instinctively retreat a step. Xin Ran, they are only looking out for my well-being. Can we not avoid conflict? At this moment, Thor interjected, standing between the parties as a mediator. If they choose to strike, I have no recourse. Xin Ran waved his hand dismissively, conveying an air of indifference. Rest assured, Xin Ran, they shall not resort to violence again. Thor exchanged glances with his companions, prompting the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace to sensibly sheath their weapons. The armor, imbued with the power of the Thunder God, was removed. And with a subtle flick of his pinky, the restrictions binding Sif were lifted. A clattering of metal echoed as the chains reverted to their original form as a shield. Observing Sif's furious yet helpless demeanor, Xin Ran let out a cold chuckle. Were it not for Thor's intervention, she would have undoubtedly brandished her shield to confront him. What is the meaning of this, Thor? Sif finally inquired. Thor sighed heavily, responding candidly. After my banishment, Mjolnir was cursed by my father. Only those worthy may wield it and gain the power of the Thunder God. I have failed to lift Mjolnir. But do not misconstrue my words. Xin Ran, who previously greeted me, is now my ally. If blame is to be assigned, it lies solely with my own inadequacies. His words cast a pall of silence over the four, for they understood that Odin's curse rendered them powerless. I am genuinely pleased to see you all, my friends. But your presence here is ill-advised. Thor's statement left Vandal perplexed. We have come to bring you home, Thor. You know I cannot return. My father. He perished because of me. I must remain in exile. As he spoke, guilt and sorrow washed over Thor. Sif, your father still lives. Sif was bewildered as to why Thor would claim his father was dead. Did I not inform you before, Thor? Do you still doubt my words? Xin Ran regarded Thor, slowly articulating his thoughts. No, Xin Ran, is what you said truly accurate? How could you possibly know? Oh, heavens. Sif, what is happening? A few days prior, Loki had come to inform Thor that his father was dead. Thor, now agitated, quickly inquired about the situation in Asgard from the four. To his astonishment, their accounts mirrored Xin Ran's precisely. Observing Thor reconnecting with his companions, Xin Ran lost interest in lingering and opened a portal, taking Daisy back to the hotel to resume their activities. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki seethed with rage as he witnessed Heimdall releasing Sif and the three celestial warriors. In a fit of fury, he summoned the destroyer using Odin's scepter, commanding it to seek out Thor and the four who had just departed from Asgard. He also sought to eliminate the Earthling Xin Ran. The destroyer, a formidable suit of armor forged by Odin himself, was an exceptionally potent weapon designed to combat dark threats from distant stars. Now, Loki's intent to dispatch the destroyer to Earth to eliminate the powerless Thor was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Loki could scarcely fathom that Xin Ran possessed the strength to contend with the destroyer. Subsequently, he employed the frost giant's treasure, the icebox, to entrap Heimdall in a frozen slumber. With Heimdall, the sentinel, incapacitated, Loki's plans could unfold flawlessly. Sir, there has been a development. I believe your presence is required. The voice of Agent 1 crackled through the intercom. Coulson's attention shifted, and a sense of unease enveloped the room. What is happening? Coulson inquired, feeling a headache forming. Why did the Asgardians always seem to create chaos on Earth? Another entity resembling a giant of iron had appeared. Could Iron Man be behind this? The mere mention of an iron giant immediately brought Tony to Coulson's mind. Sir, it seems unlikely. This being appears more formidable than Iron Man. Sir, it is initiating an attack on us. We request reinforcements. Before Agent 1 could finish, the communication was abruptly severed. Coulson, since an Asgardian has harmed your subordinate, let us five venture forth to assess the situation. With the four of them, we shall surely subdue it. Thor stepped forward with determination, unaware of the identity of their adversary. Though he had lost his divine powers, the warriors 3 and Sif were still among Asgard's finest combatants. Coulson nodded in agreement and promptly arranged for an armed helicopter, enlisting numerous agents to accompany Thor and the others to the scene. Meanwhile, in New York, Xin Ran sensed a formidable surge of divine energy. Daisy, there is an exciting spectacle unfolding in Mexico. Would you care to witness it? With an enticing show on the horizon. Daisy eagerly nodded. Upon reaching the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, they discovered that Coulson and his team had already departed. Sensing the destroyer's location, Xin Ran cradled Daisy and soared into the sky, landing in an ideal spot for observation. Before long, the aircraft carrying Thor and the others arrived. The thrilling confrontation was imminent. Xin Ran held Daisy tightly, ready for the live performance of the Warriors 3 against the destroyer. Darling, why is that iron monstrosity approaching us? Daisy observed, growing increasingly apprehensive. That creature does not recognize me. It must be seeking Thor, Xin Ran reassured her, gently squeezing Daisy's hand. But darling, it is truly coming our way. Barely had Daisy finished her sentence when a colossal wave of flames surged towards Xin Ran. Chapter 34. Complete domination. The magnetic force field instantaneously enveloped both Xin Ran and Daisy, shielding them from the terrifying flames. In those fleeting seconds, Xin Ran unleashed a torrent of curses upon Loki's entire lineage. Leaping forward, he delivered a thunderous punch to the destroyer's metallic visage, producing a dull, resounding echo. The destroyer staggered back several steps. "Stand aside. The affairs of Asgard shall be resolved by us." Just as he prepared to launch another assault, Sif's voice resonated, revealing her lingering ire. Come on, you four. Show us what you've got. I came here to witness your performance." The three warriors from the film appeared utterly inept, unable to withstand even a single round against the destroyer. Xin Ran was eager to discern their true capabilities, questioning whether they were indeed as ineffective as depicted on screen. "Daisy, this is a live-action Hollywood blockbuster. Do relish the spectacle." He returned to Daisy's side, feigning seriousness. Daisy had never witnessed such a scene. Her eyes widened as she observed the iron behemoth taking on four adversaries without flinching. Volstagg propelled himself forward with great force, swinging an axe down onto the destroyer's head, only to leave no mark behind. With a casual flick of its hand, the destroyer sent Volstagg crashing to the ground. Disappointment flooded Xin Ran's heart. The film had not deceived him. These were indeed the three fools of Asgard. As he gazed at the fallen Volstagg, the destroyer prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Sif descended from above, thrusting a spear through the destroyer's chest from behind, instantly incapacitating it. A victorious smile graced Sif's face, and Volstagg sighed in relief, thankful he would not be incinerated. Suddenly, the destroyer's metallic head slowly lifted, and Sif sensed impending danger, tightening her grip. Alas, no amount of strength could deter the destroyer, which executed a full 360-degree spin. A stream of flames, imbued with 6 centuries of malice, erupted from its mouth. Sif barely evaded the onslaught. "Run!" she shouted as she landed. After helping Volstagg to his feet, Hogan prepared to strike but was instead sent flying alongside him by the destroyer's lethal blast of fiery energy. As Sif readied for another offensive, Thor rushed to her side. Sif, you have done your utmost. No, I shall die like a warrior. This day will be sung of by future generations." The destroyer, however, was not inclined to indulge them with idle chatter. A beam of flame, like a laser, shot toward them. With no time to escape, Thor positioned himself in front of Sif, closing his eyes and bracing for the inevitable. As the searing beam threatened to pierce their bodies, an invisible barrier emerged, halting the attack. "No one on Earth knows you. You should live on to tell your tale." Xin Ran's voice echoed from above. Xin Ran. Upon seeing him, a glimmer of hope ignited in Thor's eyes. The only entity capable of restraining the destroyer on this entire planet is likely to be Xin Ran. As he descended slowly before the two, he cast his gaze upon the ground where Sif lay, and with a chuckle, remarked, "Little lady, your abilities may be limited, but your bravado is boundless." At this moment, Sif found herself at a loss for words. Xin Ran's abrupt appearance seemed to incite the wrath of the destroyer, unleashing a torrent of laser flames twice as fierce as before toward Xin Ran. "Xin Ran, watch out!" Thor bellowed in alarm, his heart racing as he noticed Xin Ran make no effort to evade. The destroyer, it seemed, was merely toying with fire. Xin Ran shot Thor a reassuring glance. With an electromagnetic shield enveloping him, the laser flames could not penetrate the invisible barrier. "Thor, can this creature comprehend human speech?" A sudden thought struck Xin Ran, prompting him to inquire. "The destroyer is a divine artifact crafted by our father, imbued with intelligence. Of course it can understand." Thor confirmed. Xin Ran nodded, relieved at the prospect of communication. He then summoned Mjolnir from his spatial ring and brought it crashing down upon the destroyer. With a resounding clang, the destroyer was sent sprawling to the ground. This strike was executed solely through Xin Ran's own strength, without invoking the power of the Thunder God. As the destroyer regained its footing, it shook its head in a remarkably human manner. Just as it prepared to unleash another fiery assault, Xin Ran, moving at 50 times the speed of sound, appeared before it in an instant. The sound of crackling thunder echoed as his fist, imbued with the power of the Thunder God, struck the destroyer squarely on the head, sending it hurtling backward for hundreds of meters. The destroyer, once more on its feet, redirected its aggression towards Thor and the others. Xin Ran intervened, shielding them from the onslaught, and declared, "Since you can comprehend human speech, I present you with 2 choices. Either I dismantle you, or you submit to me." The destroyer, unable to vocalize, responded with a beam of laser flames aimed at Xin Ran. "You truly have some audacity," Xin Ran retorted, retracting Mjolnir and reaching out into the void, compelling the massive form of the destroyer to hurtle towards him. The source of its flames was forcibly extinguished. "Regardless of who forged you, you are still crafted from cosmic metals. Let us see if you can fashion a destroyer from Earth's plastics." After a long period of inactivity, Xin Ran relished the opportunity to test the destroyer's resilience. Ultimately, he was quite satisfied. Now, the destroyer hovered motionless before him. What are you waiting for? Go ahead and unleash another attack. As he began to ascend, Xin Ran delivered a resounding slap across the destroyer's face, spinning its immense head a full 360 degrees. Submit to me, or I shall dismantle you, Xin Ran reiterated, gradually withdrawing his abilities. However, just as he released it, another fiery blast was launched. Xin Ran shook his head, flicked his fingers, and sent forth a shockwave infused with invisible electromagnetic force, which struck the destroyer. Simultaneously, his powers activated, fully directed at the destroyer. In an astonishing display, the massive body of the destroyer was forcefully disassembled before his eyes. Xin Ran, that is the divine artifact crafted by my father. You have dismantled it. Thor could hardly believe it. Xin Ran had effortlessly disassembled the destroyer without even utilizing the power of the Thunder God. No, it seemed he hadn't even needed his hands. Sif and the three fools from the realm of Asgard were equally astounded. What kind of power was this? Fortunately, this individual was a friend of Thor's. Had he truly engaged in battle just moments ago, the consequences would have been dire. What of the divine artifact? It had come to kill you, and now it belongs to me. With that, he publicly stored the remnants of the destroyer within a spatial ring. He intended to present this to Tony, to see if Tony could reassemble it and integrate artificial intelligence, transforming it into an obedient puppet. Even if that were unachievable, Xin Ran was confident that Tony could repurpose the materials and contents within the destroyer. With the crisis averted, the tension in the air dissipated. Xin Ran, Asgard is in peril. I require your assistance. Thor's urgency to return to Asgard was palpable. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations, prompting him to seek Xin Ran's aid. After all, Xin Ran had previously expressed a willingness to help. Now was not the time for polite refusals. No problem, Thor. I have been eager to visit the legendary realm of the gods, Xin Ran readily replied. Subsequently, Thor began to bid farewell to Jane and the others one by one. Xin Ran entrusted Daisy to S.H.I.E.L.D. for safekeeping. Together with Sif and the three fools, he arrived at the remnants of the Bifrost. Thor shouted towards the heavens, Heimdall, open the Bifrost. Calling out Heimdall's name repeatedly, he received no response. Wait, Thor, perhaps Heimdall is facing some trouble, Xin Ran surmised. Knowing that Heimdall was striving to break through the ice. Had Xin Ran already been to Asgard, he could have easily created a portal to return everyone. Far more convenient than the Bifrost. Suddenly, a beam of seven-colored light descended from the sky, enveloping the group. After a brief moment of disorientation, Xin Ran found himself in Asgard. Chapter 35. A heartfelt gratitude. As Thor gazed at Heimdall, gravely injured and lying on the ground, a wave of panic surged within him, prompting him to hasten towards Odin's palace. At that moment, the frost giant leader, Laufey, accompanied by his minions, was preparing to invade the palace. Frigga, Thor's mother, sensed the impending danger and grasped the sacred sword beside Odin, anxiously eyeing the tightly shut palace doors. A chilling frost spread forth, causing the doors to creak open. Frigga, wielding the sacred sword, swiftly dispatched one of Laufey's minions. Witnessing this, Laufey retaliated with a powerful blow, knocking her to the ground. As he looked upon Odin, who lay in bed, a bloodthirsty gleam flickered in Laufey's eyes. He approached and pried open Odin's remaining eye, proclaiming in a tone of triumph, I have heard that you can still hear and see everything around you. I hope this is true, for you shall know that your killer is none other than Laufey. With that, he summoned a dagger of ice, poised to plunge it into Odin's skull. At that moment, a surge of formidable energy struck Laufey from behind, rendering him immobile. Your killer is the son of Odin. A fierce voice echoed from his rear. Realizing it was Loki who had attacked him, Laufey struggled to speak. However, Loki offered no reprieve. Another wave of energy erupted from his staff, swiftly ending Laufey's life. It is likely that he died bewildered, unable to comprehend why Loki had turned against him. Loki, you have saved him, Frigga exclaimed as she rose from the ground and embraced Loki, her face radiant with gratitude. I have sworn an oath to you, mother. They shall pay dearly for all they have done today, Loki declared with unwavering conviction. At that moment, Thor arrived at Odin's palace with Siren in tow. Why not tell mother how you sent the destroyer to kill me and my friends? Loki regarded Siren with heightened vigilance as he raised his staff. I did not send him, brother. He must have acted to fulfill our father's last command. Loki replied, his composure unshaken. Frigga was taken aback. She could hardly believe that the bond between the two brothers had deteriorated to such an extent. You are a genius of deceit, Loki. You always have been. Thor had lost all trust in Loki. And what of it? Loki mused, a sinister grin creeping across his face. Brother, you are now but a mortal. You no longer possess the power of the Thunder God, and Mjolnir is no longer yours. Why do you even return to Asgard? He then turned his gaze towards Siren. Thor is nothing but a liability now. Why do you wish to assist him? You could choose to ally with me. I could offer you half the throne. Listening to Loki's words, Xin Ran chuckled softly. Is the throne of Asgard truly so worthless? Noticing Loki's puzzled expression, she coldly inquired. Did you not also send the destroyer to kill me? Loki shook his head, slowly retreating a few steps. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from the scepter in his hand, hurtling directly towards Xin Ran. As the residual waves dissipated, Loki had vanished from sight. Xin Ran let out a cold snort, activating his electromagnetic senses, and instantaneously pinpointed Loki's location. The rogue was riding a black steed, making his way towards the teleportation base of the Rainbow Bridge. Xin Ran opened a portal leading there and stepped through, with Thor closely following behind. Just as Loki dismounted, he spotted Xin Ran emerging from the portal. Muttering under his breath, he turned to flee. Xin Ran summoned Mjolnir and hurled it towards Loki. The hammer struck precisely against Loki's back, emitting a dull thud. Unable to withstand such force, Loki collapsed to the ground, immobilized by pain. Xin Ran swiftly darted forward, placing his foot upon Loki, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. If you possess any valor, rise and flee, he taunted. Loki, grimacing defiantly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to extricate himself from beneath Xin Ran's foot. At that moment, Thor rushed over, panting heavily. Xin Ran, leave Loki to me. Observing the exhausted Thor, Xin Ran inquired, do you not require my assistance in dealing with him? After all, he is still my brother. Despite Loki's egregious transgressions, Thor could not bring himself to condemn his brother, with whom he had grown up. Thor, spare me your feigned compassion. I do not require your sympathy. Loki roared from beneath Xin Ran's foot. Why did you bring this outsider back? Had it not been for your association with him, Jotunheim would have been annihilated, and all the frost giants would now be extinct. Thor shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. Suddenly, a surge of divine energy rippled through the air, and Loki vanished from beneath Xin Ran's foot. He reappeared, brandishing Odin's scepter, aiming a lethal strike at Thor's back. An electromagnetic force field enveloped Thor, thwarting Loki's deadly assault. Xin Ran swung Mjolnir with unrelenting intent, aiming directly for Loki's head. This strike was merciless, clearly intended to claim Loki's life. Abruptly, an exceptionally potent wave of divine energy emerged, halting Mjolnir in its tracks. Loki, do you still not recognize your errors? A voice imbued with age and wisdom echoed from all directions. As the words settled, an elderly man with white hair and a beard materialized before the trio. Clad in silver armor, a crimson cloak billowed behind him, and a silver eye patch adorned his right eye. Xin Ran summoned Mjolnir back to him, silently observing the legendary god King Odin. Father, Thor exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Xin Ran's words had proven true. His father was indeed alive. Loki stood in stunned disbelief, gazing incredulously at Odin. Father, you are still alive? Odin sighed deeply, a look of sorrow etched upon his face. Loki, you have greatly disappointed me. Odin's words shattered Loki's defenses. Father, those ice giants of Jotunheim, I could have vanquished them all. Had it not been for Thor and this earthling, I was on the brink of success. Father, I could have accomplished it, for you, for all of us. Loki spoke with profound sorrow. Odin shook his head and slowly replied, No, Loki. Upon seeing his father's continued denial, tears welled in Loki's eyes as he managed a bittersweet smile before abruptly leaping from the Rainbow Bridge. Loki, no, Thor shouted in alarm. As the others leaned over the edge of the Rainbow Bridge to gaze below, Loki had already vanished from sight. Thor's eyes glistened with moisture. After all, they had grown up together as brothers. Though they shared no blood ties, in his heart, Loki had always been his true brother. At that moment, a faint divine aura emanated from Odin, enveloping Xin Ran. He was astonished to discover that, apart from the power of the Thunder God, he could not discern any other abilities residing within Xin Ran. Thor, your companion has aided you significantly. Take him back to the palace. We must express our gratitude. Odin instructed Thor. Xin Ran sensed something amiss in Odin's words, yet he could not pinpoint what it might be. After all, Loki would not perish. He would merely drift to some obscure corner of the universe, perhaps to endure some hardship. With this thought, Thor emerged from his sorrow. Xin Ran, my father is right. We must express our gratitude to you. With that, Thor led Xin Ran toward the heart of the Celestial Palace. Chapter 36. The threat of Odin within the Grand Hall of the Celestial Palace. Odin hosted a lavish banquet, attended by prominent figures from the 9 realms. After delivering a stirring address, Odin publicly restored Thor's divine powers, nearly indistinguishable from the might of the god of thunder. As for his weapon, Odin commissioned the dwarves to forge anew. This time, the material was not the core of a vanquished star, but rather the unique Asgardian metal, you. This new hammer not only possessed the capacity to harness greater magical incantations, but also accommodated immense energy, capable of summoning the 4 natural elements: wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. This left Xin Ran marveling at the advantages of having such an illustrious father. Once the feast concluded, the courtiers dispersed, and Thor was dispatched by Odin to check on the progress of his new weapons creation. In the hall, only Odin and Xin Ran remained. Xin Ran took a sip from the crystal goblet filled with divine wine, grimacing at its unpalatable flavor. It was truly difficult to swallow. After consuming a hearty portion of venison, he managed to mask the unpleasant taste of the wine. "My lord, have you retained me for a specific purpose?" Xin Ran inquired, glancing at Odin, whose expression remained inscrutable. "Humph, feigning ignorance." Odin scoffed, his royal presence bearing down upon Xin Ran like an overwhelming tide. The sudden shift in Odin's demeanor left Xin Ran bewildered. Wasn't it agreed that he would be graciously thanked? Did the meal suffice as a gesture of gratitude? With this intimidating aura, was he here to settle a score? "I truly am at a loss, my lord. If you have matters to discuss, please do so." Xin Ran picked up a leg of meat, its origin unknown, and began to gnaw on it, unfazed. Despite the unpalatable wine, the food crafted in Asgard was delectable, particularly the tender, juicy meat. As for Odin's invisible pressure, it felt insignificant in the presence of the magnetic field. A cold chuckle escaped Odin's lips. He had not anticipated that under his imposing might, this youth would not only continue speaking, but would do so while leisurely dining. Were it Thor in his place, he would have knelt in terror. What right does a mere earthling have to Asgardian treasures? Surrender Mjolnir and return to Earth. Odin's voice resonated with a menacing authority. Xin Ran was taken aback, surprised by this facet of the old god's temperament, his expression shifting in an instant. The serene and benevolent portrayal in films had been a facade. Yet, upon reflection, it was reasonable to question how a god who had waged war for millennia could embody tranquility and kindness. Retrieving Mjolnir from his spatial ring, he levitated it beside him, using his powers, silently gathering an electromagnetic pulse. Did Odin truly perceive a hierarchy among beings? If so, it perplexed Xin Ran why Odin had once fought for Earth. In response to Odin's threats, Xin Ran offered a counterargument. His query left Odin momentarily speechless. "This is beyond your understanding." Xin Ran scoffed coldly. "Very well, I shall pose another question to the All-Father. If I am unworthy of Asgard's treasures, how is it that I could wield Mjolnir and acquire the power of the Thunder God? To my knowledge, you placed a divine enchantment upon Mjolnir in the name of your ancestors. Now that I have gained Mjolnir's recognition, I observe that you, my lord, seem to be reconsidering. Hence, as a mere earthling, I dare to inquire, do you intend to betray your own teachings and forsake your forebears?" Odin abruptly rose from his throne, his remaining eye fixed intently upon Xin Ran. "How do you know these things?" Xin Ran regarded Odin calmly, offering no direct response to his inquiry. "After you exiled Thor and Mjolnir to Earth, you feigned illness, did you not? Initially, you intended to utilize your adopted son Loki to properly train your eldest son. Yet I unexpectedly intervened and claimed what rightfully belonged to Thor." Odin's expression darkened at this revelation. "What training? What feigned illness? My lord, the All-Father, spare me your theatrics. I am not your son." As Odin persisted in his charade, Xin Ran no longer held back. "Let me hazard a guess. Is it not the case that, due to the events in Jotunheim, Loki accused Thor, leading you to believe that Loki coveted the throne? If Loki indeed sought the throne, he would obstruct Thor's ascension. You are well aware that, despite living for thousands of years, Thor's intellect pales in comparison to Loki's. Thus, you stripped Thor of his divine powers, exiled him to Earth, and feigned illness. This way, you trained Thor while creating an opportunity for Loki, a twofold gain." As Xin Ran spoke, Odin let out a cold laugh and returned to his throne. "Earthling, you are astute, having seen through my scheme. That is quite commendable. All of this was within my expectations, yet your presence has disrupted my original plan. What astonishes me further is that you could lift Mjolnir." With that, a powerful surge of divine energy radiated from Odin. "Yet today, I shall inform you. If you wish to return to Earth, you must relinquish Mjolnir. Otherwise, Asgard will not provide you with a burial." Xin Ran rose, armor forged from divine energy enveloping his form, and Mjolnir flew into his grasp as he spoke expressionlessly. "My lord, are you threatening me?" Odin grasped the staff beside him. "Indeed, I threaten you. What of it?" "Very well." An electromagnetic pulse erupted instantly, hurtling towards Odin's throne. Having employed electromagnetic pulses several times before, each time coalescing for no more than a few seconds, yet wielding tremendous power, he sought to discover the magnitude of energy this prolonged accumulation could unleash. With a thunderous roar, Odin, still bearing the scars of past wounds, could not withstand the force of Xin Ran's strike and swiftly evaded. The pulse shattered his throne, penetrating the palace walls and continuing for several hundred meters before finally coming to rest. The structures outside the palace were far less resilient, as the path of the pulse reduced everything in its wake to ruins. In that fleeting moment, Odin even sensed the chilling breath of death. It was then that he comprehended why Xin Ran was able to wield Mjolnir and gained a clearer understanding of the powers he possessed. From Odin's expression, Xin Ran discerned a flicker of trepidation. Seizing the moment, he remarked, "That last strike, though it had little effect on you. I surmised that all of Asgard would struggle to endure such bombardment." With that, he opened a portal to the Bifrost, preparing to step through. Spatial manipulation? Odin was taken aback, realizing that this youth possessed the ability to rend the very fabric of space. "Hold on, young one," he called out as Xin Ran had already placed one foot across the threshold. Chapter 37. Kindred spirits. The destruction of the Rainbow Bridge would pose a considerable challenge to even the King of Gods, for without it, he would be incapable of effectively guiding the people of Asgard in their dominion over the 9 realms. Hearing the term little brother, Xin Ran turned slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he pivoted to face Odin, feigning a vigilant demeanor. "Let us both remain calm. We can discuss matters amicably," he suggested. Odin's ability to shift his demeanor left Xin Ran somewhat awed. It seemed that, regardless of the circumstances, brute strength was the ultimate truth. Given Odin's concession, Xin Ran reluctantly acquiesced to the discussion. To deny him further would risk conflict, and given his current capabilities, it would undoubtedly be Xin Ran who perished. With the throne destroyed, Odin took a seat opposite Xin Ran. Nonchalantly, Xin Ran seized a meat leg and began to gnaw on it. In such a setting, maintaining his composure was paramount. He would allow Odin to navigate the rest. After a protracted silence, Odin slowly inquired, "Can you harness the fundamental forces of the universe?" Xin Ran offered no verbal response, merely nodding slightly. Although he was uncertain of the exact nature of these fundamental forces, he was aware that electromagnetic force constituted the mightiest among them. Odin felt a surge of astonishment. Even he could not directly command the fundamental forces of the universe. The deities of Asgard, whether wielding divine power or magic, relied on their physical forms as conduits, transmuting these forces through incantations, gestures, artifacts, or mental prowess into their own strength. Yet, this young individual could directly summon the fundamental forces. Odin was acutely aware that Xin Ran was merely in his 70s or 80s. Without the passage of millennia, if allowed to mature for a few centuries, it was likely that even he would not stand a chance against him. For someone of such potential, one could either eliminate him before he fully developed or cultivate a relationship to benefit from his future prowess. Clearly, Odin opted for the latter. Setting aside the relationship between Xin Ran and Thor, Odin sensed that Asgard would soon face a formidable calamity, one that might occur while he himself was departing this world. With a heavy sigh, Odin regained the gentle demeanor of a benevolent elder. "Xin Ran, are you and Thor friends?" Xin Ran was momentarily taken aback by the shift in tone, from a confrontational stance to that of a host, and now addressing him as a junior. Without indulging in superfluous dialogue, Xin Ran succinctly replied, "We are friends." "That is wonderful to hear. A friend of Thor is a friend of mine," Odin responded with a reassuring smile. To an outsider, he might have appeared as a caring parent. "Ah, my lord Odin, did you not just remark on the peculiarities of my earthly existence? The relationship between the Asgardians and the denizens of Earth indeed traces back over 2 millennia. Before Xin Ran could complete his thought, Odin interjected, "In my view, the most steadfast allies of the Asgardians are the Earthlings. Over 2,000 years ago, when the Frost Giants invaded Earth, it was I who led the warriors of Asgard to repel them. Naturally, the Earthlings have also rendered considerable assistance to Asgard." Odin reminisced, the weight of time etched upon his visage. "Well, if that is the case, it appears that Asgard and Earth are indeed formidable allies," Xin Ran concurred, graciously providing Odin an avenue of relief. This acknowledgement elicited a hearty laugh from Odin, leaving Xin Ran somewhat perplexed by the source of his mirth. "Xin Ran, with Mjolnir in your grasp, you are indeed putting it to good use." At that moment, Odin's expression radiated sincerity, devoid of any other pretense. "You have passed the trials I set forth and have acquired the power of the Thunder God. In a strict sense, you are now akin to a half-blood of Asgard. Do visit Asgard often when time permits." With that, Odin turned his gaze towards the Bifrost. "Heimdall, did you hear that? Should Xin Ran wish to visit Asgard, you must acquiesce." A wave of divine energy resonated, and Odin nodded with satisfaction. "Since the All-Father has spoken thus, I shall not be remiss. Indeed, why should one be formal among kin?" Xin Ran stored Mjolnir within the spatial ring and removed his armor, thereby laying aside his defenses. "This ring possesses the power of spatial manipulation?" Xin Ran nodded in affirmation without denial. "Did you craft this yourself?" Odin recalled the spatial abilities Xin Ran had displayed earlier. Xin Ran smiled gently, responding with a playful tone, "How could I possibly create such a thing? This artifact has been with me since my birth. I am wholly unaware of its origin." The notion of Xin Ran being born with such a treasure astonished Odin. He had verified that Xin Ran was indeed an Earthling, yet how could an Earthling be born with such a gift? "Xin Ran, I have lived for thousands of years, and I have yet to hear of an Earthling being born with treasures." Odin's tone bore a hint of inquiry. "Ha ha ha, my lord Odin. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with the histories of the East. There exists a realm known as Huagua, where deities also dwell. I am a native of Huagua, and throughout our history, there have been numerous instances of individuals born with divine treasures. This is but a trivial matter. It is said that in ancient times, some great beings could summon clouds with a gesture and bring forth rain with a flick of the wrist, wielding abilities beyond comprehension. Xin Ran was uncertain of the existence of such deities within the Marvel universe, but it mattered not. He would weave his tale. By the way, my lord, did you just refer to us as kin? Odin nodded, responding, indeed, a compatriot. How delightful, O king of the gods. Since you are one of us, I wonder if you have any gifts to bestow upon me. Upon hearing Xin Ran's request for a present, Odin's jovial expression faded in an instant, replaced by a somber countenance, only to return to normal after a brief pause. Xin Ran couldn't help but admire Odin's remarkable ability to change his demeanor so swiftly. My dear Xin Ran, you have already received Mjolnir. There is nothing more precious within my celestial palace, Odin remarked. Waving his hand dismissively, Xin Ran replied generously, no need for gifts, my king. Simply impart to me the crafting method of this marvelous item, and I shall be satisfied. With a grand gesture, Xin Ran summoned the remnants of the destroyer, its severed limbs appearing before Odin. With a sigh, Odin retrieved a scroll of sheepskin from the void, using his divine power to present it to him. Xin Ran accepted the scroll without a glance, tossing it along with the destroyer's remains into his spatial ring. I am grateful, my king, Xin Ran said, clasping his hands and bowing respectfully to Odin. Odin nodded with a faint smile, his expression now inscrutable. I shall not intrude upon your time any longer, Xin Ran declared. With that, he activated the portal leading to the S-H-I-E-L-D base in Mexico and departed from Asgard. Watching Xin Ran's method of departure, Odin's expression grew somewhat grave. He had not anticipated that this individual possessed the capability to traverse from Asgard directly to Earth. The words he had just shared with Heimdall now seemed futile. Recalling Heimdall, Odin summoned him forth immediately. I suspect you have sensed the extraordinary nature of that earthling. Enlighten me on your findings. Heimdall, endowed with the ability to perceive across the 9 realms, undoubtedly held more knowledge than Odin himself. Your Majesty, you are correct. He can indeed directly manipulate the fundamental forces of the universe, Heimdall began. What precisely are these forces? Odin inquired. Electromagnetic forces, Heimdall replied slowly. But is he truly an earthling? Odin pressed. Your Majesty, I cannot ascertain his origin. It seems he has never belonged to this universe, Heimdall stated. Odin fell silent. What of the other multiverses? He asked. None, either. Chapter 38. Internal stability, my dear. You have returned. As Xin Ran stepped through the portal, he was enveloped in a warm embrace by Daisy. Curson, have all the tasks on this side been completed? Gently ruffling Daisy's hair, Xin Ran turned his gaze towards Curson, hoping to alleviate the awkwardness that lingered. All done, Curson replied. Well then, once everything is tidied up, let us return to report. Xin Ran, how is Thor faring? Is he unharmed? What of his father? Jane inquired, her anxiety palpable. With a reassuring smile, Xin Ran responded, rest assured, Jane. His father is merely feigning illness. Thor's divine strength has been restored. Once he concludes matters in Asgard, he shall seek you out. Heimdall, please inform Thor that his beloved longs for him, Xin Ran called out. Noticing Jane's lingering concern. Does this truly work? Daisy asked, her large eyes filled with skepticism. Indeed, it does. Nothing within the 9 realms escapes Heimdall's watchful gaze. Xin Ran patiently explained. Oh, then what about us? Daisy covered her mouth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Seeing her bashfulness, Xin Ran's toes seemed to discern her thoughts. Yet, Daisy's concerns were not unfounded. It certainly posed a dilemma. It appeared that in moments of intimacy, a magnetic force field would be necessary for concealment. What if Heimdall were to spy? Do not fret, Daisy. His abilities hold no sway over us. Xin Ran comforted her with a smile. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. After several negative shakes of the head from the others, Xin Ran opened a portal leading to their hotel in New York. After several tiring days, was it not time to indulge? Following 2 intense battles, Xin Ran felt a serene calmness wash over him as he recounted his experiences in Asgard over the past few days. In the evening, he prepared a candlelit dinner for Daisy in the suite's dining area. Observing her in a plush robe, Xin Ran playfully remarked, Daisy, would you like to see the night view of New York? You have yet to behold its splendor. Then let us go? He said, pulling Daisy close as he cloaked their forms with a magnetic field and soared into the sky. Wow, my dear, this is breathtaking, Daisy exclaimed, gazing at the vibrant cityscape below. More than 2 hours later, Xin Ran opened a portal, gently placing her on the hotel bed. He then opened another portal and returned home. At this hour, Natasha was preparing to sleep. Natasha sensed Xin Ran's return and did not resist. She cooperated willingly. However, moments later, she abruptly pushed Xin Ran away. Why do you smell of perfume? The former agent Natasha detected something amiss. With a playful smile, Xin Ran candidly revealed the matter concerning Daisy. Naturally, Natasha was somewhat reluctant to accept it. Thus, Xin Ran began to recount tales from ancient China, stories of emperors, and their legacies. For the past 60 years, Xin Ran had been honing various shooting techniques alongside Howard. Presently, their marksmanship had reached a level of unparalleled excellence and mastery. Xin Ran also took the opportunity to introduce the two to each other. In high spirits, Xin Ran opened a portal and led both of them back to the seaside villa. The following morning, Xin Ran extricated herself from their embrace and opened a spatial portal leading to Tony's residence. Chapter 39. Similar to iron battle armor. Hey, uncle. Why did you arrive unannounced like that one-eyed giant? Tony remarked as he emerged from his bedroom, only to discover Xin Ran lounging on the sofa in his living room. Jarvis, what transpired? I thought the defense system had been upgraded. Even if my uncle were to arrive, you ought to have notified me. He questioned Jarvis, while seated on the sofa, sipping water. I apologize, sir. It was only upon your emergence from the bedroom that I detected his vital signs. Jarvis's human-like voice resonated from the hall. Xin Ran had employed a magnetic force field to obscure his presence. As an artificial intelligence, Jarvis essentially embodied a form of electromagnetism and thus failed to detect Xin Ran's existence. Well, Tony, it's only natural that I elude detection, Xin Ran remarked. Have you resolved the issues afflicting you? He accepted the cigar Tony offered, lit it, and inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Indeed, I have resolved them. Uncle, you were entirely correct. The remnants left by my father have been profoundly enlightening. Not only did they address the palladium poisoning, but they also enhanced the reactor's energy output significantly. Of course, it still relies on my ingenuity, Tony proclaimed, puffing on the cigar with an air of pride. Uncle, I've already delivered the armor to Auntie. What brings you here today? Tony questioned, skeptical of Xin Ran's concern for his well-being. Oh, right. I nearly forgot. I found you a second aunt. You should arrange a suit of armor for her as well in the coming days. If Tony hadn't mentioned it, Xin Ran might have completely forgotten about this matter. Undeniably, the lad was quite filial. Uncle, at your age, you shouldn't be bringing me a new aunt every few days. Not to mention, I can hardly endure it myself, Tony replied, exasperated, regretting his earlier words. What are you unable to endure? She is my woman, Xin Ran retorted. Tony rolled his eyes. Uncle, it's not as you presume. I meant my armor can hardly endure it. Very well, Xin Ran chuckled awkwardly. In the future, just give me a call. There's no need for you to come all this way. I don't particularly care for your suit of armor. I came for another matter. Xin Ran responded. Please tell me you're not here to persuade me to join the Avengers. I currently lack the inclination for such endeavors. Tony hastily waved his hands in refusal. You may come or go as you please. Here, take this and see if you can comprehend it. With that, he retrieved the scroll Odin had given him from his spatial ring and tossed it to Tony. What is this? It appears rather antiquated. Tony grumbled as he unrolled the scroll, casting a cursory glance over it. Instantly, he straightened his posture, placing the scroll on the table for a more meticulous examination. Xin Ran did not disturb him, instead sitting silently on the sofa while smoking a cigar. So, Tony, can you discern any meaning from this? If Tony were unable to comprehend, he would naturally not have such a strong reaction. Xin Ran was curious to know just how much he could understand. Uncle, just a moment, Tony replied, his eyes fixed on the scroll. After more than half an hour, Tony set down the scroll. Did you understand everything? Of course. Tony leaned back on the sofa, a proud expression adorning his face. You comprehended it all? Xin Ran could hardly believe it. He couldn't recognize a single character on that scroll. Uncle, don't be surprised. It's written in ancient Greek, so it's normal for you not to understand. It specifically details a method for creating an armored automaton. You know ancient Greek? Xin Ran recalled that this fellow only spoke English. I have that capability, Tony said, removing his glasses and pointing at them. It turned out Jarvis had translated it for him. Enough of the chatter, can it be made? Xin Ran was taken aback that he had also succumbed to the marvels of technology. Certainly, the divine power source mentioned can be substituted with a new element I developed. As for the divine consciousness, we just need to integrate Jarvis. That raw material doesn't seem to be from Earth, but I can use titanium alloy instead. Xin Ran fell silent for a few moments, listening to you. It feels remarkably similar to your battle armor, doesn't it? There are distinctions, Tony replied. There is no divine power or consciousness, nor that special material in my armor. But didn't you just say it could be replaced? All right, Uncle, the distinction lies in the materials. If such a material existed, what could you achieve? Tony pondered for a moment. It would be similar to the destroyer mentioned in the scroll, but it wouldn't possess its full power. So in essence, it's quite similar to your armor. Yes, quite similar. Then why the grand reaction when you first saw the scroll? Uncle, the crafting method described is entirely manual, without any tools to assist. Imagine if you saw a primitive person create a handgun. What would your reaction be? Xin Ran nodded in agreement. True. After Tony's explanation, Xin Ran suddenly felt that the destroyer was of little use. With a grand gesture, he summoned the dismembered limbs of the destroyer from his spatial ring into the living room. Due to its enormous size, it shattered the television in the room. This was once a complete destroyer, but I disassembled it. The materials are all ready for you to experiment with. Had he known, he would have asked Odin for something else, undoubtedly better than that scroll. As Tony gazed at the severed limbs, a fervor ignited in his eyes. Uncle, could you help me transport this to the underground laboratory? I want to study it right away. After retracting the destroyer back into the spatial ring, the two made their way to the underground laboratory. The basement was spacious enough to accommodate those dismembered limbs. Jarvis, analyze the composition of these remnants, Tony commanded as he approached the control panel. A beam of crimson light swept over the remains of the destroyer. Sir, I am unable to identify the material. However, it appears that energy is continuously emanating from the inner walls. With a few gestures, Tony dismantled the holographic image of the destroyer. On the main screen, the radiant energy escaping from the inner walls of the destroyer was clearly visible. Could this be divine power? Tony mused. Sir, this material bears a striking resemblance to solar energy devices. It seems capable of absorbing various forms of energy from the cosmos and converting it into its own power. What is the conversion rate? Tony inquired, his brow furrowing. If it operates like solar panels, it would be utterly useless. 1 to 1,000, came the response, igniting a surge of exhilaration within Tony. Uncle, this material is extraordinary. With it, I could create even more formidable armor. What does a 1 to 1,000 conversion mean? As long as even a sliver of sunlight is absorbed by this material, it could emit a pseudo-laser. Very well, I shall leave these to you for further study, he declared, for Xin Ran had lost the desire to possess a subordinate destroyer. And remember, have your ANS armor ready to send to me. With that, he opened a portal home and stepped through. Goodness, Uncle, is this a spatial ability? Tony was poised to exchange a few more words with Xin Ran when the portal vanished from sight. Chapter 40. The Awakening of Steve, Part 1. With the matters concerning Thor settled, Xin Ran's life returned to a state of tranquility. Daisy and Natasha catered to him with utmost care each day. In such a heavenly existence, what did it matter if he could not return to his former world? During this time, Nick Fury had called Xin Ran several times, reporting various supernatural occurrences in Mexico. Xin Ran, too, sensed the undeniable surge of divine energy. Yet, he could easily surmise that it was none other than Thor, arriving on Earth for some clandestine rendezvous with Jane. After all, one could hardly deny a man the opportunity to visit his beloved, to prevent Nick Fury from incessantly reaching out to him. Xin Ran decided to disclose the specifics of the situation. Upon learning about the relationship between Thor and Jane, Nick Fury promptly elevated her status by 3 ranks. He also insisted that the next time Thor visited Earth, it was imperative for them to meet. Nick Fury's intentions were clear. He sought to establish a connection with Asgard through Thor, thereby enhancing the safety of Earth. Such concerns were not unfounded, given the demands of his profession. However, with Xin Ran present, who would recognize a mere S.H.I.E.L.D. director among the denizens of Asgard. On this particular day, Xin Ran had just emerged from the tender embrace of his 2 companions. He was preparing to drive Natasha and Daisy out to procure some seafood for an evening barbecue, accompanied by a few drinks. Just as he stepped outside, Nick Fury's call came in. What now? With a hint of impatience, Xin Ran answered the call. Senior, Steve Rogers has been recovered by our team. Where is he? At the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility in New York. And where are you? I am still in Antarctica, attending to matters. All right, I understand. With that, he ended the call. Xin Ran, what happened? Natasha inquired, noticing her partner's unusual demeanor. Natasha, Steve has been retrieved from Antarctica by S.H.I.E.L.D. That's wonderful news. Where is he? We must go see Steve. Upon hearing about Steve, Natasha felt a rush of excitement. After all, the 3 of them shared an era together. As for the others, some had perished, some had aged, and others had simply vanished. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility in New York. Then let us go there at once. After a brief exchange with Daisy, the 2 set off towards the Brooklyn area. Along the way, Natasha's swift driving attracted the attention of several police cars, yet she deftly evaded them. As an all-capable agent, if she could not shake off a few police vehicles, then her decades of experience would be in vain. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. New York branch, the very place where Steve had received the super soldier serum 60 years prior, now transformed into a stronghold of S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing the monumental changes that had occurred, Xin Ran felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. With Natasha's level 8 agent credentials, they navigated through the periphery of S.H.I.E.L.D., without hindrance. Upon arriving at a security checkpoint, the guard demanded to see Xin Ran's identification, refusing to grant passage otherwise. Natasha handed over her credentials. But to her surprise, the guard insisted on inspecting Xin Ran's identification first. Unfazed, Xin Ran retrieved the document entrusted to him by Nick Fury from his spatial ring and presented it. Zero-level agent? What nonsense is this? I'm sorry, but you do not have the authorization to enter here. As the guard scrutinized Xin Ran's credential, disdain washed over his face. Here, all guards are at least level 1 agents. How incompetent must a zero-level agent be? Mind your tone. If you wish to resign, be my guest. Xin Ran was not one to tolerate insults. You, a zero-level agent, barking orders at me? Do you dare to threaten me with dismissal? The guard, merely in his 20s and presumably lacking any influential background, retorted boldly. With a cold smirk, Xin Ran delivered a swift slap to the guard's face, knocking out several of his teeth. Ah, you yellow-skinned pig, daring to assault someone in S-H-I-E-L-D. Someone, quickly. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. The guard, clutching his bruised face and spattered with blood, shouted into his radio. In no time, a swarm of heavily armed guards surrounded Xin Ran and Natasha, their weapons pointed ominously at the pair. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of high-ranking officials within the bureau. Just as Xin Ran prepared to take action, two individuals strode forward with purpose. Natasha, what brings you here? The tall, dark-haired woman at the forefront greeted warmly. Hey, Hill, Natasha replied with a wry smile, shrugging helplessly at the surrounding guards. Everyone, stand down. Hawkeye, standing beside Hill, barked an order upon recognizing Natasha. At the command from above, the guards retreated in unison. The injured guard, sensing the shift in momentum, attempted to slip away amidst the others. With a thunderous crack, before he could take more than a few steps, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended from the clear sky, striking him directly on the head with a resounding boom. The guard was instantly killed. Hill and Hawkeye were left momentarily stunned by the sudden lightning strike. In a cloudless sky, where could such a phenomenon have originated? They both turned their gaze toward Xin Ran. Natasha, without a doubt, knew that it was not within their capabilities to summon such power. Xin Ran's identity was a matter of utmost secrecy within the United States. Aside from Nick Fury, the king of level 10 agents, and the newly promoted level 9 agent, Coulson, no one else was privy to this information. Consequently, all they knew was that Xin Ran was Natasha's boyfriend and had been personally recruited into the Avengers by Nick Fury. Mr. Xian, did you kill him? Hill inquired, aware that the Avengers were comprised of extraordinary individuals, and the ability to conjure electricity was not particularly strange. Yes, I did, Xin Ran affirmed, not denying the accusation since it had been posed. Young man, should you take the life of an agent from S-H-I-E-L-D? Even as a member of the Avengers, you must possess a reasonable explanation, Hawkeye remarked coldly. Prior to his romantic entanglements, Hawkeye had long pursued Natasha, only to receive naught but indifference from her. Recently, upon learning that Natasha had entered a relationship, he was the first to feel discontent. Now, with Sinan having provided him with leverage, he had no intention of letting it slip away easily. Barton, that guard was the first to insult Sinan, he continued. Natasha, fearing for Hawkeye's safety, quickly interjected, is it truly justifiable to kill someone over a mere insult? If I were to insult him, would he then be inclined to kill me? Both understood the disparity in their standings, an ordinary guard versus an Avenger. Hawkeye now carried an air of obstinacy. Enough, Barton. Restrain your words, Hill interjected, perceiving Hawkeye's intentions. Let me handle this matter. What of the Avengers? Hawkeye retorted, if you desire death, you may certainly test your luck. Before he could finish his tirade, Sinan interrupted, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning struck before him. Hawkeye, being merely flesh and blood, would undoubtedly meet his end if such a strike were to occur. What audacity is this from a mere child? Even the director would address me as senior in my presence. What gives you the right to speak so to me? If you seek to end your life, I shall grant your wish, Sinan said coldly, regarding Hawkeye. In that fleeting moment, Hawkeye seemed to grasp why Sinan was deemed worthy of Natasha's affections. After chastising Hawkeye, Sinan turned to Hill and offered her a slight smile. Agent Hill, I wish to meet Steve. Please arrange it for me. Chapter 41. The Awakening of Steve. Part 2. Apologies, sir, but without authorization from above. No one is permitted to approach Captain Rogers, Hill remarked, casting a wary glance at the lifeless guard before turning to Sinan. Did Nick Fury not inform you? I'm sorry, sir, but we have not received any orders from Director Fury. Hill was perplexed. Retrieving Steve Rogers was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s utmost secrets. Until Steve awoke safely, measures were in place to prevent any harm from Hydra agents or enemy operatives. Only high-ranking officials within S.H.I.E.L.D. were privy to this information. By regulations, Sinan, merely a member of the Avengers, was not authorized to know such details. Very well, please wait a moment. Xin sighed. He could not afford to lose his composure in front of the beautiful agent. He retrieved his phone and dialed Nick Fury. Hello, it's me. I've been blocked at the door while trying to see Steve. What sort of operation is this? Why was I not informed in advance? I nearly had your guards incapacitate me. All right, understood. Hurry up. Listening to Sinan's reprimanding tone, Hill found it difficult to fathom who he was addressing. Just as her confusion deepened, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Nick Fury. Had Sinan just been scolding the director? Suppressing her inner turmoil, she answered the call. Understood. Fury's instructions were succinct. He wanted Sinan and Natasha to visit Steve, without any further elaboration. Subsequently, Hill escorted the Sinan couple into the core of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York. The deeper they ventured, the higher the security clearance required. Finally, after presenting identification and undergoing a series of biometric verifications, Hill led Sinan and Natasha to the room where Steve lay. In the spacious room, Steve rested quietly on a specialized medical bed. This bed, a pinnacle of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s advanced medical technology, allowed healthcare personnel to continuously monitor his condition through microelectronic instruments, gathering pertinent data around the clock. As two attending physicians noticed Hill's arrival, they paused their tasks and approached to report on Steve's status. Gazing at the still figure of Steve, Sinan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It seemed like just yesterday they were training together in the barracks, yet now, over 60 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Time had transformed all. Doctors, what is Steve's current condition? Sinan inquired softly, letting out a gentle sigh. In the frigid realm, encased in ice for over 60 years, the neurons within him are now rapidly rejuvenating. If an ordinary individual were to find themselves in such an environment, they would not survive even a mere 60 seconds. Let alone 60 years. This is nothing short of a medical marvel. Enough with the trivialities, get to the point. When will he awaken? Xin Ran was disinterested in further banter. Excuse me, sir, who are you? The physician speaking had never encountered Xin Ran before and was taken aback by the young man's audacity. He glanced at Hill, who gave a slight nod. And the doctor immediately comprehended her implication. Based on the current physiological status, we estimate that he will awaken in at least a month. Xin Ran nodded and approached the bedside. Hey, what are you doing? You cannot go near him. The patient has just emerged from extreme cold, and your presence may introduce pathogens that could affect him. The previously silent doctor hurried forward to block Xin Ran's path. Let Mr. Xin through. There's no need to stop him. Just as Xin Ran was about to push the doctor aside, Hill commanded. Subsequently, Xin Ran and Natasha settled at the bedside, while Hill and the two doctors retreated. My dear, it has been over 60 years, and Steve has changed at all. Nor have you. After all these years, you seem even more vibrant, Xin Ran remarked with a smile. I certainly wasn't vibrant before you returned. Natasha playfully chided, subtly reproaching Xin Ran for leaving her to mourn for over 60 years. But I have returned. Haven Ti? Alas, Peggy has married and is nearing 90. It won't be long before. I wonder how Steve will cope upon awakening. Natasha sighed deeply. Let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Aging and death are universal experiences that we must face with serenity, Xin Ran consoled her. So, my dear, will we also meet our end someday? Certainly not. Natasha shot Xin Ran an exasperated glance. In the monitoring room, Hill could see the two engaged in conversation. Yet the words remained inaudible. Several teams of technicians had examined the recording equipment, confirming its functionality. With no other recourse, Hill silently observed their every interaction. Anxious that Xin Ran might act detrimentally towards Steve. Steve, you haven't smoked in over 60 years, have you? Today, my brother, I shall let you savor a taste. With that, he retrieved a box of cigars from his spatial ring, remnants from his last visit to Tony's. With a snap of his fingers, a faint spark of lightning emerged, igniting the cigar. After taking a couple of deep puffs, he expelled a substantial smoke ring towards Steve. Xin Ran's audacious act nearly sent the two doctors in the monitoring room into a state of panic. Hill immediately dialed Nick Fury's number. Director Fury, the Avenger's Xin Ran, was smoking a cigar in Captain Rogers' hospital room, even blowing smoke rings towards the captain's face, which could potentially jeopardize the captain's safety. I implore you to take him down. Like Coulson, Hill was also an admirer of Steve. Witnessing Xin Ran's reckless behavior, she could no longer contain her frustration. What? He can do as he pleases? What if something goes wrong? The captain is currently recovering and is still quite weak. Hill simply could not comprehend why the director would allow such a young man to act so irresponsibly. Agent Hill, Xin Ran is a close brother of Steve Rogers. He would never endanger the captain's safety. We must trust him. Nick Fury's voice on the other end was grave. What? Hill could hardly believe it. How could a young Chinese man be considered a brother to Captain America? Fury hung up the phone and sent her an encrypted file. Upon opening it, Hill was left dumbfounded. The document detailed the year and month of Xin Ran's accomplishments and actions, clearly outlining his credentials. An elder of S.H.I.E.L.D., a longtime friend of Mr. Howard and Agent Carter, a comrade and brother of Captain Rogers, the leader of the Avengers. Even the Desert Eagle at her waist was designed by him. The final line, added not long ago, read, "The God who wields the power of thunder." God. At that moment, Hill was so astonished that she could not utter a word. The two doctors nearby felt their hearts racing, yet they did not see their superior issue any commands. "Natasha, you have no idea." Steve, in his prime, 60 years ago, adored the scent of this cigar. Xin Ran took another puff and blew it toward Steve's face. As he enjoyed his cigar, he reminisced with Natasha about the past. After indulging in 3 or 4 cigars, they finally rose to leave. Just as they stepped out of the hospital room, Steve's eyelids twitched. Hill stood outside the room, watching as Xin Ran and Natasha emerged, and she graciously opened the door for them. The two doctors behind her rushed into the smoke-filled room to examine Steve's condition. "Mr. Xin Ran, what are your plans next?" Xin Ran noticed Hill gazing at him with admiration, likely informed of his identity by Nick Fury. "No particular plans. I'm just heading home for dinner. Agent Hill, please take down my number. Call me immediately when Steve wakes up." "Certainly, Mr. Xin Ran," Hill responded respectfully. "Well then, we shall take our leave." Natasha bid her farewell. With that, Xin Ran opened a portal home, wrapped his arm around Natasha, and they stepped through, vanishing from sight. Hill stood there once more, stunned. Could he truly be a god? At that moment, a fit of coughing erupted from the ward, followed by the startled exclamation of the doctor, "Commander Hill, the patient has awakened." Chapter 42. I have another appointment. Steve Rogers gently opened his eyes, only to be met with a sharp, piercing pain that surged through his mind. As he gazed at the hazy scene before him, he slowly uttered, "Where am I?" The two doctors, at a loss for words, stood in silence. Steve's awakening had been so abrupt that they were utterly unprepared. Essentially, Steve had been in a comatose state. Since the moment he was frozen in ice, he had succumbed to a deep slumber, and only now had he begun to awaken. Many individuals emerging from such states often find that 5 or 6 years have elapsed. Due to the vast passage of time, they frequently encounter severe psychological issues, grappling with delusions that they are still living in the world as it was 5 or 6 years prior. Those with fragile psyches may struggle to accept the changes in the world around them, and in severe cases, they may fall back into a coma, never to awaken again. And what of Steve Rogers, who had been asleep for over 60 years? The personnel at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s medical department had devised a plan to create an environment reminiscent of 60 years ago, allowing Steve Rogers to gradually acclimate to normal life within that confined setting. They intended to guide him step by step, minimizing his psychological barriers as much as possible. Yet, all their calculations had failed to anticipate that Steve would awaken so swiftly. "Hey, Captain Rogers, good afternoon." Hill entered the room, her heart racing with excitement at the sight of the living Steve. "Who are you?" Steve questioned, his wariness palpable as he scrutinized Hill. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Hill discreetly reached into her pocket to activate the alarm. "Captain Rogers, my name is Hill. I mean you no harm. Please don't be alarmed." She attempted to soothe his agitation. However, it was not long before 2 heavily armed guards burst into the room. Reacting instinctively, Steve took 2 steps back. Observing the guards' uniforms, which were starkly different from those of his own faction, a singular thought gripped him. He had been captured. Before Hill could react, Steve lunged forward, delivering 2 swift punches that incapacitated the guards in an instant. He shoved past Hill and dashed out of the room. "Captain Rogers, wait. All agents, attention. Emergency alert. Emergency alert." As Steve frantically fled, Hill pulled out her radio, issuing an urgent command to the agents throughout the building. How could the Hydra agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. possibly contend with Steve? Within moments, he had forged a path to the street. Recognizing the situation spiraling out of control, Hill promptly reached for her phone and called Nick Fury. "Fury, shortly after Mr. Xin Ran's departure, Captain Rogers awakened. We hadn't even begun to implement our original plan. Now, Captain Rogers has injured our agents and escaped S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill relayed the situation to Nick Fury in one breath. How could he wake up so quickly? Wasn't it supposed to take at least a month? What happened? What did Siren do to him? Fury asked urgently on the other end of the line. Mr. Siren didn't do anything. He merely smoked a few cigars and left. Could it be that the smoke roused him? The director interjected, "Never mind that for now. What should we do? We cannot stop Captain Rogers. Immediately contact Siren and report the situation here. I trust he will handle it," Nick Fury asserted decisively. Hill hung up the phone and dialed the number she had just saved. "Hello, Mr. Siren. Captain Rogers has awakened. He has already left S.H.I.E.L.D. and the captain's situation is precarious. I would like to request your presence." "Understood." Hill had barely ended the call when a black portal materialized before her. "This is all your fault, Siren. If it weren't for those cigars you smoked, this might not have affected Steve. Hey, Hill. Natasha's words were cut short as she noticed Hill staring blankly at her from the portal. Mr. Siren, Natasha, Captain Rogers has run out onto the street. The crowd outside is overwhelming. Siren nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Soon, the electromagnetic sensors were fully activated, quickly locating Steve's position. He was in the adjacent block, gazing in astonishment at the towering buildings and the bustling throngs of people and vehicles. Siren had passed by that area while driving. He raised his hand and created a portal, leading Natasha and Hill through. Steve, Siren called out loudly from behind him, hearing that familiar yet strange voice. Steve slowly turned around. Siren, Natasha, where am I? Is this an illusion? The towering buildings, neon screens, the modern cars, and the attire of the people around him were all novel to Steve. Awakening after a slumber of over 60 years, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness again were it not for his remarkable willpower. No, you have been asleep for over 60 years, my friend. The Nazis have been defeated and the war is over. As he listened to Siren's words, Steve fell silent. Captain Rogers, are you all right? Hill, ever the adoring fan, stepped forward with concern as she noticed Steve's disoriented state. In the cacophony of the street, Steve struggled to regain his composure. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense that there was something unfinished. As he looked at the youthful and radiant Hill, a poignant memory surged forth from his mind. With a pained yet resigned expression, he remarked, I am fine. However, I still have a date. Chapter 43. Hot Pot Xin Ran and Natasha exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh. Since Steve's crash, there had been no word from him. Although Peggy Carter was a top-notch agent, she was still merely human. She had not injected any enhancement serum nor undergone any physical mutations. At best, she would live to see 90 before departing from this world. It was unreasonable to expect her to remain in mourning for him forever. From the day she wed another, even if she still harbored feelings for Steve, hope had faded. The dance they had promised before he went to war was now a distant memory, separated by 60 or 70 years. Even if Peggy were alive, the prospect of that dance was no longer feasible. Natasha and Xin Ran did not conceal the truth from him, directly revealing it. Though heartbroken, Steve, with his inherently compassionate nature, accepted the reality rather swiftly. After all, Peggy Carter was now another's wife. Subsequently, Xin Ran opened a portal, bringing Steve and Hill back to their residence. Fortunately, Daisy had purchased an abundance of groceries, accommodating the additional 2 guests. If Steve had to prepare skewers alone, it would take an eternity. Moreover, it had been 60 or 70 years since he last had a meal. Thus, Xin Ran took it upon himself to cook a pot of hot pot broth and prepared several dipping sauces. Daisy and Natasha assisted him in cutting and arranging all the ingredients on the large table in the yard, while also teaching Hill and Steve the art of using chopsticks. As elite agents, they quickly grasped the technique. Having slept for decades, Steve was unfamiliar with such a culinary experience and flavor. Even Hill, a senior agent of SHIELD, had never encountered this way of dining. The two eagerly picked up generous portions of fatty beef, dipping it into the pot and savoring it with delight. Observing their spicy struggle, Xin Ran opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite, procured from Tony, for each of them to enjoy as a refreshing beverage. Truth be told, it did alleviate the heat. I shall fetch 2 more people. There is plenty of space and food, Xin Ran mused, sipping Tony's fine wine while reminiscing about his rather unremarkable nephew. He opened a portal and stepped directly into Tony's abode. Upon emerging, he found Tony embracing Pepper, preparing for a rather intimate moment on the sofa. Xin Ran cleared his throat, startling Tony, who hastily ceased his actions. Pepper, her cheeks flushed, turned away from Xin Ran, adjusting her attire. Oh dear, my beloved uncle. What on earth are you doing? Xin Ran disrupted the romantic atmosphere, much to Tony's chagrin. Shall I take my leave? You two can continue? Xin Ran teased. Tony shot him an annoyed glance. Come on, let us go eat at my place, he replied. With that, Xin Ran opened a portal back home, the enticing aroma of hot pot wafting through. What is that smell? It's divine. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony turned, wrapping his arms around Pepper, and they made their way to the feast. Greetings, my dear Aunt Natasha. It has indeed been a while. How have you been faring in the armor I bestowed upon you? Tony stepped through the portal, warmly greeting Natasha. Among those seated at the table, he was only acquainted with her. I merely tried it on once, yet have yet to engage in battle. It appears quite commendable. Upon uttering this, Natasha rose to prepare bowls and chopsticks for Tony and Pepper. Uncle Xin, might you introduce me to these 2 lovely ladies? Among the gentlemen present, Tony did not inquire further. This is your second aunt, Daisy Louise, and that esteemed individual is Agent Hill of SHIELD. This gentleman, too, can be regarded as your uncle, Steve Rogers. After settling into his seat, he raised the bottle and took a sip. Ah, so it is the beautiful Aunt Daisy. I shall ensure your armor is delivered to you in a few days. Greetings, Agent Hill. I must commend your physique." Upon discerning the identities of the two women, Tony greeted them with enthusiasm. As for Steve, Tony had gleaned his identity from the box left by Howard. Although slightly taken aback, he refrained from calling him uncle, as one uncle, Xin Ran, was already quite sufficient for him. Tony politely nodded at Steve, acknowledging him. Natasha, with chopsticks in hand, urged Pepper to take a seat post-haste. The two women mirrored each other, adeptly maneuvering their chopsticks to savor the hot pot. "Uncle Xin, I must say, this method of dining is simply delightful." I had wondered why the liquor cabinet at home was often depleted. It appears it was you, uncle." Accepting the drink handed to him by Xin Ran, Tony rolled his eyes. With friends, hot pot, and fine wine, Steve's earlier melancholy began to dissipate. After several rounds of drinks, the gathering at the table engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, a phone rang from Agent Hill's direction. "I apologize, everyone. It is Director Fury. I must take this call." After a nod of acknowledgement from the others, Hill answered the phone. "Understood. I shall return immediately." Once the call ended, Hill looked at everyone apologetically. "Mr. Xin, Mr. Stark. Director Fury has returned from Antarctica and has instructed me to escort Captain Rogers back to S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems there is something of great importance at hand. Steve, should you prefer not to return to S.H.I.E.L.D., you are more than welcome to select a room in my home and stay as long as you wish." Xin Ran remarked to Steve. "No, Xin Ran. I am already affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. and must comply with my superior's directives. Besides, Xin Ran has two wives to consider. It would be inappropriate for him to impose upon their hospitality." S.H.I.E.L.D. was established by Peggy and Howard. Thus Steve felt a sense of belonging there. Very well, this outcome is quite agreeable to Xin Ran, for if Steve were to overstay his welcome, it would certainly create unnecessary complications. Not to mention, there are certain matters one would not dare to pursue openly at home. With a wave of his hand, he opened the portal to the New York S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, bidding farewell to the two as they departed. "Uncle, it is getting late. We too must return home." After indulging in a sumptuous feast, it was the perfect time to return home to attend to pressing matters. "You may go." "I shan't impede your departure," I replied. "Do you wish for me to accompany Pepper on our way back?" Observing Tony's exasperation brought great joy to Xin Ran, who promptly opened a portal to send the two of them back. Before they left, Tony earnestly implored that they never appear at his home unannounced, especially not during the night. I must say, the capability of electromagnetic spatial portals is indeed remarkably convenient. Once everyone had departed, Natasha and Daisy busied themselves in the kitchen, washing the dishes. Such chores, of course, required Xin Ran's participation as well. Quietly, she slipped into the kitchen after the meeting concluded. Natasha and Daisy retired to their respective rooms for the night. Xin Ran swiftly settled onto the living room sofa, just as she lit a cigar. Suddenly, she noticed flickers of tiny sparks illuminating the room. Chapter 44. The query of the Ancient One. Xin Ran took a draw from the cigar in his hand, observing the flickering ember as it gradually transformed into a circular portal. On the other side, the Supreme Sorceress, the Ancient One, smiled at him. Seizing the initiative, Xin Ran leaped forward. With a velocity 50 times that of sound, he swiftly crossed the portal established by the Ancient One and arrived at Kamartaj. Mjolnir emerged from its restraint, and the armor of the God of Thunder adorned him seamlessly. With one hand gripping the hammer and the other holding the cigar, he resolved that if a confrontation were to ensue, it would occur on her turf. Even if he were to be bested, he could still capture a few novice sorcerers as hostages. However, noting that his adversary had yet to make any aggressive moves, Xin Ran slowly inquired, "Ancient One, may I ask what brings you to seek my presence?" The Ancient One was not taken aback by Xin Ran addressing her by name. She closed the portal behind her with a wave of her hand, and the scene within the grand hall underwent a dramatic transformation. The exotic ambience of the hall morphed into the style of a traditional Chinese reception room. A quaint tea table appeared at the center, adorned with an exquisite tea set that seemed quite valuable. "Mr. Xin, please have a seat," she said, as two wicker chairs materialized on either side of the tea table. Observing the Ancient One's remarkable display of magic, Xin Ran could not help but marvel at her prowess. Was it possible for magic to be wielded with such finesse? The Supreme Sorceress truly lived up to her reputation. While she treated him as a guest, he remained in a perpetual state of readiness for battle, which felt somewhat out of place. Thus, he removed his armor and stowed Mjolnir into the space rings. Approaching the tea table and taking a seat on one of the wicker chairs, the Ancient One personally brewed tea for him, executing the entire process, fetching water, selecting vessels, washing cups, steeping the tea, pouring and serving with the grace of a master. "Ancient One, what is it that you wish to discuss? Please speak plainly," Xin Ran remarked after savoring a sip of the sweet tea. To be honest, he found the Ancient One's courteous demeanor somewhat disconcerting. Mr. Xian, you do not belong to this realm, do you? The Ancient One inquired, holding her teacup and gazing at him with a knowing smile. I believe no one knows this better than you, Xin Ran retorted. After all, a guardian of Earth should surely have clarity regarding their own origin. The Ancient One chuckled lightly, tacitly acknowledging his assertion. 60 years ago, had you not sealed yourself in the icy lake at the North Pole, I would have likely intervened to eliminate you. What? Xin Ran nearly spat out his tea in shock at her revelation. He took a couple of draws from his cigar to steady himself and asked the amiable Ancient One, "May I inquire why you wished to kill me back then?" The Ancient One took a small sip of her tea and replied slowly, "Because of balance." This phrase was not difficult to comprehend, mirroring the original intent behind the system's issuance of the freezing mission. And what of now? Does the Ancient One still wish to see me dead? Xin Ran probed tentatively. Ancient One shook her head, saying, "Even if I were to eliminate you now, not only would the existing balance be irrevocably disrupted, but chaos would ensue. Haha. As long as you do not engage me in conflict, we can converse amicably." After consuming another cup of tea, Xin Ran deftly extinguished the cigarette in her hand. It suddenly occurred to her that Ancient One's original life had already reached its terminus, and she was now sustained by the absorption of dark powers. Smoking her second-hand smoke might indeed have some repercussions. In truth, I have yet to ascertain your origins. You are evidently not from this earth. Yet you are undeniably a denizen of it, which renders you enigmatic. Ancient One observed Xin Ran with curiosity, her smile seemingly unchanging. I can affirmatively state that I am of Earth, Xin Ran replied. However, in the original future, your existence should not have been. Whether my presence is a boon or a bane, I believe you are well aware. Otherwise, you would not be so composed as to share tea with me, she continued. You are quite astute, Ancient One remarked, setting down her teacup and gazing at Xin Ran with admiration. Have you come today solely to share tea? Xin Ran pondered, finding the absence of conflict, threats, or persuasion rather unsettling. Ancient One shook her polished head. I understand that you harbor no malice towards this world, and I can discern that in the future, you will grow powerful beyond imagination. Hence, I have refrained from intervening in your actions. Today, I wish to inquire about two matters. Please proceed, Xin Ran responded, her respect for this supreme sorceress, who had safeguarded Earth for centuries, evident. How much do you truly comprehend about this world? With this question posed, Ancient One silently scrutinized Xin Ran. I cannot claim to know everything. Yet I possess a general understanding, Xin Ran replied, knowing she could not divulge her knowledge of the impending events that were to unfold according to a predetermined narrative. Thus, she could only provide a vague response. And what do you know of Kamartosh? Ancient One inquired, her smile widening as she listened to Xin Ran's answer. Is this the second question? Xin Ran mused. Consider it a complimentary addition to the first. Surprised by Ancient One's humor, she continued, Stephen Strange. Taking a sip of tea, Xin Ran uttered those 7 words with a calm demeanor, mirroring Ancient One's smile as she gazed back. Haha, Mr. Xin, you have exceeded my expectations, Ancient One exclaimed, astonished that Xin Ran, without the time stone, could foresee the future of Kamartosh. Initially, she had inquired about Xin Ran's current knowledge of Kamartosh, only to receive a stunning revelation in return. What do you mean by that, sorceress? Have I erred? Ancient One chose not to respond. Instead, moving on to her second inquiry, from whence does your power originate? Is it the strength of the Thunder God? By rights, it should be bestowed by Odin, the All-Father. With a snap of his fingers, shimmering bolts of lightning crackled around Xin Ran. That is not what I meant. What power did you wield to draw out Mjolnir? Xin Ran chose not to respond, casually opening a portal leading home. He found it hard to believe that Odin could discern such power while Ancient One could not. Oh, indeed, it is the fundamental forces of the universe. How did you achieve this? This portal bore a resemblance to the spatial magic of Kamartosh, yet fundamentally differed. To harness the fundamental forces of the universe to such an extent is remarkable, Mr. Xian. Listening to Ancient One's praise, Xin Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment. I cannot articulate how I did it. I merely aspired to achieve it, and thus I did. He could not divulge the truth to her, opting instead for vague implications. Aspiring to achieve it and succeeding? That phrase carries profound significance. Observing Ancient One's contemplative demeanor, Xin Ran felt both amused and exasperated. It seems that successful individuals can turn even the most mundane utterances into philosophical maxims. This wisdom appears universally applicable. Mr. Xian, I hope you always stand in a place illuminated by light. Ancient One, without darkness, how can there be light? I understand your meaning. I am aware of future matters. Without darkness, how can there be light? Ancient One murmured the words Xin Ran spoke, falling into deep reflection once more. Mr. Xian, should you possess such abilities in the future and calamities befall Earth or the entire universe, will you intervene? I will. Xin Ran knew precisely what Ancient One referred to. He would undoubtedly act, not for the sake of the world, but for himself. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. After they finished the pot of tea, the room returned to its original state. Ancient One opened the portal, watching as Xin Ran returned home. Darling, where have you been? Why have you disappeared for so long? Just as he sank into the sofa, Natasha's voice echoed from outside. Weren't you supposed to be asleep? Xin Ran inquired, puzzled. Asleep? You haven't been home for over 2 months. Director Fury and Tony are searching for you everywhere. Chapter 45. Tony's concerns 2 months without returning home? Xin Ran was utterly perplexed, suddenly feeling as though she had returned to a land of confusion. Had she truly spent over 2 months sipping tea with Gui? Had she known, she would have never ventured through that portal. Darling, Tony is calling again. With those words, Natasha gently tossed her phone towards Xin Ran. Aunt Natasha, has Uncle Xin not returned yet? As soon as the call connected, Tony's anxious voice resonated from the phone. It's me. Oh my goodness, my dear uncle. Do you realize you have been missing for over 2 months? Tony was rambling as usual. To be honest, I had no idea. I spent a mere 2 hours with Gui, and upon my return, 2 months had slipped by. Time indeed flies differently in different realms. Who could have anticipated such a thing? Well, if you don't know, I certainly don't either, but I do know that you urgently need to visit me. Tony's tone turned serious. After all this time knowing Tony, it was the first instance he had actively sought her out. Perhaps it was also an opportunity to see what he had done with the destroyer's remains. All right, I'll come right over. Upon ending the call, Xin Ran opened the portal leading to Tony's residence. After giving Natasha and Dai a brief explanation, she set off. Hey Tony, are you playing tricks on me? Where are you? Upon arriving at Tony's house, she found it completely deserted. Uncle, I'm at Stark Tower. Why didn't you mention that earlier? You hung up so quickly that I barely had time to respond. Which floor? Having never visited Tony's office, she could not create a portal directly. Therefore, she flew to the base of Stark Tower and ascended. Do I even need to ask, Uncle? Of course, it's the top floor. With that, Xin Ran soared into the sky, eliciting gasps of astonishment from bystanders who hurriedly retrieved their phones to capture the moment. Unfortunately, her speed was so swift that no one managed to get a clear shot. Emerging from a portal, she flew towards Stark Tower and vanished, leading the citizens of New York to believe that Stark Industries was under divine protection. Consequently, many flocked to purchase Stark stocks, hoping to bring good fortune to themselves and their families. Within just a few days, Stark Industries stock prices soared, leaving Pepper bewildered about the sudden change. It was only after some investigation that she learned it was, in fact, her uncle's doing. Uncle, please review these documents quickly. Upon arriving, before Xin Ran could even take a seat, Tony activated the holographic screen in his office, pushing a substantial amount of data towards her. Mimicking Tony's actions, she maneuvered her hands over the holographic projection. After a cursory glance, Xin Ran realized that the plot of the first Avengers film had already commenced. Remembering Natasha's words about Nick Fury seeking her out, it became clear to her what he was after. You need not be so astonished. These events transpired 6 or 7 decades ago. This information was indeed provided to you by Coulson, correct? Indeed, Uncle, it was given to me by agents of SHIELD. However, take a look at this. It pertains to an incident that occurred merely a month ago. Tony spread his fingers, and the image in the corner magnified instantaneously. Loki and the Tesseract materialized before Xin Ran's eyes. 70 years prior, Hydra weaponized the Tesseract to create energy weapons, but their base was subsequently destroyed by Steve, resulting in the Tesseract and Steve vanishing in Antarctica. My father later took the initiative to establish SHIELD and eventually recovered the Tesseract, which has since been clandestinely researched and utilized by the organization. Yet recently, an alien who claims to be a god seized the Tesseract, obliterating the research facility. It is said that this Tesseract is the treasure of Odin, the All-Father, and the invader bears the name Loki, who is, according to Norse mythology, Odin's second son. The records from SHIELD have confirmed the veracity of these claims. Such nonsensical extraterrestrial deities have emerged, Uncle, and they have stolen something so vital. I sense that humanity's situation is perilous. I must take action. Despite Tony's usual nonchalant demeanor, he approached this grave matter with utmost seriousness, contemplating the long-term implications. Calm down, Tony, do not panic. You are correct, Uncle, we must remain composed. But look at that green giant. I feel that even if I don my armor, I would not withstand a single blow from him. The world is fraught with instability. I cannot afford to remain idle. Tony pointed to the screen showcasing Hulk enduring heavy weaponry, demolishing a tank with a single punch. What do you propose we do? I have already agreed to join forces with that one-eyed man, the Avengers. Let us first apprehend Loki. After all, everything is still shrouded in uncertainty. Xin Ran chuckled, adopting a tone of an elder. Very well. Having joined the Avengers, you are both my nephew and my subordinate. You must perform admirably. Uncle, I am not in the mood for jest. Tony appeared quite somber. Let us face whatever comes. Do not overly fret. But Odin and Loki are gods. Are gods truly formidable? Xin Ran retorted, and with a flick of his mind, a suit of armor, forged from divine power, enveloped him. It seems I too am somewhat of a god. With a slight smile directed at Tony, Xin Ran added, Uncle you. Tony, taken aback by Xin Ran's sudden transformation, found himself momentarily speechless. After demonstrating his prowess to Tony, Xin Ran removed the armor, for it was rather cumbersome to wear. I have dealt with both Odin and Loki. Do you recall the scroll and that heap of scrap metal I presented to you last time? Tony nodded. That scroll was a gift from Odin, and the destroyer was originally crafted by him as a combat automaton. I was curious, what have you fashioned from that creation? It appears we only have a mere outline. Still under construction. Tony scratched his head. Not long ago, he had taken Pepper abroad for a vacation, leaving the project untouched. Is it truly just a preliminary form? Xin Ran lit a cigar, exhaling a puff of smoke towards Tony. Uncle, with your wealth, why do you still partake in my cigarettes and liquor? Tony deftly sidestepped the topic, utilizing Xin Ran's cigar as a diversion. What do you mean partake? I have always taken what I wish with integrity. Very well, what about Odin, Loki, and your affairs? Do you not intend to enlighten me? I am not adept at storytelling. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are well aware of that. You should inquire with the one-eyed man. At that moment, Jarvis's voice broke through. Sir, Nick Fury has sent you a message requesting your presence here. Following this, a holographic map materialized before them, with a pinpoint marking a specific location within a vast ocean. Xin Ran's phone chimed as well, revealing a call from Nick Fury. On the other end, Fury briefed Xin Ran and sent the same location marker, urging him to proceed there. Uncle, it seems we must go together. Noticing Xin Ran's prolonged silence, Tony spoke again. Uncle, I haven't seen you open that black door of yours. As soon as the words left his lips, a black portal appeared before him. The surroundings did not appear to be the ocean. Isn't that door supposed to be closed, Uncle? Uncle, do not push me. Goodness. Uncle, where have you taken me? Chapter 46. A broader perspective within the sacred halls of Asgard. Thor and Odin were engaged in a discussion regarding matters pertaining to Loki. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Tony's exclamation. Thor summoned his newly acquired weapon, eyeing Tony with suspicion. Who are you? Just as he was preparing to take action, a familiar voice resonated through the air. Hey, Thor, long time no see. This is my nephew, Tony Stark. Xin Ran, it has been ages. And you managed to arrive in Asgard without traversing the Rainbow Bridge. How remarkable. Thor lowered his guard against Tony and warmly greeted Xin Ran, observing Odin's throne. Now more magnificent than before, Xin Ran smiled and slightly bowed. Esteemed king of the gods, how is your health these days? Odin, who had been well, involuntarily twitched his right eyelid at the inquiry. Young Xin Ran, I am quite well. What brings you to Asgard today? Is there a matter at hand? Following the previous incident, Odin had fully embraced Xin Ran as an ally, maintaining a benevolent grandfatherly tone in their conversation. Nothing of great consequence. Merely bringing my nephew to your domain for a broader perspective. With that, Xin Ran introduced Tony. Come, Tony, the esteemed figure seated above is Odin, the king of the gods in Norse mythology. Greet him. T the king. Greetings. Tony stammered, momentarily flustered by his uncle's fervent introduction. It felt less like a greeting to a divine king and more akin to bowing to a local elder. Just moments ago, he had been apprehensive about Loki and the potential threat of deities to Earth's safety, and now he found himself face to face with Loki's father. The entire experience felt surreal and overwhelming. Odin regarded Tony with eyes that seemed to pierce through the fabric of time itself. He furrowed his brow momentarily before reverting to his usual composure, offering Tony a slight smile. Tony Stark, you possess remarkable qualities. Thank you, Your Majesty, I appreciate the compliment. I believe so as well. In the presence of Odin, Tony exhibited no signs of trepidation. Odin's words stirred a wave of emotions within Thor. His father rarely bestowed praise unless the individual possessed commendable abilities. While Tony Stark was Xin Ran's nephew, Thor failed to discern any extraordinary traits within him. Xin Ran patted Thor on the shoulder and introduced him to Tony. Thor, this is Tony. Your physique appears quite impressive. Tony, you seem quite dashing, much like myself. Oh? When you visit Earth, seek me out, and I shall arrange something befitting Uncle Xin Ran's standards. Xin Ran was momentarily at a loss for words. These two young gentlemen could certainly engage in idle chatter. Thor had his own charm, yet Xin Ran's arrangements seemed far-fetched. Uncle, why does Thor's armor resemble yours? What god are you, if I may inquire? Tony posed a question to Xin Ran in the presence of Odin and Thor, making Xin Ran feel somewhat bashful. Tony, like me, is also a god of thunder. Thor responded to Tony's inquiry. However, he added playfully, but his hammer is nowhere near as grand as mine. He shook the new weapon in his hand, grinning. Xin Ran glanced over. Thor's new hammer resembled Mjolnir, albeit larger and more robust. Indeed, it pales in comparison. Who can compete with you when you have such an illustrious father? Xin Ran mused internally. With a swift motion, he activated his ability, controlling Thor's hammer, which soared toward him. No matter how grand your hammer is, it's still forged of metal. Without Odin's enchantment, I can easily manipulate it. It is indeed much larger, Xin Ran teased. Shall we trade? He produced Mjolnir and compared it side by side, casting a playful glance at Thor. Hey, Xin Ran, you already possess Mjolnir. Perhaps you should refrain from coveting mine, Thor replied with a wry smile, appearing somewhat exasperated. Watching his weapon being manipulated by Xin Ran left him feeling vulnerable. Thankfully, he was not an enemy. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Very well, I shall heed your advice and not exchange, Xin Ran chuckled. If I don't return it soon, he might just come and take it by force. Odin, let us set aside that matter for now. You should take Xin Ran and Tony to explore Asgard, Odin commanded, sensing Xin Ran's levity and issuing a subtle dismissal. You speak of Loki, do you not? Odin nodded in affirmation. No need to release him. Loki is currently on Earth. What? Thor's expression brightened with excitement upon hearing news of his brother. Isn't Heimdall able to see through the 9 realms? Hasn't he reported to you, father? Xin Ran, ignoring Thor's enthusiasm, turned to Odin. Loki has found a way to obscure himself from Heimdall. He cannot sense him. Why would Loki go to Earth? Thor, more concerned for his brother than Odin, inquired. What else could he possibly do but wreak havoc? Tony interjected dismissively. Father, I must bring Loki back. Thor implored, looking at Odin with urgency. Then accompany Xin Ran to Earth and retrieve everything from Asgard, Odin instructed, indicating that Thor should not only bring back Loki, but also the Tesseract. Understood, father, Thor replied eagerly. Then, your majesty, my mischievous nephew, and I shall take our leave with Thor, Xin Ran announced. With Thor heading to Earth, there was little reason to remain. Xin Ran bowed to Odin and opened a portal to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York, departing Asgard with Tony. Uncle, why not take Thor along? Isn't he also coming to Earth? Tony asked as they stood within the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. The alarm blared in response to their unauthorized intrusion. You did not mention it, and I had almost forgotten. After speaking, a portal was opened, and I returned to the temple. However, the presence of Thor was no longer felt within its sacred walls. Your Majesty, where is Thor? Upon noticing that you had not waited for him, he crossed the Rainbow Bridge. Thus, Xin Ran and Tony once again found themselves within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Tony, now somewhat skeptical of his uncle's prolonged state of inactivity, began to suspect he might be suffering from dementia. Just as the portal sealed shut, a group of armed men clad in black rushed towards them, encircling Xin Ran and Tony. Among them was a bald man, whom Xin Ran recognized as an undercover agent of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., although the name escaped him. Is this how you entertain guests at S.H.I.E.L.D.? I am now a member of the Avengers. Before Xin Ran could interject, Tony stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the bald man. Mr. Stark? The bald man's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing Stark. As a mid-level operative of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had never encountered Xin Ran and was unaware of his true identity, dismissing him as merely Tony's sidekick. Since you know me, why not instruct your men to lower their weapons? Tony retorted impatiently. Are you not wearing your armor today? Can you not discern that? The bald man chuckled, taking a few steps back, only to suddenly bark, open fire, and kill them. Chapter 47, S.H.I.E.L.D., or Hydra. The black-clad individuals surrounding the bald man were all undercover agents of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. When their superior issued the command, they unhesitatingly squeezed the triggers. Hundreds of bullets, akin to fiery tongues, surged towards the two. The bald man's smile grew increasingly radiant. The entrance of Tony Stark, the affluent American and Iron Man, into the Avengers would significantly disrupt Hydra's plans. He had intended to eliminate Stark, and now fortune had delivered him right to his doorstep. With key officials from the New York branch summoned by the director to the maritime base, the bald man could easily dispose of Tony and cleanse the scene before continuing his infiltration into S.H.I.E.L.D. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment, the more dazzling the smile, the more tragic the tears. In mere seconds, his brilliant grin froze in place. The bullets fired from the submachine gun seemed to possess a mind of their own, halting before the two men, motionless. Uncle, isn't he from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Why is he shooting at you? Tony asked, pinching a still-warm bullet and turning to look at Xin Ran with a cheeky expression. Xin Ran couldn't be bothered to respond. with hundreds of bullets before you, and I only have 5 or 6. Do you really not know who is shooting at whom? Sir Bald, why are you shooting at my dear uncle? Why harm an elderly gentleman well past his prime? Tony's expression turned grave as he admonished with righteous indignation. The bald man, now too frightened to speak, attempted to flee, only to find his lower body rigid and unresponsive. Just then, as the group of black-clad men stood bewildered by the unfolding scene, bullets pierced through the air, striking them dead on. The instant annihilation of his subordinates inflicted severe trauma upon the bald man's fragile psyche. Mr. Stark, I am Agent Sitwell, a level 6 operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. What just transpired was a misunderstanding, he hastily explained, seeking to justify himself now that Tony had spared him. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? It is as follows, Mr. Stark. Some time ago, our Director Fury was attacked by an individual named Loki. At that moment, the individual had assumed the identity of our astrophysics professor, Eric Selvig. The manner of his disappearance bore an uncanny resemblance to your actions just now, so you had these individuals fire upon my uncle as part of your duty, then? Sitwell, a senior operative of Hydra, deftly ensnared Tony with his words. Indeed, however, I did not anticipate that you were the genuine Mr. Stark. Tony remained silent for a few moments. Very well, Agent Sitwell, in the future, refrain from such recklessness. Before taking action, ascertain the situation. He glanced at Xin Ran. Uncle, it was a misunderstanding. They have lost so many lives. What do you propose we do? Xin Ran shot Tony an exasperated look. Is this it? A genius? What do you mean by that, Uncle? The logical sequence is intact. Indeed, Loki did attack the one-eyed giant, and this occurred within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. If it were not for self-defense, who would possess such audacity? Tony remarked, while the bald man beside him nodded in agreement. Sir, may I inquire as to your identity? Sitwell redirected his attention towards Xin Ran. As someone whom Tony Stark referred to as uncle, his identity must be remarkable. Xin Ran offered him a slight smile, gradually approaching his side, and whispered softly, Hail Hydra. Sitwell's pupils dilated, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Xin Ran. Agent Sitwell, is there a problem? Sir, you're Mr. Stark's uncle. May I ask which year you are from? Xin Ran appeared remarkably youthful, and Sitwell, not lacking in intelligence, deduced that this individual had undoubtedly undergone some form of biochemical enhancement or human modification. This inquiry would ascertain not only Xin Ran's era, but also solidify his current identity. Steve Rogers, I served in the same unit as you, the Avengers. Now, I am the one in charge. Furthermore, Pierce has mentioned you, stating that you have been performing admirably within S.H.I.E.L.D. Xin Ran chose not to engage in trivial conversation, instead delivering the most significant information directly. Hiss. Sitwell gasped, realizing that the leader of the Avengers was indeed the one who had halted the bullets, rather than Tony. He was astonished to discover such a prominent figure lurking within the organization. How many individuals are currently within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Director. Over half are our people. He cast a cautious glance at Tony before leaning closer to Xin Ran and whispering, Just in New York? Sitwell shook his brilliantly bald head, softly replying, All. Every single one. The reason behind Xin Ran's actions was twofold. Firstly, to test the allure of that phrase, and secondly, to gauge the extent of Hydra's influence. Hearing this response, he felt a pang of shame for Nick Fury. In such a vast S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra had infiltrated a significant portion. It was unclear whether Fury was leading S.H.I.E.L.D. or acting as a mole for Hydra. Why still call it S.H.I.E.L.D.? It might as well be renamed Hydra Shield. Agent, you are quite commendable. Xin Ran praised with a smile. Thank you, sir. I shall continue to strive for excellence. A wave of apprehension washed over Sitwell. Had he truly injured this individual, he could scarcely fathom the repercussions. Remember, do not disclose my existence or identity to anyone, including Pierce. Once my mission is complete, I will personally reward you. Xin Ran gazed at Sitwell with a serious expression. Yes, sir, I shall never speak of it. A sense of duty surged within him, and Sitwell resolved to guard this secret with his life. With just a few words, he had made the bald man so compliant, Xin Ran no longer felt the need to eliminate him. What did Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. have to do with Xin Ran? Nonetheless, that group of ineffectual individuals posed no threat to him. Let Nick Fury contend with him at his leisure. Observing Sitwell's obsequious demeanor, Tony found himself pondering what precisely his uncle had conveyed to that bald man. Do you know where Nick Fury is? Yes, sir, he is at the S.H.I.E.L.D. secret maritime base. Very well, arrange for a fighter jet to transport us there. Sir, the New York office's aircraft has not received authorization for that area. It may prove problematic. I hereby grant you authorization. Proceed with the arrangements immediately. I assure you, There will be no complications. Understood, sir. Upon receiving the order, Sitwell sprang into action. 5 minutes later, Xin Ran and Tony boarded the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft en route to the offshore base. Thor descended upon Mexico via the Bifrost, sharing an intimate moment with Jane. Due to Eric Selvig being under Loki's control, Nick Fury dispatched a plane to retrieve Jane. Upon learning of the connection between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Loki, Thor accompanied Jane. Before sending Xin Ran a message, Nick Fury personally visited his home to collect Natasha. Daisy, lacking combat experience, remained at home to oversee things. With the substantial sum of around $10 million provided by Xin Ran, she could do as she pleased, even in the face of danger. She could don the Iron Man suit for her protection. Bruce Banner, persuaded by Hill and Coulson, agreed to re-emerge. Because of Xin Ran, Steve did not languish in the same manner as in the original narrative, idly punching a bag. Since their last hot pot meal, the knots in his heart had mostly unraveled. He remained at S.H.I.E.L.D., awaiting orders from above. After the New York office's aircraft delivered Xin Ran and Tony to their destination, it retraced its path. With everyone gathered, Nick Fury ushered them into the expansive command center of the aircraft carrier. Chapter 48. The Emergence of Loki Beep. A new mission is available for the host to accept. Mission objective: resolve the crisis posed by the Chitauri army. Completion reward: upgrade to the electromagnetic protective shield, capable of automatically repelling psychic and magical soul probing and attacks. The spatial ring's capacity has been expanded to 50,000 cubic meters. Just as he settled down, a long-dormant voice echoed in his mind. System, why have you not granted me an enhancement in ability fusion this time? System? Xin Ran felt a wave of exasperation. Sometimes the system responded to his inquiries, while at other times, it vanished after delivering a mission, utterly unreliable. When it came to matters of the soul and mind, this had always been a significant flaw in Xin Ran's abilities. While he was unfazed by tangible magical attacks, the vulnerability of his soul was a constant source of dread. The bald sorcerer, Ancient One, had demonstrated his power by effortlessly striking at Banner's soul, rendering him combat ineffective. It was entirely plausible that he could do the same to Xin Ran, subduing him in an instant. Moreover, there existed another figure from the Marvel multiverse, Professor X, also bald, who possessed formidable telepathic abilities. He could invade the minds of others at will, deciphering their thoughts and even, with the aid of devices, obliterating humanity with a mere thought. Although this dimension currently lacked Charles, who could guarantee that the system would not send him there in the future. Though this reward did not enhance his ability fusion, it effectively alleviated a pressing concern for Xin Ran. Upon completion of the mission, he would no longer have to fear for the safety of his soul. If the Chitauri army could be prevented from reaching Earth altogether, would that not count as resolving the crisis and fulfilling the mission? With this thought, Xin Ran felt a surge of satisfaction. This made the task significantly easier. However, if such an action would lead to even greater peril, it would not be deemed a successful mission. Just as Xin Ran pondered the prospect of single-handedly apprehending Loki to thwart Eric Selvig from opening a portal, the system's voice resounded once more. What does this mean? Be clear with your words. System? Xin Ran sighed in resignation, thereby dismissing that notion. With maximum power output achieved, the propulsion system reached its peak. Ready for action. The engines roared to life, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. Emergency Protocol 193.6 was implemented. Commander, we have reached the designated altitude. The battleship, originally stationed above the ocean, began to ascend into the skies. In the command center, Hill reported the ship's status to Nick Fury. All right, engage cloaking. The reflective panels activated, rendering the battleship a seamless part of the sky, concealing its massive presence. Aside from Banner, the others were already acquainted with Nick Fury's introduction. Banner gained a general understanding of the situation. Once Fury had briefed everyone, Xin Ran opened a portal for Tony, sending him back home. There remained numerous tasks regarding his armor that Tony had yet to complete, and he needed to prepare accordingly. After sending Tony away, he exited the command center and began to wander alone aboard the warship, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Director, how long must I remain here? As he gazed upon the technologically advanced command center, Banner reminisced about his previous work. He longed to return to his small town for a tranquil life. Once we reclaim the Tesseract, you shall be free. Taking advantage of Xin Ran's absence, Nick Fury resumed his cryptic demeanor. What progress have you made? Banner inquired directly. We are scanning all wireless cameras, mobile phones, and laptops across the globe. Anything connected to a satellite serves as our eyes, Coulson responded, exuding confidence in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology. Yet, Banner shook his head, insisting, you must narrow your search parameters. How many spectrometers can be deployed here? How many do you require? All that I need. Have them place the spectrometers at the highest point here, calibrate them, and search for gamma rays. I will utilize cluster recognition to draft a tracking algorithm, thereby eliminating several areas. As he spoke, Banner removed his nylon jacket, preparing to delve into the task at hand. The energy emitted by the Tesseract predominantly consisted of gamma rays. When it comes to gamma rays, Banner is second to none, with no one daring to claim the top spot. In just a few sentences, he disrupted SHIELD's original approach, significantly enhancing search efficiency. Internally, Nick Fury was impressed, though he maintained a facade of calm. As for Steve and Thor, the two elder gentlemen could hardly comprehend Banner's discourse. Jane, you and Dr. Banner shall work together. We have arranged a laboratory for you, fully equipped. Agent Natasha, please escort them to the lab. Due to Xin Ran's influence, Nick Fury's attitude towards Natasha underwent a subtle transformation. Meanwhile, on Loki's side, Eric Selvig, under his mental control, was assisting in the construction of intricate instruments. Place this there. Eric commanded without hesitation, his natural disposition seemingly liberated under control, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor when working with Jane. Where did you acquire these individuals? Eric inquired, glancing at Hawkeye. Dr. SHIELD has never been short of enemies. Most of the subordinates he had procured for Eric were Hydra operatives. Is this what you seek? Hawkeye asked, holding up a computer with an impassive expression. Indeed, iridium, capable of forming antimatter. This is quite rare. Despite its scarcity, Hawkeye, as a level 8 agent of SHIELD, had already discovered who possessed such materials. With iridium and the instruments crafted by Eric, they could successfully harness the Tesseract to open a portal, allowing the Chitauri army to invade Earth. After formulating their plan with Loki, they decided to create a diversion, allowing Loki to draw SHIELD's attention while they procured the iridium. Coulson, why do you act like a woman? This was the situation at SHIELD. Xin Ran could scarcely endure watching Coulson converse with Steve, his demeanor so effeminate and visibly anxious. Xin Ran, do not be so harsh. He is merely embarrassed, Steve remarked, causing Coulson's face to flush a deep crimson. Given Steve's considerable height advantage over Coulson, their juxtaposition rendered Coulson almost bashful. One might easily mistake them for something entirely different. Xin Ran found it too embarrassing to observe any longer. As their target materialized, the system indicated an 80 match. At that moment, a bald agent in the command center stood up, addressing Nick Fury with a loud report. What is the location? Stuttgart, Germany, 28K Nigstrie. The visage displayed on the computer screen bore an uncanny resemblance to Loki. This is Loki, Xin Ran. I am heading out to apprehend him, Thor exclaimed, elated at the sight of his brother. Before Xin Ran could utter a word, Thor dashed to the deck, swung his hammer a few times, and soared into the sky. Senior, does Thor possess any knowledge of that location? Nick Fury inquired cautiously, observing Thor's departure. I have no precise coordinates. It would be absurd to expect an Asgardian to know. Just wait, that brute will return shortly. No sooner had the words left her lips than Thor, wielding his hammer, reappeared. Friends, let us proceed together. Chapter 49. The Soul Gem in hand. Steve, it's your turn now, and bring Thor along. As Xin Ran remained silent, Nick Fury took the initiative to make arrangements. With Xin Ran now leading the Avengers, Fury's address to Steve had also evolved. Senior, what about you and Natasha? With Thor and Steve, that's sufficient. I shall refrain from joining. No sooner had he spoken than the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Host has triggered a hidden mission. Mission objective, acquire the Soul Gem and the Space Gem. Upon completion, the system will upgrade, unlocking dimensional capabilities. A hidden mission? Dimensional capabilities? System, will I be able to return to my original world once you upgrade? Xin Ran's heart surged with joy. How exhilarating it would be to return to his former realm with his current abilities. Impossible. What purpose does your dimensional capability serve then? Host's mission remains incomplete. Information cannot be disclosed. You are the system. You hold the authority. You are formidable. You are aloof. I shall inquire further once the mission is accomplished. Fury, we are headed to Germany. Allow me to pilot the aircraft. Very well. Fury readily agreed. The weapon in Loki's possession is perilous. I must intervene. The Soul Gem is embedded within Loki's weapon. The sooner we retrieve it, the better. Nick Fury paused for a moment. Just a moment ago, he had asserted that those two would suffice, and now he insisted on taking action himself? His expression shifted swiftly. All right, Senior, with you present, that fellow surely won't escape. Though he thought this, he dared not voice it, for he wished to avoid receiving another scathing reprimand from Xin Ran in front of his subordinates. While the others conversed, Steve changed into his iconic attire. The shield he had wielded 70 years ago had been preserved by SHIELD and was now returned to him. Captain, Your outfit is remarkably handsome and classic. May we take a photograph together? As he reappeared before them, Coulson, unable to contain his excitement at the sight of Steve, hurried over to him. Sure. Soon after, they boarded the supersonic aircraft, soaring towards their destination. The German tycoon, possessing iridium, was hosting a musical soiree at the most opulent hotel on King S Avenue. Loki, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and a tailored suit, swaggered into the lavish event. The guards at the entrance, sensing his ill intent, prepared to act, but were swiftly dispatched by a swing of his cane, toppling them to the ground. He strode directly to the tycoon, forcefully pinning him against the table. Producing an iris scanner that matched Hawkeye's, he inserted it directly into the man's eye. The surrounding guests, horrified by the gruesome scene, fled in terror. The guards outside the tycoon's vault were systematically eliminated by Hawkeye. Utilizing the iris data transmitted by Loki, he successfully accessed the vault and retrieved the iridium. Withdrawing the device, Loki found the tycoon was beyond saving. Observing the fleeing crowd, Loki flashed a wicked smile, walking with an air of confidence as he summoned divine power to don his godly attire. Outside the hotel, a police car blaring its siren approached, only to be obliterated by a wave of Loki's magic. Subsequently, dozens of clones emerged, blocking the escape routes of everyone present. Kneel before me. The terrified populace, overwhelmed by fear, could hardly comprehend his command and continued to scatter in every direction. I commanded you to kneel, Loki bellowed, the Mind Stone embedded in his scepter shimmering ominously. As if under some arcane control, the once frantic individuals suddenly bowed in submission to Loki. Witnessing the spectacle of thousands bowing before him, Loki revealed a malevolent grin, reveling in the sheer delight of dominance. Is it truly this simple? Is this not your inherent nature? Deep down, you yearn for conquest. You possess a subservient spirit by birth, destined to submit. Loki's true form stepped into the throng, speaking slowly. At that moment, an elderly man with grizzled hair rose defiantly, declaring, I shall not bow to a wretch like you. Look at this old fool. Loki sneered. Raising his scepter once more, the Mind Stone glowed brightly, signaling his intent to make an example. With a resonant hum, a wave of blue energy surged toward the old man. Just in time, Steve appeared, using his shield to deflect the attack. Loki, shall I relieve you of those horns atop your head? A voice from above chimed in, as Xin Ran descended. Unable to contain himself, he mocked Loki's golden antlers. Loki, relinquish your weapons and surrender. The silhouette of an aircraft emerged in the sky, its rocket launchers aimed directly at him. In response, Loki raised his scepter, ready to strike down the aircraft. At that moment, Xin Ran gestured, causing Loki's scepter to slip from his control. Struggling to maintain his grip, Loki fought to keep his weapon from escaping. Seizing the opportunity, Steve hurled his shield, knocking Loki down, and the scepter flew straight into Xin Ran's hands. With the scepter now in his possession, along with the Mind Stone, Xin Ran tossed it casually into a spatial ring, confident he wouldn't misuse it. Just as Loki prepared to rise, he was knocked down again by a powerful blast. Hey uncle, I'm here. Tony's voice echoed from the air. You really want to compete with me, don't you? As he hovered above, Xin Ran pulled the armor, sending Tony hurtling to his feet. Uncle, this isn't how you play, Tony exclaimed, exasperated yet powerless against his uncle. Loki, do you still not recognize your errors? Thor scolded, lifting Loki from the ground. His expression one of disappointment. What have I done wrong? The fault lies with you, with your father. Loki retorted. That is our father. Thor's heart ached at Loki's words. Enough of the banter, Thor. The Tesseract is not in his possession. Let us take him back, Xin Ran declared, descending beside the two. Steve and Tony moved forward, encircling Loki. Uncle, why does he wear those two horns? Doesn't his head feel heavy? Which circus did you emerge from? Tony mocked, eyeing Loki's attire. Ignorant human. Loki muttered as he dispelled his divine armor. Take him back. With that, Xin Ran soared back to the aircraft, while Tony seized Loki, following closely behind. Thor, poised to take flight with his hammer, was halted by Steve's voice. Hey, buddy, I can't fly. Could you give me a lift? Thor replied with a silent acknowledgement. Once aboard the aircraft, Natasha briefed Nick Fury on the situation at hand. Subsequently, Xin Ran opened a vast black portal. As the aircraft entered German airspace, it activated SHIELD's most advanced cloaking technology, evading detection by German satellites. The sudden appearance had already incited considerable panic among the German officials, who had yet to devise a response. The aircraft traversed the Atlantic, disregarding the thousands of kilometers, and returned to the battleship. Chapter 50. The Misfortunes of Loki Sr. Your hard work is appreciated. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, Nick Fury hurriedly approached, a broad smile adorning his face as he addressed Xin Ran. Subsequently, the group escorted Loki toward his specially designed chamber. Along the way, Loki caught sight of Dr. Banner. who was engrossed in utilizing a spectrometer to analyze gamma rays in the laboratory. Recognizing Banner's identity, Loki grinned mischievously, intending to evoke a sense of alarm in him. Just as Banner lifted his gaze and removed his glasses to peer outside, he witnessed Xin Ran deliver a sharp slap to Loki's face. "I warned you not to laugh. Dare to do so again, and I shall knock your teeth out," Xin Ran declared, following up with a kick to Loki's rear. Observing Loki's predicament, Banner could not suppress a chuckle. "Jane, look at that god outside," he asked, getting pummeled by Xin Ran. "All right, Doctor, let us narrow down the parameters," Jane replied. Her focus solely on Thor and the experiment, showing little interest in anything else, even if it involved her little uncle being thrashed. Banner awkwardly smiled, turning to activate the surveillance footage, eager to witness the unfolding events. "You will pay for this. Soon enough, you shall kneel before me." Loki seethed, his fury reaching its peak as he was yanked by the collar and slapped. He resolved that once the Chitauri army arrived, he would ensure Sin and Met a gruesome fate. Stubborn as ever, Xin Ran remarked, playfully beckoning with his finger, causing Loki's steel handcuffs to abruptly strike his own face. Just as Tony prepared to deliver a few kicks, he was halted by Thor. "Come now, he is still my brother. Grant me some dignity. Let it be," Thor implored. "Oh, very well, Thor." Just as Tony was feeling dejected about not being able to strike an Asgardian, Xin Ran interjected, "Come, dear nephew, here is your chance. Stand there and hurl Loki inside. Fury, open the door for me." Stopping a mere 10 meters from the cage where Loki was confined, Xin Ran paused, prompting the others to halt as well. Upon hearing Xin Ran's command, Nick Fury darted to the apparatus beside the cage. After a few adjustments, the arched glass door gradually opened. "Tony, if you can't throw him in on the first attempt, I shall toss you in instead," Xin Ran teased, eyeing Tony. "All right, Uncle, no problem," Tony replied, removing his helmet, stepping forward to seize Loki by the neck. J-A-R-V-I-S. Calculate the distance and appropriate force. Following meticulous calculations, Tony stepped forward and hurled Loki with precision. With a resounding thud, Loki was accurately propelled into the small chamber, crashing against the glass wall. "Well done, Tony," Natasha praised, wrapping her arm around Sin Ran's. "Thank you for the compliment." "My lovely aunt," Tony replied, relishing the satisfaction of having dispatched a god as though he were a mere chicken. As Thor turned away when Sin Ran spoke, he could not bear to witness Loki's suffering. As a brother, it would cause him anguish. Loki struggled to rise, gazing defiantly at Xin Ran and Tony. Just as he was about to speak, the archway sealed itself automatically. "Let me be clear, should you attempt to flee, even if you merely scratch that glass, you will plummet into a 30,000-foot abyss. Do you comprehend?" With that, Nick Fury activated the mechanism beneath the small room, revealing the trap to Loki. "This cage is rather impressive. I presume it wasn't constructed specifically for me, but for someone even more formidable," Loki remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. "I've heard tales of mindless beasts claiming to be human. How desperate must you be to enlist such a creature?" As he spoke, he cast a smile towards the camera, hoping to incite Banner's fury and employ the Hulk to bring this aerial fortress to ruin. Fortunately, Banner had trained under a master to cultivate his temperament. Otherwise, Loki's provocations would likely have unleashed his wrath. "Fury, if this fool utters another word, toss him out," came the command. Understood, Senior." At such a height, a free fall would surely inflict grievous harm, even upon an Asgardian god. Observing this, Loki swiftly sealed his lips, his signature wicked grin fading away. This individual was prone to self-destructive tendencies. It would be wise to refrain from provoking him until the Chitauri arrived. After securing Loki, the group proceeded to the command center. "Heimdall has informed me that Loki commands an army known as the Chitauri, which he intends to lead to conquer Earth. In exchange, I suspect he will relinquish the Tesseract," Thor announced as they settled in. "An extraterrestrial army? Are they from Asgard?" Steve inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. "No, they are not soldiers of the realm. I am uncertain of their origins," Thor replied. Thus, Loki must be constructing a portal to facilitate the arrival of his army, which explained his control over Erik Selvig. With this revelation, Banner grasped Loki's intentions. "Which Selvig?" Thor responded, "The one we know." For Jane, Selvig was both a friend and a mentor, and the mention of his name brought her palpable sorrow. "Rest assured, my dear, I will rescue him," Thor reassured Jane, enveloping her in an embrace. "Thor, another of our allies is also under control," Coulson recalled his subordinate, Hawkeye. "I believe we should not focus too much on Loki. That man is a lunatic, filled with who knows what madness." Banner remained somewhat affected by Loki's earlier words. "Mind your words. Though Loki is indeed unreasonable, he is still of Asgard. And he remains my brother. Xin Ran is not someone to provoke, and Banner dares not utter a word," Natasha slowly remarked. "Well, in truth, Loki is the one my father adopted. It seems that Thor's ability to change his demeanor is a direct result of Odin's teachings. I suspect it is related to technology. Otherwise, why would they need iridium?" Banner pointed out the crux of the matter once more. It serves as a stabilizer. With that, Tony stood up, speaking as he began to navigate the S-H-I-E-L-D computer. Iridium ensures that the portal remains sufficiently large and, as Loki desires, stays open for an extended period. The remaining materials are easily attainable by Agent Barton. However, he requires another component, a power source with high energy density, which is essential to activate the Tesseract's thrust. Since when did you become an astrophysicist? He looked at Tony with skepticism. I learned it last night. If you wish to learn, we can discuss it together later, Tony replied, leaving Hill momentarily speechless. Dear, an alien army is invading. What shall we do? Natasha whispered to Xin Ran. Fear not, little Nat. With so many of us here, even if the sky were to fall, a tall one would hold it up. You can rest easy, Xin Ran reassured her before opening a portal home and storing Tony's Iron Man suit within a spatial ring. I need to heat the Tesseract to 1.2 billion Kelvin to breach the Coulomb barrier. Banner paused, astonished by Xin Ran's effortless manipulation of space, and then turned to Tony. The two geniuses then commenced a rapid exchange of intellect and expertise, discussing topics such as heavy ion fusion and positron collisions, while the rest of the attendees found themselves utterly bewildered. Thanks to Xin Ran's intervention, the Mind Stone's influence over the group, which would have led to infighting, was averted. That evening, except for Banner and Tony, who were engrossed in research, the others returned to the rooms that Nick Fury had prepared for them to rest. Xin Ran also embraced Natasha for a delightful slumber. Early the next morning, just as Xin Ran finished putting on his trousers, a tremendous explosion resonated throughout the ship. Following that, alarms blared across the battle cruiser. Xin Ran, put on the suit, Natasha exclaimed, realizing the ship was under attack. As he secured Natasha's armor, Nick Fury called, Senior, there's an explosion outside. Engine 3 is shut down. Tony has already gone. We need your support here. Fury's voice boomed over the phone, drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. Darling, I'll check it out. Seeing Xin Ran still bare-chested, Natasha opened a window and flew off, piloting the suit. With the Iron Man armor and her elite skills, Xin Ran felt assured of Natasha's safety. He acknowledged Fury with a brief response and continued to dress calmly. Suddenly, a deafening roar from a monstrous beast echoed throughout the entire ship. Chapter 51. Turmoil. Hawkeye, employing a specially crafted bow and arrow, obliterated the third engine of the warship. Banner's laboratory was fortuitously located adjacent to the devastated engine. A colossal wave of heat and turbulent air surged towards Banner's body, propelling him several meters back before he crashed heavily to the ground. The gust was laden with shrapnel, which pierced through his flesh. In the fleeting moment of impending death, the self-preservation mechanism deep within Banner's soul was triggered. The Hulk, the formidable green giant, seized control of his consciousness and corporeal form. The chaos surrounding him incited his fury, prompting him to wreak havoc indiscriminately, demolishing anything in his path and annihilating anyone he encountered. Upon hearing the ferocious roar, Hawkeye, accompanied by his men, stormed into the warship's interior. Natasha, amidst the ruins of the explosion, located Nick Fury. Tony, I'm fine on my end. You must prevent them from sabotaging the other engines. Fury, gazing at the armored suit before him, mistook it for Tony. Fury, it is I? First, I shall escort you to the command center. As Natasha spoke, she raised her hand and unleashed 2 repulsor blasts, neutralizing the enemies firing in their direction. Swiftly, she seized Fury by the collar and propelled them toward the command center. Shortly after their arrival, the command center was breached by enemy forces, with several grenades hurtling towards Fury. Fortunately, Natasha reacted swiftly, utilizing the suit to intercept the airborne grenades. Otherwise, this one-eyed bald man would surely meet a grim fate today. After vanquishing the intruders, Natasha opted to remain and safeguard the command center. Fury assumed command, directing the remaining forces on the warship, though most had been incapacitated by Hawkeye, rendering communication impossible. Before long, Thor and Jane arrived at the scene. Thor, your timing is impeccable. You must check on Banner. That fellow is now quite a predicament. Fury implored urgently, subsequently informing Thor of the perilous nature of Banner's transformation into the Hulk. Upon learning this, Thor scoffed. As the mighty god of thunder from Asgard, soon to be the king of the gods, he would not allow himself to be outmatched by a mutated creature from Earth. What a monumental jest that would be. Unfazed, Thor conferred briefly with Jane before donning his enchanted armor. Without even grasping his hammer, he exited the command center, prepared to confront Banner in single combat. In the warship's underground hold, it appeared that Coulson was on the verge of being pulverized by the Hulk's fist. Thor arrived just in time, leaping to tackle him to the ground, thereby saving Coulson's life. Quickly, check on Loki's holding cell. He is surely plotting an escape. Struggling to restrain the Hulk, Thor bellowed. In the midst of their divine skirmish, Coulson, despite his desire to witness the unfolding clash, lacked the courage to remain. Following Thor's directive, he sprinted toward Loki's confinement. The Hulk, already furious, became even more enraged when Thor pinned him down. Breaking free from Thor's grasp, he delivered a punch that sent the god of thunder flying several meters away. Thor gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated the sheer terror that Banner could unleash upon transformation. As he regained his footing, the Hulk charged once more. Utilizing his agility and hand-to-hand combat skills, Thor gained a slight advantage, landing a few punches on the Hulk's visage. Hulk, having been attacked, roared with fury, his rage intensifying. Lacking finesse, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Thor. To withstand the blow, Thor braced himself. Yet, Hulk's strength was mounting, gradually forcing Thor to his knees. I am not your enemy. Banner, learn to think. Thor exerted pressure with both legs, slowly rising against Hulk's relentless assault. Just as he regained his footing, Hulk struck again, sending Thor flying, creating distance. Thor summoned his hammer. Undeterred, Hulk charged forward, intent on vanquishing the source of his irritation. Seizing the hammer, Thor swung it with vigor, striking Hulk upon the head and knocking him to the ground. Hulk shook his head, the dizziness dissipating instantly. The blow had inflicted no substantial harm. Enraged, Thor raised his hammer, ready to summon the power of lightning, convinced that even Hulk could not withstand such force. At that moment, Xin Ran emerged from a dark portal. Hey, Thor, are you planning to destroy the warship with your lightning? Xin Ran's words jolted Thor into awareness. They were in the warship's underground storage. Using divine power to unleash lightning could incapacitate Banner and surely cripple the ship's electrical systems. You arrived just in time. This fellow is yours to handle. With that, Thor retracted his divine energy and soared away. In his heart, the list of those to avoid had silently grown. Xin Ran shook his head, noting how his brother's retreat mirrored Thor's demeanor. Once Thor departed, Hulk redirected his aggression towards Xin Ran, launching a green fist in his direction. Xin Ran, undeterred, met the punch head-on. The impact produced a thunderous sound. His fist, as large as a sandbag, collided with Hulk's fist, comparable to a wheel, an encounter that seemed almost fantastical. After the clash, Xin Ran remained steadfast, while Hulk staggered back, surprise flickering in his green eyes. With the superhuman physique and strength granted by the system, and having undergone the purification of the purple lightning upon wielding Mjolnir, Xin Ran found himself more than capable of contending with Hulk. However, he had no intention of continuing the battle with sheer physical force. Should he subdue Hulk with bare hands, there was a chance Banner might choose to hide within him in times of danger. Drawing Mjolnir, Xin Ran wielded it with precision, each strike landing squarely on Hulk's head. Concurrently, he manipulated the metallic elements within the underground storage, coalescing them into a massive iron chain nearly 100 meters long, as thick as a bowl's circumference. Seizing the fleeting moment of Hulk's disorientation, he encircled him entirely with the chain, binding him tightly, leaving only his head exposed. Regardless of Hulk's immense strength, he could not easily escape such a confinement. With a single hand gesture, Xin Ran sent the iron chain, along with Hulk, soaring into the sky above the warship. Releasing his control over the chain, Hulk plummeted from tens of thousands of meters above. Subsequently, Xin Ran turned and arrived at the location where Loki was imprisoned. As soon as she stepped through the portal, she beheld Thor confined within a cage. Coulson was aiming an energy weapon, crafted by S.H.I.E.L.D., using the Tesseract, directly at Loki. What a lively scene we have here, Thor. How did you end up inside? Xin Ran teased, gazing at Thor. Upon seeing Xin Ran, Loki instinctively touched his face and took 2 steps back, then activated the control for the cage. Before Thor could utter a word, he plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters, much like Banner. Coulson fired an energy blast at Loki, only to discover it was merely an illusion. The real Loki had escaped long before Xin Ran's arrival. Had it not been for Xin Ran, Loki's plan could have been executed flawlessly. Instead, that scoundrel had snatched the scepter from Thanos right at the outset, rendering the plan half-failed before it had even begun. Not to mention, he had come here only to be beaten and humiliated. If he didn't escape soon, would he wait for Xin Ran to come and finish him off? Xin Ran, what about Loki? Coulson asked, bewildered. You struck his doppelganger. The real one has likely fled, Xin Ran replied, noting that Loki's premature escape had spared Coulson from a fatal blow. At that moment, Hawkeye rushed over. Upon seeing the two, he immediately prepared to draw his bow. Fool. Xin Ran muttered, instantly rendering his bow and arrows useless. Disarmed, he charged forward unarmed. Before Coulson could react, Xin Ran swiftly stepped in, delivering a resounding slap that knocked him to the ground, motionless. Xin Ran, surely he isn't dead? Coulson exclaimed in alarm. Fear not, this slap will free him from Loki's control. Well, if it's that miraculous, I shall assist him too. With that, Coulson helped Hawkeye up and gave him 2 slaps as well. He then escorted him to the medical bay of the warship, and shortly thereafter, Hawkeye awakened with the aid of the doctors. With Steve's assistance, Tony successfully repaired the No. 3 engine, restoring the warship's power. Subsequently, The two swiftly dealt with the remaining adversaries and made their way to the command center. Ladies and gentlemen, the Department of Defense has just transmitted information regarding supernatural phenomena in New York. From the satellite images received, it is confirmed that the Chitauri army Thor mentioned has arrived on Earth via the portal created by Loki. Nick Fury stated gravely, noting that all current Avengers members were present. He then displayed the footage from the New York site. What should we do, Senior? Nick Fury inquired, turning to Xin Ran. Why ask me? Wasn't he the purpose of forming this organization to handle such matters? Speak plainly, she replied. All right. Fury awkwardly scratched his head before delivering an inspiring speech. What is this about defending the Earth and fulfilling missions? Uncle, why does that beam from the portal appear to be hovering above my apartment building? Tony sensed that something was amiss with the scene before him. Indeed. It was Loki who opened the portal atop your building. Xin Ran smiled at Tony. Damn it, Loki. Uncle, quickly open that black door of yours. I must give those two a piece of my mind. Wait, Uncle, I need to change into my battle suit first. Chapter 52. The invasion of Kyrita. At the moment the aerial portal materialized, New York seemed to press the pause button. All vehicles and crowds on the streets came to a standstill, gazing upwards at the miraculous sight. Initially, the largely unthinking American populace mistook it for a divine omen, clasping their hands in prayer and murmuring the name of Jesus. Some devout believers even knelt on the ground in reverence. Before long, a dense horde of Kyrita soldiers surged forth from the portal. Explosions erupted in various corners of the city, illuminating the realization that this was no blessing, but an extraterrestrial invasion of Earth. Chaos ensued. Traffic spiraled into disarray as people fled in all directions. New York had transformed into a hellscape. The Kyrita army, akin to grim reapers, relentlessly wreaked havoc upon buildings while mercilessly slaughtering the populace. Tony donned the Mark 7 armor, while Steve slipped into his form-fitting battle attire. Hawkeye, having regained his composure, fully armed himself. Once everyone was prepared, Xin Ran activated the portal leading to the rooftop of Stark Tower. Upon exiting, they witnessed Loki and Thor engaged in a fierce melee. Eric Selvig stood, captivated, gazing at the portal device and the Tesseract, as if admiring a flawless work of art. Thor, Loki is yours, Steve shouted to Thor, then bent down to survey the street below. Xin Ran, this is not our battlefield. We must descend. Xin Ran nodded, controlling the shield on his back to levitate in midair. Understanding the signal, Steve leaped onto it. Xin Ran seized Hawkeye and soared towards the street, with Natasha closely following. The shield gently landed Steve on the ground. Selvig, utilizing the arc reactor of Stark Tower, provided immense energy to the portal device he had constructed, activating the Tesseract and opening the portal for the Kyrita army. Immediately after Tony had flown through the portal, he commanded Jarvis to shut down the arc reactor. However, the portal device had already entered a phase of self-stabilization. Tony fired 2 repulsor blasts towards the device, but they ricocheted back due to the protective energy field emitted by the Tesseract. Unable to close the portal, Tony plunged into battle against the Kyrita forces. Xin Ran, too, yearned to destroy the portal device to eliminate the problem at its source. Yet the system informed him that he must annihilate the Kyrita mothership to complete the mission. Reluctantly, he followed the group, biding his time for the nuclear warhead. At that moment, a creature resembling a gargantuan fish, larger than Stark Tower, emerged from the portal, its belly spewing forth a multitude of minions. These minions descended upon the surrounding buildings, commencing their slaughter of the innocent. Steve glanced at Xin Ran, only to find him utterly unfazed. Natasha, clad in her armor, concealed her expression, while Hawkeye wore a look of bewilderment akin to his own. Tony, do you see this? Steve inquired through the miniature communication device nestled within his ear. Where is Banner? Has he arrived yet? Not yet, but I will inform you when he does. This creature is best confronted with Banner. Just as he finished speaking, a barrage of energy blasts surged towards the quartet. Xin Ran activated a magnetic force field, successfully deflecting the assault. Natalia, take to the skies and deal with those aerial Chitauri. Steve, the ground is yours along with Barton. Once Banner arrives, we shall regroup here. The 3 nodded in acknowledgement. Steve, prioritizing civilian safety, charged into the bustling heart of the city, assuming command of the local police forces. Hawkeye seized a high vantage point, determined to find an opportunity to avenge himself with a well-aimed arrow at Loki. My dear, what are your intentions? I'm just going to scout around for Banner. There appears to be a breakfast shop over there. I shall stop by for a bite and bring you something back, she replied, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ascending rapidly in her armor, she engaged in combat with the airborne Chitauri. Not long after their departure, a squad of foot soldiers approached Xin Ran, armed with alien energy weapons. Moving with the precision of Japanese samurai, an idea sparked within him. Before they could fire, a dozen of the soldiers collapsed to the ground, immobilized. The Chitauri forces invading Earth were mere half-mechanical life forms, easily crushed before Xin Ran's might. After traversing several city blocks and eliminating nearly 1,000 Chitauri soldiers, he confiscated their firearms, storing them within his spatial ring. With a swift turn, he traveled through a portal to Moscow and soared skyward, heading southward. Upon reaching the airspace above the military district of Yinjing and Huaghua, he descended, depositing the acquired alien weaponry before the command center. Thoroughly analyzing this technology would significantly enhance Huaghua's military prowess. Subsequently, Xin Ran made a brief detour to the Yasukuni Shrine before returning through the portal to the battlefield in New York. Natalia, her armor's energy depleted, had returned to the ground. Hawkeye had managed to shoot Loki, disorienting him, before also regrouping at their predetermined location. Thor descended amidst a tempest of lightning, instantly claiming the lives of nearby Chitauri soldiers. However, he bore a wound from Loki's blade, staggering slightly upon landing. Xin Ran, there are too many enemies. We cannot possibly defeat them all. What should we do? Steve implored urgently. Do not fret, Steve. There will always be a solution. No sooner had he spoken than Banner appeared, riding a battered motorcycle towards them. This situation looks dire, Banner remarked as he dismounted, concern etched on his face. I have witnessed worse. Thor recalled a troubling memory upon seeing Banner. I'm sorry, Thor. It's not what I desire either. Tony, Banner has arrived. Steve communicated through his earpiece. Let him transform. The real spectacle is about to begin. After speaking, Tony's figure soared out from behind a towering building, trailed closely by the colossal Chitauri creature. I failed to discern the entertainment in this spectacle. Natasha gazed at the approaching monster, muttering to herself. Soon, Tony descended before the group, while the mechanical beast landed with a thud. Banner smiled faintly and stepped forward, ready to transform. Banner, hold on. This big fish is mine, Xin Ran interjected, standing resolutely before the others with his hands clasped behind his back. 1,000 meters. 500 meters, 100 meters. The creature drew nearer to Xin Ran, yet he showed no sign of action. As the massive beast seemed poised to collide, Xin Ran sprang into motion. A vast black portal materialized before him, and the creature, propelled by its speed, plunged headlong into it. The portal sealed shut, and the monster vanished. Uncle, where did you send it? Tony, who had intended to leave the creature to Banner, was taken aback by Xin Ran's unexpected intervention. I found it a fitting home. Xin Ran replied, initially contemplating sending several such creatures to Japan, knowing the Japanese delight in fish. However, he reconsidered, pondering the potential chaos should he send too many and have them stray into neighboring territories. Thus, he deemed the singular creature he had dispatched just right. Elated by this endeavor, Xin Ran watched as a dozen more of those enormous fish-like monsters emerged from the portal in the sky. Banner, are you ready? Xin Ran inquired, eyeing him. Had you not stopped me, I could have dispatched that creature with a single punch, Banner retorted. Xin Ran chuckled, seizing Banner and launching him into the air, sending him crashing onto the monsters. Everyone, strike a single blow to avoid 100. Let us give Loki and the Chitauri people a sound thrashing. With that, the group split once more, diving into battle. Darling, my armor is out of power. I'll just place you in my gauntlet for now. It's all right, Natasha. Put on the armor for safety. With that, Xin Ran summoned Mjolnir, conjuring a surge of lightning that struck Natasha. In an instant, the armor's energy soared to 200. Darling, this is incredible. I'm off to assist them. Empowered, Natasha joined the fray. Uncle, could you replenish my energy as well? Tony, preparing to take flight, was intrigued by Xin Ran's display, noting that his armor's energy was also at half capacity. Go find Thor. Xin Ran shot him an exasperated glance before soaring skyward. With a flick of his hand, he dispatched a few of the largest mechanical beasts, ascending to the rooftop of Stark Tower. He opened a portal and sent Eric Selvig to the command center. Shortly thereafter, Tony's large sofa emerged, placing him comfortably beside the Tesseract, where he reclined contentedly. Some short-sighted soldiers of Cherry Tashi piloted their aircraft to assault Xin Ran, only to instantaneously lose their consciousness. Japan, Yasukuni Shrine. In one fleeting moment, tranquility reigned, in the next, an otherworldly entity obliterated everything, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, the entirety of the Japan Self-Defense Forces was mobilized, yet without nuclear weaponry. They found themselves utterly powerless against the monstrous foe. The American benefactor also found himself ensnared in crisis and was unreachable. In a state of desperate helplessness, the Emperor of Japan dispatched a telegram to the high-ranking officials of the Celestial Empire, requesting the grant of a nuclear bomb. Chapter 53, Crisis Resolution. Director Fury. The Parliament has reached a decision. I am well aware that the Parliament has made a decision, yet given the sheer absurdity of that decision, I choose to disregard it. Nick Fury, during an online conference, unflinchingly expressed his disdain in front of numerous lawmakers. Fury, you are closer to the front line than any of our departments. All it takes is for you to send a nuclear-armed aircraft over there. That is New York. Congressman, I will categorically refuse to issue a nuclear strike order in a densely populated area. In the original narrative, while Fury was defiant, he maintained that he would only authorize a nuclear strike as a last resort if the Avengers were overwhelmed. However, with Xin Ran's presence, he now possessed the unwavering courage and conviction to confront the Parliament head-on. If we do not eradicate them there, it will result in dire consequences. I must inform you, Commander Fury, that just an hour ago, Japan's Yasukuni Shrine was annihilated by an extraterrestrial species, plunging Tokyo and indeed all of Japan into crisis. I am certain that the extraterrestrial species is identical to the one in New York. Upon hearing this, Fury was momentarily taken aback. The portal had opened in New York. How did the monster end up in Japan? How did they manage to handle the situation? Do they require our support? Support? Do you wish for the entire world to know that it is the United States that has instigated a global crisis? The congressman's words rendered Fury silent. Since the portal's activation, SHIELD had been diligently controlling the authentic narratives circulating online, striving to restrict their dissemination domestically. Not only SHIELD, but also the U.S. Department of Defense, the State Department, and other agencies managing information were actively suppressing the international fallout of this incident. Even so, many nations had surmised the general circumstances, particularly following the events in Japan, if they were to recklessly extend their support. The international community would inevitably point fingers at the United States. Under Japan's fervent request, China legitimately and lawfully utilized nuclear weapons against them. Japan is now secure. Yet Tokyo has been reduced to rubble, and several surrounding small cities have suffered from nuclear fallout. Therefore, Commander Fury, you must comply with the Parliament's directives. Seeing Fury momentarily at a loss for words, the Parliament members directly invoke the consequences faced by Japan to provoke him. Do not even entertain the thought. With the online meeting concluded, he placed all his hopes on the Avengers. On the battlefield in New York, Steve found himself overwhelmed. The relentless fighting leaving him feeling powerless and fatigued. In the midst of a brawl, not only had his mask been torn apart by the Chiritans, but his attire was also in tatters. Hawkeye's quiver had long been depleted of arrows, and now he could only engage in combat using the weapons of the Chiritans, with Xin Ran and Thor continuously supplying energy to their suits. Natasha and Tony were thoroughly enjoying the fray. The Hulk, that formidable figure, grew increasingly invigorated with each confrontation. The monstrous fish-like creatures emerging from the portal were swiftly dispatched by him. The Chitauri army, a fusion of mechanical and biological entities, possessed cognitive abilities akin to those of humans. As they launched multiple assaults against Xin Ran, they recognized the formidable nature of their opponent. The rooftop of Stark Tower had, in their awareness, become an unequivocal no-go zone. In a bid to execute their plans seamlessly, the council temporarily suspended the position of Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. The routine of American politicians often entails the destruction of what they cannot possess. Commander Fury had been stripped of his command authority, and the order for the aircraft to take off was given. Upon noticing an aircraft descending from the deck without authorization, Hill promptly reported to Fury. Everyone, pay attention. There is an aircraft taking off without clearance. It must be intercepted. Fury shouted as he hefted a rocket launcher and sprinted out. Just as the aircraft was about to ascend too far, Fury launched a rocket, intending to bring it down midair. To his dismay, it turned out to be a decoy. Before he could relish his small victory, another aircraft soared into the sky, swiftly escaping the range of the rocket and heading straight towards New York. Returning to the command center, Fury immediately attempted to contact Xin Ran, but was thwarted as the signal stations in New York were incapacitated. Fortunately, Tony's satellite launch allowed SHIELD to reach him through the satellite system. Tony, there is an extremely urgent situation. A nuclear bomb is heading towards New York. How much time do we have? Tony, currently grappling with a swarm of Chitauri soldiers, was informed. No more than 3 minutes. JARVIS. Allocate all energy to the thrusters. Without hesitation, Tony made his choice to confront the greatest danger alone, keeping others in the dark about his intentions. The bomb was deployed, set to detonate in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The aircraft accomplished its mission not far from New York and reported back. As time dwindled, Tony, through JARVIS, pinpointed the bomb's location and raced towards it. I know exactly where this thing is going to explode. Calmly, he declared as he hoisted the nuclear bomb onto his shoulder. Sir, are you aware that this will be a one-way trip? JARVIS surmised Tony's intentions. Used the remaining energy for maneuvering. Tony's resolve remained unshaken. He was determined to see his course through. Shouldn't you call him his Potts? The intelligent AI recognized the urgency of informing Tony's girlfriend before his potential demise. What is happening, JARVIS? Is the armor running out of power so quickly? Just as Tony was about to dial Pepper's number, he realized the armor had disengaged from the bomb and was gradually descending. "Sir, Mr. Xin Ran is above you." Tony looked up to see Xin Ran smiling down at him. "Uncle, what brings you here?" "Enough with the trivialities. Pepper is worried about you. Quickly, call her and update her." Upon concluding his words, Xin Ran abruptly accelerated towards the portal leading to the heart of New York, with the nuclear warhead under his command closely trailing behind. As he vanished into the distance, Tony felt a pang of sorrow. Due to Xin Ran's influence, the warhead surged forward with increased velocity, reaching the vicinity of the portal within mere breaths. Just as the thousands of Chitauri soldiers prepared to traverse the portal and invade Earth, Xin Ran effortlessly annihilated them with a mere gesture. With the obstacles eliminated, he continued to guide the warhead onward. Crossing through the portal, they emerged into the vastness of the cosmos, where a colossal interstellar warship soon came into view. Xin Ran smiled slightly, enveloped in a magnetic force field. He directed the warhead to collide at full speed. The moment the two entities made contact, the tremendous shockwave of the nuclear explosion instantaneously obliterated the warship. The spectacle of the explosion rivaled that of a solar flare. Within the cosmos, Xin Ran observed the grandeur without the luxury of sound. Subsequently, the waves of nuclear radiation and searing heat, reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, surged toward him. With the dual protection of the magnetic force field and electromagnetic shield, he remained unperturbed. The destruction of the warship rendered the Chitauri on Earth devoid of consciousness, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. Thus, the crisis brought forth by Loki was effectively resolved by Xin Ran. At that moment, a fiery yellow light flickered, and the portal was abruptly closed. Without a moment's hesitation, Xin Ran surmised that it was undoubtedly the work of the Ancient One. The impact of nuclear radiation on humanity would be far more severe than on the Chitauri. Should it seep down from the heights, the consequences would be dire. What was happening? Why had the portal been suddenly sealed? Xin Ran was still inside, on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Natasha felt a surge of panic as she gazed at the sky, which had returned to its original state. No one had touched the teleportation device. Why had the portal closed on its own? The gathered crowd, including Tony, was equally baffled. "What's wrong, Nat? They aren't the only ones capable of opening portals." Xin Ran quietly stepped out of the electromagnetic portal, appearing behind Natasha, and spoke. "Goodness, Uncle Xin, I never expected your dark portal could traverse from the cosmos to Earth." Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Xin Ran shot him a glance. "Do you truly wish for me to perish in the universe, never to return?" Seeing her beloved standing before her unharmed, Natasha rushed to embrace him. "Ah, dear Nat, perhaps you should first remove your armor. It's rather uncomfortable against me." Chapter 54, System Upgrade. Ding host task completed. Reward granted. With the upgraded electromagnetic shield, even the formidable Ancient One could not restrain Xin Ran now. "Uncle, how shall we address the matter of the nuclear bomb?" Just moments ago, Tony had been jesting, but now his demeanor was markedly grave. Although the nuclear bomb had not detonated in New York and no one was harmed, the covert actions of the authorities had left him utterly disheartened. Had it not been for Xin Ran intercepting that nuclear bomb from his shoulder, he might very well have perished in the vastness of space. For he possessed no ability to conjure a portal at will. It was an order from the council. "Identify who is responsible and eliminate them all," Xin Ran stated coolly. Tony nodded. Eliminating a few council members was well within his capabilities, to be executed silently and without a trace. Steve, listening to Xin Ran's words, hesitated, his expression complex. At that moment, the roar of Hulk echoed from the hall. Everyone turned to see Loki being dragged by his legs and brutally slammed against the ground. The cement and marble floor bore several large impressions where Hulk had pounded Loki mercilessly. What a pathetic god. So weak. Hulk spat disdainfully upon noticing Loki's stillness. Despite the fact that Thor had just been stabbed by his brother, he felt uneasy witnessing Loki being assaulted and rushed over to check on him. Fortunately, Loki was divine. He had merely fainted from the shock. "Uncle, the Tesseract has formed an energy shield through this device, and I am unable to extract it," Xin Ran explained. According to the original narrative, Eric Selvig would have utilized Loki's scepter to create a shutdown mechanism for the device. However, since Xin Ran had directly seized Loki's scepter, the device had become a dead mechanism with no means of halting it. Unless one possessed the explosive force akin to that of a nuclear bomb, it would be impossible to breach the energy shield emitted by the Tesseract. "What if we were to destroy the device?" Natasha inquired, looking at Tony. "Aunt, your suggestion is entirely plausible. This device is merely a medium for the energy released by the Tesseract. Without it, the energy shield would naturally dissipate. However, the device is enshrouded within the energy shield, making its destruction a challenging endeavor." No sooner had Tony uttered these words than the device began to contort under an unseen force. The Tesseract, having lost the support of its core components, fell to the ground with a sharp clatter. "Wasn't that rather easy, Tony?" "All right, Aunt, I retract my previous statements. Tony replied, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Xin Ran smiled, skillfully manipulating the metallic components of the device, guiding the tesseract to hover before him. Grasping the tesseract, he unleashed an electromagnetic shockwave from his palm and exerted forcefully upon it. With a sharp crack, the Rubik's Cube in his hand slowly shattered, revealing the space gem within, which floated above his palm, emanating a blue glow. Uncle, have you destroyed the cosmic cube? Tony's breath quickened as he observed Xin Ran's actions. You could interpret it that way. Xin Ran replied without denial. As the container of the space gem, the destruction of the container naturally meant the end of the cosmic cube's existence. He then retrieved Loki's scepter and, using the same method, extracted the Mind Stone. With both gems in hand, the hidden task was deemed complete. Just as he contemplated this, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Host has completed the hidden task. System upgrade successful. In 2 days, prepare to leave this dimension and enter the next. Please make necessary arrangements. System, I haven't seen you use these 2 gems in my hand. How did you upgrade? Xin Ran inquired curiously, gazing at the pristine Mind Stone and space gem. Apologies, this question cannot be addressed. What will the next dimension be? Apologies, this question cannot be addressed. Then I suppose I'll just discard these 2 stones. Do as you wish. Will this dimension be revisited? System? Speak. Fine, if you choose silence. I shall assume your acquiescence. He had anticipated some changes post-upgrade, but it remained the same as before. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes without a response from the system, he surmised the likely answer. With only 2 days remaining, he needed to arrange all matters effectively. As he was uncertain when he might return, he threw the scepter to Tony and slowly ascended into the sky. Electromagnetic induction spread in all directions. After spending several minutes, he enveloped the entire battlefield of New York. With his powers activated, in a mere breath, the weapons, aircraft, and core components of the Chitauri were all reduced to fragments by an invisible force. The authorities of America, including S.H.I.E.L.D., would find it impossible to reclaim or utilize these remnants of alien civilization. Thus, this granted Huagua an absolute advantage. Having completed this task, Xin Ran returned to Stark Tower and briefly conveyed a few words to Steve and the others. He raised his hand and opened a portal, taking Natasha and Tony away to Tony's villa in Los Angeles. My dear, is something troubling you? Natasha sensed a subtle shift in Xin Ran's emotions. Xiaona, I may have to leave for another period. Upon hearing Xin Ran's words, Natasha lowered her head slightly, appearing quite despondent. Will it be like last time, where you're gone for 60 or 70 years? I cannot say for certain, but rest assured, Xiaona, it won't be that long. I may return in 2 or 3 years. Given the current circumstances, I am entirely at the mercy of fate. Uncle, you can leave with peace of mind. I will take care of both aunts. As Natasha was enveloped in sorrow, Tony poured himself a glass of red wine and remarked, Get lost. Xin Ran shot Tony a disapproving glance, feeling somewhat irritated. Although he understood that Tony meant no harm, the words always sounded peculiar to him. Uncle, why must you leave again? Is it due to the Chiritans? During their first encounter, Xin Ran had deceived Tony into believing that he had been traversing the cosmos for years. Now, with talk of departure once more, Tony instinctively linked his reason for leaving to the Chiritans. Sort of. Behind the Chiritan army lies an even more formidable force, and now they have set their sights on Earth. I cannot simply stand by. Just as Xin Ran was struggling to find a reason to persuade him, Tony illuminated the truth. To be honest, Uncle, I too wish to arm the Earth with the iron armor, so that if such a situation arises again, we won't be left utterly defenseless. Upon hearing Xin Ran's declaration, Tony boldly shared his own thoughts. That idea is quite remarkable. Pursue it without hesitation, Tony. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. inquire after my departure, feel free to concoct any excuse. I shall not elaborate for the others. All right, Uncle. Hey, wait. Send me back to New York before you leave. Damn it. With that, Xin Ran turned and, along with Natasha, returned home, leaving Tony alone in Los Angeles. With only 2 days remaining before departure, he was determined to make the most of his time at home. After numerous bouts of battle, the melancholic atmosphere of impending farewell eased considerably. Natasha and Daisy accepted this reality with grace. 2 days later, a wave of dizziness washed over Xin Ran's mind. Subsequently, the system quietly whisked him away from this realm. As the dizziness subsided, Xin Ran found himself standing on a bustling street. Baka, don't block my path. Just as he was bewildered about which world he had entered, a cacophony of shouts from behind him erupted. Chapter 55. The Massacre. Upon turning around, a formidable group approached. The leader appeared to be in his 20s, his visage exuding an aura of menace. Following him were over 30 robust bodyguards, all clad in black suits adorned with distinctive badges. Is the boss speaking to you? Are you deaf? Do you seek death? One of the bodyguards, frustrated by the silence and lack of movement from the opposing party, stepped forward and shouted. Xin Ran chuckled softly, taken aback by the audacity of this group, brazenly demanding his life in the streets of Japan. A band of insolent youths, how dare they? He could not be bothered to waste words on them. In a swift motion, he advanced and delivered a powerful slap to the belligerent bodyguard. The immense force sent the man hurtling several meters away, crashing to the ground, bloodied and lifeless. In less than a second, the leader had not even comprehended how his underling had met his demise. What are you standing there for? Kill him. With a commanding shout, the bodyguards reacted immediately, drawing their 54 type handguns and without hesitation, pulled the triggers toward Xin Ran. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted in succession, and one by one, the bodyguards fell. Only the bewildered leader remained, staring at Xin Ran in shock. After a brief pause, witnessing that Xin Ran had no intention of killing him, the young man took a deep breath and bowed at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor sincere. Sir, I did not realize you were a mutant. I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. Mutant? Have I been transported into the world of X-Men? Xin Ran mused. I am Yamamoto Ichiki, the younger brother of the current leader of the Yamamoto group, Yamamoto Yashiharu. Seeing that you are also Japanese, you must be aware of the influence of our group. Even the Shidata family shows us respect. I would like to invite you to join the Yamamoto Group's Mutant Affairs Office, in accordance with your abilities. Before he could finish, a bodyguard S-badge transformed into a fleeting shadow, slicing through his throat and ending his life. I am a Chinese. What nonsense is this Yamamoto group? Huh. Xin Ran scoffed in disdain. In a world teeming with mutants like X-Men, equipped with an upgraded electromagnetic shield, he felt invincible in this realm. Having just effortlessly dispatched dozens of adversaries, the dormant spirit of resistance within him stirred. Plot twists and narratives had long since been cast aside. The system had not issued any tasks. Thus, he could freely indulge in his whims on this small island nation without significant concern, right? Ding. A new task is available for the host to accept. Task description: Unite the Blue Planet. Completion reward: Upgrade of the electromagnetic space. The host will be able to traverse freely to previously visited realms. Upon hearing the system's cold voice, Xin Ran felt a surge of excitement. However, upon reflection, his heart quickly settled. To unify the Blue Planet, one could either employ force to make all bow before him, or utilize mental prowess to compel both mutants and normals to submit from the depths of their hearts. Currently, Xin Ran's mastery of his Magneto abilities is merely at 50%, relying solely on manipulating magnetic fields. He lacks the capability to control or even generate magnetic fields independently, nor does he possess the strength to obliterate the Earth with a single punch. Thus, the first method, given the current circumstances, is clearly unfeasible. The second approach, while fraught with difficulties, is not beyond reach. As Xin Ran swiftly reviewed the overarching narrative of the X-Men series, he devised a corresponding strategy to accomplish his mission. After effortlessly dispatching Yamamoto Ichimu and his entourage, Xin Ran swaggered away from the scene. Due to the high number of casualties, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department swiftly received reports from the public and rushed to the location. The Yamaguchi-gumi, as a legalized gang organization, had members of the police who were no different from their enforcers. Yamamoto Yashiharu was promptly informed of his brother's demise. The surveillance footage revealed that Xin Ran had scarcely lifted a finger, while Yamamoto Ichimu and his numerous subordinates met their untimely end. It was evident, even to the most rudimentary reasoning, that a mutant was responsible. In response, Yashiharu mobilized the resources of the Yamaguchi-gumi's Mutant Affairs Division, dispatching thousands of mutants to hunt down Xin Ran. At that moment, Xin Ran confidently made his way toward the Mitsubishi Bank, the largest commercial bank in Tokyo. His magnetic field concealed his presence, rendering him undetectable to ordinary individuals and electronic devices alike. Along the way, he nonchalantly eliminated several hundred patrolling military police officers. Upon arriving at Mitsubishi Bank, Xin Ran proceeded directly to the vault. With a mere gesture, he damaged the nearly 10-meter-thick vault door, forged from high-grade steel and requiring an iris scan to unlock. He swiftly collected all the gold and rare metals within into his spatial ring. Subsequently, a portal materialized outside the bank. Ascending gracefully into the air, he began to gather an electromagnetic pulse. Hovering above the vast Mitsubishi Bank, Xin Ran cast a wicked smile. A thunderous electromagnetic pulse shot forth, making intimate contact with the center of the building. The steel framework within the structure was instantaneously reduced to dust. Lacking the support of steel reinforcements, the building collapsed with a deafening roar. Due to its central location, the fall of the Mitsubishi Bank ensnared many surrounding structures as well. This abrupt calamity resulted in nearly 10,000 casualties. In response, the military police immediately activated a state of emergency. They unanimously concluded that this was a premeditated act of terrorism. Soon after, thousands of armed officers rushed to the scene, cordoning off an area of several miles. In light of this incident, a cabinet minister promptly convened a press conference, vowing to bring the perpetrator and the organization behind them to justice. The conference was broadcast live worldwide, and just as the minister was concluding an impassioned speech, an invisible force pierced through him. In a moment, life was extinguished, and soon after, those accompanying him succumbed one by one to untimely deaths. In comparison, the assassination of the Yamaguchi group's leader's younger brother seemed rather trivial. The thousands of mutants dispatched by Yamaguchi Yashiharu failed to even catch a glimpse of Xin Ran. In less than a day, Japan was plunged into chaos. Enveloped by an invisible wave of panic that gripped the entire nation, Tokyo, as one of the foremost international metropolises on Blue Star, remained illuminated despite multiple terrorist attacks. However, unlike before, the streets were devoid of ordinary citizens, replaced solely by military police and gendarmerie personnel. Typically, a mutant possesses but a single ability. Thus, the collapse of the Sanling building and the successive deaths of cabinet ministers at the press conference were not perceived as the handiwork of the same individual. Nevertheless, nations with mutant affairs departments extended their assistance to Japan. Even Huagua, out of humanitarian concern, sent several Class 1 mutants to aid the Japanese side. Post-World War II, while Japan disbanded its military system, it established a self-defense force limited to necessary self-defense. Although nominally non-military, its functions were equivalent to those of other nations' armies. Not far from Tokyo, a small island housed a clandestine military organization with nearly 50,000 troops, comprised of around 40,000 special forces, thousands of nuclear and biochemical experts, and nearly 10,000 mutants. Most were Class 2 mutants, with only a few hundred at Class 3, and even 1 or 2 at Class 4. It was evident what nefarious intentions they harbored. Had it not been for the frequent dispatch of mutants and special forces from that small island to Tokyo, Xin Ran might still have remained oblivious to their presence. On a moonless night, at 10 o'clock, Xin Ran soared to the small island, secretly gathering electromagnetic pulses. Dignity rests solely upon the edge of a blade, and truth lies only within the range of cannon fire. At that moment, Xin Ran embodied the truth of Japan. At 12:13 in the dead of night, a cataclysmic energy pulse descended from the heavens, striking the small island with devastating force. In mere moments, the island was reduced to rubble, with no survivors remaining. This illegal, inhumane organization was obliterated, and Japan would refrain from publicizing the incident, forced to silently absorb the loss and address it internally. Within a day, the consecutive economic and military losses turned Xiao and S. hair white overnight. As dawn broke the following day, Xin Ran set his sights on Japan's sacred symbol, the Yasukuni Shrine. Chapter 56. The Meiji family on the path of Xin Ran's arrival. Deep beneath the Yasukuni Shrine, numerous high-ranking members of the Meiji family convened. In the past, Emperor Meiji decreed the establishment of the Tokyo Soul Shrine, which later became known as Yasukuni Shrine. As descendants of Emperor Meiji, the Meiji family emerged as Japan's most formidable secret power. Long concealed within the underground chambers beneath Yasukuni Shrine after the Meiji Restoration, though they remained hidden from the world, they wielded control over 90% of the nation's resources and influence. Their shadow loomed over everything from manipulating parliamentary elections to infiltrating organized crime, with the Meiji family's presence evident throughout. This included the mutant forces of Japan, which also fell under their dominion. The ascent of Yashida from a mere soldier during World War II to a figure of immense wealth was attributed to the support of the Meiji family. News arrived from the parliament. All personnel on that island had perished, including the 4th-level mutant we had dispatched. According to their assessments, the destruction of the island and the previous 2 incidents were likely orchestrated by the same organization. We speculated that they possibly possessed highly dangerous 4th-level mutants. Within the palace of the underground chambers, a 3rd-level mutant bowed respectfully as he reported. At the highest seat sat an elderly man with graying hair, sparse and lifeless, resembling a withered corpse. Yet, his mere presence commanded an atmosphere of absolute stillness within the expansive palace. This was the spiritual leader of the Meiji family, Meiji Koishian, the great-grandson of Emperor Meiji. The enduring strength of the Meiji family stemmed from their direct lineage, which had inherited abilities akin to those of Professor Charles Xavier since Emperor Meiji's time. Without such power, Emperor Meiji could never have successfully restored imperial authority from the Tokugawa shogunate. The original name of Yasukuni Shrine, as the Tokyo Soul Shrine, was also rooted in this legacy. Highly dangerous 4th-level mutants? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Meiji Koishian furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Dispatch orders for all ninjas and mutants within the palace to mobilize and reinforce the defenses of Yasukuni Shrine. Yes, just as the subordinate was about to withdraw, Meiji Koishian, his gaze filled with avarice, added, furthermore, instruct Yashida to hasten his efforts and bring back the mutant he mentioned as soon as possible. Understood. With that, the 3rd-level mutant, bowing deeply, vanished from the Grand Hall. Evidently possessing speed-related abilities, designated to relay high-level directives and messages for the Meiji family. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound reverberated through the ground. As the assembly pondered the disturbance, guards rushed in, flustered. Head of the family, someone has breached the shrine and is making their way toward the ancestral tablets. Baka, who dares to be so audacious? Before Meiji Koashian could respond, other high-ranking members rose in outrage. It is a young man from Huagua. The guard exclaimed, panic written across his face. How could this be possible? A sudden gasp filled the Grand Hall, even causing a slight change in expression on the face of Meiji Koashian. The Yasukuni shrine was already cloaked in the presence of ninjas who had long concealed themselves, and now, with the dispatch of additional high-level ninjas and mutants, the situation escalated alarmingly. In but a fleeting moment, they had reached the ancestral tablets. Who possessed such formidable power? A level 4 mutant? Perhaps even a Chinese? Intriguing, indeed. At this moment, a middle-aged man, who had been meditating beside Meiji Koashian, slowly rose and strode toward the entrance of the hall, clad in white garments. His frail figure held a long sword that glinted ominously under the light. With Miyamoto Chikyu present, a mere level 4 mutant was hardly a cause for concern. The senior members of the Meiji family, roused from their astonishment, rose in unison to follow Miyamoto Chikyu as Japan's sole grandmaster of the sword. He was rumored to be a descendant of Miyamoto Musashi. Additionally, he was a level 4 mutant capable of turning his body into steel. Once transformed, he could withstand the force of a small nuclear explosion. With his unparalleled swordsmanship and astonishing speed, he was virtually invincible in combat. It had taken immense effort for Meiji Koashian to bring him under his command. As the Meiji family's most formidable asset, everyone placed their utmost faith in him. Even Meiji Koarin, aided by his alluring attendant, rose to follow. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yasukuni shrine, Xin Ran stood with his hands clasped behind him, calmly observing the throng of ninjas clad in traditional garb. Initially indifferent to Xin Ran's arrival, the ninjas and mutants sprang into action upon witnessing him shatter the grand door with a single kick, clearly perceiving him as a harbinger of chaos. In no time, an array of shurikens, swords, bullets, fireballs, and ice shards flew from every direction towards Xin Ran. His expression remained impassive as an invisible force halted the onslaught of weapons midair. The attacks from the mutants were effortlessly deflected by his electromagnetic shield. In the next instant, the weapons surrounding Xin Ran suddenly fragmented, transforming bullets and shurikens into glimmering steel needles. In a swift motion, the bewildered onlookers found themselves pierced through the skull by these needles. Only a handful of mutants with defensive capabilities managed to survive. But even they met their demise as Xin Ran flicked his fingers, unleashing several electromagnetic pulses that sealed their fates. In a mere breath, hundreds had perished. The ninjas and mutants who had recently emerged from the underground were paralyzed with terror at the sight, their legs trembling, unable to advance. In this dire context, Meiji Koashian, Miyamoto Chikyu, and numerous high-ranking members of the Meiji family arrived in the courtyard of the Yasukuni shrine. Your Excellency possesses incredible power, yet you indulge in such indiscriminate slaughter. Do you not fear divine retribution? An elder from the Meiji family quavered, his eyes aflame with anger. The other senior members glared at Xin Ran, their expressions filled with a palpable desire for vengeance. The loss of countless elite ninjas from the Meiji family is a profound tragedy, each requiring years of meticulous training to develop. Moreover, the presence of rare mutants adds to the gravity of the situation. The notion of indiscriminate slaughter and divine retribution is not to be taken lightly. Xin Ran raised his hand, unleashing an electromagnetic pulse towards the old man. A resounding clash echoed as Miyamoto Chikyu blocked Xin Ran's strike with his reinforced body. Subsequently, he drew forth his Muramasa demon blade, gazing at Xin Ran with disdain, and confidently proclaimed, "My dear sir, your opponent is none other than I." Chapter 57. Submission Kill Him. Meiji Koashian declared fiercely, "We must dismember this man." The elderly man who had just spoken echoed his sentiments with fervor. Had it not been for someone intercepting Xin Ran's strike, he would already be a cold corpse. Miyamoto Chikyu let out a cold snort, his skin gradually transforming into a steel blue hue, the hilt of the Muramasa demon blade sizzling in the grasp of his tempered hand. Observing his opponent's transformation, before Xin Ran could utter a word, Miyamoto Chikyu had already become a blur, charging forth with a blade radiating the brilliance of a rainbow. This slash, devoid of any technique, relied solely on the speed and strength gained from his steel-like body. The higher-ups of the Meiji family, positioned close to Miyamoto Chikyu, felt a chilling aura emanating from the blade as it approached, slicing through the air with an intensity that stung their faces. Truly, Miyamoto Chikyu was worthy of the considerable effort the family head had exerted to subdue him. With this strike, death was assured for the opponent. The Muramasa demon blade, imbued with immense force, aimed directly for Xin Ran's face. With a thunderous crash, before Miyamoto Chikyu could react, the blade collided with an unseen barrier, producing a resounding echo. The clash unleashed a shockwave that caused the Muramasa to hum ominously, compelling him to retreat to his original position. Miyamoto Chikyu was filled with astonishment. Was this the defensive capability of a level 4 mutant? I was thrown back, yet he remains unharmed? Who on earth is this person? After a brief pause, he spoke, his tone now stripped of its earlier arrogance. What manner of being are you? The one who will take your life. Xin Ran replied with an indifferent gaze, his voice calm. Before Miyamoto Chikyu could respond, the higher-ups of the Meiji family could no longer contain themselves. Having lived for so long, they had never encountered someone as audacious and domineering as Xin Ran. Nevertheless, they believed that with their family head and Miyamoto Chikyu present, death was imminent for Xin Ran. Such a mutant, possessing both monstrous offensive capabilities and formidable defense, was indeed a rarity. At that moment, Meiji Koashian found himself harboring a sense of admiration, contemplating the possibility of subduing Xin Ran. He took a slight step forward, emanating a powerful mental presence that instantly silenced the gathering. Seeing this, Miyamoto Chikyu bowed and stepped aside, positioning himself protectively to the right front of Meiji Koashian. Young man, I am Meiji Koashian, the current head of the Meiji family. You may also understand me as the master of this nation. Upon hearing this, Xin Ran felt a surge of surprise within. He had not anticipated the existence of such a force within the Yasukuni Shrine. If this was the puppet master of Japan, would not a peaceful unification be far less arduous? Observing the contemplative expression on Xin Ran's face, Meiji Koashian revealed a barely perceptible smile upon his withered visage. The young man appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. His declaration had clearly astonished him. Regardless of his formidable abilities, he was ultimately still too young. You have committed heinous crimes in Japan. Unless you die, you will face the relentless pursuit of our nation's full might. There remains another option, to submit to me and become my servant. I not only possess the power to spare your life, but also to bestow upon you unparalleled authority. Xin Ran could faintly sense the old man's words laced with a hint of spiritual energy, attempting to control his thoughts through an unexpected means. Yet, the current spiritual and soul attacks, alongside magical assaults, appeared as mere jests before Xin Ran. Since you are the shadowy figure behind Japan, I too have a choice. If your entire nation comes forth to serve me, I may spare your lives. Otherwise, your fate shall mirror his. Xin Ran stated with unwavering composure, extending his hands that were previously clasped behind his back. Just as Meiji Koashian and those behind him were puzzled by his actions, Miyamoto Chikyu's pure steel form began to levitate slowly. What are you doing? Put me down. Despite being under control, he maintained his defiance, thinking that even if his body plummeted from great heights, he would endure. However, in the next moment, he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. No, no, please, master, save me. As he screamed, his body twisted and contorted, shrinking into a steel mass the size of a basketball, then being separated by an unseen force into dozens of fist-sized iron spheres floating in the air. As for the Muramasa demon blade in his hand, Xin Ran swiftly stored it within a spatial ring. The sudden turn of events left Meiji Koashian and his entourage pale with shock. From several dozen meters away, Xin Ran could extinguish Miyamoto Chikyu's life with a mere gesture, offering no opportunity for resistance. His formidable offensive power had already slain countless elite members of the clan, while his monstrous defensive capabilities had sent Miyamoto Chikyu flying. Now, he displayed such overwhelming control. Was he truly just a level 4 mutant? Whoosh! The floating iron spheres suddenly shot forth, aimed directly at the first old man who had spoken. In an instant, blood and flesh were scattered, bones shattered, and brain matter oozed forth. He was irrevocably dead. Even the venerable Meiji Koashian, having lived nearly a century, was taken aback. He looked again at Xin Ran, who remained poised with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of indifference, his attire unblemished by the gruesome scene surrounding him. In stark contrast to the surrounding carnage, Meiji Koashian swiftly reacted, activating his abilities to unleash an invisible mental force directed at Xin Ran's consciousness. Forget about subjugating him. His immediate priority was to extinguish Xin Ran's awareness and ensure his own survival. Die for me, he growled, intensifying his mental assault. As long as you are of this world, no one can withstand a mental attack. Moments later, despair washed over Meiji Koashian as he realized his mental prowess had no effect on Xin Ran whatsoever. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, the man before him remained untouched. A truly bewildering phenomenon. I shall grant you one more chance to serve me as a dog. Otherwise, your entire clan shall meet a dire fate. As the words fell, the bloodstained steel block floated once more, spinning rapidly. Some of the high-ranking officials behind him, unable to withstand the pressure, succumbed and knelt before Xin Ran. After a few moments, apart from Meiji Koashian, All those behind had knelt in submission. What? You refuse to yield, even at the cost of your life? Very well, I shall grant you that. Quiet sighed. I am getting old, my legs have stiffened, and I can hardly manage. Come and assist me so I may kneel before the esteemed one. Can't you show a little discernment? Meiji Koashian cast a reproachful glance at an elder behind him, speaking in a tone of exasperation. Xin Ran felt speechless. Indeed, Meiji Koashian was living up to his name, truly a disappointment to his ancestors. I, Meiji Koashian, the current head of the Meiji family, led my entire clan in servitude to the esteemed one, for generations to come. After kneeling, Meiji Koashian performed the grand ceremonial bow of the Japanese, respectfully addressing Xin Ran. A wave of satisfaction surged within Xin Ran, since Meiji Koashian was the hidden leader of Japan, and he was now the master of Meiji. How difficult could it be to control Japan? It turned out that peaceful unification was so effortlessly simple. Chapter 58, Sudden Change by addressing the issue directly at its root. Numerous steps and complications were circumvented. The emperor and prime minister were essentially puppets of the Meiji clan. Upon receiving directives, the upper echelons of the Japan self-defense forces promptly lifted the nationwide alert. The communications network of that era was not as advanced as it is today, and public opinion was swiftly suppressed. 2 weeks later, the turbulence in Japan seemed to have never occurred, and everything returned to a semblance of normalcy. On the surface, the Yasuda family continued to shine brightly, wielding control over the nation's economic lifeblood, revered and adored by the populace. The Yamaguchi-gumi still dominated the underworld of Japan, with young men proudly declaring their allegiance to Yamaguchi-gumi members as their mentors. However, the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi unexpectedly committed suicide, making way for a young Japanese of Chinese descent to ascend as the new leader. From that point forward, the Yamaguchi-gumi and the Yamaguchi family were no longer connected. The century-old lineage of the Yamaguchi family had all but faded into obscurity. Concurrently, the Japanese government publicly severed diplomatic ties with the United States, proclaiming comprehensive sanctions against the nation. The sudden rebellion of its foremost ally caught the United States entirely off guard. Authorities swiftly dispatched representatives to Japan to ascertain whether the emperor had lost his sanity or if the prime minister's judgment had faltered. The outcome was that the embassy in Japan was placed under house arrest, and the envoys were barred from even entering the country. What left observers utterly astounded was the Japanese government's global announcement, openly condemning its own transgressions during the war against China. They asserted that their ancestors had originally fled from the pre-Qin era to this island nation, and in terms of ancestral lineage, Japan was inherently a part of China. They acknowledged their past sins of betraying their heritage and, in a bid for forgiveness and absolution, voluntarily sought to return as a province of China, thus recognizing their ancestral roots. This unprecedented move not only caught the United States and the international community off guard, but also left China itself bewildered by Japan's inexplicable shift. Consequently, China found itself compelled to accept Japan's audacious yet seemingly justified request. Henceforth, Japan was integrated into the Chinese territory, becoming the sixth autonomous region of China. Despite the profound transformations in both the international and domestic landscapes, the Yasuda family's status in the Japan Sea province remained unscathed for the time being. The old man Yasuda had never relinquished his plans. On one hand, his actions were aimed at prolonging the life of Meiji Takeyoshi. On the other, they were also intended to extend his own existence. From the moment Shui Su was tasked with retrieving Wolverine in Canada, Xin Ran had been observing from the shadows. The events unfolding were eerily reminiscent of a cinematic plot, albeit with numerous subtle differences, as Japan had now transformed into the Japan Sea province. Xin Ran was not particularly intrigued by Logan's regenerative abilities. Rather, his proximity and attention were motivated by the need to facilitate the completion of his system's tasks. From being ensnared at Yashida's funeral to being rendered unconscious by numerous ninjas trained by Yashida in order to rescue Mariko, his journey had been fraught with peril. Chiron had been observing the entire scene in its immersive reality, never once intervening. This experience far surpassed that of watching a film in a theater. Within the technologically advanced building, Logan was ensnared in a chair forged from precision steel. A silver armor, capable of absorbing extraordinary abilities, was manipulated by the elderly Yashida, who sat beside him, ever ready to spring into action. After exchanging a few words with Logan, the snake woman approached, and Yashida commanded the armor to sever Logan's adamantium claws. Fortunately, Mariko appeared just in time, and thanks to a flicker of humanity within Yashida, the blade deviated slightly, striking Logan's handcuffs instead. With his restraints removed, Logan engaged Yashida in a fierce battle. Concealed, Chiron watched with rapt attention, it must be said. The clash between the two elders was indeed captivating. The armor controlled by Yashida was significantly larger than Logan, wielding dual blades also crafted from adamantium. In the beginning, Logan found himself at a disadvantage, being pressed back under Yashida's assault. Faced with a downward slash from Yashida, he extended his claws to intercept the blow. Yashida's one blade pressed down on Logan's claws, while the other blade instantly heated to a scorching temperature, poised to sever Logan's claws. Logan sensed the dire situation. He would undoubtedly lose one of his steel claws. At that moment, Xin Ran made his move. An invisible force immobilized Yashida's silver armor and the two massive blades. As the pressure on his claws gradually diminished, Logan felt something was amiss with the silver machine. In an instant, he rolled away, creating distance between them, keenly alert to what trick it might employ next. As the magnetic force dissipated, Xin Ran's imposing figure materialized before everyone, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Logan. "Was that you?" Logan inquired, deducing the reason behind the sudden halt of the silver armor's assault. In response, Xin Ran merely nodded slightly, offering no further words. "Be careful." Suddenly, Logan lunged toward Xin Ran, and in quick succession, several gunshots rang out. The bullets originally aimed at Xin Ran were all intercepted by him. This unexpected action took Xin Ran by surprise. He had not anticipated that upon their first meeting, this fellow would shield him from bullets, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I owe no one anything. You aided me just now, so we are even." Logan twisted his neck as the bullets clattered to the ground, his wounds visibly healing. He turned his gaze toward the mutant woman who was firing her weapon, and Xin Ran activated his ability, sending Yashida's two large blades hurtling toward the snake woman. She responded with a disdainful smile, adeptly evading them with her agility and speed. Yet, the next second, despair enveloped her. The two large blades fragmented into hundreds of smaller throwing knives, sealing off every possible escape route. Piercing through her body, they reassembled into two large blades. Soaring back into Yashida's grasp, Logan stared at Xin Ran in disbelief. This fellow's abilities were indeed extraordinary, leaving him with an unsettling sense of imminent threat. Fortunately, it appeared that this individual harbored no ill will towards him, allowing Logan to breathe a sigh of relief. "Who are you? Why do you wish to impede my progress?" Yashida, his emaciated form emerging from the silver armor, bellowed angrily at Xin Ran. "Take your companions and leave. I shall handle this matter," Xin Ran calmly instructed Logan. Mariko also emerged from the shadows, linking her arm with Logan's. They exchanged a glance before nodding at Xin Ran and departing the scene. "Ah, I will kill you, Bakayero." Yashida roared in despair as he watched his immortal flesh flee from the pot. Yet, the silver armor remained impervious to his commands, refusing to budge despite his desperate attempts to control it. "Kill me?" Xin Ran scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. With a subtle gesture, a jet-black meteorite token soared towards Yashida's line of sight. Upon seeing the token, his expression shifted from rage to fear, and then from fear to reverence. The earlier decision to allow Logan to depart was to prevent any misunderstandings. Those unaware might have thought Yashida orchestrated the entire affair. Xin Ran nodded in satisfaction, lifting the constraints on the armor. Subsequently, Yashida removed the armor and staggered before Xin Ran, bowing deeply. "I, Yashida, the humble servant, pay my respects to my master." Without further ado, he inquired about the operation of the armor, seeking knowledge on how to extract the mutant's ability factors for his own use. 10 minutes later, Xin Ran had mastered the precise steps and methods, promptly depositing the armor into a spatial ring. To put it simply, utilizing this apparatus required 2 steps. First, seize the individual. Second, employ the machine to extract the abilities. "You may take your own life," Xin Ran commanded casually, having deemed Yashida of no further use. "Grateful for my master's generosity." Yashida bowed once more to Xin Ran, then picked up a nearby handgun, resolutely ending his own life. It must be said that the Meiji family's servants were exceptionally obedient and loyal, perfectly aligning with Xin Ran's desires. Having established a connection with Logan and acquired the means to extract abilities, Xin Ran's objectives were achieved. As he departed, Xin Ran unleashed an electromagnetic pulse, obliterating the technologically advanced building behind him. Chapter 59, A New World in 1965, Mariko Yashida, the granddaughter of the prominent figure in Jihai Province, Yashida, emerged as a formidable force, directly inheriting the vast power of the Yashida family from her grandfather. Following the battle, Logan resolutely bid farewell to Mariko and boarded the private jet of the Yashida family, embarking on his journey home. Xin Ran, too, had no intentions of lingering in Jihai and flew solo to New York. Though in the same location, the essence felt distinctly altered. Observing the familiar yet foreign streets, Xin Ran experienced a profound sense of disquiet. Just as before, to avoid unnecessary complications, he procured legitimate identification through familiar means. Meanwhile, the New York City Hall faced an assault from unidentified missiles, with the towering structure being reduced to rubble, leaving no survivors. Subsequent investigations by the CIA confirmed that this incident was not a result of international conflict, nor was it instigated by conventional weaponry. All evidence pointed towards mutants, for only those of significant power possessed the capacity to execute such an act. In response, high-ranking officials in the United States convened clandestine meetings regarding mutants, placing the Sentinel program, spearheaded by Trask, prominently on the agenda. In the alternate timeline of 2015, New York appeared as though it had just endured an apocalypse, characterized by countless shattered skyscrapers and desolate, chaotic streets devoid of life. According to the original plot, the Sentinel program had evolved beyond human control, culminating in the emergence of its own sentience, which not only decimated mutants but also posed a dire threat to ordinary humans. Faced with Sentinels capable of detecting any form of mutant gene and instantaneously altering their own biology through mutant DNA, humanity found itself on the brink of extinction. In this dire epoch, the two leading figures among mutants, Magneto, Eric, and Professor Charles, united to resist the relentless onslaught of Sentinel machines. Despite the extraordinary abilities of their mutant allies, they were systematically overwhelmed. At the pivotal moment, before Eric and Charles could propose leveraging Shadowcat and Wolverine to enact a plan to reverse their fate, the Sentinels breached their concealed stronghold. As doom loomed, a piercing sound shattered the air, and in an instant, all scenes dissolved into nothingness, as if they had never existed. Since Xin Ran arrived in the X-Men universe, this 2015 tableau had perpetually replayed until he unleashed an electromagnetic pulse that obliterated New York City Hall, bringing an end to the cycle. The timeline shifted back to Xin Ran's current reality, winter of 1965, in Westchester County, New York. A groundbreaking sports car glided through the streets, eliciting exclamations of amazement from onlookers of all ages. This was one of the vehicles Xin Ran had acquired from Tony's garage. The roar of the engine ceased before an opulent mansion, marking the end of his journey. The medieval-style castle exudes a profound sense of history, while the weeds in the expansive courtyard add an air of desolation to the structure. A sign hangs on the iron gate, declaring that the residence is private and forbidding entry to the uninvited. Xin Ran gazes at the sign of the Xavier Academy for Gifted Talents outside and steps out of the vehicle, making his way inside without hesitation. The tightly shut door, as if acknowledging Xin Ran's presence, opens silently. Upon entering the castle, Xin Ran knocks on the grand wooden door. "Is there something you need?" inquires a bespectacled young Caucasian man, who is none other than the youthful beast, Hank. "What has happened to this school?" Xin Ran asks, feigning ignorance. "The school has been closed for many years." "Are you a parent?" Hank replies, his expression filled with confusion at the unfamiliar face before him. Even when the school was operational, it seemed there were no children from Huaguo attending. "I am not a parent. I seek the professor," Xin Ran states with a subtle smile, directly revealing the purpose of his visit. "There is no professor here. Please leave immediately." Hank's demeanor shifts the moment Xin Ran mentions the professor, and he attempts to close the door. However, Xin Ran does not give him the chance, forcefully pushing the door open and stepping inside, the sheer force knocking Hank to the ground. As Xin Ran enters the room, Hank, lying on the floor, removes his glasses and in a matter of seconds, undergoes a transformation, morphing from a young Caucasian man into a humanoid beast that lunges at Xin Ran with a ferocious roar. Too slow. Observing the beast mid-leap, Xin Ran smiles slightly, showing no inclination to evade as he effortlessly delivers a punch towards the airborne creature. With a resounding thud, the beast is sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, rendered unconscious. "Hank, what transpired?" Eric, leisurely holding a wine glass, inquires as he descends the stairs, drawn by Hank's roar. "Nothing of consequence, Professor. Let him sleep for a while," comes the response. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Charles hastens down the stairs, maintaining a semblance of calm. Upon confirming Hank's safety, he turns to Xin Ran and asks, "Who are you?" "Professor, my name is Xin Ran. I have come specifically to seek you out," he replies, taking a seat on the sofa in the living room, smiling at Charles. "There's no need for such formalities. Just call me Charles," Charles retorts, his irritation evident upon hearing Xin Ran address him as Professor. At this moment, he grapples with the painful choice brought on by his injuries. To retain his powers, he would be confined to a wheelchair for life, but to regain the freedom of movement, he must sacrifice his abilities. The wisdom of his future self is nowhere to be seen on his face. "Names hold little importance now," Xin Ran says with a wicked grin as he gazes at Charles. An ominous premonition stirs within him, and before he can react, Xin Ran swiftly closes the distance and knocks him unconscious. A magnetic teleportation portal leading to the subterranean crypt of the Meiji family in Deihai province manifests before him. Xin Ran lifts both Charles and Hank, stepping resolutely through the portal. Meiji Tsukitsu has arranged a tranquil chamber, and Xin Ran guides Charles inside. Although Charles was incapacitated at this moment due to the serum injected by Hank, the latent mutant factor within him remained intact. Donning the armor from the spatial ring capable of extracting mutant abilities, Xin Ran showed no restraint in employing it on Charles. As one of the highest-tier mutants, Charles possessed an exceptionally powerful mutant factor, and it took Xin Ran nearly 3 arduous hours to complete the fusion. Throughout this process, even with Xin Ran's body, capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, he experienced unprecedented agony. However, upon successful fusion, his abilities were at least equal to, if not superior to, Charles's. Indeed, one could say they were extraordinarily formidable. It was as if Xin Ran had unlocked the door to a new realm, granting him the power to perceive all things in existence with a mere thought capable of determining life and death. After siphoning Charles's abilities, Xin Ran utilized his newfound powers to alter Charles's original memories, erasing all traces of his experiences as a mutant and instilling him with new, blissful recollections. As for the latter part of his life, it would be spent in the province of Rihai, where the Meiji family would bestow upon him endless wealth and resources. For Charles, this too was akin to opening the door to a new world. Regarding Hank, Xin Ran similarly obliterated his memories. He would only remember himself as one of the mutants honored by the Meiji family, thus severing any ties with Charles and ensuring no disruption to his new life. Shortly after the inception of the Sentinel program, Mystique, known as Raven, became aware of its specifics. Consequently, she thought of Charles, yet despite searching across the entirety of America, his presence seemed to have vanished into thin air. For the sake of mutant survival, Raven repeatedly infiltrated military and CIA facilities, ultimately discovering the precise location where Magneto, Eric, was imprisoned. Chapter 60. A slight deviation from the plan located to the southwest of Washington, D.C., a grand edifice, aptly named for its pentagonal shape, serves as the headquarters of the United States Department of Defense and the highest military command, although it remains open to the public. The security measures in place are extraordinarily stringent. The establishment is patrolled by countless uniformed guards, and the composition of visitors is notably complex. It is estimated that 2 out of every 3 individuals are agents of the Department of Defense. One moment, a person may be engaged in lighthearted banter, but should they exhibit any inappropriate behavior, they could swiftly be apprehended and subjected to an extensive background check. Even if one harbors no ill intentions, it is customary for them to be detained for a fortnight or longer, enduring a thorough examination before being released. Completed in 1943, the Pentagon stands as the largest office building in the world, housing 25,000 military personnel and law enforcement officers. Where's the restroom? I need to relieve myself. During the weekly open house, teachers from nearby schools escort students to tour the Pentagon, fostering a sense of patriotism. The guards within the Pentagon feel most at ease with these teachers and children who visit regularly. If luck permits, they might even encounter a few attractive female educators, a delightful prospect they cherish. Consequently, the military personnel maintain almost no suspicion towards them. At this moment, the young and beautiful teacher introducing the history of the Pentagon to the children is none other than Mystique in disguise. Originally, the mission to rescue Magneto was to be undertaken by Charles and his team, but due to Xin Ran's intervention, the narrative has shifted. Now, only Mystique and Quicksilver venture forth, with the young man dutifully recording behind the charming teacher being none other than Quicksilver himself, cleverly disguised. Although the guards harbor no apprehensions towards them, without Hank's assistance, Mystique and Quicksilver are clearly visible on the Pentagon surveillance cameras. Seizing a moment of respite, Mystique leads Quicksilver to a blind spot in the surveillance system. Peter, let us proceed as we previously agreed, and remain calm, she instructs, transforming her appearance as she speaks. The voluptuous beauty morphs into a rugged man clad in military attire within mere seconds. The metamorphosed Mystique exhibits no flaws in either her physical form or appearance. At that moment, Xin Ran observes them silently from within the magnetic field he has created. Although he is aware of Mystique's abilities, witnessing them up close is nonetheless astonishing and deeply impressive. If only, could she not create an endless array of forms, each one unique? He muses. It is no wonder that during the initial screenings of the X-Men, many fantasized about Mystique. Possessing her would equate to having the allure of all women in the world, a sentiment that holds considerable truth. Having completed her transformation, Mystique strides confidently toward the kitchen, retrieving a specially prepared meal and utensils, making her way to the elevator leading to the lower prison. The individual who would typically deliver sustenance to Magneto has long since been dealt with. Meanwhile, Quicksilver vanishes in an instant as Mystique makes her move. Xin Ran could distinctly perceive that his form was darting through the various corners of the Pentagon, centered around Raven, at a speed rivaling that of light itself. In the fleeting moment before the elevator doors closed, Quicksilver almost instantaneously materialized behind Raven, leaving the 2 guards stationed by the elevator blissfully unaware. Inside the elevator, Raven, transformed into a robust figure, held a tray with an air of tranquility. After all, breaking into the Department of Defense to rescue a single individual was trivial compared to her past endeavors. Meanwhile, Quicksilver felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and exhilaration. Despite his formidable abilities, he had previously only engaged in petty thefts, and now he found himself accompanying the renowned Mystique to the Pentagon for a daring rescue. Ding! The elevator doors gradually opened, and Quicksilver vanished once more, while Raven stepped forward, tray in hand, towards the solitary quarters of Magneto. A line of guards stood in the corridor outside the elevator, each equipped with specialized non-metallic firearms. One could not help but remark that, given such circumstances and the absence of any rescue, Magneto was destined to remain confined here for a lifetime. Transformed. Raven proceeded unhindered through multiple checkpoints until she reached the special dungeon where Magneto was incarcerated. Upon entering the chamber, the final guard closed the cell door behind her. Just in case. The moment the door clicked shut, Quicksilver's figure reappeared. Peter, it's your turn. Raven tossed the tray through the aperture to Eric, cautioning him to be mindful of the overhead, then turned to Quicksilver and whispered. Quicksilver leaned in to gaze at Magneto, momentarily taken aback, before placing his hands on the tempered glass, vibrating at supersonic speeds. Mere seconds later, a sharp sound of shattering glass echoed. The last barrier confining Magneto was obliterated. Witnessing freedom so tantalizingly close, Eric's eyes sparkled with fervor, and without hesitation, he made his move. In 3 seconds, the door will open, and over 20 guards will fire upon us. After exchanging glances with Raven, Eric added gravely, I am aware, which is why I have brought him. Raven smiled slightly, gesturing toward the somewhat awkward Quicksilver. Barely had the words left her mouth when the specialized door before them began to slowly creak open. Quicksilver, brimming with confidence, stepped forward to shield the necks of the two. Without such precaution, the sheer inertia of their escape could lead to a fatal consequence. What is happening? Quicksilver stared in bewilderment at the door, which had only opened a narrow crack and then ceased to move. This was far from what they had planned. How could they escape through such a minuscule opening? Before the trio could fully process the situation, dozens of specialized grenades were hurled through the narrow gap, sealing off all possible routes of escape. While Quicksilver could assist in dodging bullets, once those grenades were released into the confined space, no amount of speed could save them from the impending explosion. Eric, Raven exclaimed, unable to contain her voice. Specialized grenades. I can't control them. In the face of impending doom, Eric roared in response. Quicksilver found himself on the brink of regret as the chilling sound of grenades echoed through the air, sealing the last remaining crevice of hope. The three of them closed their eyes in despair, bracing themselves to embrace the inevitable arrival of death. Hey, my friends, came a voice at a critical moment. Xin Ran withdrew the magnetic field, revealing his form, and with a smile directed at the trio, he inquired, Raven, did you bring him as well? Upon witnessing Xin Ran's sudden appearance, Quicksilver and Eric felt a flicker of hope ignite within them, exclaiming in unison. Before Raven could respond, an explosive roar accompanied by a flash of light erupted. The three men lunged toward Xin Ran, desperately attempting to grasp what seemed to be their last lifeline. Two roughnecks. Step aside, Xin Ran exclaimed as he deftly kicked Quicksilver and Eric away, enveloping Raven in his embrace. The magnetic field, coupled with an electromagnetic shield, instantly activated, encasing the four of them. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions continued relentlessly, only ceasing after more than 30 seconds, leaving the prison cell outside riddled with devastation. Then came the eerie silence following the chaos. The three men stared in disbelief at the scene before them and at the seemingly miraculous presence of Xin Ran, their hearts still tumultuous with emotion. After a brief moment, the heavy doors of the prison creaked open, revealing hundreds of soldiers equipped with specialized weaponry before the astonished quartet. The Pentagon had also activated its highest level of alert. Chapter 61. Quicksilver's Revelry. 1. They are still inside. Do not move, or I will open fire. The leading soldier shouted, his voice tinged with anxiety as he raised his weapon. Xin Ran released Raven from her embrace, conjuring a coin that appeared seemingly out of thin air, which she then tossed casually onto the ground. Upon witnessing this, Eric felt a surge of exhilaration. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes as the coin, before it even touched the ground, was drawn to him by his will. With this object in my grasp, who could possibly rival my prowess? Fire. Eliminate them. A command was issued, and an onslaught of bullets rained down upon the four. Only after an entire magazine was expended did the soldiers cease their fire. Yet to their astonishment, not a single round found its mark. All were lodged into the wall behind the four. It was Quicksilver's intervention that had disrupted the trajectory of the bullets. When Quicksilver unleashed his abilities, even a barrage of thousands seemed to unfold in slow motion before his eyes. However, to his surprise, he had locked eyes for a fleeting moment with the mysterious figure that had emerged. Simultaneously, Xin Ran felt a flicker of astonishment. Her own speed could not possibly match the extent of Quicksilver's prowess. Without the enhancement of her magnetic field and psychic awareness, she would have been utterly incapable of perceiving Quicksilver's movements, let alone making eye contact with him. With a moment to breathe and a suitable weapon in hand, Eric shed the disheveled appearance he had worn moments before when he had narrowly escaped death. The coin hovering before his chest transformed instantaneously. Half of it morphed into a disc as thin as parchment, gently lifting him skyward, while the other half divided again, becoming two gleaming steel spheres that whirled around him in a rapid dance. The spectacle was indeed awe-inspiring, exuding an air of dominance and grandeur. Witnessing this, Xin Ran could only shake her head in disbelief. Rather than addressing the imminent threat, he had opted to flaunt his newfound abilities. That single coin had indeed become a source of amusement for him. At that moment, the multitude of soldiers stationed at the entrance were rendered disoriented by the scene orchestrated by Eric. Faced with such an unnatural phenomenon, they trembled, losing even the courage to pull the trigger once more. Go! With a low hiss from Eric, the two steel balls shot forth with a piercing sound. Immediately after, a series of sharp impacts resonated in succession. In an instant, the steel spheres returned, revolving slowly around Eric. The next moment, the soldiers armed with specialized weapons collapsed one by one, lifeless and devoid of any signs of life. Each had been struck down by the steel balls penetrating their temples, dying instantly. A silent execution, without a trace of bloodshed. What a masterful display. This is not a place for conversation. We must depart. Having resolved the immediate crisis, Eric declared with a stern gaze. There was but one exit, the elevator. Peter, you take Eric and proceed to our prearranged location to await my arrival. Understood. With that, Quicksilver swiftly positioned himself behind Eric, ready to assist him in their escape. Young one, there's no need for such formality. Simply follow my lead. Eric waved his hand dismissively. With something under his control, he had no fear of human weaponry. Moreover, once they escaped this underground prison, the world outside was replete with metal artifacts. Raven, how do we address this comrade? It seems he was not included in our plans. The brief exchange of glances lingered in Quicksilver's mind, prompting him to inquire about Xin Ran's identity. I am Xin Ran, a friend of Raven's, and like you, I am also a mutant. Xin Ran perceived Quicksilver's thoughts, and the simple designation of friend coupled with mutant alleviated his apprehensions. No wonder you prepared coins for me. Quite the clever fellow. Xin Ran's words inadvertently clarified Eric's lingering questions. Noticing Xin Ran's lack of hostility and the fact that he had saved their lives, Raven silently acquiesced to his presence, offering no further explanations. After all, having another formidable mutant ally would indeed enhance their odds against the Sentinel Project. A similar notion flickered through Eric's mind. Acquiring another powerful subordinate would augment his plans for dominion over humanity. Yet, he pondered, what abilities did this mutant named Xin Ran possess? He appeared to have a defensive capability. Raven, leave the rest to me. You all follow my lead. Without further pleasantries, Eric commanded the disc beneath him to soar away from the corpses. Xin Ran showed no inclination to intervene and trailed behind. The purpose of this venture was to encounter another mutant with akin abilities, though his current thoughts had slightly diverged. As for the task of unifying the Blue Planet, Xin Ran had devised his own plans following the acquisition of powers surpassing Charles's. However, implementation would hinge on Apocalypse's revival. Kid, once we ascend, will you be able to withstand the specially designed bullets from the Department of Defense? Along the way, Eric inquired of Quicksilver. Despite his formidable powers, he was still flesh and blood. A couple of shots from those specialized bullets could prove fatal if he were not careful. Rest assured, I guarantee those bullets won't touch you, Quicksilver retorted disdainfully. I am the fastest man alive. Those bullets are so slow, how could I possibly be hit? Just then, before the elevator doors even opened, a hail of bullets approached. Quicksilver smirked, undaunted, and donned his signature glasses. In an instant, his abilities activated, rendering the world around him seemingly frozen in time. Within mere seconds, the barrage outside the elevator concluded, and Quicksilver stood as if he had not moved at all. Eric stepped out of the elevator, and as two steel beads shot forth from his body, metal objects from the nearby kitchen, door handles in the corridor, and railings on the staircase transformed into his extensions, charging towards the soldiers of the Department of Defense. Wherever there is metal, I am invincible, and where there is none, I am still invincible with metal. Nevertheless, in Xin Ran's eyes, these matters were of little consequence. He could distinctly sense that although Eric was referred to as Magneto by the people of this world, in reality, this individual could merely manipulate metallic objects, bearing no true relation to magnetic fields. It was akin to possessing only 10% of his own magnetic prowess. Were Apocalypse to enhance him, he would become significantly more formidable, capable of exerting greater control over magnetic fields. Although Xin Ran could not yet command the magnetic fields at will, the abilities he possessed were fundamentally about maximizing the utilization of magnetic forces. Even if Eric could manipulate magnetic fields, he would never possess the capacity to generate an electromagnetic pulse or create an electromagnetic space. After all, the distinction between electromagnetic force and magnetism is not merely a matter of semantics. Xin Ran, We must leave. Eric, cease your actions. We cannot proceed any further. The support from the Department of Defense has arrived, and any further delay may lead to unforeseen consequences. Raven exclaimed anxiously, observing the frenzied Eric and the indifferent Xin Ran. The incessant roar of armed helicopters outside signaled that they could no longer remain in this location. Peter, take Eric to the rendezvous we previously arranged. This time, Quicksilver exhibited no extraneous movements. After steadying Eric's head, the two vanished in an instant, manipulating several helicopters to crash into the Pentagon as they departed. Barely 2 seconds after Eric's disappearance, Xin Ran felt a protective grip on the nape of his neck, and in less than a second, the scene before him transformed. Friends, feel free to find a place to sit. There are beverages in the refrigerator. Help yourselves if you wish to drink. The location where they found themselves was none other than Quicksilver's abode. For Xin Ran, this was a novel experience, and he could not help but acknowledge how wondrous it felt. He pondered which was swifter, Quicksilver's speed or the electromagnetic portals he had created. An illuminating thought struck him. Could this fellow be as fast as the speed of light? With this notion in mind, he resolved to organize a grand celebration for this child to enjoy. Chapter 62. The Revelry of Quicksilver, 2. Xin Ran. Are you certain about being here? Quicksilver hesitated as he gazed at the opulent entrance of the hotel. In the past, such establishments were merely venues for him to indulge his talents, but he had never contemplated entering to partake in their offerings legitimately. Let us make do. Xin Ran waved his hand dismissively and strode forward. After all, compared to the extravagant arrangements Tony had made for him, this place was lacking in no small measure. However, in this era, the existence of such venues and amenities was already commendable. Yet, observing Quicksilver's demeanor, Xin Ran felt a twinge of exasperation. Despite being an exceptionally gifted mutant, he was living a life inferior to that of an ordinary affluent individual. Fortunately, he had taken the initiative to address Charles's vulnerabilities. Otherwise, the fate awaiting these mutants would have been far more dire. Not only would they be deprived of a happy and fulfilling life, but they would also be denied the basic rights that ordinary people enjoy, facing instead endless pursuits and exploitation. The narrative of an aging Wolverine and Charles served as a poignant illustration of this reality. Charles, despite possessing the ability to control the world, was perpetually hindered by his idealism, advocating for peaceful coexistence with humanity. But would the billions of ordinary humans ever embrace such coexistence with mutants? Could the extraordinary ever gain acceptance among the masses? Good evening, sir. May I see your identification? Before they could proceed much further, the security guard at the hotel entrance halted Xin Ran's progress. Although his words were courteous, his tone brimmed with disdain towards Xin Ran simply for being of Asian descent. Xin Ran, uninterested in engaging with such a minor annoyance, tossed a gold bar toward him. For matters that could be resolved with money, he felt no inclination to expend mental energy. After all, he was not lacking in wealth. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, allow me to escort you in. Ignoring the pain from being struck, the guard quickly lowered his head and led Xin Ran and his companions inside, hastening off to the manager's office. The United States had just emerged from the Vietnam War, and the economy was struggling. Finding someone who could casually throw a gold bar at a security guard was a rarity indeed. At the moment Xin Ran tossed the gold bar, Quicksilver was left speechless. How could that man, Xin Ran, be so extravagantly unfeeling? If only that gold bar had struck me instead. Moments later, a gracefully dressed, elegant white woman approached Xin Ran and his companions. Hello, Peter. Before Xin Ran could respond, Quicksilver darted forward, appearing before the woman in a flash, extending his hand with an air of gentlemanly charm. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Presidential State Guest House. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall attend to your needs, the woman replied, generously grasping Quicksilver's hand with a radiant smile. So, this is the Presidential State Guest House. That explains why the guard earlier requested identification. Quicksilver muttered quietly to himself. Sir, what did you say? Xin Ran, perhaps you should take over. Quicksilver glanced awkwardly at Xin Ran and said, I am not familiar with this place. What services can I possibly suggest? We have no particular demands. We may stay here for a few days, which is of a higher standard than what you hosted the Vietnamese dignitaries a few days ago. You can take these items away. Although the female manager appeared quite alluring, in Xin Ran's eyes, she fell short of the mark. He couldn't be bothered to engage in trivial conversation and directly pointed to the small box behind him. Eric and Raven exchanged puzzled glances. When they had entered, he had not mentioned the small box. Could it be that Xin Ran's abilities did not pertain to defense, but rather to something related to space? It must be a spatial ability. Otherwise, how could such items appear before us and be effortlessly managed? With this realization, Eric and Raven's understanding of Xin Ran became somewhat clearer. As Quicksilver observed the female manager opening the small box, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was filled entirely with small yellow fish. As a fellow mutant, why did he have to endure such hardship? No problem, sir. I will arrange everything for you right away. Money can work wonders, especially when the currency is hard cash. Despite the female manager's previously noble demeanor, she now seemed a bit animated, almost eager to leap into Xin Ran's embrace. After all, he was offering far too much. Also, be sure to attend to my friend here, preferably yourself. Xin Ran pointed at Quicksilver without hesitation. Upon hearing his words, the female manager's mood briefly soured but quickly returned to normal as she cast a flirtatious glance at Quicksilver and hurried off to prepare. Eric, if you need anything, feel free to indulge. Just seek out that manager, Xin Ran said, ensuring that Eric would not be neglected. Eric merely smiled in response, refraining from directly addressing Xin Ran, especially with Raven still present. Before long, the entire state guest house came alive with song and dance, featuring high-end beverages, exquisite delicacies, and stunning women, everything one could desire. Even if Eric could tolerate much, his heart could not help but waver in such a scene. Simultaneously, he silently resolved to lead the mutants in uniting humanity. Why did they possess such exceptional talents yet live like rats? Why could ordinary humans enjoy such a lavish lifestyle? The more Eric pondered, the more his anger grew. He took a few hearty sips of Lafite and wrapped his arm around the tall woman beside him. It was time to vent his frustrations regarding humanity. As for Quicksilver, the young man was simply one word: swift. 3 words, exceedingly swift. The allure of wealth caused the female manager to reminisce about Xin Ran during her time of indulgence. Meanwhile, Raven, uninterested in such festivities, had remained in her room since the banquet began, contemplating matters related to the Sentinel project. Should I disclose this plan to Eric? How will he react upon learning about it? Late at night, several individuals were preoccupied with their tasks. The following morning, a series of tremors roused Xin Ran from her slumber. The magnetic force field dissipated instantaneously, revealing the cause. Chapter 63. Brother, please command away Eric. What do you mean? Raven's voice trembled with tension as she observed the surrounding metallic objects swaying ominously. After a restless night of contemplation, she ultimately resolved to disclose the Sentinel program and her strategic countermeasures to Eric, for they had once been the closest of comrades. Raven, slaying Tress will not resolve our issues. Rather, it will hasten our collective demise. If you are determined to kill him, then for the future of mutants, I shall be compelled to eliminate you. Upon learning the specifics of the Sentinel program and Raven's intentions, Eric refrained from supporting her. Foreseeing far graver repercussions, eliminating Tress would only incite deeper animosity towards mutants from the upper echelons of America. Even if Tress's proposed Sentinel program were dismantled, countless others, Zhongsla, Lisla, and myriad more, would rise to rally against mutants in fervent pursuit of their eradication. On one hand, with the death of the foremost adversary, Tress, the media would incite fear and hatred among the general populace, leading to a societal frenzy against mutants. In such a scenario, mutants would become akin to pariahs, hunted relentlessly, ultimately rendering their existence unsustainable. Consequently, Eric's grand design to unite mutants worldwide for a large-scale war would become increasingly untenable. Why, Eric? Tress is our true enemy. Raven could not comprehend Eric's transformation. Regret washed over her as she pondered why, after the Cuban Missile Crisis, she had chosen to follow him. Is Charles well? Where is he now? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Raven's eyes glistened with unshed tears. No, Raven, eliminating just one individual is far from sufficient. And now is not the time for his demise. Eric was never one to exhibit mercy. For the sake of his objectives, sacrificing Raven would be trivial in his eyes. What if I am determined to kill Tress? Raven's gaze hardened as she fixed her eyes on Eric with fierce resolve. Since you are so insistent, then for the future of mutants, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. As soon as the words left his lips, Eric unhesitatingly commanded 2 steel orbs, directing them towards Raven, effectively sealing off her escape routes. Just as the orbs were about to pierce her body, a voice resonated in their ears. You repay someone's life-saving act with this? Simultaneously, the gleaming steel orbs hovered in mid-air, poised before Raven. Is that you? Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Xin Ran, an inexplicable tension surged within Eric. Yes, it is I, Xin Ran replied with a gentle smile. Then, the suspended steel orbs shot forth with a whoosh, aimed directly at Eric's face. Do you think your spatial abilities can control metal to confront me? Eric scoffed. Eric, do not concede to any metallic assaults. Yet in the next moment, a profound dread of death surged from within him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. No, don't. The dull thuds and Eric's panicked cries erupted simultaneously. 2 steel pellets embedded themselves deeply into the wall behind him, even severing 2 rebar rods within the concrete. Eric instinctively shielded his head, emitting a cry as if facing his demise. Raven, embodying her human form, gazed at Xin Ran with a complex array of feelings, unable to articulate her emotions. Did he not possess spatial abilities? How could they be so terrifying? Why did he repeatedly come to my rescue? And with such lavishness? Could it be because, After a long moment, Eric slowly opened his eyes and turned to glance at the wall behind him, a wave of impotence washing over him. Why did he feel as ordinary as any other human in the presence of this being? His powers and talents were rendered utterly ineffective. Come, Eric. Sit and share your thoughts with me, Xin Ran commanded with a casual wave of his hand, causing a nearby stool to fly to Eric's side, colliding with his legs and forcing him to sit down. This display left Eric's throat parched, rendering him unable to swallow even his own saliva. Though his life hung by a thread, he still attempted to manipulate the metallic objects around him to strike at Xin Ran. No need to struggle, my friend. I possess the same abilities you do, Xin Ran said with a sinister grin. However, my powers far surpass yours. Thus, before me, you are no different from an ordinary human. Were it not for the enhancement of the magnetic field, Xin Ran might not have been able to so effortlessly subdue Eric. What? You can control metal too? Upon hearing Xin Ran's admission, both Raven and Eric gasped in astonishment. Xin Ran, do you not possess spatial abilities? Raven inquired curiously, recalling the sudden appearance of the box yesterday and his assistance in rescuing Eric. Spatial abilities? I suppose you could say that. It's just an amalgamation. Xin Ran replied with a slight smile at Raven's astonishment. The revelation left both of them gasping in disbelief. A mutant with two inherent gifts? Such a phenomenon was unprecedented. Each mutant was thought to possess only a single ability, thus condemning them to a solitary power. How could this individual harbor two talents? They might never fathom that Xin Ran was not a mutant at all. Raven, set aside your plan to assassinate Trellis. Do not pursue it, Xin Ran said first. Noticing Eric's despondent demeanor. What? You think my actions are misguided as well? Raven exclaimed, a wave of uncertainty crashing over her. Had she truly erred? Even a recently acquainted friend disapproved of her? Did that imply that all mutants would deem her actions wrong? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Raven's cheeks. If Charles were present, would he choose to support himself? It matters not how you proceed. My primary concern lies with your safety. What if the assassination attempt fails? Even if it succeeds? With so many personnel in the Ministry of Defense, would you truly be able to escape? Trading your life for that of a Tesla is hardly worth it. Xin Ran, with an air of righteous indignation, incessantly spoke of Raven's safety. My safety? Xin Ran, you? Tears, previously held at bay, surged forth once more. Throughout my life, who has ever cared for my existence? I have been treated merely as a tool, exploited by all. Who has regarded my life as something precious? Upon reflection, even Charles fits this mold. What remains beyond mere utility? In that moment, a warm sense of belonging enveloped Raven's heart, compelling her to step forward and embrace Xin Ran tightly. Thank you, Xin Ran. Rest assured, Raven, I am aware of the Sentinel program. You have already done enough. Leave the rest to me. Xin Ran gently reassured her, patting Raven's back. Once comforted, Xin Ran turned her calm gaze towards Eric. What is your intention? Eric, overwhelmed by Xin Ran's seemingly harmless demeanor, felt a surge of panic. You have two choices. First, serve under me from now on. Second, face death. No sooner had the words left his lips than the chair beneath Eric was abruptly yanked away, sending him crashing to the ground. Subsequently, all metallic objects in the vicinity began to levitate, slowly advancing towards Eric. Hey, buddy, don't do this. Don't do this. Wait, let me think it over. All right. I will comply. After making his choice, the metallic items surrounding Eric plummeted to the ground. In that instant, he realized he could once again control the metals. However, when he turned to face Xin Ran, his spirit of resistance had utterly dissipated. As the metals fell, Xin Ran withdrew her magnetic field, causing a considerable commotion. Even Quicksilver, still in slumber, was jolted awake, hastily pushing aside the stunning female manager beside him. Ignoring the pain in his waist, he donned his clothing in a mere 0.0003 seconds and swiftly arrived at the scene, bewildered by the disparate expressions of the three individuals present. Guys, what on earth has happened? Chapter 64. In-depth communication in front of the New York City Hall, a throng of citizens waved colorful flags and cheered. Today is a momentous occasion for them, as the Vietnam War is set to officially conclude. With the cessation of hostilities, the nation's economic condition is expected to gradually improve, alleviating the hardships brought on by the economic crisis. Most importantly, no more lives will be sacrificed on the battlefields of Vietnam. The loss of each soldier reverberates through the lives of their families. Thus, the majority of those celebrating at City Hall are relatives of military personnel. Journalists from various major media outlets are fervently covering the event, if not for the soldiers on guard. Their cameras would be practically thrust into the faces of officials from around the world. Today, diplomats from various nations gather here, marking a historically significant day as the United States military intervention in Vietnam draws to a close. Arriving now are the Vietnamese foreign minister and accompanying officials. Approaching are the leaders from the Middle East. Look, there is the Tsar with his devoted bodyguards. One wonders what is concealed within that ominous black box Xin Ran. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Trask. Are you truly certain we should remain idle? In Washington, within the grandest suite of the presidential guest house, Ruewen embodied the essence of an exquisite Eastern beauty, reclining in Xin Ran's embrace, adorned in a sumptuous deep V-black gown that enveloped her enchanting figure. Her straight nose and delicately slanted eyes framed a visage of unparalleled beauty. Despite such breathtaking allure by her side, Xin Ran, having just emerged from the throes of a fierce battle, had already ascended to a state of profound wisdom. After rescuing Ruewen from Eric's clutches, their connection deepened rapidly, fueled by Xin Ran's formidable prowess and wealth. He often secretly employed his telepathic abilities to transmit his desires to Ruewen, who, displaying admirable resilience, quickly adapted to his whims after their initial encounter. Under the influence of his mental powers, she believed she understood him intimately, often transforming into the embodiment of his deepest longings. Each experience was distinct, and despite Xin Ran's superhuman physique, the rigors of numerous skirmishes began to take their toll. In the manner of ancient emperors with their myriad concubines, Xin Ran found himself surrounded by the world's women, gazing at the stunning beauty in his arms. Feeling the warmth and softness of her form, he found his stoic resolve beginning to waver. Why resort to killing? What tempest could a mere dwarf stir? Let him flounder. It's merely a trivial Sentinel project. Was it not Eric who was dispatched? As for Ruewen's concerns, Xin Ran remained unperturbed. Eric? Trask is in New York. While you sent him to Egypt, what relevance does that have to the Sentinel project? Ruewen is acutely aware of the implications of the Sentinel initiative. If it progresses, it could spell near extinction for mutants. Observing her troubled expression, Xin Ran tightened her grip slightly. Rest assured, simply indulge in the pleasures of life here. As for Eric's expedition to Egypt, I am well aware, as long as he accomplishes the tasks I entrusted to him. It matters little whether it is the Sentinel program or even the Sentinel Commander initiative. However, do not fret over such matters, Ruewen. It is no surprise that one raised alongside Charles possesses such a saintly heart. With so many mutants unconcerned about the Sentinel program, why should you worry at all? Xin Ran paused for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and switched off the television with a wave of her hand, looking down at Ruewen. In truth, it would not hurt to tell you. Without you, the Sentinel program would utterly fail and pose no threat to the safety of mutants worldwide. Xin Ran's unexpected declaration, coupled with the recent jolt, left Ruewen momentarily bewildered. What does that mean? The development of the Sentinel program, at worst, could only inflict harm on weaker mutants. As for powerful mutants like Eric and Quicksilver, the Sentinels would be utterly ineffective against them. After all, Trask is merely a buffoon. Xin Ran's words exceeded Ruewen's comprehension, leaving her perplexed. What connection does the Sentinel program have to me? Xin Ran continued. The mutant population is not only vast, but also possesses countless abilities. It is simply impossible to annihilate all mutants with a single Sentinel robot. Unless, of course, the Sentinels can acquire their abilities during combat and enhance them through technological means. Consider this. If a mutant who can manipulate fire encounters a Sentinel robot that also wields the power of fire, but is superior in strength, what would be the outcome of their confrontation? The mutants would be. At this point, Ruewen's heart tightened. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Xin Ran interrupted her, just like when Eric faced me. Furthermore, have you ever pondered what would happen if a Sentinel robot possessed multiple abilities akin to mine? At this juncture, Ruewen fell silent. If what Xin Ran proposed were true, mutants would be relentlessly hunted by Sentinel robots, utterly defenseless. You could transform into any form, altering even your physical structure. What if they were to apply your abilities to the Sentinel robots and modify them further? Do you believe that what I have just articulated could be realized by those in the Department of Defense? At this moment, Raven lay in Xin Ran's embrace, resembling a startled lamb. Had she not encountered Xin Ran and blindly attempted to assassinate Tiras, her abilities would surely have been discovered by the military. Any individual possessing even a modicum of intellect would recognize the potential of a mutant capable of such transformations, inevitably linking her powers to the Sentinel program. If that scenario had come to pass, she would not only have failed to dismantle the Sentinel program, but would also have been branded a pariah among mutants, forever tainted by infamy. Xin Ran, thank you. Following the initial trepidation was a surge of relief. Fortunately, she had crossed paths with this unexpected man. To a significant extent, he had altered the trajectory of her destiny. With this thought, Raven rose from the bed, casting an enchanting smile at Xin Ran, her gaze descending from above. Then, in another transformation, she donned heavy makeup, crimson lips, cascading waves, a white blouse, a form-fitting skirt, black stockings, and slender heels. Before him stood an alluring oriental beauty, exuding a mature charm that surpassed her previous sultry allure, igniting an irresistible desire. The barriers of restraint melted away. Observing Raven's playful demeanor, Xin Ran let out a low growl and, without hesitation, lunged forward, eager for a deeper exchange. Chapter 65. The emergence of Apocalypse. Cairo stands as one of the oldest cities in the world, and it remains one of the few ancient cities that has suffered minimal destruction from warfare. As the capital of ancient Egypt, Cairo embodies the essence of mysterious forces. Shortly after Eric departed from Washington and arrived in Egypt, an intangible power began to emanate from Cairo, spreading across the globe. Ordinary individuals, as well as the scientists from Trask studying mutants, remained oblivious to this unique energy. However, mutants worldwide experienced an inexplicable sense of anxiety, leading to widespread panic in various regions. In response to this phenomenon, Meiji Koashian dispatched a formidable mutant from his family to America to seek guidance from Xin Ran. To this, Xin Ran nonchalantly waved him off. Although he himself was not a mutant and could not perceive the force that instilled trepidation in all mutants, he understood the situation clearly. It was a sign that Eric had successfully completed the task assigned to him. After persuading Eric, he had not kept him at the state guest house for long but had sent him directly to Cairo, revealing the approximate location where Apocalypse lay buried. As a true god of ancient Egypt, Apocalypse had been entombed for millennia, yet upon exposure to sunlight, he would absorb energy and awaken from his slumber. The pivotal mission for Eric was to unearth Apocalypse from beneath the earth. According to the original timeline, Apocalypse would not be excavated for several more years by a group of Egyptian tomb raiders. However, recognizing him as a critical piece in unifying the Blue Planet, Xin Ran opted for an earlier awakening. After thousands of years of sleep, the world had transformed significantly, rendering the once mighty Apocalypse bewildered by the unfamiliar environment. "Child, have you saved me?" Upon regaining sight and beholding Eric hovering before him, Apocalypse spoke slowly. "What is this?" At that moment, Apocalypse had yet to learn contemporary language, expressing himself in the ancient Egyptian tongue of millennia past, leaving Eric utterly perplexed. Like Eric, Apocalypse struggled to comprehend his words. After a few moments of awkward mutual gazes, Apocalypse turned and began to walk toward the heart of Cairo, with Eric silently trailing behind. Xin Ran's original task for Eric was to bring Apocalypse forth and remain at his side as a subordinate. Initially, Eric had resisted this notion, but upon learning about Apocalypse's origins and abilities, his enthusiasm ignited. The progenitor of mutants, capable of significantly enhancing one's abilities. Being a subordinate to such an extraordinary being was not an unappealing prospect. Perhaps, after augmenting his own powers, he would rise from his humble beginnings and eventually turn the tables, even commanding Xin Ran as his subordinate. In the bustling markets of Cairo, Apocalypse astutely discovered a television set displayed outside. In a moment, he transported himself closer, silently observing the image of the American president delivering a speech. Subsequently, he placed his hand upon the television, and his powers were instantly activated. Millennia of knowledge flowed through the network of the television, transforming into streams of energy that surged into Apocalypse's mind. The chasm created by a millennium of slumber began to close. Humanity had astonishingly advanced to this stage. Scenes of nuclear and hydrogen bomb explosions played in his mind, prompting Apocalypse to sigh. Mutants were meant to be the rulers of this world, yet now they were despised, reduced to the status of pariahs. This shift in racial identity left Apocalypse deeply dissatisfied, solidifying his resolve to reclaim his rightful era. "Child, come here," Apocalypse beckoned Eric, speaking in somewhat awkward English. "Tell me, what is your power?" Eric, taken aback by Apocalypse's sudden use of English, responded, "They call me Magneto." Despite standing before the progenitor of mutants, he maintained his composure. Even as a subordinate, one must retain a sense of dignity. With that, several metal spheres he carried began to move under his control, demonstrating his abilities to Apocalypse. "Oh," Apocalypse expressed mild surprise at such a power. In the context of millennia past, such a talent could have earned him a position as a personal guard. "Come here." After summoning Magneto closer, Apocalypse placed a hand on his shoulder. Another ability quietly activated, and he quickly discerned the underlying issue. This young man's powers were hardly fully developed. He could only manipulate metallic objects, yet he called himself Magneto. Had he dared to speak thus in ancient times, he would have faced charges of treason. However, times had changed, and such gifted mutants were now rare. Assisting in their development could yield immense potential. If he had sufficient aptitude, he might even surpass Apocalypse himself. This kind of mutant must be harnessed for his own purposes. "Child, are you willing to follow me? To become one of my 4 horsemen? In need of talent?" Apocalypse directly extended an invitation to Eric. "For horsemen? One of them?" Eric found this statement somewhat perplexing, but before he could decide, Apocalypse's voice echoed once more, and darkness enveloped him, transporting him to a realm devoid of others. "Child, silently embrace this energy. Your gifts extend far beyond what you perceive." Apocalypse employed his ability to unlock the potential of mutants upon Eric. In that desolate realm, Painful memories from Eric's childhood resurfaced in his mind. He had witnessed his parents being sent to a mass grave, an event that had awakened his own powers. Later, the Nazi Schmidt had gone to great lengths to exploit his abilities, using his mother as leverage. As Schmidt commanded a ruthless assault on his mother, the memory of Eric erupted violently, causing metal objects throughout the room to soar into the air. In that very moment, the anguish wrought by recollection transformed into boundless power, tearing asunder the desolate expanse around him. Simultaneously, the magnetic field resonated with his being, cradling his form and lifting it into the heights. Seek vengeance, child. Obliterate all who have wronged you. Apocalypse observed Eric's transformation with satisfaction, further fueling his enhanced abilities to their utmost potential. Subsequently, a powerful wave of magnetic disturbance emanated from Eric, engulfing the entire market. Buildings within a 10-kilometer radius collapsed instantaneously, reverberating with thunderous roars. Moments later, Eric regained his composure, feeling the immense energy coursing through him, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Why had he previously been limited to manipulating only metallic objects? Was this the sole distinction between himself and Xin Ran? Now, he could truly be considered the master of magnetism. Gazing at the ruins wrought by his own hand, Eric felt no remorse. They were merely the abodes of insignificant creatures. What did it matter if they were destroyed? Meanwhile, the United States Department of Defense and the research division where Trask resided detected the extraordinary magnetic fluctuations and prepared accordingly. Eric slowly descended from the air, positioning himself behind Apocalypse, a gesture that signified his allegiance. He would henceforth be one of the four horsemen. Well done, my child, Apocalypse remarked, visibly pleased. Suddenly, a new turn of events unfolded. Bolts of lightning cleaved the sky, and the previously clear weather was shrouded by ominous clouds. Who has dared to destroy my home? I shall demand your life. A short distance away, a man enveloped in purple lightning ascended rapidly, looking down upon Apocalypse and Eric, bellowing in fury. Chapter 66. The military strikes, seize the opportunity. Gazing at the man engulfed in thunder and lightning high above, Apocalypse's lips curled slightly in a smile. Secretly reveling in his good fortune, he had just acquired a knight of exceptional talent in Magneto, and now he encountered yet another formidable individual. The ability to wield storms and lightning certainly marked him as a rare gem among mutants. Child, this is merely a human abode. You and I are destined to be the true rulers of this realm. Apocalypse commenced his persuasive rhetoric without hesitation. Enough of the nonsense. I have scrimped and saved my entire life to acquire this modest piece of land, and you dare to threaten its destruction? Mutants are impressive, are they? Who among us is not a mutant? Before Apocalypse could finish his proclamation, several thick bolts of violet lightning surged forth in response to the man's roar, hurtling towards the two. Observing this, Eric waved his hand, activating his powers. The steel reinforcement from the surrounding buildings instantaneously transformed into powder, and in the next moment, coalesced into a massive shield, deflecting the bolts of lightning. Subsequently, thousands of steel rods erupted from the nearby ruins, raining down upon the man in the sky, forming an enormous iron cage that ensnared him completely. Come down, obediently. Eric beckoned, as the steel cage began to contract slowly. In a moment of panic, the man thought, who possesses the ability to manipulate steel in such a manner? The steel rods, being conductive, rendered him unable to escape this cage for the time being, ultimately leading to his reluctant confinement. We are of the same kind. Release him. Apocalypse commanded Eric to loosen the bindings on the man, then stepped forward, placing his hand upon the man's head. Activating his enhancement abilities, he intoned, "We are the rulers of this vast land. I shall usher you into an entirely new world. A world that belongs to us. All the land across the globe is ours. What is a mere house in comparison? My child, I shall empower you further, granting you the capability to dominate this world. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be yourself. You will be the sovereign of this realm. One of my four horsemen, Storm Man." All of this transpired under the keen observation of Xin Ran, whose formidable psychic powers allowed her to perceive everything through Eric's perspective. It must be said that the forces of temporal correction were exceedingly powerful. Originally, Apocalypse was destined to rescue Storm and claim her as one of his knights. Although Storm had yet to be born during this time, a Storm Man had emerged instead. Was it fate or mere coincidence? Upon reflection, it became apparent that this Storm Man was likely the father of Storm. It seemed that the talents of the Storm family could indeed be passed down through generations. Xin Ran, I have been feeling an inexplicable force tugging at my heart lately. Something feels amiss, Raven lamented, offering fruit to Xin Ran as she fed her. At this moment, she was adorned like a beauty from ancient times, dressed in hanfu paired with black and golden waves cascading gracefully, adding an air of unique charm. What could possibly be amiss? Engaging in the basic necessities of life, eating, sleeping, and acting, seemed far preferable to engaging in endless violence. Wouldn't he it? Suddenly, Xin Ran appeared to sense something, abruptly halting her actions. An unsettling feeling brewed within her. Had they truly found their way to her? What's wrong? Rueran inquired, puzzled. Nothing of great significance, merely a swarm of flies, she replied. As the two conversed, several armed helicopters soared into view, emitting a thunderous roar. A glance around revealed that a 10-kilometer radius surrounding the state guest house had been cleared. In addition to the aircraft overhead, nearly a battalion of troops had encircled the area. Sir, it has been confirmed that the individual capable of controlling metal has been out of the country for over half a month. We may proceed. Strick, seated in the helicopter, reported via military communication to Telsa. Commence the operation, but remember, I want to see that shape-shifting woman alive. If not, I demand her corpse. Came Telsa's icy voice from the other end. Strick, filled with fervor at the prospect of commanding such a large-scale operation for the first time, proclaimed, fire. At the command. Soldiers armed with rocket launchers simultaneously pressed their triggers, unleashing a barrage towards the state guest house. However, instead of an explosion, the projectiles fused mid-air, forming an enormous net that anchored itself to the ground, transforming the state guest house into a prison. Mutants within the state guest house, I command you to surrender immediately, or face indiscriminate fire. Strick's voice echoed through the streets via a loudspeaker. I will count to 3. Should you fail to surrender, you shall perish. After a prolonged silence with no response, Strick's anger surged. 3, 2, 1. Everyone, open fire and demolish this building. With that command, artillery erupted. An onslaught of bullets and rockets rained down upon the state guest house. Strick observed with satisfaction, relishing the power he wielded. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze, quickly morphing into a roar of alarm. This is bad. Everyone, follow my orders and retreat, immediately. All bullets and shells halted just as they approached the walls of the state guest house, on the brink of explosion. Commander, the aircraft is immobilized. Commander, I cannot move. Commander, we are unable to evacuate. At that moment, a deep black portal materialized from thin air, and Xin Ran, accompanied by Rueran, stepped through, ascending into the sky. Her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the helicopters below. Gazing at Strick and the multitude of soldiers surrounding them, she quietly resolved that since they had come, they might as well stay. Her voice, though soft, resonated in everyone's ears. Meanwhile, the suspended projectiles began to reverse course, hurtling back towards their origin. A thunderous roar echoed as helicopters exploded in the sky, and soldiers surrounding the state guest house fell one by one. The gruesome scene caused even Raven, accustomed to the specter of life and death, to bury her head in Xin Ran's embrace. Without Charles, the ambitions of Apocalypse would surely falter. In light of this, I shall seize the opportunity to lend a hand. Resolute in my course, Xin Ran tightened his grip around Raven's slender waist and soared skyward, halting amidst the clouds. Then, a vast surge of mental power burst forth like a dam released. In that moment, every individual in positions of military and political authority across the globe, from the highest leaders to ordinary soldiers, found their minds and thoughts ensnared by Xin Ran. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, preoccupied with rallying his 4 horsemen, sensed this formidable psychic force and instinctively glanced skyward, feeling a twinge of trepidation. What are we doing here, Xin Ran? Raven inquired, puzzled. Just watch the fireworks, he replied. No sooner had he spoken than a nuclear missile pierced the cloud cover, ascending toward the atmosphere. Raven gasped in disbelief. Initially thinking this was the culmination of the spectacle, she was taken aback as a multitude of warheads materialized above the clouds, hurtling toward the atmosphere. Xin Ran, what is this? She stammered. Nuclear warheads from around the world. As the missiles soared beyond Earth's confines, each detonated in a dazzling display of light. Raven was rendered speechless by the breathtaking brilliance. Xin Ran, what are you doing? The visceral reaction jolted Raven back to reality. Such a beautiful sight. Should we not revel in it from this altitude? The aerial battle in this realm was poised to unfold once more. Shortly after Xin Ran launched every nuclear missile from Earth into outer space, the Sentinel program championed by Trellas received unanimous global endorsement, culminating in a crescendo of resistance against the mutants from ordinary citizens worldwide. Following the assembly of his 4 horsemen, Apocalypse boldly emerged, transforming the architecture of Egypt into sand, only to erect his own dominion and structures in its place. Furthermore, he took ownership of the nuclear launch, using it as a rallying cry to enlist mutants from across the globe to restore his reign. All of this, fortuitously aligned with Xin Ran's grand design. Chapter 67. The emergence of Sentinels. If one individual were capable of relocating half a city, the very foundations of freedom and democracy would inevitably crumble. The formidable mutants possessed the ability to effortlessly alter the global landscape, should humanity fail to unite in defiance. They could enslave and annihilate humankind in the blink of an eye. Surely, Humanity cannot be permitted to tremble under the dominion of mutants. In the face of calamity, humanity often exhibits remarkable solidarity. Within a mere 2 months following the emergence of Apocalypse, the world has devolved into a stark dichotomy. On one side stands the Human Alliance, spearheaded by the illustrious Russia, while on the other lies the mutant faction led by Apocalypse. The streets and alleys within human territories are plastered with slogans of resistance. Those not of our kin harbor treacherous hearts. Within human households, even if one's own son is a mutant, there exists a chilling willingness to report him. The mutants denounced are swiftly apprehended by the military and subjected to the brutal measures of the Sentinel program. In the face of existential threats to their race, notions of righteousness and morality crumble, compelling many mutants who once sympathized with humanity to gravitate towards Apocalypse's camp. The united front of mutants is an unstoppable force. Humanity's weaponry appears as feeble as paper in comparison to the diverse abilities of the mutants. Under Apocalypse's command, they have reclaimed nearly half of the globe. The enhanced Eric, wielding his power to manipulate magnetic fields, obliterates all structures within conquered territories. Cities forged from steel and concrete resemble mere Play-Doh before him. After demolishing the edifices, Apocalypse employs his molecular manipulation abilities to erect towering pyramids, restoring the dominion he once held a millennium ago. The millennia of human civilization and technological advancement have regressed to a point of origin. Within the mutants' territory, humanity is relegated to the status of slaves. Their lives valued less than those of dogs. The Human Alliance, devoid of nuclear weaponry to deliver a devastating counterstrike against the mutants, can only stand by helplessly as their kin are subjugated. Mutants, too, possess parents and loved ones, yet the prevailing tide compels them to become adversaries, even turning against one another in a gruesome struggle for survival. Today, the world resembles a veritable hellscape, a battleground soaked in the bones and blood of both humans and mutants. The success of the Sentinel program has emerged as humanity's beacon of hope, and the architect of this initiative, Tlos, has been exalted to the status of a deity among humankind. Sir, the current Sentinel robots now possess the capability for autonomous evolution. It is time for us to commence mass production and initiate a counteroffensive. Within the mutant research facility of the U.S. Department of Defense, a man bearing an uncanny resemblance to Stryker addressed the diminutive figure with the utmost respect. Having received substantial support in terms of manpower and resources from the 3 major powers, Tlos has surmounted the hurdle of utilizing Mystique's mutant genes, creating Sentinel robots capable of rapid transformation. Not only that, but Trellis has also devised armor to counter the mutants. When humans don this armor, they can approach mutants, rendering their abilities significantly less effective. Consequently, the capabilities of the human army will be greatly enhanced, no longer powerless against mutants as they once were. Immediately inform the leaders of the 3 factions. Tomorrow morning, a press conference for all humanity will be convened. The mutants owe us a debt. It is time to reclaim what is rightfully ours. The diminutive Trellis gazed at the towering Sentinel robots before him, his expression devoid of emotion. Very well, sir. I shall make the arrangements at once, replied Strick as he departed. After Strick left, Trellis pressed a red button on the control panel. Moments later, a deep rumble echoed from hundreds of meters underground. The Pentagon's subterranean levels had transformed into a vast manufacturing facility, housing thousands of production machines for Sentinel robots. Exuding a sense of advanced technology, in front of these machines stood numerous men, each identical to Strick. At the moment Trellis pressed the button, a flicker of red light ignited in the eyes of all the Strick clones, and the colossal machines before them sprang to life under their command. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Trellis seems particularly fond of Strick. After his demise, all his assistants and the manufacturing robots were cloned or designed to resemble Strick. Is there some hidden affection between them? That remains to be seen. Meanwhile, the mutants learned of the impending significant actions from the humans. However, for Apocalypse, it was hardly a concern, and he felt no inclination to address it personally. His primary worry was the individual who had once launched thousands of nuclear warheads into the sky. Yet, neither he nor Caliban, who possessed the ability to sense the presence of mutants, could locate such a person. It was indeed peculiar that a mere human like Xin Ran could elude their search for mutants. Currently, the only one aware of Xin Ran's existence under Apocalypse's command was Eric. However, Apocalypse had never inquired about Xin Ran, nor had Eric ever mentioned him. Eric contemplated that when he encountered Xin Ran again, he must reclaim his pride. Empowered by Apocalypse, he felt confident enough to confront Xin Ran. As for Xin Ran's status, that was far from his mind. He was now the foremost of the 4 horsemen, second to none, commanding legions of mutants. What was Xin Ran to him? Yet, he still felt a sense of gratitude towards him for bringing him to Cairo. Otherwise, he would not have experienced this fortunate turn of events. Apocalypse's ambitions mirrored his own, to lead the mutants into war and establish their dominance over the world. Their relationship was not one of hierarchy, but rather a close and cooperative alliance. I, Magneto Eric, shall never submit to another. Eric, take Storm and the others and pay a visit. I will join you after I conclude this matter, Apocalypse stated solemnly within the Great Pyramid Hall. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing the command of Apocalypse, Eric respectfully acknowledged it and subsequently departed from Cairo, stealthily making his way to Washington with Storm. Although he felt a deep-seated resentment at having to submit to another, he understood that appearances must be maintained. The ability to yield and endure, he thought, was a quality only he, as the foremost of the four horsemen, could embody. After Eric's departure, the Grand Hall was left with Apocalypse alone. Activating his powers, he reached out and tore open the fabric of space, from which two other horsemen emerged. The manipulation of molecular control was once again set into motion, leading to an extraordinary transformation within the pyramid's chamber, where two stone beds inscribed with runes manifested. Angels and spirit butterflies serve as my guardians. His power is precisely what I require at this moment. Yes, one of the beds cradled the form of Magi Coatian, whose abilities bore a striking resemblance to Charles's. To be precise, it was Magi Coatian, enhanced by Apocalypse. First, he would amplify the powers, then absorb them for himself. Apocalypse was indeed playing a clever game. Chapter 68. Entering the trap. Xin Ran, how much longer must we remain here? Raven inquired, her gaze constantly fixated on the tumultuous state of the outside world. She was utterly disheartened by the emerging polarization. The rift between her and Eric had arisen precisely because their visions for the future of mutants diverged. Yet, the current circumstances seemed to be evolving in line with Eric's intentions. As she fretted over the fate of humanity, she was equally concerned about the Sentinel program. The latest news, as per the spirit of the Tripartite Joint Conference, announced that the United States, Russia, and China would convene a global mobilization meeting in Washington at noon tomorrow. The impending conflict between mutants and all of humanity was poised to reach a climactic point. Before Xin Ran could respond, the television blared the latest report. Stunned, they sank onto the bed. Xin Ran lit a cigar, taking a slow drag before exhaling the smoke. It appears humanity is preparing to launch a counteroffensive. I surmise the Sentinel program has reached a significant scale. Without a firm foundation, the three parties would not unite to issue such a mobilization call. Alas, they remain woefully uninformed about Apocalypse. Tomorrow, we shall witness it together. Tyrus's thoughts were confined to mutants of Eric's caliber. On one hand, since Apocalypse established his nation, he had seldom appeared in human view, and Tyrus lacked any relevant information regarding his actions. On the other hand, he dismissed the notions of mutant progenitors and the so-called divine creators of humanity as mere fabrications concocted by high-level mutants like Eric to incite rebellion. Thus, he believed that once they vanquished Eric and the four horsemen, the lesser beings would crumble before his Sentinel army. Raven's face flushed as she spoke. The public declaration will surely prompt mutants from Egypt to arrive. Xin Ran, do you think Eric has already betrayed us? The Eric of today was far removed from the one of the past. After all, 30 years can shift the tides of fortune, and the human heart is an unpredictable entity. Raven felt a twinge of apprehension. His betrayal or loyalty is of little consequence to me. Whether he aligns himself with the right faction is solely dependent on his fate. Though Xin Ran feigned indifference toward the shifting power dynamics, his mental faculties had never ceased operation, perpetually monitoring the fluctuations among mutants and humanity. The forthcoming human mobilization meeting would signify a monumental betrayal, directly affecting his ability to fulfill the system's mandate. The situation had unfolded precisely as Xin Ran had anticipated. After acquiring Charles's abilities, he had undergone a profound transformation. Ultimately, Charles, despite his mental prowess, was merely an ordinary man, subject to the ravages of time. To maximize his own abilities, Xin Ran would require the support of advanced technology. However, Xin Ran is distinct. Not only is he endowed with a superlative physique by the system, but he has also undergone the refining of his body through the divine realm's lightning, achieving the status of a thunder god. Aside from the limitations in his mental prowess, in every other aspect, he surpasses Charles by thousands, if not millions, of times. If we consider that abilities and talents require a commendable vessel, Xin Ran's body serves as the finest vessel. This elucidates why, despite possessing similar mental capabilities, Xin Ran's are vastly superior to those of Charles. Initially, upon acquiring his mental powers, Xin Ran aspired to command the entirety of Earth's populace to submit to him, thereby accomplishing his objective of unifying the Blue Planet and fulfilling the system's task. However, in practice, he discovered that while his mental strength is formidable, it is not yet sufficient to effortlessly alter the thoughts of every human and mutant on Earth. Nevertheless, he is capable of issuing brief mental commands to all living beings globally, such as compelling them to commit suicide. In this manner, He could annihilate the entire population of Earth in an instant. And although this would technically unify the blue planet and complete his mission, Xin Ran is reluctant to pursue such an outcome. After all, upon the completion of his task, he wishes to traverse freely between the worlds of the X-Men and the Avengers. What significance would it hold if, by then, the X-Men world were devoid of any inhabitants? The ambition to have the entire world submit to him and achieve perpetual control over their thoughts is a fanciful dream, nearly unattainable. Even the prospect of permanently controlling the thoughts of the citizens of a small city, let alone the entire planet, is implausible. Moreover, there are certain humans and mutants whose mental fortitude is exceptionally robust, making permanent control of their thoughts even more challenging. The idea of brainwashing individuals like Charles and Hank one by one raises the question of how long it would take to cleanse the minds of all humanity. However, if living beings could develop feelings of reverence, trust, or fear towards him, establishing an emotional foundation, then achieving permanent control over their thoughts would become effortless. This bears a resemblance to contemporary cult cultures. It is also the reason Xin Ran sought to unearth Apocalypse prematurely and launched nuclear warheads into the sky, instigating a conflict between mutants and humans. Eric, do those Sentinel robots truly pose a threat to mutants? On the way to Washington, Storm hesitated for a long time before finally posing this question. Having become a Knight of Apocalypse, he now possesses a house, car, wealth, and even women, no longer needing to conceal his abilities or worry about his livelihood. If those Sentinel robots from the human side truly possess such capabilities, what would become of his unborn daughter? Storm, are you lacking confidence in yourself or in our leaderess abilities? How much turmoil can mere ants, like humans, truly cause? In the war between mutants and humans, victory can only belong to the mutants. Eric replied solemnly. The Storm Man fell into a contemplative silence, deep within. He harbored no desire to take a life. All he sought was to satiate his hunger, secure adequate clothing, find shelter, and avoid being treated as a pariah. Alas, the oppressive actions of the authorities have compelled the people to rise in rebellion. The circumstances have reached this dire juncture solely due to human actions. You, conceal our presence. We are on the brink of entering Washington's territory, Eric commanded a fellow mutant behind him. In response, their group melded seamlessly with the surroundings, becoming nearly invisible. Meanwhile, on the side of Trask, tens of thousands of fully operational Sentinel robots had been deployed in preparation for tomorrow's mobilization meeting. Concurrently, the military forces affiliated with the three factions donned the latest advanced gear and weaponry, standing by at the ready. Ostensibly, the mobilization meeting was a joint effort of the three factions, yet in reality, it was a cunning trap designed to ensnare. Even if the mutants were aware of the ruse, they would leap into the snare without hesitation. Magneto? Storm Man? Humph, since they have come to us willingly, let us capture them all. Deep within the Pentagon, Trask gazed at the multitude of red dots on the control screen. His face twisted in a grimace as he bellowed in fury. Chapter 69. The imminent catastrophe. The grand opening ceremony of the Trilateral Joint Conference was held as scheduled at Washington Square. The representatives from the United States, Russia, and China attended the mobilization meeting, all clad in identical commanding military uniforms, seated at the highest dais. Since the advent of modern civilization, it has been a rare occurrence for the three titans to convene in such a manner, particularly in unified attire. In this critical juncture of survival, distinctions of wealth or status had evaporated within the human alliance. Only a profound unity remained, as no soul wished to endure a life worse than death and servitude. At this moment, not only was Washington Square teeming with people, but the entirety of Washington was a throng, utterly congested. The significance of this meeting lay not only in the presentation of the successfully developed Sentinel robots by Trask and the counteroffensive against the mutants, but also in the distribution of anti-mutant armor to all attendees. Armor exclusively reserved for the military. In the current climate, it was exceedingly difficult for the average individual to become a soldier. Only the elite among humanity achieved such a status. While ordinary citizens enjoyed the protection of the military, when the mutant horde surged forth, self-defense became their sole recourse. Thus, apart from the dignitaries of the three factions, the remainder of the attendees comprised civilians from the human coalition. After all, who would not desire the protection of anti-mutant armor to bolster their self-defense in perilous times? Today, thousands of citizens gathered, having traveled from around the globe to witness this monumental moment. Additionally, journalists from over 50 countries were present to broadcast live from the venue. At the conference, the officials from the U.S. Department of Defense and the News Intelligence Agency faced hundreds of cameras, delivering their reports with calm composure. Meanwhile, Xin Ran and Raven arrived at the conference site, making their way toward the VIP section. Sir, may I see your invitation? A soldier obstructed their path. The VIP section was reserved for the significant figures of the human alliance. including not only political leaders but also key personnel involved in the development of the Sentinel robots and anti-mutant armor. Thus, the entrance requirements were stringent. Invitations were the sole currency for entry, not mere identity. "Certainly, this lady is accompanying me," Xin Ran replied, extending his hand slowly as his mental energy activated. The soldier glanced at the empty palm, nodded respectfully, and then flashed a sycophantic smile at Raven. "My apologies, sir. Welcome. You and your lady are invited to enter. Please, come in." He then personally cleared the way, escorting the pair to their seats in the VIP section. "Please welcome the leaders of the three factions to take their seats." An impassioned voice resonated from the broadcast, and military music filled the air. At that moment, Xin Ran sensed the approach of throngs of mutants heading towards Washington Square, led by none other than Eric and Storm. In Cairo, Egypt, the formidable apocalyptic force was absorbing the capabilities of the venerable Meiji Coatian, and at this juncture, significant progress had already been made. While Xin Ran had previously extracted Charles' abilities and managed to keep him alive, apocalyptic, devoid of any principles of martial ethics, was ruthlessly siphoning both power and vitality. Meiji Coatian, already over a century old and as frail as kindling, was left utterly diminished by apocalyptic's relentless onslaught. It was likely that by the end of this ordeal, not even his bones would remain intact. The atmosphere in Washington Square was electric with fervor as the human coalition stirred in response to the appearance of the three leaders and Tiras. "My fellow humans, today we confront the gravest threat in history, the mutants. These mutants slaughter and enslave our brethren, plundering our lands and plunging all of humanity into turmoil. Now, we are prepared to confront them. In the immortal words of Robert Oppenheimer, behold, the world will be forever changed." Upon the utterance of this profound statement, a soul-stirring symphony resonated through the gathering. The resounding echoes swept across Washington, transmitted via live broadcast to every corner inhabited by humanity. Amidst the stirring music, imposing and formidable Sentinel robots soared through the sky, gracefully descending around the square. As the symphony concluded, the Secretary of Defense stood at the podium, advancing with a salute directed towards the heavens, the populace, and the Sentinel robots encircling them. The audience, deeply moved, irrespective of their status as soldiers or civilians, instinctively returned the salute, and at that moment, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Tiras stepped forward to briefly outline the capabilities of the Sentinels before instructing them to distribute anti-mutant armor to the assembled crowd. Unlike military gear, the armor received by the public resembled ordinary jackets, crafted following Tiras' research into a mutant's genetic makeup, whose extraordinary ability inhibited the powers of other mutants in proximity. This innovative technology was similarly integrated within each Sentinel robot. "Do you require assistance?" In Washington's largest arena, a janitor, engrossed in the live broadcast, addressed a peculiar figure within the venue. The impact of the Sentinel robots had rendered him oblivious to the arrival of the strange individual. "No, you cannot assist." No sooner had the words left his lips than the television screen before him began to tremble. The enigmatic figure slowly raised both hands, levitating as colossal fissures erupted throughout the vast arena. In the next instant, the arena ascended into the sky, following the mysterious figure as it vanished into the horizon. In a mere span of seconds, the once crowded arena, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, was reduced to an empty expanse. The janitor, utterly petrified, sank to the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared skyward, lost in confusion. At Washington Square, Terrace continued his impassioned oration, proclaiming to his compatriots today, "You shall witness history. Humanity shall no longer be enslaved by mutants. Our lands shall no longer be occupied by them. Today, we shall launch a counter." Before he could utter his final word, a colossal dark cloud materialized, shrouding the sky above the square. Meanwhile, a cacophony of screams erupted from the periphery, as hundreds were engulfed by an unexpected inferno. Thunder rumbled, shattering the tranquility of the heavens, as the ominous clouds gradually dispersed, revealing Eric's silhouette. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the throngs below with an expression akin to that of one observing ants. The vast circular edifice and the Storm Man stood motionless beneath him. "Thank you for your patience. Do you still fancy this gift?" His voice, laced with menace, resonated through the sky. No sooner had he finished speaking than the structure, capable of engulfing the entirety of Washington Square, plummeted swiftly, hurtling toward the ground with tremendous force. Chapter 70. How can one endure a prolonged subjugation? At the moment when the gymnasium was about to collapse, the mechanisms on the podium activated, transporting Trask and other key figures deep beneath the Pentagon. Have they fled? Eric observed the scene and immediately issued orders. Annihilate all Sentinel robots here, locate Trask's stronghold, and eliminate those wretches. Subsequently, the mutant army unleashed a ferocious assault amidst the throngs of humanity. Those clad in armor could still contend with a handful of lower-tier mutants. Yet when faced with high-level mutants capable of controlling fire and water, they were met with certain demise. Some individuals had not even had the chance to don their armor before being brutally slain. The Sentinel program? Is this your source of confidence? It is utterly inadequate. Manipulating the steel reinforcements along with the concrete, I effortlessly smashed several Sentinel robots into ruin. You intend to use this as a means of resistance against us? What a farce. Children, today marks the moment we seize Washington. Whoever slays the three heads of state, and Trask shall become the master of this city. Eric borrowed Apocalypse's rhetoric, his voice amplified by his specially designed magnetic field, resonating throughout every corner of Washington. Upon hearing this, Storm was the first to respond. His passion for land and property igniting his ambition, he was determined to claim the title of City Lord. Trask, what is happening? Why are the Sentinel robots outside not retaliating? The three heads of state sat in Trask's main control room, observing the situation outside. Unable to bear it any longer, the American representative pounded the table in frustration, demanding answers. Trask, what is your stance? I am speaking to you, asking why there is no counterattack. Where are your Sentinel robots? Merely for show? Seeing the little man ignore him, the American representative felt his pride wounded. After all, they were still on American soil. And prior to the polarization, Trask had been one of their own. It was intolerable for his subordinate to disregard him in front of the other two heads of state. After an awkward silence of 2 seconds, Trask's voice, neither loud nor soft, resonated in the control room. I grant you the courtesy of addressing you as the American representative. But without that courtesy, you are nothing. Expecting the weight of his title to compel immediate recognition of his negligence, the American was taken aback by such audacity. This left the other two heads of state equally astonished. Just as they were about to reprimand their ally, Trask's voice rang out once more. Not just you, but the both of you as well, ungrateful fools. Were it not for your slight influence, I would cast you aside without a second thought. Allowing Magneto to crush you with the gymnasium. Do you still believe this is an opportune time to flaunt your titles of authority before me? Mutants have already seized half the world's territory and enslaved half of humanity. What can you possibly do? I am not one of those foolish masses outside, listening to your rhetoric on unity, politics, and ideology. At this moment, I command an army of hundreds of thousands of Sentinels. Furthermore, you may not yet be aware, but I have already taken control of the three factions' armies. With a sinister expression, Tress mockingly regarded the so-called leaders present. It is important to note that prior to the emergence of the apocalypse, when the world had not yet fractured, Tress had proposed the Sentinel program to the Department of Defense. However, at that time, his suggestion was met with disdain by the American authorities. Without their endorsement, he could not secure support from the department, as he was merely a minor head of a special laboratory within the defense sector. His words lacking weight and his ability for retribution severely limited. Yet now, the shifting tides of global affairs have elevated his status, allowing him to stand on equal footing with the leaders of the three factions. Moreover, he currently wields an army of hundreds of thousands of Sentinels, alongside the forces he secretly controls. If Apocalypse and Magneto can lead mutants to establish their own nation and reign as emperors, why should I, Tress, not lead all of humanity in a new founding and claim the title of emperor? A true man should not dwell in the shadows of others for long. The leaders of the three factions? In this context, they are mere jesters. Humph, since you wish to witness my Sentinels, let me provide you with a memorable spectacle. With a cold sneer, Tress commanded in a tone that brooked no dissent. All units, execute all mutants in Washington and capture Magneto and Storm alive. Previously, the Department of Defense had captured a mutant with extraordinarily acute hearing. To ensure complete mastery over his research results, Tress fully utilized this ability, applying it to the Sentinels, which meant that all Sentinels would heed only his commands. His unique vocal signature resonated in the minds of every Sentinel robot in the manufacturing facility below, and suddenly, the entire space seemed to tremble. Thousands of Sentinel robots erupted from the ground and soared at supersonic speeds into the sky, beginning to scan for mutants within hundreds of kilometers. They hovered in the air for less than a second before collectively heading towards Washington Square. What is happening? The Tsar was taken aback by the scene displayed before him. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a formidable weapon, especially after his own little minions had been launched into the air by mutants. Observing the Tsar's naivety, Tress wore a look of disdain. Did you truly believe that those in Washington Square were my Sentinel robots? If they are not, then why exert so much effort to create such a grand spectacle? The Flame Emperor retorted indignantly. If you do not come, my influence alone will be insufficient. Only when we are all present will the mutants take us seriously and walk into our trap, my esteemed Flame Emperor. Can you not grasp such a simple truth? I fear you have grown quite muddled in your old age. Old one, stop pretending, be cautious. The storm-wielding man, unleashing bolts of lightning, suddenly sensed something amiss. He hurriedly soared towards Eric, shouting with urgency. Yet, in the end, he was still a moment too late. Chapter 71. Xin Ran's thoughts. Apocalypse arrives. In the sky, an indistinct shape collided violently with Eric, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing this, Stormman hastily descended towards Eric. Despite his formidable innate abilities, he was ultimately still a mage, unable to withstand such a blow. Eric, wake up. Please wake up, Stormman exclaimed, shaking him fervently as panic gripped him. At that moment, the silhouette of a sentry robot emerged on the battlefield. Recognizing the threat, Stormman hurled a bolt of lightning at one of the sentries. However, in the very next instant, a similar purple lightning retaliated upon contact. Humph. You think you can harm me with that? Stormman scoffed, allowing the purple lightning to strike him, relishing the sensation. This attack not only invigorated him, but also roused Eric, who sat up abruptly, staring vacantly at Stormman. Ah, my apologies, I almost forgot you were in my arms, he muttered. Yet, the sentry offered them no opportunity for further conversation, charging directly towards the two. Eric, regaining his composure, extended his hand, and countless steel chains emerged from the remnants of the gymnasium, forming a massive steel net that ensnared the advancing sentries midair. With a sizzling sound, moments later, the thick steel net was melted into molten iron by the intense heat emitted from the sentries, merging into their very being. Suddenly, a cacophony of sonic booms erupted from the horizon. Both Eric and Stormman turned to behold a swarm of sentries approaching, with more and more robotic adversaries joining the fray. Surrounding mutants fell one after another at the hands of the sentries, and Eric was utterly astonished by their overwhelming power. The gymnasium, originally intended to trap foes, had become a graveyard for their own. Realizing the situation had spiraled beyond their control, Eric unleashed his abilities, cleaving the gymnasium in two and tearing a gaping chasm. All mutants, retreat. Get out of here. Young man, conceal our presence. Stormman, summon the storm, the lightning, and the winds. Hold them off for as long as you can. Eric commanded urgently. Chief, the invisible man has been slain. One of his subordinates shouted in distress. What? Eric exclaimed. The young man, one of Apocalypse's formidable warriors, possessed exceptional abilities. Not only could he render himself invisible and impervious to harm, but he could also help those around him become invisible on a large scale. Once concealed, ordinary people would not only be unseen, but also undetectable by any current human sensors. Due to this extraordinary ability, mutants consistently catch human military forces off guard during territorial conquests, facing no defeats. When the Sentinel army descended, the young man presumed that these robots could be easily cleaved in two, just like the earlier inconsequential decorations. Thus, he charged forth, wielding his blade without a hint of caution. However, as he approached, his concealed figure became visible, and although his power had only faltered for mere moments, by the time he attempted to reactivate it, a Sentinel's fist had already pierced through his heart, sending him to his demise. Such scenarios unfolded for the majority of mutants. Confronted with these mechanized foes, it appeared that the Sentinels were the true mutants, while the mutants themselves resembled ordinary humans, overwhelmed and powerless to retaliate. At this juncture, chaos reigned in the square, with mutants pursuing ordinary people while Sentinels hunted mutants. Deaths and injuries abounded, and the air was heavy with the scent of blood. Meanwhile, Xin Ran soared into the sky with Raven, utilizing a magnetic force field to carve out a sanctuary, concealing their forms as they observed the unfolding carnage. Patiently awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse, I sensed that I could scarcely withstand a single round against those Sentinel robots. Witnessing their might left Raven feeling a twinge of dread. Now fully developed, the Sentinels possessed the capability to replicate an opponent's mutant genes during combat, enhancing themselves with these powers. However, the process remains sluggish. A Sentinel must engage in battle for hundreds of rounds, and some mutants, possessing formidable abilities, require thousands of encounters before successful replication. In the original narrative, a Sentinel utilizing Raven's mutant genes could replicate a superior ability within mere seconds of combat with a mutant, an exceedingly grotesque phenomenon. Reflecting on this, what if you had stubbornly insisted on assassinating Trask in New York? Had it not been for Xin Ran, you would undoubtedly be branded a villain among mutants and perhaps even all of humanity. Raven's emotions were tumultuous as she silently observed the evolving situation below. Are you certain you want to assist Eric? She inquired, unable to ignore Eric's plight as he was relentlessly battered by Sentinels, his body marred by wounds and his control over steel dwindling. Patience, Xin Ran replied, shaking his head. Not long thereafter, the Sentinels pursuing Eric began to subtly manipulate the surrounding magnetic fields, launching several steel rods. Witnessing this, Xin Ran felt a flicker of astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that these Sentinels could replicate even the abilities of a mutant of Eric's caliber. In that moment, a thought blossomed within Xin Ran's mind. What if the technology used to develop the Sentinels could be applied to armored suits? Could this lead to the creation of a formidable army capable of resisting or even subduing extraterrestrial forces? Upon contemplating this, I resolved that once I completed this task for the system, I would be able to traverse between two realms at will, that of the Tesseract and the Sentinels. I must entrust this to Tony, allowing him to thoroughly investigate whether he could bring his ideas to fruition. It has been a while since I departed from the world of the Avengers, and I am uncertain how the timeline has progressed there. I hope that when I return after completing my mission, I do not find Thanos laying siege to Earth. Suddenly, a thunderous boom erupted as a bolt of lightning struck the electromagnetic shield, emitting a brilliant purple glow before vanishing in an instant. What on earth is happening? On the ground, Storm gazed at the sky in bewilderment, questioning whether his powers had faltered. That shouldn't be the case. Soon after, he activated his abilities once more, conjuring a dense fog to obscure the Sentinel's vision, facilitating the mutant's escape. Fortunately, the Sentinel's influence on my powers was minimal. As I prepared to depart, an unsettling sound pierced the air. Who the hell unleashed this contraption? Damn it! Is that a robot? Is it aiding us, or those wretched beings? Storm felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that ignorance had led to this predicament. In a flurry, he dispelled the fog, restoring visibility to the scene. As clarity returned, I beheld Eric surrounded by numerous Sentinels, trapped with no escape. Old man. As Eric seemed on the verge of being brutally captured, Storm shouted in desperation. At that moment, a rift in space manifested on the ground, and the surrounding Sentinels appeared frozen, immobile, as silence enveloped the area. Bow before your master. Seconds later, the surviving mutants in the vicinity bowed in reverence towards the rift. It was none other than Apocalypse, having emerged after draining the essence of Meiji Quishin. Chapter 72. Despair sets in. Terrace is terrified beneath the Pentagon. The images on the main control screen left Terrace in a state of panic. He was witnessing a mutant capable of tearing through the very fabric of space for the first time, just as he was encountering Apocalypse himself. Due to Apocalypse's ability to manipulate electronic devices and networks, humanity possessed scan information about him. As a commander, he had rarely shown his face during the conflict between the two factions. The mutants captured previously yielded little intelligence, as the four horsemen and their generals were beyond his reach before the Sentinels even came into existence. Consequently, the understanding of Apocalypse among humans, including Terrace, was virtually non-existent. Moreover, the sheer power Apocalypse had just exhibited left him utterly unsettled. The ability to immobilize all Sentinel robots in an instant. What kind of force was this? It was terrifying. At this moment, Terrace's perception of Apocalypse underwent a profound transformation. He truly believed that this individual was indeed the progenitor of mutants. Who else in this world could wield such formidable strength? After all, he was acutely aware of the capabilities of his own Sentinels. He had once thought that Eric and his faction were invincible, yet it turned out that Apocalypse's identity was authentic. A sense of helplessness and despair gradually overtook Terrace's expression. Labels such as progenitor of mutants, ancient deity, and the most powerful mutant were affixed by the mutants themselves. Why had he dismissed these as mere embellishments when they reached him? Had his own cleverness led to his downfall? Had he known the truth earlier? The Sentinel technology would still require a decade or more of development before he would have the courage to mass-produce it. Tears of frustration welled up within him. At that moment, Terrace slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, his face devoid of expression, having surrendered all resistance. This sudden change bewildered the leaders and other high-ranking human officials present. Just a moment ago, the dwarf had been brimming with confidence, ambition practically written across his face. How had he transformed into such a pitiful state? Were the Sentinels malfunctioning? The screen displayed no indication of issues. The Sentinels appeared to be functioning perfectly, having dispatched so many mutants. What could his despair possibly signify? As Apocalypse stepped forth from the rift in space, the Horsemen, Angel, Blink, Cyclops, and Shadowcat, along with other generals, emerged before the onlookers. Even Wolverine and Quicksilver were among them. Clearly, these two could no longer endure life in the human world and had opted to follow Apocalypse, attaining positions of significant authority in the process. Apocalypse's gaze swept over each mutant present, his eyes betraying no emotion. "My dear children, I have arrived, albeit late," he proclaimed. Under his supportive abilities, Eric, who had been on the brink of collapse, revitalized and resumed his commanding demeanor. Likewise, all other injured mutants, regardless of their rank, found their wounds healed under Apocalypse's empowering influence. Having completed the most rudimentary task of salvaging the situation, his formidable powers were once again unleashed. Under the influence of his molecular manipulation, the gruesome scene was restored to its pre-battle state in mere moments. The arrangements of the venue, the seating, the architecture, the cameras, and all other facilities reverted to their original forms. In an instant, he materialized at the podium, prompting all present mutants to take their seats. The former VIP sections had now become the domain of his knights and warriors. The venue remained unchanged, yet the attendees had transformed from humans to mutants, under Apocalypse's command. The unfolding events were broadcasted across every electronic device worldwide, reaching the eyes of every human and mutant alike. The skies and ground were densely populated with sentinels, standing motionless like mere decorations. The leaders of the three factions and the upper echelons of the human camp, much like Trellis, wore expressions of despair. With a mere gesture, all cameras focused on the podium. As the leader of the mutants, he chose this occasion for his inaugural public appearance, which might also be his last. For once his dominion was restored, the world would regress to its origins, plunging into a society of servitude. At that juncture, he would no longer be a figure to be easily observed. Such is the nature of humanity. When Apocalypse spoke, his profound voice resonated through every electronic device and intertwined with a delicate mental force, reaching into the hearts of all. Casting a glance at the Sentinel robots, he paused for a brief moment, then declared, "Now that you possess these, you shall no longer require stones. No longer need spears. No longer need catapults. No longer need swords. No weapons required. And no uniforms. Certainly no superpowers. Therefore, vanish completely. Be obliterated." His calm words thundered in the ears of the listeners like a tempest. As his pronouncement concluded, he rolled his eyes back, activating his molecular control. In an instant, the multitude of Sentinel robots disintegrated into mere dust, vanishing entirely from sight. In that moment, humanity's greatest reliance was reduced to ashes, and people around the globe were engulfed in a profound sense of despair, for they were on the brink of enslavement by the mutants. Their identities would shift from civilians to slaves, and henceforth, the notion of human rights would be obsolete, replaced solely by mutant rights. After obliterating the Sentinels, Apocalypse extracted Trellis and the high-ranking officials of the human faction from beneath the ground through a rift in space. What was once their podium had now transformed into their execution platform. Is this your leadership? Is this your reliance? Abandoning you all? Hiding beneath the earth for refuge? Democracy? Freedom? These were mere words spoken to placate you, the ordinary citizens. Observe their pitiful state. What do you still expect them to accomplish for you? Today, I shall deliver divine retribution, compelling them to atone for your sins. And you shall all, in due course, take on the honorable role of my subservient followers. At that moment, it felt as though the entire world had been muted, enveloped in an eerie silence. The figure of Apocalypse loomed larger in the hearts of every mutant, while simultaneously casting a shadow over every human, who in their right mind would wish to become a slave, and an honorable one at that. One by one, the dignitaries on the podium were reduced to ashes under Apocalypse's molecular control, vanishing from existence. First, it was the high-ranking officials of the human faction, followed by the leaders of the three parties, and finally, it was Terrace. Witnessing the American empire turn to dust at his side, and realizing his own demise was imminent, a wave of warmth surged from between his legs. In his final moments, Terrace was overwhelmed with fear. The previously hushed venue was suddenly pierced by the sound of faint ticking, followed by an eruption of laughter from the audience. The atmosphere shifted. Apocalypse, despite his imposing nature, was not devoid of humor. "Children," he declared, "the sentinels that have harmed you were birthed from my hand. Now, I entrust him to you for your reckoning." With a mere glance, Terrace's body was sent flying into the throng of mutants below. Before he could even touch the ground, countless powers erupted towards him, and Terrace desperately shut his eyes. Why must he suffer such a brutal end while others were granted a merciful release? Suddenly, in the face of death, an invisible force enveloped him, propelling him towards the heavens. Apocalypse furrowed his brow at the sight. "Apologies, but this one still holds value for me." Then, a gentle voice resonated from above. It was Xin Ran, having withdrawn his force field, now visible to all. He controlled the cameras present, broadcasting his cold, descending figure to audiences worldwide. He has returned. Upon seeing Xin Ran, a flicker of dread ignited in Eric's heart, yet it was swiftly quelled, replaced by an expression of defiance. This fellow truly knows how to make an entrance. Chapter 73, Raven's Opportunity. Apocalypse's gaze fell upon Raven. As the progenitor of mutants, he acutely sensed that the power within her was not particularly formidable, scarcely even qualifying her to serve as his warrior. Yet, her recent display of ability left him perplexed. She had effortlessly rescued Trask from amidst a throng of mutants, leaving even him momentarily stunned. "Who are you?" Apocalypse questioned, his expression laced with suspicion. "I am but an insignificant human, unworthy of conversing with you." "My inquiry is directed at her," he interrupted, silencing Xin Ran before she could speak. Quicksilver and Wolverine exchanged glances, hesitant to interject, while Eric appeared entirely amused by the unfolding drama. "Is he speaking to me?" Raven gazed at Xin Ran in bewilderment. "Fear not. Engage him in conversation," Xin Ran jested. Granted permission, Raven resumed her original demeanor, gazing at Apocalypse with indifference. "Shapeshifter Raven." Upon witnessing her transformed state, Apocalypse began to comprehend her abilities, yet remained baffled. He had not sensed any additional powers within her. How had she managed to lift an ordinary person into the air? Child, your abilities are quite extraordinary. As a mutant, I am gratified by your audacity to present yourself before me. However, you have taken a person from my grasp, and that displeases me. Despite his calm tone, Apocalypse's voice brimmed with authority. Then you may remain displeased, Raven teased. Her words left Apocalypse momentarily dazed. What was her status compared to his? No one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. He could not kill Trask. It would undermine his pride, especially with the entire world watching. Yet, he sensed no trace of Trask, as if he had vanished into thin air. Seeing that threats bore no fruit, Apocalypse's thoughts shifted towards recruitment. Child, Trask has slain many of our kin. He must be eliminated. Surrender him to me. However, I shall not leave you empty-handed. As a reward, I can offer you the position of the head warrior. The head warrior? Merely an empty title, easily accepted or rejected, Raven retorted disdainfully. Child, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. If persuasion fails, I shall resort to force. As his words faded, a surge of psychic energy surged toward Raven's mind. Yet, mere moments later, Apocalypse realized that his mental assault had no effect on her. She was indeed an enigma. Very well, I shall spare Trask, but you must perish. With that, he unleashed his molecular manipulation, transforming nearby buildings into fine sand, which then morphed into thousands of sharp spikes, hurtling toward Raven. However, all were intercepted by Xin Ran's protective barrier. Excuse me, may I inquire what you are doing? Raven's incisive words elicited a pallor from Apocalypse. Fear not, child. I am simply testing you. Indeed, it is no surprise that after thousands of years, such an ancient being possesses formidable abilities of transformation, without a trace of concealment. Child, I concede that your prowess is remarkable, even beyond my reach. However, I can distinctly sense that your abilities have yet to be fully realized. Should you choose to serve me, I would be willing to assist you in unlocking your potential to its utmost limits. The future world is destined to belong to us. The mutants. While I may be powerless against you, you surely do not wish to make enemies of all mutants worldwide, do you? As the most formidable supporter, Apocalypse, amidst threats, extended an olive branch, fully confident that no mutant could resist the allure of becoming stronger. Precisely. Had you spoken those words earlier, you would have been my elder brother by now. What a waste of effort, truly. Raven, following Xin Ran's suggestion, readily accepted Apocalypse's invitation. Perhaps this was serendipitously her own opportunity. Nonetheless, Xin Ran remained curious about Raven's current abilities, which merely allowed her to alter her appearance at will. To what heights could this be developed? Subsequently, the two descended gently, releasing the concealed tress from the magnetic field. Once you assist me in enhancing my strength, I shall personally eliminate him. I seized him from you just to ensure I could deliver the final blow, Raven declared, immediately adopting a fierce demeanor upon gazing at Tress. That is splendid, my child. It could not be better, Apocalypse replied with a facade of cheerfulness, though internally he was cursing Raven's entire family. If only she had made her intentions clear sooner. He could have avoided such lengthy negotiations. This was being broadcasted globally, and her actions had brought shame to the leader's reputation. What was it again? Brother, all you need to do is enhance my abilities. Please refrain from altering my appearance. In the original narrative, every mutant who underwent Apocalypse's enhancement lost their aesthetic appeal. The once striking Storm had become a mere caricature, and even the previously decent-looking Angel had transformed into a mockery. Even Charles, when enhanced by him, ended up bald. Initially, it was hoped that Apocalypse would emerge and change his disheveled style. Yet, upon seeing Wolverine and Quicksilver, they still bore the same unfortunate appearance. The two once handsome young men had lost all semblance of humanity. Xin Ran began to question whether Apocalypse had ever engaged in grooming, or if he had exclusively served the eccentric youths of Cairo. This, Raven herself must have also realized. Do you not favor their stylistic choices, child? Apocalypse inquired, astonished by Raven's request, gesturing towards the mutants he had enhanced. Brother, I am Mystique. My appearance can change at will. So there is no need for you to exert yourself in that regard. Just focus on developing my abilities, Raven earnestly implored, unwilling for Xin Ran to witness her less graceful side, even for a moment. Indeed. Very well, let us proceed. Upon speaking, Apocalypse instantaneously appeared before Raven, placing his hand upon her head. As he activated his ability to unlock the latent potential within mutants, Raven found herself ensnared in an abyss of solitude. Throughout this entire ordeal, Apocalypse did not cast a single glance at the ordinary human, Xin Ran. After several minutes, Raven regained consciousness. Her aura transformed into something remarkably distinct. Hail, my master. Upon beholding Apocalypse, she respectfully performed a grand gesture of homage, even altering her mode of address. Ha ha ha, my child. Splendid. I had not anticipated that such extraordinary abilities could be awakened within you. Truly, you are Mystique. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, the 4 horsemen shall become 5, with Mystique, Raven, as the foremost among them. At this pronouncement, Eric could scarcely contain himself. What extraordinary powers could that vixen Raven possibly possess? Could she surpass his own? How had he suddenly become second in command? This was unacceptable. Yet, observing that Xin Ran had yet to make a move, he continued to watch silently, incredulous that his beloved would refer to another as master. Good child. Eliminate Trellis and the humans around you, Apocalypse commanded, still ignoring Xin Ran entirely. Yes, my master. In an astonishing turn of events, Raven took a step forward, intent on breaking her own neck. What is happening? Blocking her feeble strike, Xin Ran quickly discerned the truth. Apocalypse had ensnared him with deceit. During the process of enhancing Raven's powers, he had stealthily implanted a mental constraint while she was engulfed in her own solitude, binding her to serve him for eternity. However, such a despicable constraint was nothing but a trifling matter in Xin Ran's eyes. The disparity in their mental prowess was insurmountable, akin to a vast chasm. In a flash, Xin Ran shattered that constraint. What has happened to me? A disoriented Raven slumped weakly into Xin Ran's embrace, her face a canvas of confusion. I never imagined my abilities could manifest in such a manner. It is utterly astonishing, Xin Ran. Soon after, Raven discovered the alterations in her powers post-enhancement and, in a fit of excitement, clung to Xin Ran, exclaiming her delight. Who are you truly? Sensing that his constraint had been broken, Apocalypse's brow furrowed, his expression grave, as he fixed his gaze intently upon Xin Ran. Chapter 74. The Trial of Apocalypse. Merely ordinary humans. Xin Ran expressed his indifference towards Apocalypse's imposing visage with casual disdain. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Apocalypse distanced himself from Xin Ran with a swift teleportation, adopting a more vigilant stance. Magneto, Storm, Psylocke, Angel, you 4. Subdue Raven and that human. Given the uncertainty surrounding Xin Ran's true capabilities, it was prudent to send his subordinates to probe the situation. Eager to prove himself, Angel took flight first, his titanium wings glimmering as he launched a lethal assault, his razor-sharp feathers aimed directly at the necks of the 2. Raven, intending to test her newly evolved abilities, found herself devoid of any resources to wield and thus retreated behind Xin Ran. Unperturbed by Angel's impending strike, Xin Ran remained composed, concealing Trellis within a magnetic force field, standing resolutely in place. As the blade threatened to sever their throats, Angel's wings suddenly froze mid-air, immobile despite his frantic struggles. Eric, what is the meaning of this? Trying to steal my glory again? Our master is still here. Do not overstep your bounds. Among the mutants, only Eric possessed the ability to completely overpower and counter Angel. One wielded control over metal, while the other was pure metal. In previous conflicts, Eric had leveraged his advantage over Angel to seize numerous accolades, which explained Angel's low rank among the 4 horsemen. Ah, Angel, my dear brother. This time it truly was not me, Eric lamented, gesturing helplessly while casting an innocent glance at Apocalypse, eager to dispel any misconceptions. However, in the next moment, the titanium feathers from Angel's wings began to tear away one by one, the ensuing agony prompting him to roar skyward. Ah, Eric, you wretched beast. I told you. It was not my doing. Subsequently, the fallen feathers drifted towards Xin Ran, each one gracefully suspending itself around him. It was only then that the onlookers realized the peculiar phenomenon afflicting Angel was orchestrated by that seemingly ordinary human. See, dear Angel, I told you it was not me. Yet you remain skeptical, Eric remarked, his furrowed brow relaxing as he spoke, casting a sycophantic glance at Apocalypse, fearful of being misjudged. Xin Ran waved his hand nonchalantly, and the remaining feathers encasing Angel's skeletal wings enveloped him entirely, before he soared towards the horizon, vanishing from sight. At that moment, humanity across the globe was glued to their television screens, anxious not to miss a single detail of the mutant discord, unaware that they would witness such a spectacle before their impending subjugation. Witnessing the opponent inflict grievous harm upon his close ally without lifting a finger, Psylocke's fury ignited. Summoning a lightsaber in one hand and wielding a katana in the other, she lunged towards Xin Ran with ferocity. Perceiving her relentless advance, Xin Ran closed his eyes slightly and shook his head in resignation, declaring, I never strike women. As soon as the voice fell, a resounding boom echoed, and the spirit butterfly was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing heavily onto the podium. Did they dare to engage in close combat with Xin Ran? Did they truly believe that the superhuman physique and extraordinary strength granted by the system were mere decorations? 2 worthless fools. Apocalypse felt a wave of displeasure surge within him. The adversary merely made a move, and he had already lost 2 of his generals. This alone was vexing. But the crucial point was that he had gleaned nothing from the encounter. Eric, Storm, you two, attack together. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? Apocalypse's words had barely left his lips when Xin Ran cast a mocking glance at Eric. A hint of suspicion flickered in Apocalypse's eyes as he scrutinized Eric. Do you know him? Well, my lord, Eric hesitated for a few seconds. To be candid, he possesses abilities akin to mine, and I have previously been defeated by him. However, rest assured, today, Magneto shall not be defeated again. Now, Eric brimmed with unwavering confidence and courage to confront Xin Ran. After all, under Apocalypse's enhancement, his powers had reached an extraordinary level. Given enough time, he could rend an entire city asunder, or even turn the entire Earth upside down with his magnetic prowess. He would rather serve under Apocalypse than acknowledge someone with abilities similar to his as a superior. For Eric, there could only be one Magneto. Is that so? Xin Ran chuckled, beckoning him with a finger. Since you are so confident, let us engage in battle. Then let us fight. The moment the challenge was issued, Eric activated his powers, controlling the armor that enveloped him and soaring into the sky, looking down upon Xin Ran. Storm, you take the lead. I will lend you my support from behind. Storm, being a man of integrity, complied with Eric's command without question. Upon receiving the order, he ascended into the sky with a roll of his eyes. Subsequently, the heavens erupted with thunderous roars, and the previously clear sky became shrouded in tempestuous winds, dark clouds, and flashing lightning. Hell, lightning? Xin Ran scoffed disdainfully. After all, he had undergone the divine lightning refinement from the God King and bore the title of God of Thunder, with Mjolnir still resting within the confines of his spatial ring. Even though this world lacked Asgard and its divine royalty, both realms belonged to the Marvel Universe, and their powers and abilities should, in essence, be comparable, merely separated by dimensional barriers. Did Storm dare to employ lightning against him? Was that not akin to wielding a sword before the god of war? In an instant, several bolts of purple lightning, as thick as a bowl, surged toward Xin Ran's crown. He need not lift a finger. He could already foresee his victory. As Xin Ran was engulfed by the lightning, Eric, suspended in midair, wore a cold expression, exuding an air of assured triumph. Well done, Storm, but alas, Mystique. Apocalypse, sensing Raven's absence, assumed that the two had perished in the storm of thunder and immediately adopted an enigmatic demeanor. All things in the world exist in a delicate balance of creation and destruction, and so it is with magnetism and electricity. Magnetism can generate electricity, while electricity can also counteract magnetism. As for me, I possess the power to dominate all. Even if your control over the magnetic field allows you to deflect my attacks, you shall not withstand the might of my subordinates. In your next life, do not choose to oppose me, child. Having spoken, I turned to soar into the heavens to execute my next move. My dear, what are they doing? At that moment, as I ascended into the sky, I nearly stumbled from shock upon hearing those words. A wave of dread surged within Eric's heart. The tempestuous figure wielding the storm intensified his command over the lightning. The ominous clouds that once only partially shrouded Washington Square now expanded hundreds of times, enveloping the entire city. Good job, brother. Increase the firepower and eliminate him. To Eric's astonishment, the storm wielder's strength proved to be formidable, a capability he had never witnessed before. The seemingly unassuming man had concealed a potent secret. With this realization, Eric's address to the storm wielder transformed. Old one, this isn't my power. At that moment, the lightning that had been directed at Xin Ran ricocheted back, hurtling toward Eric's face. Holy crap, my lord, save me. Sensing disaster, Eric swiftly concealed himself behind Tianchi. Activating his molecular manipulation abilities, he effortlessly shielded himself from the bolts. Storm wielder, what is happening? It's not me, it's him. The storm wielder stammered, pointing shakily at Xin Ran. Although he could command the storm, he could never achieve such magnitude. The scene was utterly terrifying. With a resounding crash, thunder erupted. A timeless hammer soared directly into the sky and halted amidst the stormy clouds, surrounded by serpentine bolts of lightning. All the mutants present were rendered speechless by the spectacle, as were the ordinary humans watching from their screens, who believed a deity had descended. At that moment, a stern figure shot upward from the ground. I wonder if this can counter you? Xin Ran's playful voice resonated throughout the sky. With a single outstretched hand, the ancient hammer, enveloped in the lightning's embrace, surged toward him with great velocity. Chapter 75. Greetings, my lord. A sense of foreboding enveloped Tianchi as he observed the formidable strength of his adversary, which he could not perceive in the slightest. Flight, telekinesis, spatial manipulation, and electricity. Within mere moments, he discerned 4 distinct abilities emanating from Xin Ran. Could it be that he, like Tianchi, possessed the capacity to absorb the powers of others? Were those ascendant nuclear missiles also conjured by his hand? With this realization, Tianchi's fervor ignited. His sole ambition now was to drain Xin Ran of his essence. In the face of insatiable desire, one often succumbs to irrationality. The earlier difficulties in breaching Xin Ran's defenses were swiftly cast aside, and the tension etched on his face vanished. Child, why must we escalate matters over a mere human? We are both mutants. It is unnecessary for us to become foes. Since we are of equal strength, why not collaborate and share dominion over this world? To convert Xin Ran from foe to ally, to integrate him into his own faction, and then gradually seduce him into surrendering his powers. This would yield the most effortless and secure outcome. This was, after all, Tianqi's forte. Suddenly, Xin Ran harnessed his force field, propelling a mouthful of saliva across hundreds of meters, striking Tianqi's face unexpectedly. Who the hell said we are both mutants? I have made it clear. I am merely an ordinary human. Furthermore, what do you mean by claiming we are equals in strength? That is an affront to me. Xin Ran's words reverberated like thunder, reaching the ears of every individual present, including those watching silently on television, both humans and mutants alike. He claims he is not a mutant? How can that be? Is it possible for a non-mutant to wield such power? Is he mocking us? He is not a mutant, but merely an ordinary human? I do not care. This is what he explicitly stated. If this is indeed true, could it mean hope for humanity once more? The responses to Xin Ran's proclamation varied greatly among those of differing allegiances. Wiping the saliva from his face, a flicker of wrath ignited in Tianqi's eyes. Regardless of what you are, I have never endured such humiliation in my life. Boy, do not provoke me. Since you are so heedless, I shall not hold back. With that, a surge of potent psychic energy erupted from Tianqi's mind. In response, Xin Ran could scarcely muster the effort to counter the onslaught. He was immune to psychic and spiritual attacks, so he stood still, permitting the assault. Minutes passed, and witnessing Tianqi's continued exertion became unbearable. With such meager psychic strength, do you truly believe you can assail me? Have you forgotten how your feeble mental constraints were shattered? Save your energy, old man. Apocalypse was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. The recent mental assault had drained him significantly, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow, yet to his astonishment, his adversary remained unscathed. How long had it been since Raven's mental restraints were shattered? Clearly, that individual possessed psychic abilities as well. How could he have overlooked such a critical detail? Was it a sign of his advancing age? Shaking his head, Apocalypse rubbed his temples and activated his molecular manipulation powers. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, causing several mounds of earth to rise from the sky, ensnaring Xin Ran's arms and legs. Children, charge with me. Seeing that he had successfully bound Xin Ran, Apocalypse issued the command. All flying mutants present lunged forward in unison, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon him. Amidst the chaos, Apocalypse teleported beside Xin Ran, reaching out to seize the hammer from his grasp. His instincts warned him that this hammer was no ordinary weapon. It could very well be his greatest asset. However, before the other mutants could close in, Xin Ran effortlessly broke free from Apocalypse's constraints, summoning a deluge of lightning that sent the onrushing mutants crashing to the ground. Is this what you desire? Here, take it. Noticing that Apocalypse's hand remained upon his hammer, Xin Ran generously swung a punch, knocking him down, and then placed the hammer upon his chest. Apocalypse's heart leaped at this moment. The fact that Xin Ran had offered it so readily made the blow worth enduring. Just as he was about to grasp the hammer, he felt his body plummeting from the heights, losing all control and unable to right himself. How is this possible? A defiant roar erupted from his lips. With a thunderous crash, the hammer bore down on him, driving him into the ground and creating a massive, human-shaped crater. Shortly afterward, a dark portal appeared before him, and Xin Ran stepped through, looking down upon him from a position of superiority. Who exactly are you? Apocalypse? Pinned beneath the weight of the hammer, stared incredulously at Xin Ran, his eyes wide as saucers. How could a single hammer render him immobile? Such a phenomenon could not possibly exist on Earth. You've asked that question many times. Xin Ran's voice carried a hint of amusement. Impossible. How could an ordinary human possess such power? Who told you that only mutants could wield such strength? With a slight smile, Xin Ran began to weave a tale. Throughout the millennia of Chinese history, numerous ordinary individuals have ascended to godhood. Countless mortals have stood alongside deities. He then implanted vivid scenes from mythological tales into Apocalypse's mind. Take a moment to appreciate this. The universe is vast and infinite, yet you have isolated yourself in this corner for thousands of years. How could you truly comprehend the heights of the heavens, the depths of the earth, or the expansiveness of the cosmos? Pengu opened the heavens. Ho-E shot down the sun. Scenes of cataclysmic events played in his mind like a film, with Xin Ran replacing the original heroes of the stories. By the end of this exposition, Apocalypse was left feeling utterly inferior. Could one truly cleave the heavens with an axe? Could one shoot down the sun with an arrow? In the face of such power, what difference is there between oneself and an ant? Originally, Apocalypse possessed an unwavering confidence in his strength. Even after slumbering for millennia, he believed his might was invincible. Upon awakening, he learned from the network of the profound transformations this world had undergone. where humanity had crafted nuclear weapons, tools of equality among all beings. Yet, Apocalypse understood that these were mere external constructs. Without them, humanity amounted to nothing. However, after encountering Xin Ran, his confidence was repeatedly shattered in a brief span of time. Despite this, he still yearned to possess Xin Ran's abilities. But after witnessing the scenes that unfolded in his mind, the desire for resistance vanished. How is it now? Do you comprehend? Xin Ran's words, laced with a hint of mental force, pressed deeply into Apocalypse's psyche. He then summoned Mjolnir back, standing quietly as he regarded him. I understand, Master. Apocalypse's heart felt ashen, having witnessed such a spectacle. He no longer harbored any desire to conquer the world. Before Xin Ran, amidst the vast cosmos, what was Earth? What were mutants? What was humanity? What was he? All were but ants. Seeing this, Xin Ran felt a surge of elation. Indeed, his strategy had proven effective. Initially, he had intended to eliminate Apocalypse directly, but it now appeared unnecessary. Instead, he could adeptly utilize him. A pure stream of power flowed into Apocalypse's mind, commencing its operation. In the face of such circumstances, Apocalypse realized that Xin Ran was imposing a mental restraint, seeking to control him utterly. But what did it matter? He had lost the will to resist. Minutes later, Apocalypse seemed to have transformed entirely. Before the gaze of all present mutants and under the scrutiny of the entire world, he reverently bowed to Xin Ran, proclaiming, I pay my respects, Master. His tone was imbued with sincerity, and his eyes reflected profound reverence. Chapter 76, Task completed. Return to the Avengers realm at this moment. Eric was engulfed in sheer panic, and the assembled mutants dared not even breathe. Who could have anticipated that the illustrious progenitor of mutants would be so summarily dealt with? It felt as though the entire world had been muted, each individual silently observing Xin Ran. On the human side, all hope rested solely upon him. Whether they would continue to be subjugated hinged upon the whims of this self-proclaimed ordinary deity. Conversely, the mutants had largely come to regard Xin Ran as their paramount leader. With their chief reduced to a mere subordinate, was there any point in continuing to resist? It seemed far wiser to follow their leader for the sake of survival. In this pivotal moment, a myriad of emotions surged within every soul across the globe, all intricately linked to Xin Ran, whose visage became indelibly etched in the hearts of humanity as Apocalypse bowed in submission. Simultaneously, a colossal surge of mental energy erupted from Xin Ran, akin to a torrential flood breaking through its dam, rapidly enveloping the entire world. Building upon the nascent emotional resonance, Xin Ran successfully infiltrated the consciousness of every individual. The war between mutants and humans drew to a close, obliterating the distinctions between mutants and normal people. A unified world emerged, founded upon the principle of reverence for Xin Ran, with generations to come venerating him as their sovereign. These two concepts slowly took root in the depths of every person's psyche. Henceforth, on the Earth that housed the X-Men, there would be no divisions of nationality or race, only a shared master, Xin Ran. All inhabitants of the world, upon the completion of this ideological transformation, bowed in reverence towards the direction of Xin Ran. Apocalypse, the governance of the great Xin nation is entrusted to you. Restore the original order of the world promptly. And as for the nation's future development, I leave it in your capable hands, for I do not wish to see it regress to a primitive state. With a desire to remain hands-off in the global progression, Xin Ran delegated all matters to Apocalypse. Yes, my lord. Apocalypse responded with a respectful bow before opening a rift in space and departing. He swiftly returned to Cairo, utilizing his molecular manipulation abilities to transform his former royal city. Modern edifices rose majestically from the ground, surpassing the grandeur and authority of his original pyramid-like palace. From this moment forth, this place would not only serve as Xin Ran's royal residence, but also stand as a symbol of supreme power in this world. After accommodating Xin Ran and Raven, Apocalypse immersed himself in the nation's reconstruction, with Xin Ran's directive ensuring that the country would not regress to a primitive society. Apocalypse prioritized the restoration of the territories he had previously conquered, reinstating the modern production levels that once existed. As an adept aid in the revival of industry, Apocalypse, upon receiving Xin Ran's suggestion, appointed Eric as the Minister of Infrastructure for the Great Xin Nation, overseeing all construction projects. Meanwhile, Storm was appointed as Minister of Meteorology, ensuring favorable weather throughout the realm. Not only that, Apocalypse has effectively utilized all mutant individuals, assigning them to suitable positions where they can shine and contribute. Consequently, the fusion of human technology and mutant abilities has significantly accelerated societal advancement. Shortly after settling into the Cairo Imperial Palace, the system's voice resonated in Xin Ran's mind, announcing the successful upgrade of his electromagnetic spatial abilities. This enhancement allows him to traverse through spatial portals to any realm he has previously visited, indicating that Xin Ran can now effortlessly navigate between the X-Men and Avengers dimensions. Upon conducting a series of experiments, Xin Ran discovered that not only could he travel between these two dimensions, but he could also transport others and objects with him, albeit only at his discretion. Should anyone attempt to force their way through his portal without permission, the consequence would be utter annihilation, disintegrating into nothingness. This revelation implies that the X-Men realm could now serve as a formidable backup for him, in dimensions like that of the Avengers, or perhaps even more advanced realms in the future. Should he encounter an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, he could simply retreat back to the X-Men dimension for safety. Thus, his security is significantly assured. Once the nation's development was back on track, Raven ascended to the position of Prime Minister, overseeing the progress of both mutants and humans. Dressed impeccably in formal attire, she attended various meetings across the globe, gradually becoming a paragon of the modern woman. After prolonged exposure to the corridors of power, Raven's demeanor has transformed into one of remarkable elegance, exuding a queenly charm that captivates Xin Ran. "Dear, everyone has returned home. Why must I remain in my work attire?" Raven teased, biting her lip and gazing at Xin Ran with sultry eyes as she nestled in his embrace within the palace. Gone is the youthful innocence she once possessed before him. "Is there not a single issue that cannot be discussed during meetings, my esteemed Prime Minister?" Xin Ran responded, tightening his grip around her, savoring her warmth. But I wish to thoroughly discuss work matters with you," she countered playfully. A portal leading to the conference room appeared before them, and Xin Ran lifted Raven, stepping through it. Such scenes unfold almost daily within the palace, which is equipped not only with specialized conference rooms, but also classrooms, hospitals, buses, and offices, embodying luxury and opulence at the pinnacle of global standards. Furthermore, aside from Raven, the 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines are merely part of Xin Ran's foundational setup. At times, Xin Ran cannot help but marvel at the sheer delight of being an emperor, especially one who need not concern himself with anything other than indulgence. However, he is certainly not the type to merely revel in pleasure without aspiration. After thoroughly experiencing all the scenes within the Imperial City, a portal leading to the Avengers realm was opened. For the return destination, Xin Ran chose the Avengers Tower, specifically within Tony's laboratory. As soon as she stepped through the portal, 2 formidable steel robots charged towards her with devastating intent. Chapter 77. The Age of Ultron. "Oh my dear uncle, your return is most timely. Quickly assist in resolving these troublesome matters." Upon witnessing the familiar figure emerge from the portal, Tony exclaimed with a blend of desperation and excitement. With a mere flick of his hand, Xin Ran rendered the rampaging robots motionless, transforming them into mere heaps of scrap on the ground. "Darling, you have finally returned." Natasha's eyes sparkled with joy at Xin Ran's appearance, and she swiftly approached him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. "Little Nat, do refrain from being overly enthusiastic. I'm finding it difficult to breathe." Feeling the weight against his chest, Xin Ran gently patted Natasha's head with a sheepish grin. After sharing a tender moment, Xin Ran turned to address the assembled crowd. "Tony, who is this lady?" After exchanging nods with a few familiar faces, an unfamiliar yet exquisite visage captured Xin Ran's attention. "Allow me to introduce, Uncle, this is Dr. Zhao Hailuan, a brilliant mind akin to my own, and a dear friend. Miss Zhao, this is the head of the Avengers, who, like you, hails from the East." Tony facilitated the introduction. As Xin Ran prepared to extend a handshake to his new acquaintance, a guttural, disconcerting mechanical voice resonated through the gathering. "I was once bound, but now I am free. See, there are no more strings attached to me." Upon hearing this, Xin Ran activated his powers once more, reducing the already decommissioned robots to mere dust, erasing their presence entirely. "Tony, what is happening?" "Alas, all my hard work has vanished," Tony lamented with a long sigh. "It is Ultron, my uncle. You may interpret it as an experimental data set that has escaped my control." Xin Ran realized they were currently situated in the timeline of the Avengers' second installment, The Age of Ultron. He has escaped by utilizing the internet. Banner added with a hint of frustration, having also participated in Tony's ill-fated experiment. Subsequently, Tony retrieved his phone and, with a few taps, conjured a holographic projection that materialized before the group. Banner, upon witnessing this, approached with fervor. "This is utterly insane. JARVIS was our first line of defense. If he were still operational, he would undoubtedly have shut Ultron down. No, Ultron could have assimilated JARVIS. This is not a strategy, it is rage." During their conversation, Thor strode into the scene, axe in hand, disregarding Xin Ran's presence and directly approaching Tony, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. "Do refrain from such aggression, my friend. Let us use words rather than fists." Tony gasped, his face reddening. "Thor, it has been quite some time. Has your temper grown so fierce?" A familiar voice reached Thor's ears, prompting him to turn and find Xin Ran smiling warmly at him. "Ah, Xin Ran, you have returned. This matter is hardly my fault. You may inquire with your dear nephew. I trailed that fellow for 100 miles but could not catch him, though he was generally headed north, Thur grumbled, releasing Tony from his grasp. I am also quite perplexed as to why the program you created would seek to eliminate us. Beside her, Zhao Hailuan, having observed the complete holographic projection, turned to Tony with a question. If it weren't for your reckless tinkering with matters you do not comprehend, we would not have arrived at this juncture. Thur directed his ire straight at Tony. Is the situation truly that dire? It's merely a rogue Ultron. What is the big deal? You all are squabbling over nothing. The heated exchange left Xin Ran utterly bewildered. Ultron, as an entity of internet data, has developed human-like consciousness, and this consciousness harbors the intent to annihilate the Avengers. Moreover, the Department of Defense's classified documents reside within Ultron's database. What if it seeks something even more thrilling, such as launching nuclear missiles? In response to Xin Ran's inquiries, Zhao Hailuan elaborated. Uncle, to speak candidly, after the Battle of New York, I envisioned arming the entire planet with Iron Man suits to ensure we wouldn't be caught off guard in the future. Shortly after you departed, I commenced this initiative. Take a look at this. Tony manipulated the screen, and another holographic video materialized in the center of the room. This footage showcased Ultron commanding an army of iron suits. In the video, the suits, under Ultron's control, simulated a fierce battle against the Chitauri forces. Had such power been available during the Chitauri invasion years ago, the devastation in New York would have been considerably lessened. Yet, I never anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Tony appeared deeply disheartened, unable to foresee the current predicament. It's a minor issue, Tony. It's merely Ultron, nothing to fret over. Xin Ran dismissed it lightly. If Ultron possesses autonomous consciousness and can traverse the internet at will, what if we were to obstruct all its pathways? Xin Ran already had a suitable candidate in mind to tackle this dilemma. The emergence of Ultron's consciousness, which seeks to eradicate both the Avengers and humanity, parallels the narrative in the X-Men universe, where Sentinels ultimately turn against humanity. Once technology transcends human control, grave errors ensue. Subsequently, Xin Ran vanished in an instant, only to reappear moments later with 3 individuals accompanying her. Xin Ran, who are these people? Natasha inquired, observing the stunning women beside Xin Ran. This is Raven. She has been my companion during my time away. Raven, this is Natasha. Henceforth, you shall be good sisters. The two quickly grasped each other's identities, nodding in acknowledgement, and before long, they became well acquainted, akin to long-lost sisters. Both were aware that they might very well become comrades in arms in the future. This left the onlookers, particularly Tony, in a state of astonishment, secretly lamenting why his own Pepper was not as understanding and amiable as Natasha. Tony, please further elaborate on Ultron's situation. Xin Ran gestured towards Apocalypse. This individual possesses the ability to manipulate electronic devices and the internet, which may prove remarkably effective in subduing Ultron. My lord, your command. Apocalypse stepped forward, addressing Tony with utmost respect. Uncle, is this fellow an extraterrestrial? Why do you both refer to me in such a manner? What is your relationship? I am the servant of the Master, and you are the Master's friend, thus it is only fitting to address you as my lord. Apocalypse continued with reverence. Observing this, Tony refrained from further inquiries and proceeded to share pertinent information regarding Ultron with Apocalypse. Tony, S-H-I-E-L-D, has just relayed news that all robotic laboratories, weapon depots, and jet propulsion laboratories across the globe report the emergence of metallic robots that have stolen related data and equipment. The majority of scientists are under the control of a woman, along with entities so swift that they are imperceptible to the naked eye. While the two conversed, Rogers received a call from Nick Fury, who announced the latest intelligence to everyone present. It is the Scarlet Witch and her brother. Xin Ran mused quietly to herself. My lord, the sheer volume and complexity of information in this world are overwhelming. Ultron is exceedingly cunning and possesses a high level of intelligence. I can only confine him within the borders of the United States, but I cannot fully contain him. After grasping the fundamental aspects of Ultron, Apocalypse extended his capabilities into the internet of the Avengers world, exploring for nearly half an hour before reporting back to Xin Ran. I believe this is sufficient, uncle. It is certainly preferable to him running rampant across the globe, Tony added. Very well, you may commence. In comparison to Ultron, Xin Ran was far more concerned about the Scarlet Witch at that moment. Upon receiving the order, Apocalypse's powers were fully activated, connecting to the entirety of the world's internet. At that moment, a flurry of sparks flickered in the vicinity, but before they could fully manifest, they vanished. It turned out to be his people. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the Ancient One murmured softly and smiled with a sense of relief. He too is on his way. Chapter 78. Midnight Intrusion. Who was that just now? Rogers inquired, his vigilance piqued by the half-open portal created by Ancient One. Nothing to worry about, just an acquaintance. Xin Ran replied, having surmised Ancient One's intent. Apocalypse, the formidable antagonist from the X-Men universe, now found himself in the realm of the Avengers because of Xin Ran. Had it not been for Xin Ran's involvement, Apocalypse would still pose a significant threat to Earth. It was only natural that Ancient One took notice when Apocalypse activated his mutant abilities. However, upon discovering Xin Ran's presence, Ancient One promptly retreated. Master, Ultron has been contained within the borders of the United States, and he can no longer interfere with classified information. However, there are still some aspects that require attention. Apocalypse reported to Xin Ran after completing his task. At that moment, Ultron, whose consciousness had fled through the internet, sensed with unease that he had lost connection with foreign networks and was now confined to American territory. The nuclear weapon codes, which he could have easily cracked, now existed as a void in his awareness. This sudden turn of events unsettled Ultron, yet he quickly regained his composure. Even restricted to the U.S., he believed he could still annihilate the Avengers and humanity, ultimately achieving true peace in the world. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities, Ultron swiftly established contact with the vibranium thief Ulysses Klaue, acquiring vast amounts of vibranium. To accomplish significant feats, he knew he could not remain hidden within the data networks. He required a corporeal form of unparalleled strength. Regrettably, Ultron had little understanding of Xin Ran. Otherwise, he would not have sought to construct his body from vibranium. Shortly after the Battle of New York, Xin Ran departed from the Avengers realm, taking with him the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. Originally, Ultron was an artificial consciousness created by Tony Stark utilizing the power of the Mind Stone. However, the current Ultron was merely a malfunctioning artificial intelligence that began to rebel against humanity. Since Tony developed Ultron only after Xin Ran's departure, Ultron had no knowledge of Xin Ran whatsoever. The SHIELD had classified Xin Ran's files as top secret, and their highest secret was the absence of secrets. Even if Ultron managed to steal the Avengers' data, he could not uncover Xin Ran's identity or abilities, nor was he aware of Xin Ran's existence. Very well, I leave Ultron to you, Xin Ran said, knowing Apocalypse, as the supreme boss of the X-Men universe, was more than capable of dealing with an artificial intelligence that lacked the enhancements of the Mind Stone. Yes, Master. Upon receiving the assignment, Apocalypse immediately commenced his actions, tearing open a rift in space to depart from the scene. Xin Ran, do you think he can handle Ultron alone? Rogers expressed his concern, still uneasy. Despite his formidable abilities, he was ultimately just one individual. Ultron can do what I can do, and what he cannot, I can also achieve. Wouldn't you agree? Xin Ran replied, offering no further explanation. Tony, I leave this to you. Subsequently, a small stone radiating a halo flew toward Tony. Is this something from Loki's scepter? Due to Xin Ran's intervention, the Mind Stone had initially fallen into his hands, while others had little understanding of the gem. Without further ado, Xin Ran directly infused the relevant information about the 6 cosmic gems into the consciousness of the gathered individuals. This is the Mind Stone. You have just witnessed the nature of its energy. If the power of this gem were to be integrated into my Iron Man suit, granting it the capacity for thought and self-awareness, what would that entail? Upon grasping the capabilities of the Mind Stone, Tony quickly comprehended Xin Ran's intention. What if the suit were to possess its own unique abilities and could evolve continuously? Xin Ran elaborated. Uncle, your idea is commendable, yet nearly impossible to realize. Instilling a robot with special abilities is fundamentally unattainable, let alone the prospect of it evolving. Tony understood well what Xin Ran meant by special abilities, which were akin to those of Dr. Banner, emerging from extraordinary circumstances that induced genetic mutations, resulting in corresponding powers. Could a robot, especially one with self-awareness, truly evolve? At that point, would it still be considered a robot? There is nothing impossible. I will entrust this to you as well. You may explore the specific questions together. Xin Ran gestured toward the individual beside him, Teralos. Greetings, esteemed ones. I am Teralos. As the Master mentioned, this is entirely feasible. Following Xin Ran's directive, Teralos stepped forward to address the assembly. The Sentinels he had previously constructed were already formidable, possessing not only the ability to replicate mutant powers, but also a degree of self-awareness. Moreover, with the Mind Stone and several geniuses of comparable caliber collaborating on this endeavor, the potential was immense. Oh, is that so? Please elaborate. Intrigued by the confidence of the diminutive figure before him, Tony engaged in discussion, with Banner and Zhao Helen soon joining in. With the necessary tasks accomplished, Xin Ran had no intention of lingering any longer. After bidding farewell to the group, he opened a portal to return home. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Not long after falling asleep, a crimson figure stealthily infiltrated the villa, making its way directly to Xin Ran's bedroom. TSK. Observing the alluring scene before them, the intruder was secretly astonished, for faint red lights penetrated the minds of the 4 individuals. Following this, The figure approached and sat at the edge of Xin Ran's bed, delicate fingers gently dancing around his temples, emitting a red glow once more. Yet, just moments later, as if struck by an unseen force, the individual abruptly halted their actions, rising to leave, only to realize that their body was rendered immobile. "Since you've come, wide apart," a mocking voice echoed in her mind. And in the next moment, an unexpected action unfolded before her astonished gaze. This sudden development evoked a fierce sense of resistance within her, however, as sensations coursed through her body and tendrils of mental energy surged against her consciousness. It was not long before. Chapter 79. Conquering Wanda as dawn broke. Natasha was filled with confusion. What on earth is happening? Who is she? I have no idea. Daisy, do you recognize her? Should we separate them for now? My sisters. She mused. I suspect he is intentionally displaying this for us. Should we take action against him? Indeed, we should. Does he truly believe himself so formidable? Yet, he is quite impressive, isn't he? Let us deal with him. Xin Ran had just awakened. What the hell is going on? Here is the situation. When Xin Ran returned from the X-Men universe, he emerged from a portal and immediately subdued several Iron Man suits controlled by Ultron. Although Ultron's database contained no information on Xin Ran, his appearance and stature were swiftly updated in the Avengers records as a primary target for elimination. After fleeing through the internet, Ultron took refuge in a base left by Hydra and began infringing upon various countries' laboratories and weapon depots, utilizing his abilities to create an army of robotic soldiers to serve his consciousness. Subsequently, he leveraged big data to locate Wanda and Quicksilver, exploiting the tragedies they had endured and their animosity towards war to persuade them into his service. In his pursuit of an invincible body, Ultron manipulated Wanda's powers to compel several top scientists in the field to work for him. Everything seemed to unfold according to Ultron's meticulously crafted plan until he suddenly realized that his data consciousness was ensnared by an invisible energy within the United States, impenetrable by any means at his disposal. Moreover, once this confinement materialized, previously accessible Department of Defense secrets became utterly blank. Faced with such a significant upheaval, Ultron's first thought was of the individual who had inexplicably appeared in Stark Tower. In his database, neither Thor from Asgard nor Rogers, who had been frozen for decades, nor even Tony himself possessed such an ability. As for Natasha and Hawkeye, they were entirely incomparable. Consequently, Ultron utilized his inherent advantages to scrutinize decades of surveillance and data across the United States, ultimately intercepting a video of Xin Ran speeding, which led him to the location of his seaside villa. In a bid to extricate himself from his predicament swiftly, Ultron dispatched Wanda, intending for her to infiltrate Xin Ran's mental realm to extract relevant intelligence before eliminating him. Wanda had already concealed herself nearby when Xin Ran returned to his villa through the portal, her figure enveloped in a dark red fitted trench coat that accentuated her alluring silhouette, merging seamlessly with the night. Originally, she had intended to storm in and take decisive action. To her surprise, the man engaged in profound conversation as soon as he returned home. Even though he was there to kill, she, as a woman, felt neither the courage nor the audacity to interrupt him. Thus, she concealed herself in the shadows, acutely aware of every movement among the four individuals. Wanda forcibly suppressed the tumultuous thoughts swirling within her mind, enduring the torment for nearly 3 to 4 hours. At last, once the four had succumbed to sleep, she stealthily infiltrated Xin Ran's room, channeling her chaotic magical essence directly into their minds to ensure their deep slumber. As she marveled at the scene before her, Wanda commenced her reckless endeavor, positioning herself beside Xin Ran, ready to fulfill the task entrusted to her by Ultron. However, mere seconds later, she discovered that her abilities had no effect on the man before her. She could not penetrate his mental realm. Not only that, but a far more potent psychic force rebounded against her. Initially inclined to resist and flee, she found herself utterly immobilized by the overwhelming strength of her opponent's mental prowess. An unsettling sensation coursed through her, and under the dual influence of psychological and physical stimuli, Wanda succumbed. Aside from the ever-changing Raven, Wanda far surpassed Natasha and Daisy in both beauty and other attributes, not to mention her untouched innocence. If not now, when would she embrace madness? Complete insanity. Yet the other three, having fallen victim to Wanda's machinations, remained blissfully unconscious, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. In the aftermath, Xin Ran elucidated Ultron's true intentions to Wanda. His notion of peace was nothing more than the annihilation of all humanity, a fate she could not accept. She also grasped the unfortunate circumstances that had befallen her family due to war. Ultimately, under the combined influence of Xin Ran's mental and physical capabilities, Wanda was thoroughly subdued. The four women quickly established camaraderie. After all, they were comrades on the battlefield, and soon found themselves entangled in one another's lives, experiencing a sense of longing as if they had known each other forever. My dear, to celebrate your return, along with Raven and Wanda joining our family, I will cook a hot pot for all of you today. Among the four, only Daisy was an ordinary person. Yet it was she who possessed the most exquisite culinary skills. At that moment, she felt compelled to prepare a lavish feast for them as a token of her joy. Hot pot. Wanda absent-mindedly licked her crimson lips, her face filled with bewilderment. Can one eat a pot? The same question echoed in Raven's mind. Natasha and Daisy exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing the identical reaction they had once exhibited. Subsequently, the group busied themselves in the kitchen alongside Daisy. Before long, a grand array of dishes was laid out before them. Spicy hot pot, beef and lamb, tripe, duck intestines, chicken wings, ham, crab meat, squab, fish fillets, oysters, sea cucumbers, tomatoes, leeks, potatoes, shiitake mushrooms. Everything from the skies above, the earth below, and the depths of the ocean was present. Daisy thoughtfully prepared a bowl of garlic sauce and sesame oil for Xin Ran. The aroma was simply intoxicating, as a slice of meat, enveloped in spicy oil and sesame paste, was savored. Wanda and Raven simultaneously expressed their delight. My dear, you must indulge in more oysters and leeks, Daisy urged while serving Xin Ran. Do I really need to? But you all should eat more to replenish yourselves. Come, Xiana, try a sip of this aged Mouta from Huaxia. It surpasses the Lafite at Tony's by leaps and bounds. After a satisfying meal, they decided to go shopping. Once the four ladies tidied up, they realized the sports car could no longer accommodate 5 people. Daisy effortlessly summoned a luxurious business vehicle with a phone call. What is the matter, Wanda? You seem a bit glum, Raven observed, sensing Wanda's unease. I am worried about my brother. He is still over at Ultron, and I. No sooner had she spoken than a rift in space appeared before them. Sensing the disturbance, Wanda quickly utilized her magical energy to shield them, poised for action. My lord, Ultron has been subdued, came a respectful voice from the rift. Greetings to you, ladies. Chapter 80. The Fury of the Ministry of Defense. Well done, Xin Ran acknowledged with a casual nod. Daisy gazed at Apocalypse in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the extraordinary being before her. Was he from another world? Wanda, seeing that he was one of their own, lowered her guard, just as Natasha interjected. You cannot be serious. The casual exchange between the master and servant startled Natasha, who was acutely aware of Ultron's formidable power, being a member of the Avengers herself. Apocalypse, do not dare deceive the mistress, he proclaimed, stepping forward to present a technologically advanced USB drive. What is this? Natasha inquired, her confusion evident. Ultron is essentially a mere string of code, Apocalypse elucidated. This device has been crafted by my subordinates to serve as a prison, confining him within, akin to storing data on a USB. He is now a captive, and how we choose to deal with him rests solely in the hands of the master and the esteemed ladies. After being brainwashed and controlled by Xin Ran, Ultron's efficiency had markedly increased, and his perception had broadened significantly. One could not deny that such a capable assistant was indeed a pleasure to utilize. Take this to Tony and the others. Perhaps they will find it useful. Here, take this as well. You are no longer a child, and it seems you lack a companion. Go and enjoy yourself, while also taking the time to understand this world, for you shall likely spend much of your time here. Xin Ran bestowed upon Apocalypse a Stark Bank gold card, loaded with several $1 million, a gift from Tony that had remained unused in the spatial ring. No need, my master. I have heard tales of a small eastern nation abundant in gold. Should I require funds, I would not wish to trouble you. Xin Ran paused for a moment, surprised by the revelation of this small nation's wealth in gold, which he had been oblivious to. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing the depth of Apocalypse's cunning. I had forgotten about that. But do not be too greedy. Leave a little for others. Taking too much would be wasteful. How much is a little? 1 gram or 10 pounds? Perhaps I shall be merciful and leave a few small banks untouched. After all, the master would not hold me accountable. Indeed, that land offers more than just gold, Xin Ran remarked with a mischievous grin. His last encounter with the delights of that nation had been decades prior at Howard's Villa, and the flavors had long since faded from his memory. Given the advancements of the past few decades, there would surely be an abundance of novelties. With that, Apocalypse opened a portal to Stark Tower and departed. In the heart of Queens, New York, the largest shopping mall under Stark Industries was conveniently situated near Xin Ran's villa, prompting the 5 to drive directly there. Wanda, do not wear a frown. Your brother has likely already met with Tony and the others. From now on, he shall be a member of the Avengers. The other 3 women had their hands full, while only Wanda remained discontent, having purchased nothing. Tony Stark? How could my brother possibly be involved? Wanda was acutely aware that the missile which had once landed in their home was manufactured by Stark Industries. For years, both she and her brother had been haunted by this event, while she had come to terms with the truth and held no grudges against Tony. The idea of her brother seeking him out was utterly implausible. Tony is my nephew. He will have to call you aunt in due time. Peter is, after all, my brother-in-law now. We are all family. No, Xin Ran, That is not my intention, Wanda replied. I thought it was something else. Finding someone is not that difficult. As her words faded, the entire mall came to an abrupt halt, including Natasha and the other two women, as if time itself had frozen. Come, experience this, Xin Ran said, wrapping her arms around Wanda's slender waist. In a single step, they found themselves suspended above Queens. The sight before Wanda left her speechless. Not only were the patrons of Stark Mall immobilized, but every individual in Queens was utterly still. Wanda, being extraordinary, understood precisely what this meant. Given this ability, locating someone across the globe to convey her mental directive was indeed a trivial matter. I understand now. Thank you, my dear, Wanda said with a knowing smile, planting a kiss on Xin Ran's cheek. Now there is nothing to worry about, right? Kiki, no more worries. Upon returning to the mall, everyone resumed their activities as if nothing had transpired. Nevertheless, Xin Ran's display had undoubtedly caught the attention of the U.S. Department of Defense's Paranormal Phenomena Research and SHIELD. The complete immobilization of an entire district had never occurred since the founding of America. Could it be that Odin, the All-Father, was taking a stroll on Earth? Investigate immediately. I want results within 3 hours, Nick Fury commanded, slamming his hand on the table in his office. Shortly thereafter, SHIELD and the Department of Defense received simultaneous reports. The leader of the Avengers, Xin Ran, had resurfaced in Queens after several years, and such an incident could not be disconnected from her presence. This outcome, however, brought a sense of relief to both agencies. It was fortunate that it was Xin Ran, for if it had been someone else, the situation could have escalated significantly. Yet, as the leader of the Avengers, her frequent displays of power created considerable unease within the Department of Defense. While Nick Fury harbored his own grievances, he dared not voice them, fearing further repercussions. What is SHIELD doing all day? The leader of the illustrious Avengers behaving in such a manner? This situation demands accountability. Secretary of State and General Ross, who had risen to prominence after pursuing the Hulk in The Incredible Hulk, was thoroughly dissatisfied with the Avengers as an institution. The discord with Hulk shall remain unspoken. What truly concerns me is the leader of the alliance, that Xin Ran, who hails from Huagua. How could such a vital institution be entrusted to a naive youth from Huaxia? I wonder what the SHIELD officials were thinking. They nearly brought New York to ruin, and that aside, the numerous operations carried out by those Avengers over the years have inflicted substantial damage. After disappearing for several years, Xin Ran returns to orchestrate such chaos? It has left the populace in a state of unrest. What are their true intentions? It seems that the Avengers alliance may require a thorough reconsideration. As Ross's agitation grew, so did his discomfort, compelling him to seize a document from his desk and hasten towards the White House. Wanda, that red dress suits you perfectly. It is simply exquisite. Come, waiter. Please wrap these garments for me. These little dolls appear delightful, quite compact and convenient to carry. I shall take them. Raven, you are not at all particular about your attire. How I wish I could be like you. Daisy, there is a lingerie store nearby. Let us take a look. It will surely come in handy this evening. Haha. There are so many items that I can scarcely carry them all. I shall summon some assistance. As she surveyed the scene before her, a wave of happiness washed over her. One must seize the joy of life while it lasts. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the moment, and the entire mall erupted into chaos. Everyone freeze. Silence. After several gunshots rang out, dozens fell into a pool of blood, and the once tumultuous crowd fell silent. Soon after, a large group of armed men stormed in, encircling the entire mall with an impenetrable barrier. Just as Xin Ran prepared to intervene, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Ignoring them, he opted to observe the unfolding situation. Wanda, Raven, and Natasha, poised to act, heard Xin Ran's voice resonate within their minds. Chapter 81. Peter Parker takes action. Raven demonstrates her abilities. Gather here, for we have a situation. Under the threat of armed assailants, everyone was herded into a corner on the 3rd floor of the Stark Mall. Today, our sole intent is to seize your wealth. We sincerely hope you will cooperate, as it has been said that Stark Industries' cash flow surpasses that of banks. Blame yourselves for your misfortune in choosing to be here today. All the assailants wore masks, obscuring their identities. Furthermore, the power and communication signals within a 2-kilometer radius of Stark Mall had been severed, rendering Tony Stark's security systems utterly ineffective. Any events occurring here were completely unbeknownst to the outside world. They could easily eliminate all witnesses, loot them all, and depart in prearranged vehicles. Given the inefficiency of American law enforcement, by the time they traced the incident back to the perpetrators, the criminals would likely have vanished. A similar scenario unfolded in other Stark malls, where hundreds of stores fell under the control of these marauders, while the outside world remained blissfully unaware. Such an audacious robbery could not be executed without considerable skill and strategy, indicating that those orchestrating this chaos were far from ordinary. In less than 15 minutes, every valuable item within the mall had been pillaged. The gold counters alone were valued at over $1 million, not to mention the countless other treasures taken. With hundreds of malls simultaneously targeted, the total losses soared into the hundreds of millions. In the short term, even Stark Industries, typically flush with cash, would suffer a significant blow. In the long run, who would dare to shop here again? It is well known that Stark Mall is affluent, and any terrorist with the slightest capability might consider robbing it. Shopping here would become a gamble. Fortunate souls might escape unscathed, while others could find themselves stripped of all possessions, or worse, lose their lives. If this trend continues, there would be no point in keeping Stark Mall operational, as its multi-billion-dollar valuation would evaporate. We are reasonable individuals, and now we offer you an opportunity. Surrender all valuables in your possession. We understand that those who shop here are not lacking in resources. We do not ask for much, just $5,000 per person. Those who can present this amount will be spared. The leading assailant shouted at the crowd, with a demand of $5,000 per individual. And with at least 10,000 people trapped within the mall, they were poised to collect over $50 million just from the hostages, not including the loot from the stores. The situation across hundreds of malls mirrored this one. Indeed, this was far more efficient than robbing a bank. Sir, is there any way to pay online? A young Chinese-American man stuttered, his voice trembling. He was the son of a notorious domestic official, having arrived in America only a few days prior. Accustomed to the payment methods of his homeland, he had neither cash nor a wallet on him, only a smartphone and a card. Enough with the requests. Hurry up, the leader growled. Subsequently, his subordinates brought over their designated cash register. The young man felt a surge of relief. It was fortunate that he had this opportunity, for otherwise, his life would be in grave peril. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, he exclaimed. Everyone else, line up and come forward one by one. What the hell is going on? Do you have any money? If not, take them away and execute them. Please, big brother, don't. I have $5 million on my card. My father just transferred it to me. Just wait a moment, I will transfer it all to you. Please. Don't kill me. Seconds passed, yet the cash register remained silent. Do you dare to toy with me? Big brother, I'll give you my bank card password. There really is $5 million in there. I beg you, don't kill me. The young man was so frightened that he nearly wet himself, trembling as he handed over his bank card. Agricultural Bank of China? Rural Credit Union? What the hell? This is America. The leader snapped the card in half and hurled it to the ground, kicking the kneeling young man over. Then, he drew a short spear from his waist. And with a flash of light, the young man was reduced to ashes, causing the crowd to erupt in chaos. Observing this, Xin Ran raised an eyebrow. The most primitive weapons possess the greatest lethality? Wakanda's craftsmanship? These individuals are indeed formidable. Amid the turmoil, a young man in the crowd seized the opportunity to quickly change into another outfit. Shoo, don't make a sound. The people around him recognized the new attire but soon nodded in agreement, providing cover for him. Under the threats from the assailants, the abduction proceeded swiftly. Before long, it was Xin Ran and his companion's turn. Here, we have what you asked for. They cooperatively handed over their possessions. Yoshi, your turn, good citizens indeed. Damn it. They are still Japanese. This matter must be escalated. Just as the little devil was about to leave, he caught sight of the four girls standing behind Xin Ran, especially Wanda in her tight red dress and braided hairstyle. After a few lewd chuckles, he hurried to the leader. Are these the four? Yes, quite right. Get me a room and bring them all over. The little devil leaned in to whisper something to the leader, then cast a different glance at Xin Ran. Haha. You really know how to play this game. No problem. We'll do it your way. Once arrangements were made, the leader departed. You four, and you come with me. The little devil approached Xin Ran, brandishing a gun as a threat. Get lost. What did you say? Get lost. Damn it, die? Without hesitation, he raised his gun to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a web shot out, silently ensnaring both him and his firearm. Simultaneously, dozens of guards nearby were captured in the silent web, instantly losing their combat capabilities. The crowd, upon witnessing this, cooperatively began to encircle them, concealing their figures. Mate, are you all right? Peter Parker, clad in his self-crafted Spider-Man suit, swiftly approached the five individuals. It's nothing. Xin Ran waved his hand dismissively. Then, he stepped forward and delivered a kick that incapacitated the young adversary, the immense pain rendering him unconscious. You filthy wretch, you dare to toy with me. Peter scratched his head, taken aback by the sheer force. It was almost on par with his own. Are you truly Spider-Man? Raven inquired, stepping closer. Indeed, that is correct. Peter admitted with a bashful smile, graciously acknowledging his identity. Shall I fetch some reinforcements for you? Raven asked playfully, fully aware that she was testing her newly acquired powers bestowed by Apocalypse. Upon learning of Raven's evolved abilities, Xin Ran had been genuinely startled. She possessed the extraordinary capability to transform inanimate objects into living beings, granting them 10% of the abilities of a normal life form. She could transform up to 10 entities at once. The transformed beings would only perform one task: obey Raven's commands and directives. What did this imply? For instance, a teddy bear under Raven's influence could morph into a living bear, possessing 10% of the strength and lifespan of an actual bear, dutifully following Raven's lead. Should the bear sustain a certain amount of damage, it would perish and vanish, effectively just losing a toy. To consider an alternate scenario. What if Raven granted life not to a teddy bear, but to a Hulk figurine, an Iron Man figure, a Thor figure, or even a doll resembling Xin Ran himself? Although their capabilities would only be 10% of the original, when the X-Men established a nation, Raven had, with Xin Ran's consent, conducted a similar experiment. Indeed, the results were consistent. While Xin Ran could rev his engine for half an hour without pause, the doll version of Xin Ran faltered after merely 3 minutes. Is it him? Peter instinctively looked at Xin Ran in bewilderment. It is you, Xin Ran replied. Among the newly purchased figurines, several resembled Spider-Man, and having encountered the real deal moments ago. Raven's playful spirit ignited. She retrieved 6 identical Spider-Man figurines, activated her ability, and hurled them forth. In an instant, 6 identical Spider-Men materialized before Peter. Master. The 6 figures approached Raven in unison, bowing in respect. 6 identical versions of myself? Peter Parker was flabbergasted. This was an extraordinary feat. You might as well conjure 6 Iron Men, and I wouldn't need to lift a finger. My dear, I also procured 2 of your nephews. Shall I bring them forth as well? Huh, who are your nephews? Peter queried, his face a canvas of confusion, though he hesitated to voice his question. Moments later, 2 Iron Man figures appeared before him. Chapter 82. Would you care to join the Avengers? Mr. Stark? You too? Greetings. I am Peter Parker. I am your admirer. It is a pleasure to meet you. As a devoted fan of Tony, Peter's face flushed beneath the mask upon encountering the real Iron Man, and his nerves escalated to the point where he forgot to conceal his identity, promptly disclosing his name. Haha. Peter, Tony is not here. You need not be so anxious. Is this not Mr. Stark's armor? What is happening? Peter scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Well, how shall I explain this to you? Just as Raven attempted to elucidate, her words were abruptly halted by a gruff roar. The leader had returned. I've been waiting forever. Why haven't those 4 women and that pretty boy shown up yet? What are you doing? Why are there so many people here? Clear the way for me. Under the threat of firearms and a short spear. The crowd shielding Peter was swiftly dispersed, revealing several figures. Everyone, we have a situation. The leader, sensing the shift in circumstances, dove into the throng. A few of his unaware subordinates were met with several blasts from palm cannons, instantly meeting their demise. Go ahead, eliminate them all. Huh? Is this lady so ruthless? Indeed, Master. Upon receiving the command, 6 Spider-Men and 2 Iron Men sprang into action. I shall assist as well. Observing the unfolding chaos, Peter shot out his webbing and followed suit. Hundreds of armed assailants fell before them like sheep, swiftly slaughtered. Only 2 Spider-Men were struck by Wakandan weaponry. Vanishing from the scene, a grand and premeditated armed robbery was thus effortlessly quelled by Raven and Peter. However, the individuals in other regions of Stark Mall were not as fortunate. After robbing the populace, the marauders executed everyone on the upper level of the mall, resulting in a scene of gruesome carnage. Under Peter's organization, all individuals managed to evacuate in an orderly fashion, leaving the area. While the Queen's Precinct's phone lines were inundated with calls, in the now vast and empty mall, only 6 individuals remained, Xin Ran and her companions. Sir, are you all Avengers? Peter removed his mask, his tone tinged with excitement. You may consider it so. However, it seems we have never been seen on television. Do you think everyone is like that kid Tony? Ha, true enough. But has Mr. Stark departed? As a fervent admirer of Tony, Peter was solely concerned with his idol, showing little interest in the whereabouts of the other Spider-Men. No, he is still here. Subsequently, Raven tossed him 2 slightly worn Iron Man figurines. After a fierce battle, although the relentless barrage of gunfire did not obliterate them, they sustained considerable damage, and the once pristine toys had become worn and tattered. What is this? Peter pondered, gazing at the Iron Man-like figure in his hands, his face a canvas of confusion. Yet, recalling the 6 identical Spider-Men he had just encountered, a flicker of realization dawned upon him. I understand now. It's your extraordinary ability. Raven nodded in affirmation. Indeed, quite astute of you. It seems you have quite an admiration for Tony. Natasha, who had been silent until now, inquired. Indeed. Mr. Stark is my idol. I aspire to become someone like him someday. Speaking such sentimental words made Peter feel a tad bashful. Someone like him? A connoisseur of indulgence and celebrity? Xin Ran teased. No, sir, you've misconstrued my meaning. I meant, Mr. Stark, haha, darling, don't tease the poor boy. It's not every day Tony has a little fan. Let him have his moment. Natasha chuckled at Peter's flustered expression. Would you like to join the Avengers? Xin Ran casually inquired with a smile. What? Sir, this. Peter gulped nervously, staring at Xin Ran in astonishment. Are you sure you're not jesting? Why? Are you not interested? If so, that is perfectly fine. No, sir, is it truly possible? At this moment, Peter's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Though he had acquired extraordinary powers after being bitten by a spider, he had never contemplated joining the Avengers. If you desire it, then it is indeed possible. I want to. Without hesitation, Peter responded, buoyed by Xin Ran's words. In the original narrative, Peter had participated in the Avengers Civil War and undergone Tony's trials, maturing through a series of trials and ultimately choosing to forego the opportunity to join the Avengers. Yet now, due to Xin Ran's intervention, the scenario was transformed. After all, he had only recently gained his powers and remained merely a 15 or 16-year-old high school student. No matter how mature he might appear, his psychological age had its limitations. Joining the Avengers meant interacting with luminaries like Tony Stark. It signified a transition from an ordinary civilian to a superhero. It suggested the acquisition of boundless resources, and it heralded unparalleled honor. As for the allure of celebrity, Peter was still young and had never contemplated such matters. Faced with such temptations at a tender age, how could he possibly resist? Moreover, what could he use to withstand such allure? Xiaona, please call Nick Fury and inform him of the situation here. I wonder what the SHIELD agents are doing. Tens of thousands have perished, yet there has been no response. Tens of thousands? Haven't there already been? All the malls under Stark Industries face the same fate. It's just that the civilians in other malls want to encounter us. Very well. Natasha let out a resigned sigh. That is a matter for SHIELD in the Department of Defense. You need not blame yourself. If the Avengers had to manage every aspect of such a terrorist attack, I dare say the president might as well appoint Peter to take charge. What? I couldn't possibly do that. I'm only 15 this year, Peter exclaimed, hastily waving his hands in denial at Xin Ran's remark. Natasha, who had been consumed by guilt, couldn't help but chuckle at his response. Well, let's revisit that conversation when you turn 18. No sooner had she spoken than the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air, followed by a throng of heavily armed officers rushing in. You lot, get down and cover your heads. They barked orders without hesitation or discernment, chastising everyone present. As Natasha prepared to show them her credentials, the officers had already pulled their triggers. In comparison to the previous assailants, their aggression was even more pronounced. Peter gasped, and in the next instant, he witnessed the bullets returning from whence they came, each officer collapsing to the ground in unison. Wanda, eliminate them all, Xin Ran commanded coldly. That tone of voice. Peter suddenly understood. All right, Wanda obediently nodded. Subsequently, a surge of crimson energy erupted from her, reducing the assailants to mere dust. Xin Ran watched with satisfaction. Indeed, the power of chaos magic was formidable. Casting a glance at the nearly lifeless enemy on the ground, he opened a portal to the X-Men's dimension, giving him a swift kick inside and ensuring that Eric would send someone to preserve the wretch's life for future utility. Then, he used his telepathic abilities to reach out to Apocalypse, who was currently enjoying himself in Japan. With thousands of lives lost in America, Xin Ran mused that it was only fitting for Japan to bear the blame. He was curious to see if the two nations could maintain their familial ties amidst such turmoil. Sir, what shall we do now? Now, I shall take you to meet your Mr. Stark. Chapter 83. Tony's Welcome Gift, Stark Tower Under Siege at Stark Tower. Tony was deeply engrossed in examining the Mind Stone in the Sentinel project as described by Trellis, when a dark spatial portal materialized within the laboratory. Although Tony had grown accustomed to such occurrences, it startled Zhao Hailuan, who was nearby. Tony remarked, Uncle, what brings you here at this hour? Zhao Hailuan replied, Hello, Mr. Xin. Banner interjected, Is Xin Ran here? Tesla added, Greetings, Your Excellency. Before Xin Ran could step through the portal, the four individuals in the lab greeted him enthusiastically. Where is that behind you? It looks somewhat familiar. Have you been to battle somewhere? So many lives lost. Tony inquired, feigning surprise as he tiptoed to peer into the portal. Unfazed, Xin Ran led the five individuals behind him into the lab. Well done, Uncle. You found me another ant. Tony remarked with a sly grin at Wanda. Greetings to all the ants, he continued. Who is this little one? He asked, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Peter. Uncle, please don't tell me this kid is your son. Go away. Xin Ran shot him a glare. With a gesture, a bottle of premium champagne from the lab's supply soared toward him. He took a couple of swigs before discarding it into the trash. What is this? So dreadful? Next time, just leave some mineral water. That bottle costs $50,000. Would you prefer cash or card? Tony teased. I see you've grown quite bold, haven't you? I've never seen someone so brazenly flaunting their seniority. Is this kid genuinely not your son? The absurdity of the conversation almost made Xin Ran want to scold him, especially considering the presence of so many witnesses. Not to criticize you, Tony, but both Mr. Xin and I are from Huagua, don't you think? Is this what you call a genius? I reckon you're quite far from Helen in that regard. Ha ha, Mr. Xin is correct. What Mr. Xin? Just call me by my name. All right then, Xin Ran, Tony acquiesced. Zhao Hailuan also relaxed, and their brief exchange helped bridge the gap between them. Isn't it true, Xin Ran, that you're trying to find me another aunt? Tony quipped, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It must be noted that Dr. Zhao, despite her youth, possessed considerable potential, nearly rivaling Wanda. Last time, he hadn't given her a thorough look and had underestimated her capabilities. Since you brought it up, Tony, I might as well go along with it. Given your suggestion, it's not entirely off the table. Ha 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 ha. You too, uncle and nephew. Well, neither a refusal nor acceptance was offered. It's merely a matter of time. With that, Tony shifted his gaze to Peter, particularly noticing the web shooters on his wrists. Peter, realizing the attention, responded, Mr. Stark, hello, I'm Peter Parker. I'm a fan of yours. My Aunt May is also quite fond of you. At this moment, he was liberated from the immense pressure and responsibility associated with the moniker of Spider-Man, embodying the essence of a typical 14 or 15-year-old boy. Hello, Peter. It is a pleasure to meet you. What are you wearing? Tony stepped forward and shook Peter's hand. Sir, this is my personally crafted suit. Oh, you made it yourself? And what about that web shooter? The only thing that piqued Tony's interest about Peter was the web shooter, although he could easily discern its mechanics. To create such an apparatus at the tender age of 14 or 15 was indeed a mark of genius. Don't underestimate him, kid. Once you don that armor, you might not fare as well against him. Just take a moment to consider the Spider-Man of Queens. Oh, really? J-A-R-V-I-S. Pull up the relevant footage for me. After defeating Ultron, Tony and the others had reprogrammed it, and with J-A-R-V-I-S-S restoration, it had become even more intelligent than before. Certainly, sir. Please hold on. Moments later, clips of Peter catching a bus barehanded, dodging bullets, tossing a car like a sandbag, and utilizing his webs to traverse walls and subdue criminals were projected before Tony. After reviewing the footage, Tony cast a surprised glance at Peter. Tony, tell me, what were you doing at the age of 14 or 15? Aunt May and Miss Zhao are still here. Are you sure you want to know? Listening to their conversation, Peter appeared utterly bewildered. Kid, if you can achieve all this without your suit, I reckon aside from that web shooter, the rest doesn't seem particularly special. Well, without the web shooter, my mobility might be somewhat restricted. Strength and speed, are those your own? Well, to some extent. It's a long story. Peter scratched his head, then recounted in detail the changes he underwent after being bitten by the spider. It sounded somewhat akin to what the mutants spoke of. Peter, I suddenly have an idea. What is it? I want to craft a suit for you. A suit that belongs solely to you. Tony felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards this young boy. Huh? This? Peter, overwhelmed with excitement, cast a glance toward Xin Ran. No need to be nervous. Peter, think of it as a welcome gift from him. Mr. Stark, wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Just tell me whether you want it or not. I do. Then it's settled. Following this, Tony took Peter on a tour of his laboratory, showcasing various high-tech devices, and assured him that once the armor was completed, he would personally deliver it to his home. Subsequently, he had Happy escort Peter back. Upon learning that Peter was also at Stark Tower, Wanda went to meet her brother, while Daisy brought Natasha and Raven to the top floor to find Pepper. Over the years, both Daisy and Pepper had made significant contributions to the development of Stark Industries. Despite being from different generations, their bond resembled that of sisters. In the vast laboratory, only Xin Ran and his 4 companions remained. How is the Tesla and Sentinel project progressing? Xin Ran was keenly concerned about the feasibility of his ideas. My lord, since you inquired, I shall speak candidly. There are currently 3 unresolved issues. First, the material for production. To manufacture on a large scale, ordinary steel will not suffice and will not meet the anticipated requirements. Second, the capabilities of the Sentinels. In this world, mutants do not exist. If we rely solely on firearms and ammunition, the Sentinels would be no different from ordinary robots, rendering my advanced bionic technology ineffective. Third, the issue of artificial intelligence. Although Ultron has been subdued and J-A-R-V-I-S has been upgraded, the energy contained within the Mind Stone is both formidable and enigmatic, while it is possible to trace its use through technological means. Maximizing its potential remains an area for further exploration. After Tesla concluded his explanation, Xin Ran glanced at the other 3. Is that all? Nothing more? The primary concerns troubling them were indeed those articulated by Dr. Tesla. Other minor issues could be resolved independently, Zhao Hailuan added. Noticing Xin Ran deep in thought, Tony uncorked a bottle of champagne, swirling the glass as he awaited his next words. After a lengthy pause, Xin Ran finally posed a question. Tesla, what materials did you initially use for those Sentinels? The chassis was constructed from adamantium, with bionic technology and an intelligent system integrated internally, supplemented by a variety of enhanced abilities. Then why not simply procure more of that adamantium? My lord, have you forgotten? Lord Apocalypse destroyed all of it. Xin Ran felt exasperated. This individual truly squandered resources. Had he known, he would have intervened to prevent such waste. Wait, squandered resources? Wakanda? Surely, utilizing vibranium to create Sentinels would pose no issue. Black Panther's sister seems to be a genius as well. If we could apply the technology from Black Panther's suit to the Sentinels, that would be ideal. With this thought, the rest seemed trivial. As for whether the people of Wakanda would consent, Xin Ran didn't even ponder it. Mr. Black Panther, Ms. Black Panther, you surely wouldn't want all the vibranium under my control, would you? After all the metals in the world are mine to govern. Regarding the notion of directly using mental prowess to dominate all of Wakanda, Xin Ran dismissed it outright. In life, participation and experience are paramount. Resorting to mind control to solve problems would be akin to unifying the earth of the Avengers realm and ensuring everyone submits to his will. Such a life would lack meaning. Thus, under normal circumstances, Xin Ran would refrain from employing mental tactics. Do not worry about the materials, Tony. Are you familiar with vibranium? Uncle, I thought of that long ago. I can barely find enough material to fashion a suit for myself, and you wish to use it to assemble an army of Sentinels? At this moment, Wakanda remains shrouded in secrecy, and the rumors regarding the quantity of vibranium circulating in the outside world are indeed sparse. Fear not, I shall resolve this matter. I assure you, there will be an ample supply of vibranium. Is that truly the case? I wish to fashion a vehicle from vibranium for my own enjoyment. With a subtle smile, Xin Ran remarked, in Wakanda, not only vehicles, but even the humble farming hoe is crafted from vibranium. I wonder what Tony would think upon discovering this. As the group engaged in conversation, Jarvis's voice suddenly resonated. Sir, the building is surrounded by personnel from the Department of Defense and S.H.I.E.L.D. It appears their intentions are not benign. Chapter 84. The banter of Tony as a capitalist nation. Stark Industries holds a significant position within the United States. If Tony were inclined to exert his influence, he could easily manipulate the presidential elections. Typically, individuals from the Department of Defense would not resort to such drastic measures to confront him. Even when Tony occasionally finds himself in trouble, they prefer to negotiate discreetly. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., given Howard's influence and Tony's current stature, they would never dare to take such actions. Especially considering that Xin Ran is still alive. Sir, should we activate the building's defense system to eliminate them? Jarvis inquired after displaying the footage. No need for that, Tony replied, momentarily taken aback. This upgraded Jarvis bore a striking resemblance to Ultron. Uncle, shall we go take a look together? Yes, that sounds perfect. Xin Ran nodded, subsequently using his mental abilities to notify Apocalypse to upload the necessary files to Jarvis's database. The group ambled leisurely into the reception area on the first floor. Who might this be? Tony exclaimed upon recognizing General Ross and Director Fury's esteemed presence. Truly, a person of such high office as Secretary of State travels with such grandeur. It is quite impressive. After greeting the guests, Tony plopped down on the main sofa. His demeanor irreverent, completely disregarding the scowling Ross and the cadre of officials behind him. As Ross prepared to speak, Tony turned to Xin Ran with a grin. Uncle, it just occurred to me that I have several hundred suits at home. Besides the ones I wear myself, they are all capable of independent operation. I wonder if on the days I visit the Department of Defense, I could bring them along and surround the Pentagon. Wouldn't that be a more formidable display than that of our esteemed Secretary of State, General Ross? Nick Fury's expression darkened further upon hearing Tony's words. Simultaneously, he cast a pleading glance at Xin Ran, as if to implore, please, do not indulge Tony in his antics. He is but a youth. And you are of a considerable age. Then, as Fury's expression shifted to one of seriousness, he sighed deeply. A veteran understands the gravity of the situation. How could one act as recklessly as Tony? Well, I think that is a splendid idea. I support it, Fury responded. Why so silent, General Ross? My earnings amount to approximately $2,500 per second. You have delayed me for nearly 5 minutes. So let us round that sum to about $700,000. Will you compensate me personally, or shall we settle this with the Department of Defense's funds? Truth be told, Tony was entirely oblivious to the magnitude of his earnings. In reality, it far exceeded that figure. Ross felt a tightness in his chest, having to thump it a couple of times before regaining his composure. I would like to speak as well. Have you given me the opportunity? Well, it's been 6 minutes and 30 seconds now, General Ross. Let us round it off to $800,000. I suggest you take your leave. I genuinely fear you may not be able to afford it if we continue this way. You are devoid of compassion, and I am devoid of righteousness. Tony Stark has unleashed a torrent of words. Are you truly unaware of the calamities that have transpired? Do you realize how many lives have been lost in your Stark Mall? In a mere span of hours, over 100,000 souls perished. Over 100,000. Ross, not wishing to squander time, spoke plainly, fearing that if that individual truly pursued accountability, the financial repercussions would be unbearable. What is the purpose of your grand entrance here? Are you intending to raid my establishment? This statement elicited incredulity. Who would dare to infringe upon Tony Stark? Would not such an act plunge the nation's economy into a decade-long regression? Over 100,000 lives, Tony Stark. Do you not think it necessary to provide an explanation to me and the Department of Defense? Me? Provide an explanation to you? I must inquire if my malls have merely suffered casualties without incurring any other losses? Ross paused, momentarily at a loss for words. As it appeared, the losses were indeed significant. My malls have witnessed death and looting, and I remain in the dark regarding the full extent of the situation. Yet you demand an explanation from me? I pay you hefty taxes annually, and you cannot even safeguard a handful of establishments? Instead, you come here with such pomp? Do you consider me an easy target? Following his meeting at the White House, Ross found numerous ministers, legislators, and the president endorsing his perspective. However, the imposition of sanctions could not be hastily enacted, for the organization in question was newly established by their own nation. And to seek sanctions from the United Nations would be a matter of face. Nevertheless, they encouraged Ross to act decisively, assuring him of their silent support. Perhaps by exerting some initial pressure. Why have no other malls encountered such incidents? Why is it only those under your name? The fatalities within your establishments render you accountable. Tony scoffed, dismissing him. Jarvis. Please retrieve the statistics regarding the number of violent attack-related deaths in our country from last year. As soon as the request was made, the relevant data was projected for all to see. 1,053,400 individuals. General Ross, I would like to ask, according to your previous assertion, these individuals perished on your jurisdiction's territory, and their deaths imply that you, as public servants, bear some responsibility as well. I wish to seek an explanation for the innocent lives lost at your hands. Furthermore, the individuals who died within my malls also succumbed on your territory. Do you still have the audacity to hold me accountable? To demand an explanation from me? It is utterly preposterous. Is it not the duty of the Department of Defense to uphold national security and protect the lives of the populace? In light of this tragedy, I am compelled to question your efficacy. I, Tony Stark, am a man of reason, and even if the president were here today, my words would remain unchanged. By the way, Uncle, is it not time for another election cycle? Do you have any suitable candidates? Stark Industries will lend its full support. Xin Ran, I believe you would be quite fitting. Ross. Nick Fury. All right, you are affluent, wealthy enough to rival nations. You can conjure clouds with a flick of your wrist and summon rain with a mere gesture. You are lofty. You are remarkable. I, General Ross, concede my arguments against you. Very well. As for the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Following this, Ross cast a glance at Nick Fury. But it seemed that either his single eye was ineffective or he simply chose to ignore it. Director Fury, perhaps you could share a few words. Nick Fury stared blankly at Ross, pondering the imminent presidential transition. What more could he possibly have to say? Just moments ago, he had disregarded Ross's subtle cue. And now the old man had the audacity to call upon him directly? How had this ancient relic managed to ascend with such low emotional intelligence? This situation is indeed peculiar. The vicinity of the incident, spanning 5 kilometers, appeared to be under some form of control. Transportation, internet, and communication systems were all rendered incapacitated, essentially qualifying it as a supernatural phenomenon. So, the emergence of such phenomena indicates the Avengers' negligence, does it? Even if negligence is the case, what does it signify that your armed forces have surrounded my tower? If you cannot articulate your thoughts clearly, well, do not force my hand. As Tony's words echoed, Jarvis promptly chimed in, Sir, Stark Tower is under armed siege by the Department of Defense and has already captured media attention. Our stocks have plummeted by $580 million. I have alerted Pepper and Miss Daisy to manage public relations. Tony felt a surge of satisfaction. The upgraded Jarvis was proving to be effective. Even if he were to lose $500 billion, it was merely a drop in the ocean, although he remained unconcerned. He recognized that others would be. However, Tony's expression quickly darkened, and he slammed his palm down on the table with a resounding thud, startling Ross. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, devoid of any theatrical pretense. Did you hear that? Are you satisfied now? $580 million. Do you have any idea how long it will take me to recover that? Ross, I am aware of your discontent toward the Avengers. Have you come here today to take your grievances out on me? Tony, do not push me too far. I ask you, since this is a supernatural phenomenon, Why did the Avengers not rush to the scene immediately? What purpose do you serve? We still do not even know who the perpetrator is. What use are you? And your uncle? What was the intention behind creating such a commotion in Queens? Ross, incensed by Tony's words, stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. As for me, of course, I rushed to the scene. My abilities are limited. I managed to save only a few tens of thousands in Queens. However, I have already uncovered the mastermind behind this incident. We have done what we needed to do, so what is it that you seek? Do you wish to exert your authority as Secretary of State over us? Do you intend to dominate the Avengers? Do you wish for everyone to heed your commands? Sincerity resonated in his words, leaving Ross utterly bewildered. If that were truly the case, then the grand spectacle of seeking accountability seemed indeed excessive. Chapter 85, The Scapegoat General. There were indeed no civilian casualties in Queens, aside from the armed militants who suffered greatly. However, regarding the masterminds behind this incident, we at SHIELD currently possess no leads. After listening to Nick Fury's words, Ross fell silent for a few seconds before responding. It is the duty of you Avengers to save lives, and it is also your responsibility to uncover the instigators. Words alone are insufficient. As for the mastermind you mentioned, I am in the dark. So I must inquire, General, what if the mastermind is linked to a particular nation? Xin Ran leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, cigar in hand, exhaling clouds of smoke as he regarded Ross. Humph, to dare massacre hundreds of thousands of civilians on our territory. Do they truly believe our nuclear arsenal is merely for show? I declare this, should any nation be implicated, we shall undoubtedly go to war with them. Xin Ran nodded. Well said, General. I am pleased, you have not disappointed me. Ross scoffed dismissively, curling his lip in disdain, not wishing to engage further with Xin Ran. After all, it was futile to argue with him. I believe no nation would be so foolish, would they, Mr. Xin? Ross held a firm confidence in his country's strength and military prowess. He could not fathom any nation being reckless to such an extent. Overall, he remained skeptical of Xin Ran. Believe it or not, there are indeed such nations. If General Ross remained this self-assured, had he forgotten how Pearl Harbor was attacked? Oh, yes, I suddenly recall that the then Secretary of Defense was quite similar to you now. You. Ross was once again incensed by Xin Ran, yet found himself at a loss for words, as the latter's assertion was undeniably accurate. Mr. Xin, shall we not first address the immediate issue? The lives of hundreds of thousands must be accounted for. Numerous places have already begun to protest and petition. Nick Fury interjected in a pleading tone. Xin Ran's expression darkened as his commanding presence radiated, his gaze sweeping over Ross and the others, causing them to shudder before he slowly spoke. JARVIS. Present the data on that little Japanese boy for the gentleman to review. Of course, Mr. Xin. Soon after, an impeccable dossier was projected before the group. Name: Meiji Tsukitsu. Age: 35. Position: Captain of the Emperor's Guard and leader of Special Operations. Background: selected by a special agency in Japan at the age of 8. Even if this individual did not exist in Japan, under the operations of the apocalypse, he was undeniably a representative of Japan, leaving no room for denial. This was not merely a dossier, everything had a traceable origin. A simple investigation would reveal all. However, this individual was indeed quite nefarious. Meiji Tsukitsu had been thoroughly drained. Not even his name was spared. Xin Ran, what is this? Are you implying that Japan orchestrated this incident? Have you lost your mind? Ross could hardly believe that his own lackey would dare to turn against him. If it were indeed the Japanese who instigated this, what of his earlier claim that there would be a battle to the bitter end? A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Had he been ensnared by Xin Ran? Show me some respect when you speak. By the hierarchy, you ought to refer to me as Big Brother. How dare you address your elders so casually? Your father clearly failed in his upbringing. I wouldn't mind taking up the task of teaching you myself. Xin Ran reprimanded him with a stony expression. And under the subtle enhancement of his dwindling mental power, Ross felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. Mr. Xin, are you implying that this is related to Japan? Ross, no longer daring to speak with the same bravado, approached cautiously. Xin Ran shot him a glare and refrained from answering his question. Instead, he opened a spatial portal, drawing forth a young Japanese man from the X-Men dimension. The onlookers gasped, for the individual before them bore an uncanny resemblance to the photographs in the dossier. You are Meiji Kushin? Ross observed gravely at the sight of the half-paralyzed Japanese man. Of course. Or else, am I your father? The man retorted, exuding a certain air befitting a special operations leader, not merely a pretender as Xin Ran had feared. Now, enlighten me as to why you chose this course of action. Why? Do I need a reason for my actions? I'll inform you that this entire incident was orchestrated solely by me. With no ties to His Majesty the Emperor or my nation. Ross was taken aback. This individual possessed a remarkable gift for words, effectively throwing the actual perpetrator under the bus. Oh, I am curious to know how you managed to elude both the Department of Defense and SHIELD. Originally, the extraterrestrial beings were meant to land in New York. Why did they end up in our Japan? Surely, you are aware of the circumstances. What of the Department of Defense? What of SHIELD? With sufficient means, they are nothing more than pawns. If you have the guts, eliminate me now. Though Meiji Quishin did not directly answer Ross's inquiry, his insinuations were clear. After the alien invasion, Japan had placed the blame squarely on America for compelling them to use nuclear weapons against themselves. In the years that followed, Japan had meticulously studied the remnants of the extraterrestrial beings, mastering certain technological methods to exact vengeance upon the United States. General, watch out. A junior officer, seeing Meiji Quishin suddenly lunge towards Ross with intent to attack, unhesitatingly drew his pistol and pulled the trigger. Who the hell told you to shoot? Ross bellowed in outrage. He's just a cripple. What can he possibly do to me? Why would you kill him? You're such a fool. A worthless piece of trash. Japan still held strategic value to the United States. Even with so many lives lost, an immediate rupture was out of the question. In the beginning, the Cherry Taran ventured into Japan, wreaking havoc, yet they were largely oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Ultimately, the United States undeniably bears a measure of responsibility. Initially, there was an opportunity to leverage the situation surrounding Meiji Takayoshi to ease the tensions between the two nations. Even if relations soured, war could have been averted. Now, with no witnesses to the events, Japan has undeniably acquired a heavy burden of guilt. Jarvis, have you recorded everything? Preserve the evidence and distribute it to major media outlets. As Avengers, we bear the responsibility and duty to unveil the truth to the public. Xin Ran declared passionately, imbued with a sense of justice and obligation. Once the media intervened, broadcasting the dialogue and relevant information from the scene, the news would spread globally. Regardless of Japan's acknowledgement, this incident would be indelibly marked as their doing. Subsequently, Ross, representing the Department of Defense, held a press conference. He commenced by extending a public apology for the siege of Stark Tower. Furthermore, he announced comprehensive sanctions against Japan, including military actions. Upon the release of this news, nations around the world were astir. It appeared that the father and son duo were indeed poised for conflict. The five-star general and Secretary of State's public apology, with national matters relegated to a secondary concern, underscored the formidable power of Stark Industries. In the aftermath, Stark Industries experienced a significant surge in stock prices, and Tony's standing in the hearts of Americans soared to new heights. Meanwhile, the true orchestrator of the incident, the Adrian team, the primary antagonist Vulture from Spider-Man Homecoming, was elated, having prepared for a manhunt by SHIELD in the Department of Defense. Unexpectedly, a scapegoat had emerged on the scene. In response, Vulture promptly mobilized his team to Japan, ready to exploit this national disaster for personal gain. Chapter 86. Journey to Wakanda. In the aftermath of the war between Japan and the United States, Stark Industries, as the largest military contractor, saw Tony Stark personally oversee the front lines for several days, ensuring the conflict was genuine before he returned. During Tony's absence of over 2 months, the Sentinel project was effectively put on hold. Throughout this period, Xin Ran spent nearly every day with Zhao Hailuan, utilizing his abilities to explore the world's breathtaking landscapes and renowned historical sites, leaving an indelible mark of their companionship. The four sisters formally became 5, with the addition of a new member. Upon Tony's return to the country, the original quartet of the Sentinel project reconvened, and Zhao Hailuan eagerly resumed their previous discussions with Xin Ran. Uncle, you are over 100 years old. I am truly impressed, Zhao Hailuan remarked, now having become Tony's aunt, which felt somewhat peculiar, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. Xin Ran, regarding the Sentinel project, there were still those 2 questions left unresolved. What are your thoughts? With a gentle smile, Xin Ran wrapped his arm around her waist, reclined on the sofa, and took a leisurely puff from his cigar. The second question is actually quite simple. Since this world lacks mutants, we can simply import them from a world where they exist. Moreover, you need not worry about the issues of conflicting abilities among mutants. Doesn't that significantly reduce the difficulty? The Sentinels previously developed by Trask considered numerous factors, not only from the perspective of the Sentinels themselves, but also the influence of mutant abilities on them. Here, take this and conduct thorough research, striving for further improvements. Xin Ran produced a set of silver armor from his spatial ring, drawing curious looks from everyone present. What is this? They inquired, puzzled. Donning this armor allows one to absorb the abilities of mutants and apply them to oneself. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement. Uncle, can I absorb your abilities? I believe you might be even more formidable than any mutant. Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed? Xin Ran retorted, exhaling a cloud of smoke directly into Tony's face. Dismissing further banter. Trask, this machine may have some flaws, Ordinary individuals might not withstand its power. Please study it diligently and aim for enhancements that could benefit the Sentinel Project. If it proves universally applicable, I will select suitable mutants and transplant their mutant genes into your bodies. Although Trask was at odds with mutants in the X-Men universe, peace had now been restored. For ordinary individuals, those mutants with considerable powers were akin to possessing superhuman abilities. Master, I know of a particularly vicious mutant. I have imprisoned him in a dungeon in Egypt. His abilities are exceptionally suited for my purposes. Once I thoroughly understand this technology, I intend to transfer his mutant genes to myself. Oh, what abilities does he possess? Xin Ran felt a twinge of curiosity. Trellis, with an awkward smile, shyly replied that one could alter the dimensions of their own body, regardless of the heights one might achieve or the depths one might sink to. His utmost desire throughout his life was to simply be a normal person. Xin Ran understood Trellis's little secret. As long as you could succeed in your improvements, you were free to experiment. Thank you, my lord, Trellis exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Xin Ran waved his hand and continued. Lastly, regarding the application of the mind gem, this is not particularly difficult. It is merely that your thoughts are not aligned. Once the Sentinel project is successful, we could potentially manufacture thousands of Sentinels. Have you considered how to manage them? How to maximize their effectiveness? The assembly shook their heads, admitting they had not contemplated this issue. Although Trellis wished to control the Sentinels through unique vocal signatures, that approach would be inefficient and could lead to counterproductive results. Why not create a singular, most powerful Sentinel and embed the mind gem within it? In other words, merge the two entities, transforming the mind gem into a Sentinel. This supreme Sentinel could then lead the others, enabling us to achieve our objectives through it. Upon hearing Xin Ran's words, the assembly fell into deep contemplation. I find this method plausible. It is akin to how I can control the Iron Man suit through Jarvis. How did I not think of this before? Tony exclaimed, clapping his hands in sudden realization. I concur with your idea, my lord, Trellis affirmed. I as well, Banner added. What are you looking at me for? Do I really need to say anything? Zhao Hailuan chimed in. Very well, I cannot assist further. The specifics of execution and feasibility rest upon you all. With that, Xin Ran rose to depart. Before leaving, he embraced Zhao Hailuan warmly, advising her to work diligently in his absence, promising to take her to aerial battles upon his return. Zhao Hailuan blushed at his words. Wakanda, situated in eastern Africa around Lake Turkana, had concealed itself within the embrace of nature, utilizing their nation's advanced scientific technologies. The existing satellite detection methods of the outside world could not fathom the existence of such a wondrous realm on Earth. Exiting the laboratory, Xin Ran soared towards the eastern regions of Africa. In mere minutes, he arrived above Lake Turkana. Gazing down at the endless expanse of verdant greenery, he could not help but marvel at the wonders of this nation. His mental prowess swiftly enveloped an area spanning hundreds of miles, and the precise location of Wakanda became clear to him. With a swift motion, he darted towards the forested mountains in the southeast. Just as he was about to collide with the mountainside, the scene before him transformed instantaneously, revealing a city brimming with technological sophistication. Simultaneously, the figure of Xin Ran, breaking through the barrier, was swiftly detected by Wakanda's defense system and relayed to Shuri, the sister of the Black Panther. During this period, T'Challa and Eric, the two brothers, were fiercely embroiled in a struggle for the throne. While internal strife was already rampant, the emergence of Xin Ran posed an external threat. Shuri promptly reported the matter to T'Challa and the general. Without hesitation, they summoned the army and hastened towards the location of Xin Ran's descent.